All right, let's go.
You're hot micing, Jeremy.
Let's fucking go, bro. How we doing?
Let's do it, man. I'm ready. Let's go.
You ready? Uh,
Eggshells is all kinds of triggered. And Kenny, this Kenny dude. Kenny, what did you come in for a chat?
I'm slowly but surely talking Gio into making a room. I think he's with it. He's gonna do it in this update that we're doing here
Do
for
what?
the live make a text chat for live stream only.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I don't think it solves the problem that you guys think it's gonna solve though. The guys
Well, it
that the
will
guys
in a
that talk
sense.
shit.
They'll go to the other one and talk shit.
I think it's a good idea, this room, but I don't think it's gonna solve the issue though. Hold on, I think I got a AirPod issue. Hold on one second. check.
We're good.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I think I'm good now. You're trying to get rid of these trolls that are in the text chat, right? But they're not in the VC. But some of them are in the VC.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
nothing stopping them from just putting a dummy account in the VC,
True.
which they might not do though, because for reasons that I don't want to disclose right now, but they might not do that.
Yeah, we can control that as well.
Yeah, I can't say nothing on this live stream, bro. Heads be listening, and it's like, yo, I don't want to give shit away and shit.
Yeah, don't. I
Fucked
hear
up.
that, of
It's
course.
fucked up, man. Fucked up.
Yeah, work on it behind the scenes and make it so, as Captain Picard says. Make it so.
We're trying to steer the ship in a good direction. Heads are trying to poke holes in it, though.
They're always going to try to poke holes. That's their main objective.
Oh, yeah.
We got to work around the trolls. For whatever reason, Geo is letting them in, so we got to work around that. Got
Well,
to
I mean, he
block
wants
them.
to make it. He wants to let it be like an open platform where we can all discuss everything and no one's excluded and shit.
Yeah, but let's
So
face it, bro. There's some people that are just not worth having, right? But
I hear
anyway,
you. I definitely agree to that. There are some people that are just absolutely fucking worthless. I don't
look,
want
I
to
can
name
name you
names.
five people. Five people. If we ban, will change everything. But hey, it's not my
Like
server,
I would
so
I would keep dudes like Kosho. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
He's all
of
right.
course. Kosho's
Like,
in. I would even leave Zanuck in
uh,
with a leash, a short leash.
Xanax
Like
on
I
my
need,
fucking list, bro.
like
I
I
got
need
Xanax
one
on a
warning
list.
and he's banned for a day, kind of thing.
That's how I actually suggested to start doing it. Like, yo, give them one. All these guys get one shot a day. You know, you get 10, 20 minutes. If you can't keep it together, you know, you're out.
Yeah, like let's say a Brenda, for example, no use, right? People like that.
Dude, we got some dope ass quotes from Brenda, bro. We have some of the all time best flat Earth, globe Earth quotes from Brenda.
That is true. That is true. But as a conversation, yeah. But as a conversation, it goes nowhere, right?
Yeah, no, I know.
Like guys like bacon, eggshells, you can keep, but there's other guys that are just no of no use whatsoever. You know, like who I'm talking about. I don't have to
I know.
mention names, right? You
Yeah,
can pick
I
five
don't want to
people right
name any
now,
names.
right? Yeah.
I know who they are.
So they come in and they ruin the whole show. The whole show. Like we could be having a great discussion, and one of these
As soon
guys
as
comes in. Yeah.
that one
Yeah.
contrarian comes in, like people are building, having brainstorming on shit, then you get that one contrarian in and it's over. It
And
really
it's
does
not even a
ruin it.
contrarian. I wouldn't mind a contrarian, but it's the bad ones that, like the guy that says, "I'm just here to make fun of you guys and laugh at you guys." Why the hell
You
is this
know,
guy here for?
I
There's
don't
no
know
reason.
why we. I know.
Tells
I might
you,
have to.
I'm here to laugh at you. He tells you straight out, but yet he's still here.
Should be on permanent mute, shit like that. Like if you're here just for the
Yeah,
entertainment, there's no talking during the movie. Sit down and shut up.
yeah, yeah. Exactly. You're here to laugh. Okay, shut up. The adults are watching a movie. Of course you're in, Branch. Of course you're in. Of course. We're talking about the vile ones. The vile ones. Heck, we'll even let Where's Wally in.
In the server,
Yeah.
he made a couple videos on me and Brandon back in the day. I think.
Wally's a unique character. He takes my memes and he rearranges them. Yeah. So if I would say one man's horizontal is not another man's vertical, Wally takes it and just changes it. Yes, one man's horizontal can
Yeah.
be another man's vertical. Yeah.
Uh, Here we go. Like, how did people know we started talking to come in? Like, what were you doing that informed you that me and SC had started talking, and now to come in? I'm just curious. Like, I'm not mad or anything.
People scroll, they're doing their thing, they look, and if they see people in, they come in.
They're just scrolling around.
I would say, yeah, unless they're following
Uh,
us around.
I'm just wondering. Like, I don't know. Like, because it had the same. It happens every day. I mean, like, I'll come on, and then like the whole room gets bumped. I'm just wondering, like, how do people know? Like, are you listening to the live stream on the low in the background, or are you just scrolling? Like, people just know something. Like, are you getting alerts or some shit?
Oh, you know what? Probably they do. They probably go to YouTube. First, they check. First, they check, right? Here, they see some people. Oh, let's see if they're talking. They'll go to YouTube. And if they find anything or anyone interesting, they'll come in.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh,
And last night, bro, it had like 40 viewers or something. I couldn't talk because I was really busy
oh,
last night. But holy shit, man, that was amazing.
yeah, bro. Dude. This is the spot, man. All that other fake bullshit out there, like all these other bullshit servers. It's not like just we the best on some DJ Khaled shit. There's nothing else to say, really.
That's the facts. You remember a few months ago when I was telling you when you were ready to retire? Remember what I told you, dude? Just another, just another saloon. They're going out to check the barmaid. Remember that?
Yeah, they still be going out to
They still
touch
be
some
going to check
titties.
the barmaid, but the barmaid is a male. The barmaid is transgender, bro. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Maybe we should think about that French American that lives in Louisiana. We should think about him if we should let him in. But yeah, things like that we should fix.
Apparently, a lot of people think about me. They even dream about me during the day. People yesterday couldn't keep my name out of their mouth when they were cussing and fussing and sounding like angry old men, blaming it on me somehow.
Damn, you have that effect, huh?
They blamed it on you too, SC.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
It was just the simple questions about why they say distance doesn't matter in measurements that really got them triggered.
Boy,
For
yeah,
some
that
reason.
freaked them out. Yeah, yeah. Especially the one where you can get better measurements. The further away you go, that's gotta take the cake, man.
Well, actually,
I mean, he said no one's. Go ahead.
they get better calculations the further they go out. They don't get better measurements. That's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it might be easier to measure or something the farther you go, but you're definitely not getting more accurate the further you go, which is verbatim what Bob was saying.
Yeah, you got more leeway, right? You got more room to average and put in your tool and human mistakes and your refraction, whatever calculations, and your spherical excess and whatever else you want to stick in your measurement over 25 miles. Do you think that object is in its actual position, Jeremy? Really? I don't.
It can
You're,
be.
you're measuring an angle to the top of what again? Zenith. I loved it when Coach said, all you got to do is ask people that have just read a few things, just ask them a few questions and let them go. Just wind them up and let them go. Because the people that know what they're talking about are just like, what? What did you just say? Who are these geodetic surveyors they're mentioning anyway? Can we talk to one of them or are they all dead?
I think they have a special club where they hang out. Yeah, they're talking some nonsense. Did you catch the targeting a mirage? Yeah, did you catch that one? Targeting a non-actual target? Were you here for that one?
No.
Yeah.
I don't listen much past you have to measure longer distances to be more accurate. I kind of shut off after that. I don't care what type of surveyor you are, you don't say that.
Yeah, measuring freaking mountaintops. Unbelievable.
Personally think when you measure an angle over distance and then measure a different angle over the same distance to the same spot, A to B, your measurements are going to be way off. Like those angle measurements over distance are tough, man. Because of the way the light acts. So if you want to try and compute that and calculate this and add this formula and all that, hey, I'm fine with that. And if that comes up, tells you that it's a sphere, cool, man. Have a good day. Right? But it doesn't prove anything. It just proves that you can measure over distance and get more than 180 degrees and then sometimes get less than 180 degrees and then sometimes get 180 degrees. That should tell you right there. Don't claim that over 180 degrees means you live on a sphere. And then when you get under 180 degrees, say it skews. No, thank
Error.
you. Yeah, no, thank you. It was too short of a measurement. We had too much error.
Imagine that.
The
And the
tools
mean.
we're using. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say the weighted thing. They even dare say that, right? It's even for me that I'm not experienced in this surveying stuff. I know if you're gonna use a weighted average, right? You got to compare it against something, right?
Well, there's a reason you're having to use averages too. It's because your measurement's not accurate.
Yeah.
I hope everyone said that, heard that.
Uh-huh.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, are we dealing with common sense or are we dealing with these fanatic, they dreamed up these things and then hired groups of people, right, to go out and survey the land and use these formulas to make sure they came up with excess. And then when they didn't come up with excess, come up with an excuse why they didn't. Does that seem more logical? That seems like what's going on to me.
Oh yeah.
If not, right, if the water does curve down and obstruct boats from 6 miles away or 7 miles away or 5 miles away or 3. You can measure that. Water curving. All you would do is establish a horizontal line above it and then measure down to it. But no, they want to take angles over 25 miles and sometimes come up with the right formula and the right math to calculate that it's spherical axis, and sometimes don't, and then make excuses for the reasons they don't. It's strange, man. It's falling apart, right? If people just listen and use common sense, it's pretty easy. And all they have left is to yell, scream, and cuss and say, you don't understand. You're the reason I'm yelling because you used to yell. See, I don't have to yell anymore. I don't need those guys at all. They hate it, right? They hate it that they're not the main part of the conversation. And I mean, I understand why people try and make them the main part so they can have conversations and people in their servers and all. I get it, right? I'm a businessman. But why do we need them again? To teach us what?
We don't. Absolutely nothing. Yep. As a matter of fact, most of the time we know their model better than they do.
Exactly. Now it's getting to the point where we're explaining to them. And then they make a show and say things that we've already agreed upon. And then some of the ballers disagree and some agree and some say there's not 180 degrees, some say there is. They give all the excuses, blah, blah, blah. It's the same script, right?
Yeah, or their new tactic. You tell them something, they say no, the conversation goes like 2 minutes, and then 2 minutes later they tell you exactly what you said, but it's on them now. They came up with it.
Teaching you. Yeah, they're teaching you.
It's like, are you freaking serious or what? I just told you that 2 minutes ago.
I agree with them, though, that it would be a, what do they call it when, you all agree? If we all agree with each other.
Consensus. Yeah, that I wouldn't want that either. Of course not. No.
Right. I want people to come up with something new that we can go investigate and do ourselves and say, oh, okay, I see your point here. But for them not to do that, just to read verbatim and say the data's here, the measurements are here. Okay, where are the measurements? Oh, no, those are averages. So not measurements. And then they hee-haw around for 10 minutes telling you that it's not actually a measurement when you just asked for the measurement. I don't need that, man. It's a waste.
Yeah, any sane person watching, right, sees and they'll say, what? What? He just said that? What? I mean, it's obvious to a listener, The only people that defend this stuff is just a handful, a couple of dozen people here on the, on the internet. Will tell you level means curve. I mean, come on, man.
I actually see why they need to go longer distances, because you get more of an optical effect. You get more of that optical illusion. And when you try and measure that, you can do whatever you want. You can make whatever you want out of that.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to be in the clear. Yeah.
Left Lane's been here for years. Posted a picture of Lake Pontchartrain that was so drastically curved that if you actually believe that, you could measure it with a ruler.
Bro, don't we laugh at them with Soundly and the boys' picture? If you were to trace that curve, you know what kind of a freaking circumference you would have? Like a couple of 100 miles of Earth, right? It's insane.
And you know, saying it's exaggerated because of this, that, and the other, because if they do that, right? If they admit that, then it could be just an optical illusion, right?
Exactly.
They're describing an optical illusion and then denying the optical illusion they post.
Exactly. It's got to be one or the other. Is it an actual curve? And if so, you got a basketball Earth size? Or if it's an optical illusion, well, what's going on there? It's either caught between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, echo chamber. That's what I was trying to think of. I agree with them that it would be an echo chamber if they stopped arguing. But to an extent. I think maybe if we stop wasting time arguing about things we know aren't true, right, or know have some holes that we poked in them and need more investigating, that it won't be an echo chamber. We'll come up with other stuff to talk about.
Yeah,
But we
like I
don't
was
need
telling
them
Jeremy.
fighting us. Yeah.
Bro, I was telling Jeremy before, all we need to do is get rid of like 5 people. Like, example, I'll give you one name, which couldn't care less about this guy. M. Stone, right? Can anybody here, anybody, baller, flat earther, name me one reason why this guy should have me? I don't talk to him. I told him I don't talk, but anybody here, give me a reason why you should talk to this guy?
But I can give you snapshots of chat that he's done things like threaten lives. It docks me and others. Like, that's all he does. Seems to be. Moyak
Yeah.
seemed to be turning around. Like, weeks ago, Moyak was like, we were being cool with him, right? Laughing and having fun. Maybe he just, what I'm saying, like we all do, we get off our meds is what I say. Our meds get wrong. I mean, he
Moyak
loses.
could be civil. He just don't cut him off because he trips out, Moyak. So Moyak can be civil. Yeah.
He lost it yesterday on questions. He's sitting on his boat and totally lost and went berserk. Doofus does the same thing. Like, come on, man. You got the upper hand, right? You got 99.99% of people agreeing with you. Just express that opinion. Show us the paper. Answer our questions, and it'll be over. What, right?
They can, bro. They can't go to reality. The argument, like, we've shaped the argument in such a way that certain things that they just can't. They can't go against reality. So that's what they freak out. They get mad, and they have to like protect the globe, even though they know like it's ridiculous. It's like fighting for your football team, right? You know somebody messed up. You know he did something bad, but he's part of the team, right? You're going to stick up for him no matter what. You're going to stick up for your team no matter what. This is what it's become. It's like a football game. But it's not. We're dealing with reality. This is not a game, people. Your children will be affected. Your relatives, your family will be affected, has been affected. But yeah, it's a game to them. You are being deceived. You are actively being deceived on many, many fronts. And and you agree with those fronts. Bay of Pigs, right? 9/11, Gulf of Tonkin, I can go on and on, Pearl Harbor. We know they do this, right? But for some reason, we find it hard to believe, like for the Earth, no, they wouldn't do that. I mean, come on, let's wake up, people.
Well, someone's being deceived, right? Because there's a lot of people that don't believe the mainstream narrative anymore because they've gone out and done their own investigation. They quit trusting and went out and did their own. Now, if they're doing it wrong, they're deceiving themselves. Like if I'm doing something wrong, my observations don't prove. I mean, they have to though. It's a mirage, right? It's definitely a mirage. It's a way bottom-up obstruction happens without Earth curve being a part of it. So I have no doubt anymore that can happen even on a spherical Earth. They won't even admit that. They think I'm lying. Even Left Lane says, I won't go as far as you're not telling me the truth. But that's really the only answer I have.
Yeah.
You can't be telling me the truth because if you are, right? I'm like, wow.
I know, it's
dude.
crazy.
This is an educated man that owns his own business that's getting his pilot's license. Like, obviously he's smart enough, right? He can pass those tests. He got a CDL. It's not easy, right? Getting your pilot's license not very easy. And can't
he even
decipher, right? Can't go through that logic.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because I had a chat with him. I even made a video of it. Well, a video, I posted it because it was very telling chat with him. It's like at one point I go to him, when you fly, right? Does it appear? I can't remember the words. And he said, yeah, it does appear to be a level plane. Like, admittedly so, visibly so, from the air. Like,
But
I don't know.
so how could the lake and the bridge and the power lines appear to be curved when you're lower down? I mean, it's
Yeah,
not possible, right? Unless the optical illusion is just more drastic due to the reasons, whatever perspective, and you're closer to the more dense air, blah, blah, blah. All the reasons they used to teach us, right? Remember who we learned all that from.
yeah,
You,
from
you
from
can't,
from them.
yeah, from them. You can't tell me that you can't get low to the surface of the water and take long distance photography and think that you're gaining any information other than learning how refraction and mirages and perspective happen, and then have b-ball post low level long distance observations over water with a mirage and say, oh, mine is earth curve, but yours is definitely because you're too low. It boggles my mind.
They think we know about geodetic surveying. No, no. You want to know about surveying? Rakia is your man. He does this every day of his life for 30 freaking years. Are you kidding me, bro? You're going to discuss with somebody like Rakia leveling? Are you out of your mind, bro?
See, people don't realize I don't hold a surveying certificate, but what I do is that I have a business license that requires me to pass tests based on surveying, and I have surveyors come behind my work and stamp the plans, verifying that my survey work is correct.
Imagine
Let
that,
that
man.
let that sink in.
Yeah. The big boys that they refer to come and check out your work, is what you're saying. And then they say, okay, Rakia, now you can build this multi-million-dollar complex. Go ahead with the pour, right?
Yep. Go ahead, because what the surveying work that you did is correct. Exactly.
Imagine that.
They come out and set the perimeter, they set the benchmarks for our elevation, and then I come in and set the building within the layout of what the engineers have told us to do and at the elevations that they tell us to do. And then the surveyors come back behind me, check the work, they check the corners of the buildings that we set, or the runway or the road or whatever, the drainage, whatever we're doing, and then stamp the plans for approval. We can move forward. We have to have those plans stamped to be able to get inspections passed so we can move to the next step.
And let me ask
And
you,
this
let's
has
say
to
you're
meet the
off by a
specs.
little
Hold
bit.
on, Esty.
What?
This has to meet
No,
the
go on.
specs that the architect. Hold on a second.
Absolutely.
This has to meet the specs that the architect drew out, right?
Absolutely. 100%. If they don't, we have to move it until it does.
Right. And that's on a blueprint, right? The architect makes the blueprint.
Yeah. Everything we do is, first thing we do is get the corner markers and the elevation. The surveyor has been there before I even knew I was getting the job. That's what those orange flags are. They mark the pins that are in the ground. We dig them up, find the corner markers, they mark the elevation that they want, and we build whatever we're building due to those parameters that are on the plans. It has to be 5 foot from this property line. It has to be at this elevation and slope out this way, and blah, blah, blah. Sure.
And this is why people get upset sometimes. It's like, imagine telling a dentist now about crown work, and he's telling you, no, it's like this. And no, it's the red. Like, obviously, it's frustrating. Telling a guy
What
that does level every day of his life what level is. I mean, yeah.
we did a slab, our last really big slab was 38,000 square foot. I'm pouring one tonight that's 9,000 square foot at 2 a.m. These things are horizontal. They're a horizontal plane. So the tops of our farm board
You
are
said you're
right now.
pouring slabs at 2 a.m.
Yeah, tonight I'm pouring a.
What?
Yeah. But that slab that's 38,000 square foot is a horizontal plane. It doesn't have any slope to it. So where the water collects in the middle and is like an eighth of an inch down, right, is below the horizontal plane. You get what I'm saying? You can run a string or shoot a laser or level or whatever you want at any point on that slab, and it's the same height. Some's going to be a little higher and some's going to be a little lower. Or guess where the water collects?
At the highest spot.
No, that's where it dries. That's where it dries the quickest, right? Because it runs off and it evaporates and dries the quickest. Well, where it dries the least quickest is where it holds water a fraction of an inch. Just any little quarter little spot that's lower than the rest, than that horizontal plane, is easily shown with water. Easily. Tell me again why you can't, I'm talking about fractions of inches. So why can't you extend a horizontal plane in any direction and measure down to the existing water and measure it? It's supposed to be 8 inches? Give me a break.
No chance.
2 inches.
Anybody, go to your garage, find where the sewer is. Find where the sewer is in your garage, and you'll see every point from around there is centered to that specific point. There's a slope to the sewer.
They're trying to say that's too local, but they don't get my point, right? No matter how much you create a horizontal plane locally or extended or whatever, it's the same thing. If it's lower in one spot and it holds water, it's because it's lower than the horizontal plane. It's easily shown with water. You could extend that horizontal plane to any distance above water and measure down to it. And if you got an inch difference or 8 inches difference, you don't think you can measure that?
I'm saying that blueprint the architect draws up, he drew a straight line, right?
Yeah.
It was a straight line for you to, when you put your stakes in and shit.
Yeah, straight line, horizontal planes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no around this.
But Larry measured it though. Hold on. Who measured it when he went ahead? He went mad far away and then measured a slab somewhere. Who did that?
Did you have your coffee yet, Jeremy?
That was Larry GPS. Went 2,500 feet. I think he went 15. I can't remember, but I think 1,500 feet away from the slab, and then measured the corner closest to him, and then the corner furthest away from him, which was 2,500 feet, and got 2 inches of drop of the concrete, which he said was following the earth curve. Well, that's not correct anyway, because the slab isn't 2,500 foot long. So 2 inches wouldn't be correct. But anyway.
So check this out, what I just posted, Rikia. This is the survey. Part of it. I was asking them yesterday in stone cold silence. Can somebody find me a triangle there that's greater than or less than 180 degrees, please? How about you, Chucky?
What are we looking for?
I posted part of the survey, part of their measurements, and they have all triangles. The whole thing is all triangles. And it appears to me that they all look like they're 180. I mean, I didn't measure all of them, but...
You got your protractor out?
I got my eye out. But I'm wondering if the ballers could find a triangle greater than or less than 180. Maybe Kenny could do it. He seems to be very active lately. What
Can't,
excess? What
can't do it with a
excess?
protractor. You need an anti-tractor.
Yeah.
You remember the picture they used to post at the airport, and they had 3 points, 3 airports plotted, and they said, "Look, it's more than 180 degrees," and ended up being 4 points after years.
I was paid NASA show. Of course, I
Yeah.
remember that.
They posted that for years as proof.
Oh, the thing that they said had no refraction. Now it does have refraction. That thing.
If ever you want to hear paid NASA shill say he's wrong, ask him about his 4-point triangulation, and here see what he says.
The thing they said always came out to over 180 degrees, and come to find out that it doesn't always come to over 180 degrees.
No. This was a navigation thing.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the spherical axis thing.
No, this is something different.
With planes, dude, planes don't do shit for this.
Rakia, you remember the details? It was so long ago. I don't remember the details. The 4 points.
I don't. I just know they posted it every time we talked about it. It was always a meme that they posted. And then me, you, and Bev, and everybody started looking at it. I was like, that's 4 points, not 3.
You talking about
Bev
the one
will
from
remember
North
for sure
America?
if we ask him. Yeah.
You talking about the one from North America to South America to Africa to Europe? Over
I
the
don't think so.
Atlantic?
This is some
This
flight
is a
plan.
small map, small flight planning map.
Yeah. RC had some silly shit with planes too. The thing is, with planes, I went over it in depth with RC. It's recorded somewhere, but it was a while ago. But yeah, planes don't do nothing for this. There's nothing you could do with planes for the shape of Earth. Even Left Lane said yesterday, he's like, you don't even know. It could be flat or a globe when you're in a plane. It doesn't matter.
RC says he flew over an airport and plotted a point, and then flew directly in a straight line to another airport and plotted that point to get the bullshit.
Yeah, I brought that argument to Gems. They're like, the guys in Gems weren't even buying it. Yeah.
I saw
you can't fly in a straight path. You just can't hardly do it. They give you a flight plan for one, and if you're not IFR, if you're VFR, you're still deviating. Like, you have to go around things. You have to, you can't fly over this, you can't fly over that, and you definitely don't know exactly when you're over a pole or a tower, and I don't even know when you fly over the tower. I've never done it.
Bro, I was deep into this thing with RC Micey. RC's like, yo, this plane thing, it proves distances. I'm like, all right, well, let's go through it. So we're going through it. We're like, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes into it, right? And, this flight thing was supposed to be proving the distances. So I'm like, okay, how do you know you've traveled that far? And RC's like, well, I went over these wind cones or wind socks or whatever the fuck they're called.
Yeah.
She's like, and we know how far apart they are. I'm like, so why are we even talking about the plane then? How did they figure out the distance between these wind cones? Like, who gives a fuck about your plane now? We're onto these wind cones. It's not even about planes anymore. Like, you had me up in the air, flying around, and now we're right back down to the ground, talking about how they get the distance between these wind sock things.
I've flown, I can't tell you, just thousands of times out of the same airport. I have never, ever flown over a wind cone and said, look, we're directly over the wind cone. Like, I don't even know how you would even
How do
do
you
that.
even know that? Yeah, bro. How do you even know? Get the fuck out of here. Fucking bullshit.
I think he's
dude.
full of shit, man, just like all the rest of them. He might fly RC planes, but I'm starting to believe that he don't have his. I mean, come on, man. Some of the things he says just maybe he's hanging out with different pilots than I am.
He's probably hanging out with dudes that refueled SR-71s and shit, big time.
Yeah, but don't want to talk about it.
Big
Or
time
flew
shit.
for Pan Am. I forget what the name of it is, but it's the highest rating you can get for an airline, where you can fly passengers, cargo, no matter what, you can fly it, right? You're the highest. He was that for Pan Am. Don't forget about that, because that's no that's probably actually a bigger feat than flying for the Air Force.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
the Air
You get
Force
to
will
fly
put
the
any
space shuttle.
20-year-old. Yeah.
You get to
If the Air Force spends the millions of dollars on you to make you a jet pilot, a multi-engine jet pilot, they'll stick you in that seat no matter how dumb you are until you screw up enough and they'll kick you out. They don't care. But Pan Am, they care. I promise you. You understand what I'm saying?
I think he flew the space shuttle once.
I never heard that, but he definitely told me he
I just made
refueled
that
that
up.
stuff. Yeah. And these planes that refuel, like he was even like, no, I didn't fly the SR, I refueled it, you know, but that's a 4-engine, you know, jet plane. That's no small feat, right? And then flew
That's a
for Pan
tricky
Am after.
maneuver. That's a tricky maneuver. You gotta keep the exact speed with the plane and shit, and the boom, and that's a tricky stuff there.
No, you're missing my point is that it's no small feat to become a pilot to fly a multi-engine jet plane.
Yeah. That's exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. To just go from a single engine jet plane to a dual engine, much less a quad engine, is, I mean, I can't even tell you how much training because I've never been through it. But I know it's a lot because I know someone that's in my family that flew single engine jets and can't get a job flying multi-engine planes because he has to go back to school to do it. Because the yaw way, you know, if one engine goes out, you got to train for that. If you're in a single engine and the engine goes out, well, you know, you don't really turn and twist as much as you do in a twin engine. Because the other engine keeps going, right? Whether the one of the engines fail. So you got to adjust for that. I was in we leased a plane one time. We flew a group of gymnasts, my family and another family to Texas. And we were having all types of trouble with this plane. Just taking off, we had to boost the batteries, which isn't very unusual. You know, they sit there and blah, blah, blah. You know, they have boosters on the ready, so it happens all the time. Not a big deal, right? Kind of starts up, whatever. I'm in the co-pilot seat, and there's this old ex-military pilot that's flying us around, right? Well, we do our event over the weekend. We get back on the plane. We're flying home, and we have trouble with one of the engines. It kills. It dies. And we figure out that he never switched the tanks, right? You're supposed to switch them every so often anyway, just to make sure your pumps are working, you're transferring fuel, blah, blah, blah. Well, he never did it, and it ran out of fuel. So we're trying to start the engine, but it won't prime up. I'm like, look, dude, I mean, after 30 minutes of declaring an emergency, we're having to land on one engine. Once you declare an emergency, you have to land. Like, it's part of the regulation. We're all bummed out because it's like midnight and we're still an hour and a half away, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, look, man, what you haven't tried like hit both pumps at the same time. Maybe it'll pressurize the tank, you know, the lines. It's like, all right, let me try that. As soon as he did that, the engine fires up. You know, we're on our way. Everything's cool. He's got fuel in the tank. We can make it, right? Well, we call to try and cancel our emergency landing, and they won't let us. Like, they're like, no, you got to land. I don't care if your plane's fine. And finally, we talked them into it. But if I wouldn't have been in that co-pilot seat, we would have made an emergency landing on one engine. And it's just common sense, right? How does this guy not know? He's been in the military. He's flown for years. He's 60 years old. He's flown all his life. Just press both pumps, right? Prime both pumps at the same time, not just that one that's out of fuel.
We caught him with his pants down, bro. Remember when we were talking to him a while back and I asked him how he got into this? And remember he said he learned about this in an aviation forum?
Yeah, all the forums,
remember?
all the pilot forums. Yeah, we were like, oh, we get it now. That's where you learned it, all the lingo and jargon. And that's why you won't describe how to refuel the SR-71 because you have no freaking clue.
Yep.
And if he did, like, let's just say he did refuel it, right? You know 100% he would prove it in every way possible just to make me look like a dickhead. That's how I know as a fact he hasn't. Because there is no way he wouldn't want to make me look like that. No way.
Yeah, and it's no big deal, man. No matter what you are, be proud of what you are, you know? Be proud of what you are. It doesn't matter. If you're providing food for your family, that's it. You're the man. Don't try to be a pilot or an engineer if you're not. Why?
Yeah,
You'll
don't
get
lie to
caught,
me and
man.
my kids, me and my family, because I'll
Yeah.
call you out for years until you go away. So that's what I did. No longer does he really come around. And every time he does, I ask him, look, it's a very interesting thing, right? It's a great topic. How many people do you know that refueled SR-71? I only know one who's even claimed it. I want to hear it. This is a Discord. You would
Yeah,
rather
that
come on here
plane.
and fight with me about the shape of the earth instead of explaining to an audience how amazing it was to refuel the SR-71 and show all your pictures?
Yeah, that not just any pilot gets that honor. That's a
Exactly.
special, like, top of the top, right? Yeah.
100%. He didn't fly no. No. Ain't happening. I mean, I get it, right? I've boasted about things in my lifetime. I've said things that embellish the truth. I've lied, right? Every man does that. But not to that. It's like, come on, man. It comes a point where you got to say, uncle, right? You know, I
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
refuel that
sure.
source. He didn't even know what a PPL was.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I didn't know what it was, of course, myself till I found out, but he should have known. Yeah,
You know why you didn't know?
because I'm not a pilot.
Exactly. But all pilots, and that's what it is. Exactly. I can remember that day. It was like a year and a half ago. I was walking on the beach in Grand Isle. Had my dog, 2 kids, and wife. We were on the beach. Left Lane knows what a PPL is. He don't even have his license yet.
Yeah, me, I'm sure by the conversation I had with Left Lane, he's here, so I'm not talking about him. I'm sure that he questions it. After he became a pilot, I am sure 100% that Left Lane questions the globe. Am I right, Left Lane?
It's tough once you get up there.
Oh no, it didn't spark any questions.
Left Lane. So I'll spark a question. So when you get up in let's say 10,000 feet, you're in a Cessna or whatever, 8,000 feet, and it appears to be flat, right?
Yeah, it looks flat. Yeah.
But yet on the ground, when you're taking a picture of Lake Pontchartrain, it appears to curve at such a rate that it would be easily seen from anywhere else. Like the higher you went, the more you would see that curve, right?
I don't know. It depends on what you're talking about. If you're looking like down Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, like a pool cue, versus just being up in the air, I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Great question. Great answer. So just appears, right? Not actual.
Well, I use the term appear as it looks like. Like if I see you laying on the ground and there's a motorcycle in the ditch and your legs turned around backwards, it appears to me you had a motorcycle wreck and you broke your leg. I mean,
Up
you
in
know,
the
it's
sky at 8,000 feet. Let's stay on topic and in context. You're in the sky at 8,000 feet looking out and it appears to be flat. And then you're on the ground near a bridge and it appears to curve at a drastic rate. It's both just appearing that way, right?
yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was easy.
Yeah, but it also needs to be curving for it to be doing that in the first place. Like with the
No, it
pool
doesn't.
well, with the pool stick though, it needs to be curved like slightly because otherwise it's not going to curve. You know, the
That's
pool
not
stick. If you
true.
look, so if you have a
That's
perfectly
correct.
straight pool stick, it's going to look like it's curving if you look down it.
Sure.
That's ridiculous. There's no evidence
No.
for that.
Pool cues are bigger at one end and smaller on the other. That gives an optical illusion. You can do it with certain cameras. I've done it. And it'll show you, it'll appear curved when you look at it at a certain angle. Now, extend that through the atmosphere, and you don't think you're going to get effects? You lost it, man.
Okay, the atmosphere fine, but once again, we're talking about like you're
Okay, so no one brought up pool sticks except for y'all. We're talking about bridges in the atmosphere and flying at 8,000 feet in the atmosphere. So let's stay in context because no one has a pool cue in the atmosphere that's 10 miles long or 4 miles long or 24 miles long, correct?
okay.
So in context, the atmosphere could make things appear to do all sorts of things, right?
Perhaps.
Thank you. Again, that was easy.
Yeah, but I feel like because I mean you could maybe you're not alluding to this, but your argument made it seem like the higher you go, shouldn't that curve be even more drastic or something? But that's not really the case with this.
And don't show me pictures from the ground of about 10 miles of a power line that's so drastically curved that you're telling me you couldn't see it as you went up.
Because it's not quite
Don't
okay.
try and explain that to me
No,
as you're looking down it.
no, but it makes it, that is how it would work though on a ball Earth. It would appear even though
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Okay. If you give me that on a flat plane, the atmosphere could do all kind of crazy things, and you wouldn't tell the difference until you measured it.
Like I said, sure. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about refraction because, like, I've heard from one side that it's usually one way. You could have it the other way, but it's more rare that way. But once again, I don't know enough about refraction to know for sure if the atmosphere could consistently make things disappear bottom up. But I'll grant it though, but since I don't know enough of it, so sure, I'll give you that. If I try.
Yeah. So you're on a ball, right? You're on a ball and you start going up in altitude. Would you expect that ball, the surface of that ball, to get pronounced more round or more flat or level as you go up? What would you expect?
I mean, you are seeing more of the surface, so yes, you would be seeing more of, I guess in a way you would be seeing more like curvature in a sense. But when it comes to the bridge, though, that's a different scenario. But just to answer your,
Why?
Well, I'll explain it. So, like with like the bridge, it's when you're down at the ground and you're looking at it, right? Obviously, you're looking, at it going over the curve, right? So that curve is, a few miles away. Let's say like 3 to 10 miles, whatever, right? But if you go up higher, then that starts to move even further back, right? So now when you're looking at the bridge, not only are you looking at it from above and no longer from the side view, like with the pool stick, and you can notice if it's actually curved or not. So for one,
yeah,
there's
but
that.
Arma, hold on. You're under a misconception here. The infamous picture in question here of the curve is taken from the 15th story, so it's not pool cue. Take that out of your head.
And it still is. It still is because you're close
in
enough.
The air. It's not. No, it's not.
No, but
it's not.
Okay, the whole point. Okay, I get what you're getting at, right? So it's not 1-to-1 with the pool cue, stick, whatever you want to call it, right? But it's still the same principle, the same thing still applies in this scenario. What's happening is you're pretty much looking, for the most part,
looking down the stick.
Yeah, or looking down the bridge, whatever. Even if you're above it, for the most part, you're still looking down it, and to the point where you get like the curvature that is there, but even more enhanced because it's kind of, you're not really dealing with a whole lot.
Okay, we'll go with that logic. But as you go above 150 feet, should the curve get more pronounced or less pronounced according to your logic?
It really once again, it really depends on how you're looking at it. If you're looking at it from above, then no, because looking at a pool stick from above, you're not going to notice that curve. Now, if the bridge was to, let's say, for example, you got up really high.
We're not looking at a pool stick, bro. Take the pool stick out of your head. We're looking at a huge body of water, which you guys say is curved. So I ask again, as you raise in altitude, should the curve that you see from 150 feet, should it get more or less pronounced as you increase in altitude?
But okay, so real fast, when you say curve, what exactly? Are we looking at the water curving itself, or things disappearing behind the horizon? Because you never really see the curve. You just see things you just see things disappearing behind the horizon, which it's like, okay, that's evidence of the curve.
Arma, try to stay on point, bro. We're talking about the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge as filmed by Soundly and the boys. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so the
So
bridge.
we have
Okay.
a curve at 150 feet approximately, visible. And I ask you, if you raise an altitude, will that curve get more pronounced or less pronounced? It's a very simple question, bro. You don't
Uh,
have to go into pool cues or anything.
it depends on your angle, the angle that you're looking at it. That's like the honest answer. If I'm gonna be honest with
What
you.
do you mean the angle? You're at 150 feet, you're at a certain angle, right? To the bridge. Then you rise up, you go up in altitude.
Uh-huh.
So your angle, if you want to look at it that way, is, I would guess, increasing drastically, right? But we're not talking angles, we're talking altitude. So
Okay.
if you raise an altitude, and maybe Left Lane would like to answer this, does the curve of the bridge get more or less pronounced?
Like it's not that simple of a question. It's not that simple. Like I get where you're getting at, but like it doesn't really like work that way. It's a little bit more complicated. Like, I've done this in like, obviously you guys don't like this, but I've done it in Blender. I've also kind of done it with my fan thing. Like fans have like the little fucking like the circular like casing that the fans actually and whatever. Right? I took that, put my phone camera to the side. You see this like drastic dip, whatever. But like I don't know. It's just kind of tough. I would have to actually kind of like run the numbers to see like if I would actually expect to see more or less, whatever, depending on the angle and whatnot. I don't think it's as simple as just saying, oh, if I go up, should I see more curve or whatever. I just don't think it's that simple of a question.
I think you know the answer, and I think you're at the CogDis event horizon, that I call it. You
No,
know what you have to say, but you can't say it because
no,
the model you believe in will not allow you to say that, bro.
no, it's
This is
not.
what's happening.
Hold on. It's not a cogdis thing, right? Because I will agree with this, right? If, for example, right, we have the bridge, right, and let's say we're just like 6 feet, a 6 foot observer, right, from the, at sea level, right, and we're looking at the bridge. Let's say the bridge disappears after 3 miles, right, because that's kind of, or starts to disappear, disappear after 3 miles, right? So let's just, for the sake of this argument, let's say we get 5 miles of bridge, right, from sea level, right? But then if I go up 150 feet or whatever, let's just say I end up getting like 7 or 10 miles of bridge, right? Yes, in theory, because I'm seeing more bridge, right? There is more curve in the amount of bridge that I'm looking at, right? But
Now
visually,
you're starting to get it. Yeah, go
hold
on.
on, but visually, I don't think that's necessarily the case though. Like I think, like when it comes to like, because once again, that's that side thing, looking down it, like a pool stick, whatever. That is what mainly like does the effect and whatnot. Because if you look at the bridge, on its side, like actually on its side, where you have it from left to right, you're not gonna see that at that point. So I like that's what I'm saying. It's not like a simple question. It's not as simple as
Yeah,
just
but
saying,
why wouldn't you see it left to right? If there was a curve there, if there was
yeah,
an actual curve, you mean to tell me you could only view this curve at one angle?
because it's the pool stick. It's the pool stick thing. It's like looking at a pool
It's
stick from
not
the side. You're not gonna
get that out of your head, bro.
No, that's the whole. That's why I'm bringing it up, because it's a good analogy. If you look at a pool
Dude,
stick from the side, you don't notice the curve,
if
but
the
if you
pool
look
stick
down
is
it,
bent, hold on, Armbar. If the pool stick is bent,
yeah,
we could take a picture of the pool cue on its side,
uh-huh.
straight line, put a straight line in the picture, and say, "Oh, look, pool cues, it's bending
Yeah, okay,
from a
yeah,
side on view."
that's fine,
But
right? But with the pool stick versus the earth, the Earth's curvature, whatever, right?
That,
I think it might be a more subtle thing with the Earth curvature, right? So the thing is, like you may not be able to do that suddenly with like the with the side view of like the bridge, whatever, because it's just that subtle. But if once again, if you put it to its side, though, then that subtlety becomes less, like subtle, So I get what you're getting
Would
at,
you
Jeremy,
call
but
90 feet? Would you call 90 feet subtle?
90 feet. So, well, here's the thing: 90 feet compared to how many miles, though, and that will give you your answer. 90 feet, or compared to however many miles it is.
I'll tell you exactly. 12 miles,
12
you
miles. Yep.
standing right at the beach. 12
Okay.
miles ahead of you is a 90-foot wall of water in your model.
All right. So check this out.
Admittedly, measured, listen to this now, measured by Soundly, and he stresses it in the video.
Okay. So
It's no
check this out.
longer a thought, we measured it, he says.
So check this out, right? So we have 12 miles, which is 5,280 feet times 12, right? Which is 63,600. My bad, 63,360 feet. All right, and then we have 90 miles. Okay, and that's going to be the curve, like the little bump in the middle, I guess, right? I guess that's what it is. I'm not sure if that's the is 90 miles drop or is 90 miles the what do you call it?
It's a hump.
Sagittal.
The hump,
A hump.
the Sagittarius, yeah, the Sagittarius. So is it the Sagittarius then? That's 90 feet.
Yes.
Well, this is his exact words. Okay, when I asked him, I'm at one side of Lake Pontchartrain. You're on the other. We're both standing on the bridge.
Mhm.
Are you saying soundly that there's a 90-foot hump of water in between us? And his answer was yes.
Okay, so it's the Sagittarius then. Okay, so then there you go then, right? So we have 90 feet of Sagittarius, right? But we have 63,000 feet of length. All right, so you're not going to notice 90 feet compared to 63,000 feet. All right. In fact, let me just do a math.
The camera does. Left lane posted it yesterday as earth curve proof. What are you talking about? We're not going to notice it.
No, from the side view. I'm talking about from the side view, not like looking down at it from the side. If we have it like left to right, we're not gonna notice that because that hump is literally going to be 700 times like less. What the ratio between the hump and the actual length of the bridge, right, is 700. Okay, 1 to 700.
Cool. 90
700
feet over
whatever.
12 miles. What degrees off to the side could you see the 90 feet? Because you're saying you can see it when you're next to it. So what degrees to either side could you go and still see it? Like, so
how far away from it do you have to get to allow 28 miles to be within your zone of vision?
subject. No, we're talking about 90 feet and 12 miles left lane. Keep up. And when you're at an angle right next to the bridge and you change your angle, you increase that angle. You don't need much more distance to see 12 miles. Keep up, guys.
Well, if you want to see that Sagittarius, you have to get far enough away from it that the 28 miles would be within your cone of vision.
Has nothing to do with that. My question is, how far away and how much degree change do you get before you don't see that 90 feet? Because you're saying you do see the 90 feet. Arma?
What? I never said. Hold on. I never said you would see. I'm just saying that. Actually, hold on. What do you mean? Did I say you would see 90 feet? When did I say that?
Well, you're posting pictures of it. Left
lane
is. You don't agree with those pictures then?
Wait, which pictures? I don't see
any picture of the bridge curve, and please don't waste my time, sir.
I'm not wasting your time. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but you're in
the conversation. You're in the conversation of the bridge curving, right?
Yes.
Then you know about it, right?
Okay, but you're making.
But then you've seen the pictures.
Yes,
right,
I was.
Arma?
Yes,
then don't waste my time.
I'm not wasting your time. I thought you were talking about left to right, like the bridge.
My question now is, you're moving out from left to right to get to that point where you say you can't see the 90 feet. Right?
Yeah, well, you're getting out to the point where
from the side view.
Yeah, from the side view. So it's pretty much on the horizon now, left to right.
At what degree can you go and still see the 90 feet? Or is it linear? How does that work? Because you can see it right up next, looking down it.
Yeah.
So you move off to 15 degrees. Can you still see it?
Maybe. Because I know, because it's not like a sudden thing. Obviously, yeah, there is a gradual thing to the point where you kind of stop seeing it, or it becomes so gradual. Linear? I'm not sure if it's linear or not. I'm pretty sure it might be. It might be more of like a sine or cosine kind of function thing going on there.
It might be just the atmosphere making it appear down there when you get at a certain angle. I call it the soundly angle, because anytime you increase or decrease that angle, that optical illusion goes away. How about that answer?
Maybe, but I don't see why mine doesn't.
You want to look into that a little bit before you just keep spouting on about, yes, I think I live on a globe because these things appear to curve.
But that's one argument, though. I have my argument, and I think it's perfectly fine too. You can have
this argument in context. What? You chose to enter this argument, not bring up your point. We can go into your point if you want. And you know why you can't see the 90 feet curve when you go out to the side?
Okay, why not?
Because it doesn't exist. The optical illusion goes away.
I mean, once again, that's a fine argument, but I also believe it could just be because it's very subtle. Because once again, you're dealing with, a hump of 90 feet, but you're also dealing with a length of a bridge that is 63,000 feet. All right, we're talking about a ratio of 1 to 700.
We're talking about viewing. You can see 12 miles from any angle.
Okay.
Yeah, so you should be able to see the 90 feet, right?
It's going to
I
be
mean,
subtle
you
though.
know
Like I
how
said,
tall
it's
90 feet is?
no, yeah, it's fine, but it's going to be subtle though. Remember, it's 90 feet over like half of that, over like I think it's over 12 miles, I imagine, right? Or is it over 6
No, it's
miles? Which one
12
is it?
miles. If the bridge is 24 miles, and it's 12 miles. At 12
No,
miles,
yep, no, but someone said that it was like 90 feet between,
yeah,
like I think,
24 miles in the middle. It's 90
yeah,
feet
so
higher in the middle.
yeah, so
12
it was
miles.
yeah, so it's yeah, okay. So
12
that would
miles.
be 90 feet over 12 miles. So it's not going to be like a noticeable thing. That's 90 feet over 12 miles. That's a subtle thing. That's literally like
It's
if you
not
had
subtle. You can see it. It's drastic. It's a drastic. Left lane. Post that picture, man. It's
hold
so
on, hold on.
drastic. There's no
I,
way you can say it's subtle.
hold on. That once again, this is why we're bringing up the pool stick thing, because it's not so drastic when you look at it from the side. But yes, when you
Talking
look at
about
it,
a pool stick that's 8 feet long, and you can't tell whether it's curved or not until you roll it on the table. A flat surface, by the way. And the pool stick is not analogous because it is bigger at one end, fatter at one end than it is the other. It
okay,
goes
then
down to a point.
the no pool stick. Then I've seen examples where they took like a plank of wood or some shit. All right? I've seen there's plenty of examples out there where you just take something that isn't perfectly straight. You look at it from the side, not the side, but you look at it from what do you call it?
Fair enough. I get your point. Now take a perfectly horizontal piece of wood, 24 miles long, just hypothetically, and put it 16 foot above the water at Lake Pontchartrain. You don't think the atmosphere is going to distort that piece of wood, sir?
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Thank you. I'm glad you agree again.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm literally just trying to like attack these. I'm trying to defend. Or actually, what would it be? Actually, all I know is that people are making arguments here right now, and I'm trying to attack those arguments because, like,
There's no argument. You
well,
already agreed. We're not arguing. You agreed.
who was the other guy who was talking? Was it SC? I think it was SC.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, well, SC was saying like, oh, how can you have, like, how can you not see? And you too, kind of a little bit. You were just saying like, how is it that we can't see, the hump in the middle, or whatever? If even if we have it like, at a side view, or whatever. And I'm literally giving you the reason why. It's because it would be very subtle. It would be 90 feet over 12 miles. And I know this is technically a curve, so it wouldn't be the exact same. But if you had, let's say, for example, like a sloped road or something, right? Like a sloped road or whatever, and you extended that out, 12 miles, and over those 12 miles, it only raised up, like 90 feet or whatever, right?
12 miles away in the center, you could see 90 feet in front of you, or to the left or right. Left or right, sir. You're only looking 14 or 16 miles. If you go 12 miles into the center, at the center point of the bridge, and you get 12 miles away, you don't think you can see each shoreline? Have y'all lost it?
I'm
90
not even,
feet.
hold on. I'm not even sure we're having the same conversation anymore. I'm a
Yes,
little
we
confused.
are. We're talking about seeing 24 miles. 90
wait,
feet
left to right, right?
higher than each shoreline, which makes no sense by itself, but we'll just go with it. 90 feet over 12 miles each way. If you're in the center and you're 12 miles away from that bridge, you don't think you could see left or right 12 miles? Which you're looking more than 12 miles, but the distance across the length of the bridge from the center to each shoreline is only 12 miles.
I think, okay, yeah, I think if you're 12 miles away from a 12-mile length bridge, even though it's technically 24 miles, well, no, the whole bridge is 24 miles. So, I mean,
but you're in the center of the bridge and you're 12 miles away from it. Put yourself 5 miles away from it. Look at a less of an angle, shoreline to shoreline, where the bridge meets the shore. You don't think you can see it? You're seeing 24 miles shoreline to shoreline. You don't think you could get in the middle and look left and right and see less than 24 miles?
No, yeah, I'm not.
So
I'm not
where's the
disagreeing
90 feet?
The 90 feet would be over. Okay, I feel like this is why I'm saying I don't feel like we're on the same page or whatever here, because
I feel like you don't know what 90 feet is. No matter where you look at it from, that 90 feet is still there.
But the 90 feet is over. If I'm correct, it should be. It's over. Yeah, like 12 miles. It's not going to just be like 90 feet in the middle. It's 90 feet over those 12 miles. If I'm correct,
You're seeing the effects from one shoreline to the middle of the bridge. You're seeing the 90 feet, and now you're trying to tell me you can't see it if you go to the middle and look from the middle to the shoreline. You can't tell there's a 90 feet drop there.
That's why I keep bringing up. I guess I can't bring up the pool stick now, but that's why I keep bringing up that example where you look at it
You
look
you
down
understand
at
what
it.
I'm saying, though? Yeah,
I
you
get
look down at, you're seeing 90 feet. So
yes,
you look
because
left
you're
or right,
compressing
that
it.
90 feet, that 90 feet goes, yeah, you're compressing it.
Yeah, when you look down something, you're
Another
literally
optical effect.
no. Okay, listen. When you look down
Yeah,
something,
another optical effect,
okay,
compressed perspective.
yeah,
Thank
but
you.
okay, but the thing needs to be curved for it to look. The point
No, it
is,
doesn't.
that's what I'm talking about, though. So don't bring up words saying the compression. I'm talking about this. All right, I'm saying if an object is curved, right, and you look down it, right, that curve becomes more pronounced because you're literally taking that curve and you're literally squishing it. All right, and you're literally dealing with less of it because you're squishing it, right? So
Okay, I get it. I understand that. I understand how a curved surface can make things obstruct bottom up. I get your
I'm
stories.
not saying that though.
You just said a curved surface would be more What are you talking about? I'm agreeing with you. But on a non-curved surface with a bridge that rises up and has other parts that rise up, and you look at a certain angle through the atmosphere, 12 or 24 miles, it would appear that it does drastic things, not actual.
Okay, real fast, Rocky. All right. I would love to continue this debate or whatever you want to call this
You would like
discussion.
to agree with me more?
No, I would like to continue this discussion a little bit more, but I'm realizing that, it doesn't matter how hard I say words, all right, unless I get like a visual or something, it's just not going to make any sense. So, right, I'm not going to do that, right, because obviously this is mostly like a voice thing. Obviously, there are times where people pull up, images and whatnot. I don't personally feel like doing that.
Suggest this, Arma. I got you, right? You make great points. You're the globe defender. I get it. Maybe get out some. Go up, do your own observations. Quit letting a computer tell you how to think. Go make common sense decisions on what you observe, and then plug them in.
No, look, I listen. All right, I know I'm a glober or whatnot. I'm not letting the internet or whatever decide what I think. Whatever. I literally do these things. For the most part, anyway. Obviously, there's a lot of it's 3D models, so you can argue whether that's legit or not. But I still do these things, though. All right.
3D model is go out and get out into nature and go observe the bridges.
I'm just saying the math side
Go
of this.
to other bridges similar to Lake Pontchartrain and see that you don't get the same. You know why they post the Lake Pontchartrain bridge?
Why?
Because the other bridges that aren't in these atmospheric conditions as Lake Pontchartrain is, don't have these effects, sir.
I don't know. I beg to differ. I feel like it's just that
Show me another one.
I don't know. I'd have to find a bridge that's long enough, but also,
So you're just telling me that you think your opinion is that they would. Yeah, I agree. Some bridges may. I'm just saying you can get a 10-mile bridge that looks like a 10-mile straight bridge. It doesn't have these atmospheric conditions affecting it as much because the atmospheric conditions are different. Get it?
Dude, I went over this bridge in Florida. This shit was definitely curving, bro. It looked like I was driving up a mountain. I was almost scared to drive over this shit.
Are there any bridges that you guys know of besides like Lake Pontchartrain that I can like maybe look up or something? Because like I'm not gonna be able to just look up bridge, earth curve bridge or some shit. That's not gonna fucking happen, right? Do you guys know?
Yeah, it is. You're gonna get Lake Pontchartrain. You're gonna get Soundley's bridge at Lake Pontchartrain. Go ahead, Google that.
That's what I'm saying. That's the only one I'm gonna get. I want to get like another one though. I want to get like.
This is what you gotta find. You gotta find a bridge next to a hotel, 15 stories up, with a 24-mile span. And how deep is that water again, Rakia? Listen to this, people. How deep is that water?
Well, most of the lake is less than 8 feet, but right in that area, the boats, they have a canal there that's up to 15 feet, depends on the tide. I mean,
you hear that, guys?
And they don't dig it out anymore because they don't dig. It's probably less now because boats
How do
don't
you
go
even
in there.
drive a boat in that?
Well, you don't anymore. I would never take my boat in there because all the.
See, most people have no clue that it's that shallow. Yeah.
And it's warm.
You're
it's
saying
warm
this is the
water
whole,
from the Gulf.
This is the whole lake?
Pretty much. I mean, it's shallow lake. And like I said, they used to have sections. People sail on it, but big yachts and stuff don't go in it anymore because it's silted in.
Yeah, how can you with that depth? All right.
Yeah. And you have a lot of since all the hurricanes, you have a lot of structure out there now that, stuff that's
like just
not
shit
good.
just flew into the fucking thing, like car. There's just if you got a lake and then you that's 10 feet deep and you throw a car in it, you don't have much clearance left after that.
Most people stay on the east side of the bridge, and then there's another bridge over there. And there's train track, and then on the west side, there's another bridge, 4-lane bridge there, and a train track over there also on the west side. People don't really realize that.
Real fast. Does anyone? I mean, because obviously, like Pontchartrain isn't like it's a bridge, but it's like it's different than like, for example, like the Golden Gate Bridge, where it's like like a fucking just the fucking what are the cables and whatnot. Like what kind of bridge is?
Causeway. We have
real quick.
There's another causeway right there that goes from Hammond across Lake Marpaw into Lake Pontchartrain into Metairie. It's the same thing. It's 14 foot above the water and it's straight as in the freaking air. My friend I used to golf
that was
with
going to be
every
my
day.
question. That was going to be my question. This Lake Pontchartrain bridge, this shit is super straight. Like it doesn't curve at all anywhere.
It's parallel. They built one and they built the next one so far away from it, but they used 4 pylons instead of 3, or the opposite
I'm just saying
way. The first one was 4 pylons and the next one was 3 pylons.
This Soundly bridge is straight, right? It doesn't curve anywhere. It's just perfectly straight.
It's freaking straight, dude.
All right, no doubt.
Wait, isn't that the really, really long bridge? Because it's like in the water almost for most of it.
24 miles in the water, almost all of
Dude,
it.
it's like
Other than they built it with barges. They built a plant right there, cast all the concrete, they pulled the concrete tight, like stressed it so it would be strong, and then floated it over there on barges, drove the pylons, put the caps on, and put the top deck on. And then once the traffic got so high, 2 lanes didn't work. They built another one right next to it. They basically
we drove
built
the RV on that thing. We drove the RV on that thing, and it was like sketchy, bro. Like it is like in the water. Water was splashing up onto the bridge. It was crazy, man. It's like in the water, dude.
On the causeway that goes to Hammond on the west side of the bridge, I-55, it crosses Lake Marpaw. They had a truck go in the water the other day. They were craning it out.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, I was freaking out in that RV, man. I'm like, dude, you better pay attention to the road, dude. Yo, I don't want to change the subject, but I just want to read this to you guys because I just found it. So in that survey, it says, the method of treatment and the general results may be briefly stated as follows. Give me just a second, just trust me. It says each base net was first adjusted separately. This gave at intervals along the arc certain lines whose links depend more directly upon measurement.
Are you here to pick up a bobcat? Okay, just back into that spot right there. I'll drive it over there. I had to go get the grapplers for him, so I'll pull over there. It's been sitting under the tree, so it's got sap on the windshield. Just back into that spot right there.
I got it.
All right. I'm just going to read this to you guys. So this gave at intervals along the arc certain lines whose links depend more directly upon measurement and which were regarded as absolute. The triangulation intervening between any 2 adjacent figures thus established was treated by the method of least squares so as to reconcile discrepancies between the fixed values and those resulting from the angular measurements connecting them. The operation thus far gave a connected homogeneous system of figures throughout and opened the way for the final computation of the individual geographical positions. In order to determine standard data to which the entire arc should refer, a first preliminary reduction was made. Okay? When they're saying all this bullshit about how they just take no, it says right here that there was a preliminary reduction made. This gave provisional values, which were afterwards corrected. So this is before the correction. Okay, right? This gave provisional values, which were afterwards corrected so that the average discrepancies between the computed positions and those determined by astronomical observations should be small as possible. And then it says, the discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation and those determined astronomically may result from deflections of the plumb line or from the fact that the geometrical figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different from those of the actual Earth. Yeah, so that's just game, set, match. All right, public service announcement is over.
Bro, I don't even know can you just summarize that?
Yeah, they make preliminary reductions. Before they do anything, before they end up recording it and then applying additional corrections, they have a preliminary reduction, meaning that they reduce the figures to an accepted window, and then it goes on to explain that the first thing they do is they make base net adjustments. So like the baselines are adjusted, and that they apply computation to this before they record the observed column, and then they apply additional corrections to try to make those assumptions work with the astronomical and geodetic data to make those merge together as much as possible to try to make it match the astronomical data. So they make preliminary reductions, base net adjustments before they do anything, and then it explains that additional computation is required because let me just read this part again, which is hilarious. It says, moreover, the deflections may be local. No, here. The discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation and those determined astronomically may result from deflections of the plumb line, or from the fact that the geometrical figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different from those of the actual Earth. Okay, so
There's
it
a lot of
explains it.
takeaways here. There's a predetermined thing by which they measure. Again, predetermined thing, like their average, their mean thing, their weighted mean. This is another bull in that direction.
Yeah, that's right. They keep on saying they take averages. They're dumb as hell. They made that up. That's not true. They see the word mean. They think it means average. You don't take averages. If I take 4 tests and I make 3 100s, but then I miss the test on the 4th day and I make a 0, then my average is 75. Okay, but that doesn't actually show me how competent I am. I just didn't take the test. That would be an outlier. We don't Science and measurements. They don't take raw averages. It's not how it works. Only retarded anti-flat earthers would say that. Okay, they take a weighted mean. They have a weighted equation. They explain it very explicitly, and they have preliminary reductions, meaning that they reduce the figures that are accepted to be put into the weighted equation before anything else.
And they
Also,
chuck
The
the ones
observed
that
angles.
hold on, and they
observed
chuck the
angles.
ones that they think are off. That's very important. They just throw them out.
That's right. That's what the preliminary reductions are. And then that's before the observed angles. That's right, Jeremy. And then they have a horizontal reduction, right? They have a horizontal reduction from sea level. And they're like, yesterday they were talking about, that's so small, it doesn't matter. Then in the example they used, which the example they use is a really small triangle, right? Like, it's so small, it's 0.09 arcseconds. That doesn't matter. Obviously, on a sphere, if you're on the surface and then you go higher, then what's going to happen to that plumb line is going to change. It's going to be tilted different relative to how high you are above the sphere, right? So from sea level, it's going to tilt more. So they make this correction for a reduction down to sea level, and they do this for each different position the triangles are taken. Okay.
I also read that they add in refraction, but in some cases they add it, and other cases they don't. So it's like, really? How do you determine when to put it in, when not to? It's like, this is a mishmash of like incoherent stuff.
Yeah, sorry. Just to finish what I'm saying real fast, they take the horizontal reductions because it's obviously different as you go to sea level. And if you make these corrections for each different position, which they make all these different triangles, they're going to compound with distance. So it might be just a little bit of a correction, but as you increase distance and you connect these to different triangles, those corrections are going to equal great differences. This is basic geometry. In addition, you can just go look at their triangles, and it explains that the terminal stations differ 180 degrees, meaning that from the ending position of each station, the observation station, If you act, they all differ 180 degrees, meaning it's just 180 to all the different stations. They take all these triangles, they put them together, then they reduce them to put them onto a sphere. Then, once they get that and get the observed angles based on that, they then make an additional spherical correction with the astronomical coordinate systems and the spherical excess formula based on that.
So they
And that's how
correct
they
the
adjust.
correction. Nice.
And they adjust for different things depending on where in the country they're using the triangles. So it's all nonsense, man. Like in the West with the big triangles, they do like reductions down to sea level, and they correct those numbers based on that. And they also have a closing triangle approximation method that they use. But again, they didn't use it everywhere. They only used it in certain places. It's ridiculous. They just used
Yeah, like
whatever they
page
needed to
18.
fix them.
Page 18 breaks it down, man. 18 and 19. The end of 18 and to 19.
Yeah, I think I sent you those pages on Telegram.
Yeah, you may have.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's so much crap.
The accuracy of this deduction is evident from the fact that the probable error of the measured length of the total arc is only 26 meters. The accuracy of the deduction is evident from the fact that the probable error of the measured length of the total arc is 26 meters out of 4,200 kilometers, whereas the difference between the arc of the parallel, blah, blah, blah. So it's explaining that they make the deductions with the model. They make the deductions with a preliminary reduction. It just
Use the
what
Clark method on some of them, and some of the other ones they use the Bessel method. It's just so weird.
and then because they're different. And then when you look into Clark's paperwork, he explains specifically that we must assume the Earth's an ellipsoid, and then he explained for his method, you have to start by assuming the Earth is an ellipsoid. That's the method they use. You can go read Clark's. I'll drop Clark's document, and you have to assume the Earth's a spheroid, an ellipsoid, and then that he claims this assumption is justified because you can look at a boat from the ground and from a mountain with a telescope and see what the radius of the Earth is. So I just want to throw that out there because I found it. But whatever. Whenever they're trying to claim that they don't do anything, they're just lying. It says preliminary reductions, and then you apply corrections to the observation. It says it point blank. This gave provisional values, which were afterwards corrected, so that the average discrepancies between the computed positions and those determined by astronomical observation should be small as possible. So, whatever. I didn't want to kill the chat, sorry. Yeah, no, I felt bad, sorry.
No,
It's
you're
all good.
good.
We were talking about the bridge.
Yeah, it wasn't going anywhere anyway, so it's fine.
Oh, that's cool, man. Good info. So back to the bridge, guys. So if we take that picture from Soundly and we take that picture, and he says that's the actual curve, we measured it, and we trace that around, how much of a circumference do you think we'll come up with?
Yeah, the proper circumference. I get where you're getting at, but that's not really how that like works. Because if you look at the objects actually on that curve, they don't actually tilt, or at least they don't tilt a visible amount, right? So obviously, the amount that it should tilt is 69 miles per degree. Obviously, the bridge isn't that long for you to see 1 degree tilt. The bridge is probably like you said, like 20. What was it, 24 miles long or some shit like that? So we're talking about like
Arma, I'm talking about the visual curve, right? You're good at this. Maybe you're the perfect person to do this. Take a picture, a snapshot, outline the arc, and follow it around.
Yeah, I did
sure
this
you
before,
can do
actually.
that easily.
Yeah,
and tell me can you do it just for laughs and giggles?
I did it
so
already.
we can see. Oh, you did. So what did you get?
Well, do you want me to screen share?
Yeah.
Okay, let me screen share real fast because I've done this before actually. So let me share your screen. Because funny enough, I actually did this not with the Earth actually, but with my fan thing. Hold on. Let me see if I can find where is it? I have a whole folder. Give me a second. I have a whole folder for Flat Earth. I think it's in my Flat Earth debunk. I hope. Hold on. Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I need it's my fucking computer's slow right now. But let me where is it? There it is.
I came back. I had sold a piece of Bobcat, so I was loading it up. But I'm going to be going. Just to summarize, we agree that it could be a flat plane, just appears, that way because of the atmosphere. And left lane, the higher he goes, like in an airplane, even though it appears flat, that's because when you're on the ground, it appears curved, and as you rise up, it flattens out.
Sure.
Is that what we both agree?
Sure, I don't disagree with that. Hold on, my bad. Let me real fast change my screen. What am I doing?
So the lower we get, the more curve we could actually see.
Sure. I don't disagree with that. I don't know. But I didn't disagree with that earlier thing. Wait, hold on. Is this the same thing? Or hold on. Where's my other? I need to find that one video. But
Here, look here. He says he traced the curve as viewed from Soundly's picture, and he's going to give us a circumference.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Well, first off, I'm saying I've actually done this before. Whatever. You don't. You're obviously not going to get. Like, you can't. It's not as easy as just tracing it, because if you do try to trace it, you're going to get like a weird Not even going to get like an actual sphere. You're going to get like a weird
yeah, because it's not actually what the bridge is doing. I agree with you.
That's not what I'm on about though. So I've done this also with my fan.
That's what I'm on about.
Well,
no,
yeah, but
don't confuse the two.
Okay, but it's a bad point though, because I've actually done this with my fan casing as well, whatever. And the fan casing does the exact same thing, where you're not going to get a circle when you try to trace it. So it doesn't work like that. So
that adds up to you. How again? If you're looking 24 miles, you're getting a representation of the curved Earth.
Yeah,
of a bridge following the curve and of the curved water, and you continue that curve around. It doesn't give you how close is it?
Yeah, well, hold on. I have a video right here right now where I actually bring up the fan casing. I'm holding it.
So what distorted the fan casing?
It literally is me bringing the camera down to it, whatever, and you get it's the whole pool cue stick thing, whatever.
So the camera distorted it?
No, it's I don't know. It's a weird effect. I'm not exactly.
Hang on. The fan case is actually a circle, right?
It is a circle. Yes, it's a circle. But when you
took a picture and tried to complete it, it's distorted.
Yeah, it becomes distorted. Yes.
And it's not even in the atmosphere. Basically, it's not like anywhere near 24 miles through a toxic, turbulent environment like a marine layer over a lake. It's in a controlled climate room, right?
Yes.
Thanks for playing.
No, you understand that that's literally like what we expect with circles and whatnot. Like literally what I have here. It's
not what I expect. I expect
it's perspective.
Yeah, I agree. It's perspective, not Earth curve.
But you're not even looking at No, hold on. You understand that my thing, my fan casing is a circle.
Was a circle, yeah, and it's distorted.
It's bending down, but at extreme rate though, and that's exactly what we see with the Earth curve. It's doing an extreme thing, but it's not that it's actually extreme or anything. It's just this. It's a perspective effect. Like I literally have. If you want to join my little stream, whatever,
just do the bridge, man.
Well, I'm gonna do the fan first. All right, let me real fast.
But why not do the bridge?
I'll do the bridge afterwards.
Who gives a shit about your fan?
Because my fan is literally showing the exact same effect.
That's not representative of that bridge. It's nowhere near the distance. It's not in the atmosphere like the bridge. It's not.
It's a circle.
Yeah, but a straight line, like an optical illusion of a bridge rising up and then having humps in it and then being viewed by a certain angle through an optic and being distorted. It's not the same thing as your freaking fan, dude.
Well, I'll get to that later. I want to first do SC.
I know you will.
because SE wanted me to. I'm sorry, I burped, but SE wanted me to complete the circle, so I'll do it both on the bridge thingy, and I'll also do it on my fan as well to show that that's not really a good argument to say.
I missed the part about SE wanting the fan drawn out because he just told me you were going to draw out the bridge.
Well, the whole point of me doing the fan is to show that the bridge argument doesn't make any sense. That's the
They're
whole
not
point.
the same.
The whole point. No, it is this. It is the same for SC's case. SC is saying draw out the circle, right? What do you get, right? Because I already know the end result. It's not going to be a circle, right? It's not even going. It's going to be this weird. Or if I was to draw a circle, it'd be a really tiny Earth. I get that argument, but if I do the same thing, right, with this fan, I don't get it. I get a weird shape too.
Yeah,
it's not
distorted. We're agreeing on that. Whether it's a circle or not, you have distortion, and you can't complete a circle on either one. We both agree.
Yeah. So let me real fast.
Yeah, the
Okay.
point I was trying to make soundly says there's an actual curve there. There's an actual hump there.
Okay.
And he told Rakia that from the shore, with good vision, you can see a drop. But let's not get into that. I want you to
2020.
follow that curve that they think is actually there. They've been touting it for years. That's why I made the skateboard paradox using that bridge. I'm just curious what the circumference would be if we go by what they were saying for years, that that's an actual curve.
Yeah, just draw it out as close as you can. It don't have to be a perfect curve. Just match it as close as possible. We understand because you're not dealing with a circle. Even if you were, it would be distorted. But on the bridge, you're not. It's a straight bridge, so of course you're not going to get a true circle. But just draw it out. Give us a circumference as close as possible.
Let me see if I can.
Yeah, let's say that bridge was wrapped around your sphere. It was a magical bridge. It went all the way around.
Yeah, but we know the answer already, though. It's gonna be a small
so say
thing, whatever.
it then, bro. Just
no,
say
we
it.
don't. We don't know the answer. You
Answer
haven't given
definitely.
it to us yet.
Hold on, let me see if I can change screens. Let me change to this one. All right, let me go back to go screen share this. But yeah, I mean, we know the answer, right? It's gonna be if we're gonna base the Earth's whatever off of that, then it would appear it'd be like a small thing or something. But that's why I'm trying to bring up this whole fan thing, because this whole fan argument is if we do the same thing, we try to complete the circle, whatever, you're gonna get a tiny fan, whatever. But that's not the case, though.
Is it me, or are you being, shall we say, coy with the answer?
I'm not
for
being
lack
coy.
of a better term.
I literally told you, yeah, if you were to try to complete the circle, which it wouldn't even be the shape of a circle. If you try to complete it, yeah, you would get like a tiny
We just
circle
say
thing.
complete it the best you can.
He said he already completed it.
It's just it's just a.
Let me see if I have it saved, because I know I've done this before. Let me see.
It should be easy,
that's what
right?
I mean.
For someone like you.
Projects. Nope, that's not it.
Just turn the bridge, the picture sideways, draw the curve, and complete it.
Yeah, he said he done it already.
I'm trying to see if I also have it saved just in case. Let me see. I feel like I should. I would have. Hold on. I think I do. Hold on. So here's this. Okay. I think I do have it. Yeah. So hold on. Let me see. There's the bridge. Yeah. So I think I've done it before. I think this is for whatever though. Let me see. Yeah, I've done this. Okay. Look at that. That's awesome. Okay. So I'll do it again for this. Let me see. Is this for that? Let me see. Nope. That's not that. So let's complete the bridge real fast for this. All right, let's do this first, and then because I've done this argument before. This is why I don't think this is a good argument. So let me do.
You love that fan, don't you?
Yeah, because the fan gets the point across. It's awesome, and it's not a 3D model either. Because everyone's like, "Oh, 3D models," but when I get an actual physical thing, you can't even argue with that.
That's funny, because I remember a website which 3D modeled Soundley's bridge, and then I remember a few guys using that as proof of Earth curvature. So
many times they've used it. Many times.
So,
that was their go-to.
So 3D models are in when the Earth's a globe, but they're out when the Earth's flat.
Exactly.
Wait, what? No, I know. Hold on. I never said they're out. I want to use 3D models. I'm saying flat earthers don't want me using 3D models. They're like, oh, it's a 3D model. I'm saying I would prefer using 3D models. I only use the fan because you guys literally can't argue against that at that point. So I never said I'm against 3D models. I want 3D models. Yes.
I feel like you're asserting that you can't argue against it, but that's not actually true.
Well, the whole point. Wait. So what is your point? Wait, what?
You're just saying, oh, you can't argue against it. That doesn't actually mean that it's true.
the whole point is if my fan is doing the exact same thing the bridge is doing, right? Even though the fan is a circle, but it's bending at a drastic rate, whatever, then there is evidence to show that this is an actual perspective, effect or whatever. That's the whole point of that. All right. Now, anyway, if I'm going to complete this bridge, right, then I don't even know how I would complete this because obviously, as you can see, this isn't like a circle, right? If I try to make this into a circle,
Why not?
because of perspective. That's why I want to bring up the fan example because the fan is the exact same way.
So perspective is causing what you see there.
Yes.
I'm
So
not Earth curve.
yeah, so I did the same thing with my Blender model, as you can see here. This little orange line, or whatever, it's doing the exact same thing. But if you guys don't like 3D models, though, I can show you with the fan as well. The fan's doing the exact same thing, right? So let me real fast pull that up. Where is it? See? If I try to complete it, that is not. We know that's not the entire fan, because first off, what is it? My fan has. Where's my picture of the fan? Real fast. Hold on. That's not the same one. Give me a second.
So just to clarify, Armor, Soundly's photo isn't Earth curve.
No, it is Earth curve. It's just I'm saying that it's just exaggerated. It's an exaggerated version of it.
Perspective. The
Yeah,
reason you can't
perspective.
complete it.
Right. So it is Earth curve. It's just not the Earth curve we're looking for.
I mean, it's still Earth curve. It's just an exaggerated version of it. It's still Earth curve has to be there for it to even be exaggerated. If there was no Earth curve, then it couldn't be exaggerated. Therefore, there wouldn't be that effect.
That's a claim. That's a claim. Can you back that?
Yeah, you take a straight, the object and you look down it like like a pool stick, whatever, right? Not a pool stick. Can't have a curve in it. But you take a straight object, whatever, you look down it, it's gonna appear straight. But if you take a object that has a slight curve in it and you look down it, then suddenly it becomes apparent. Like that curve becomes really apparent. Like even if it's a subtle curve, right? If you look down it, it's like, oh shit, it becomes exaggerated. All right. That's the same thing with the Earth curve where it's subtle.
The same claim. You just restated the same claim with different words.
Okay, what are you asking for? Maybe I'm. I feel like every time I talk to you, it's a fucking riddle with you. But go on. What is it? What are you asking?
No, because like all of the things you're saying don't matter. That's why it's a riddle. The first time you said, "Oh yeah, well it has to be there to exaggerate it," which is a claim, and then the second time you said, "If it's straight, you can't exaggerate it." So you've just said the same claim twice, Armor. You haven't validated it.
Okay, then what I'm saying. Okay, so what you want me to like pull up a picture of a straight object like looking down or whatever? Is that what you want? Like I'm confused. I don't know.
I just think that what you're saying is wrong. I think that what you interpret as Earth curve, you then reinterpret as exaggerated Earth curve in Soundly's photo. But I don't think that you can prove that it's Earth curve being exaggerated in the first place.
All right. Well, okay. Whatever then. All I'm saying is that is still Earth curve. All right. It's just.
Yeah, I know you're saying that. We all know you're saying that. That doesn't mean that it's true.
Okay, okay, fine. I mean, obvious. I mean, you're a flat earther. You're obviously not going to agree with that. Like, for fuck's sake, that goes without saying.
This isn't disagree, bro. What you're saying is just an assertion. You haven't validated it.
I'm not trying to argue that it. Listen, all I'm trying to argue is that anyone who says that doesn't fit with the ball, all right, is wrong. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it is Earth curve. I'm just saying it could be Earth curve, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's all I'm saying. I feel like you guys don't realize that. I'm not pushing.
Might be.
I'm not
pushing.
Be
Earth curve.
Yeah,
it might not be Earth curve.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's why I'm arguing, though. I'm literally arguing that it could be. I'm not saying it is. I say it could because there are some people in this chat right now saying that doesn't fit a ball because it curves drastically, too drastically, whatever. And I'm saying, no, that could be Earth curve, right? Because this effect happens with my fucking fan. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is Earth curve. I'm not saying this proves the globe Earth. All right? Why do flat earthers come in randomly in these chats and like, oh shit, you're saying this? I'm not saying that.
I'm still waiting for the
You actually did say no. You actually did say that it has to be there to be exaggerated. So you are asserting there is curvature. So don't speak.
Hold on.
And now say that it could be either. You are asserting that it must be there in order to be exaggerated.
Well, hold on. The context is important. All right. If we're talking about the perspective effect that I was talking about, then there needs to be curve there needs to be curve there in the first place. If we're talking about like refraction or something, then fine. Refraction would explain. You can get like a straight object to bend or some shit. But I'm saying strictly with this perspective effect, in order for you to get this this bent effect, this drastic drop or drastic curve effect, whatever, right? There needs to be curve in the first place. Strictly speaking about perspective, that's it. All right. You understand?
I don't think you validated that. I just think you claimed it.
Okay, well, the maths, first off, check out with that. But two, if you want me to try to validate it, I guess I could try. Yeah, sure. But I mean, you really disagree with that, though? Do you disagree that perspective, all right, can only make a curved object, appear more curved, and if the object is straight, you couldn't make it appear any curvier?
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
I-
Because when you're looking at the bridge, it's never just perspective. You're doing it on purpose.
No,
and it's
I'm not even.
really annoying.
Hold on. Listen. All right. Once again, Rocky, I'm not arguing that this is Earth curve. I'm not even arguing that it can't be flat Earth. All right. I feel like you guys are missing my fucking point. All right. Rocky, all right. I get that. All right. I get that it's perspective and refraction and all that. Right now, I'm addressing who's the guy I'm talking to. I don't really, I don't talk to you about. What's your name? Crypto. I'm talking to crypto right now because crypto is saying that my claim about if we're just talking about perspective, then you can't get that curvy effect. All right, that's all I'm saying.
So it was you that brought just perspective into it. Thank you. That's my point.
Okay, but I'm not saying you're missing the context for that though. I'm saying if we assume just perspective, you can't get the curve effect. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying that that's how it is in reality. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like you're just trying to attack me just to attack me. But anyway.
No, just answer this. So you can't get it with a mirage, let's say?
You can get it with some kind of refraction, sure. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Thanks for agreeing with me. So it can be a straight horizontal bridge above the water, and because of mirage, it appears to do all types of things. Curve towards the viewer, curve up and down, do all types of things, right?
It goes without saying, refraction.
Thanks for playing.
What do you mean thanks for okay, whatever. Anyway, so crypto, all right? Are you disagreeing then that perspective alone, no refraction, just perspective alone, right? If an object is straight, all right, that perspective could not make that thing look curved.
Where am I relative to it?
Like they're looking down at like a pool stick or something.
So I'm on a flat surface.
Sure.
So I'm on a flat surface, and perspective can't make it look curved.
Yeah, you can't make it look curved because it is straight. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
Well, I don't think you can. Like, I think if you're on a curved surface, it would still look. Like, I don't think there's a difference between the curved and the flat surface in that.
Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't going to bring up the surface. That was you. You brought up flat surface, but yes.
Well, no, because I want to actually know exactly what you're saying, because in my dealings with Globers previously, they'll give you like an example. They'll leave out one or two critical details, and then you'll say something that you think is sensible, and then it won't be sensible because of the critical details that were deliberately omitted, right? So I would quite like you to give me a very specific example. I'm on the surface of I'm on a flat surface. I'm looking down a flat surface.
Geo,
sure.
Hey, stand by just a second. Geo, check a tag. I tagged you in the text chat, please.
Okay. So yeah. So what we're saying, Crypto, you said, yeah, you're on a flat surface and you are looking down. Let's say, like a bridge, but the bridge is straight in this hypothetical. The bridge is straight. There is no curve at all. Just a perfectly straight bridge. And we're looking down this bridge like a pool stick.
Okay, so I'm looking down a perfectly straight bridge.
Yeah. Would perspective alone, no refraction, all right? Would perspective alone make that bridge look curved?
I mean, over what distance?
Any distance you want, any distance.
Okay, so how am I going to know that it's just perspective I'm seeing?
Well, in this hypothetical, it's just, there's no atmosphere. It's literally just perspective we're dealing with.
I don't have a baseline.
What do you mean you don't have baseline?
I don't know. Like, if I could remove the atmosphere, then I could probably tell you either way.
Okay, so anyway, yeah, no atmosphere. Looking down the straight bridge, and the bridge can go on infinitely if you want. All right, will it ever appear curved?
Well, again, I can tell you what I think is the answer, but I can't verify that. So I don't really like. The point is that you're trying to You're trying to come up with a hypothetical that can't possibly be verified.
Well, okay. The reason why I said perspective alone, right, is because perspective, right, assumes, like straight lines, right? So if we're using that math, then the answer is supposed to be no, the bridge will never curve. Now, if you throw in refraction, right, which bends those lines, right, it bends light, then yeah, of course the bridge can bend. That's fine. But if we're assuming strictly perspective, which assumes straight lines, the answer should be no. That bridge
Can we
should never
talk about
curve.
reality, please? If you're talking about a bridge in the atmosphere, of course you're not talking about just perspective. Can we move on to reality?
Yeah. I think that's the point that I was missing, is that you can't, you can come up with these hypotheticals and things can look mathematically perfect, and as soon as you throw them into the real world, the model's dead, and you have to adjust for the real world. That's the point of the model, is that it has to accurately represent the real world where possible, right? So there's no point referring to the model as the authority on reality, because reality is the authority over the model that the model is trying to replicate.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure, I guess. But look, anyway, I don't even know what the
hypothetical. Yeah, but bring us back to hypotheticals all the time. It's kind of pointless.
Okay. Well,
sure, you can have this hypothetical and it'll happen all the time in this hypothetical based on maths or trig or whatever you want to do, and then you bring it into reality and then it won't work, and then you'll be like, oh, I don't know why. Okay, cool. But that's because reality is the authority there.
Okay. Well, yeah. All right. Okay. So what's our conclusion?
Have you ever seen I'll give you the conclusion. I'll ask you a very simple question. In life, have you ever seen optical illusions caused by angle, distance, conditions?
Maybe I don't know. Actually, to be honest, maybe on YouTube, sure, but not in
YouTube, online. You could look them up though. Optical illusions, right?
Yeah.
What causes those optical illusions?
Depends. Usually sometimes it's like an angle thing. Like if it's
okay,
the thing
angle.
Looks
that's
3D.
good. One answer. What else?
It could also just be I don't know. It's usually. It's usually
distance. You think distance matters?
Sometimes, yeah. I guess distance.
Okay. I agree with you. Distance. You think the conditions of what you're looking through might matter?
Sure, but Rocky,
we agree about all three. It's amazing.
Rocky, I feel like you're not. I feel like you think that I'm arguing.
I feel like you are trying so hard to live on a sphere. You're not seeing what's right in front of you. You can replicate these optical illusions. I'm showing you very real world examples of the exact bridge we're talking about being curved towards the viewer because of the conditions, the distance, and the angle that I'm at, because if I change any one of those, the optical illusion changes, and you're still going real fast and trying to tell me again that you still think you live on a ball and these optical illusions don't occur.
Okay, but Rocky, you understand that this isn't really evidence against. This isn't evidence against the ball. It's just evidence for the flat Earth, if anything.
It's just another debunk of your bullshit picture of the bridge curving, right? It is a debunk. I'm showing you how it happens otherwise.
No, a debunk would be saying that what the globe is doing, right, is
the globe isn't doing anything but having people represent it as an imaginary thing. Let's think about this theoretically imaginary. Let's put this here, and maybe let's just talk about this one thing as in perspective and leave out all the other things that we know causes these things that you just agreed causes mirages.
Yeah, but this still isn't a debunk. For you to debunk this, right? For you to debunk the globe, whatever, or the globe explanation, right? You would have to show that those things don't actually happen, whatever. You know what I'm saying? All you're saying is that it could be this way.
You're kidding me, right?
Well, no,
you're kidding me, right?
All you're saying is that it could happen.
You want to talk about for maybe 2 hours about how you debunk something? I'm proving to you that it is a mirage. There's the bridge that is not bending in that way at any point in time in reality. I'm showing you a picture of the bridge that we're talking about bending or appearing to bend. It's not actually bending. It's not actually curving. It's not actually underwater. It is just appearing to do so because of what we just agreed upon. Angle, distance, conditions, and other things. Period.
Okay.
End of story. Nothing else.
Well, can I go
So
back?
which proves when you change your angle and the conditions are different, that same bridge can appear to do other things. It can straighten out. It can appear to be above the water. It can appear to do this. Now, what you got to do is, in reality, actually go see it for yourself, or trust someone that's taken a picture of what it looks like up close in reality and go, huh, that bridge isn't underwater. It's above water. And wow, it doesn't curve that way towards the east. It actually goes straight towards the south, towards the Marriott.
Okay.
Amazing how that guy told me that, and that it actually is curving in the picture, so it must be a mirage.
You're kind of lagging there a bit, but all right. I mean, sure. All right, but that's still not for me. All right, like evidence against the globe, because the globe still also
everything is evidence against the globe. What are you talking about? Just open your eyes.
Anyway,
I don't even have context for the conversation. Why do you do this all the time?
I don't know, man. Anyway, is Essie still looking at my stream or what? Because I mean, that was what this originally was, and then, you guys just like came at me like, rabid dogs.
Yeah,
All right.
let's see what you got. Let's see what the circumference is.
Yeah, so you really can't get a circumference with this because this is not a circle. All right.
Well, approximate it. Let's pretend your bridge went around your mythical sphere. Remember that scenario?
Yeah, and I tried. This is the closest I can really get to a circle, and you really can't get a circle with this because you're dealing with perspective.
Yeah, I have a question,
So
since when does someone else have to provide evidence against a claim?
Hold on, bro. Let him give us the circumference if you don't mind. I've been waiting like an hour now.
What, the circumference of his forehead?
No, you're not gonna. Well, if I was to give you a circumference, I mean, I don't even know how much bridge this is. How long would you say like we're looking at right now? Because I mean, honestly, I don't know. This could be like, I don't know.
If you want to back out, no problem. But
you don't know.
I don't know. It's probably like no more than 100. Probably like 50 miles or some shit of circumference, I guess. In this.
Thank you. Finally, 50 mile circumference. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's once again it's not even really a circle. It's not like you really can't get a circle shape with this because you're dealing with like perspective and whatnot. And I tried showing you. I'm sure you're gonna just like back out now, but I did try showing you though with the fan though. You get this exact same effect. Where is it? Where the fuck?
I hear you, but you realize the absurdity of the claim 50 mile circumference, right? Of a said Earth that's supposed to be roughly 24,000 miles. So
yeah, it is absurd,
here.
Yeah, it's absurd, but I humored it though because I wanted to be a good sport, right? And unfortunately, you're just kind of shitting on it. But the point I'm trying to get at is that it's just not correct.
Shitting on it? Why are you taking this aggressive stance? I never insulted you or said anything. I just asked you. You gave an answer.
Yeah.
50 miles. That's it.
So how about is that like an argument or something? Because I mean, it's just not a correct way to measure the Earth curvature, like or the Earth's radius or whatever you want to call it, the circumference. Because me doing this with the fan, obviously this is not the size of the fan. This is, as you can see here, this is technically incorrect. You want proof that that this isn't correct? I can literally show you. Where is it?
You're making an argument for me, but you don't realize it.
So what is the argument?
That this is merely a visual effect. And the Earth doesn't curve like that, Arma.
No, but my fan is still curving in this picture, is it not?
Your fan, yeah. Your fan is.
Yeah, it's still curving, but it's just curving at a drastic rate, though. But that's still the fan's curvature, though. It's just a perspective thing. I mean, you understand, though, that in order for you to still get that effect, all right, at least in terms of perspective, we're not gonna touch refraction right now, all right? In terms of perspective, all right, that works. All right, that we can get this bridge to work on a ball the way it does. It's just a perspective trick. It's the same thing with my fan. All right, it looks drastic, right? If you actually just like, let me just real fast do another box real fast. Hold on. Like if I just draw the top, right, we got like a straight line here for the most part, right? If I had more of the fan in view, it would be even more straighter. But you have this, and then it just drops down, and that's not even like close to circular, right? It's just flawed to really think that like
So how
I
come
don't
you
know.
can't do this with the horizon line in the same photo?
Do what now?
You can't do this with the horizon line in the same photo.
That's not how. Like if I was to do this with the side view of the fan, right? This is what you would do, right? So check this out. If I did this with the side view of the fan, we would be zooming in like this. We would only get about maybe like this much of it, and that for the most part is straight. All right. The point I'm trying to, it's not the same. All right. All I'm saying is that, yeah. But where is it? Hold
Are
on.
you saying
You
that
haven't said
it's a
anything
visual
yet.
effect after all, Arma? Are
Hold
you
on.
saying it's a visual effect?
I'm saying it needs to be curved for that visual effect to happen. At least without not
see,
saying
that-
without refraction. If we're not saying refraction right now, then we need to do that. But I feel like all I want to know is this, Essie, because maybe I'm getting this wrong. Are you saying then, right, that if the Earth was a ball, that bridge could not work visually? Is that what you're saying? That's all I want to know.
No, I go to my original argument that I told you. I told you soundly told me that there's a 90-foot hump
Okay.
from one side to the other.
Okay.
First, we started with the hump, right?
Yeah.
Then we brought the picture out, and I asked you, there's the bridge, there's your curve, your hump, call it what you want,
Yeah.
right? And just by that explanation, by that visual, draw it around and get the circumference.
Yeah. And what's the
To
end goal
show
for
you
this?
how ridiculous this claim is. Like, yeah.
It's not ridiculous though. I could say the same thing with my fucking whatever. I'd be like, okay, there's a let's use inches or something. I'll be like, okay, there's like a hold on, give me a second. Where is it? Which like, okay, I could be like, oh, from here to here. Let's say this is like the hump, right? The sagittal, right? I could be like, oh, there's a, like 2. Well, it's not like 2. Well, actually, I guess it is like 2-inch. Let's say that's like a 2-inch hump right there, right? Like, okay. And now, if we use your method of drawing the entire thing, once again, I'm not going to get the full circle of the fan. It's not a correct way to do this. You can't just be like draw the circle of the Earth, and then that's the shape of the Earth. I can't do that with the bridge. I can't just draw it, all right, and get the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth. Same thing with the bridge. I just can't do that. That's not how it works. All right. There's a 2-inch hump right here, but that tells me nothing about the rest of the Earth. I can't just draw it. I can't complete it. That's not how it works.
Yeah, but you don't understand. Your fan is not under the conditions of the bridges. Rakia was trying to explain that to you before, but you're not getting it. So
No, I get that.
I don't know what to tell you. You
what is your
can't
argument?
compare a fan to this.
I'm just confused.
It's not.
Can you state what your argument is then? Like, what is your argument? Are you saying this cannot work on a ball Earth? That's what I want to know. What is your argument? I want to know your argument. Like,
I told
clear.
John, I'll tell you again. According to Soundly,
yes.
according to the picture and the drawings that he said, this is accurate. This is an actual drop, right?
Yes, and that's fine.
So according to that, if that's actual, you did it yourself. So you got a 50-mile circumference. That's all I wanted to show
And with my
people.
fan, I would get like a few inches of circumference. So it's an invalid fucking argument. That's all I gotta say. I see.
Yo, stop bringing up the fan. It's not analogous to what
It is
you're
analogous because he
portraying.
keeps saying
no. It's completely non-analogous.
How is it not analogous?
Because it's not a similar situation.
It is a similar situation.
The only similarity is that you're dealing with something that is being perceived as curving. That's it. But the whole situation of the picture of the fan on the left, picture of the fan on the right, is in no way analogous to the bridge. Stop bringing it up.
You're not explaining
because what you're doing is justifying your comments on the bridge based on the fan, because you're purporting that they're analogous, but they are not.
Okay, well, listen. His whole argument is that there's the whole 90-foot drop, 90-foot hump, whatever, right? Therefore, we could somehow trace the bridge out, right, and magically get the circumference, which is in this example 50 miles, whatever, right? I'm saying, well, I could do.
He's mocking the whole notion,
and I'm mocking his thing now by saying, okay, if I do the same thing with the Brit. Hold on, go on.
No, carry on.
Okay, so I'm mocking his thing now, saying that okay, let's apply the same scenario. Let's say there's a 2-inch hump, right? Oh, because now we have an actual number. Now we should be able to draw out the circle of the fan, right? And if I do that, I end up getting like what? Okay, so 2 inches here, whatever. What would that be, like 10 inches? I don't know, like 30 inches or something, right? that's not like the actual. That's not the actual circumference, though. You can't get the actual thing by just tracing it. His whole argument that here's this. All right, I'll just wrap this up. Right.
Arma.
His argument. Hold on. His whole argument saying that you can trace, all right, the Earth's like actual shape from the bridge, whatever, is a flawed argument. All right, that's what I'm trying to show with this fan case. That's all I'm trying to show. Is that
but it's not his argument. He's bringing up the ludicrous nature of it, but he's saying that it's coming from another guy called Soundly. I haven't even been here that long, and I can follow that. What's going on?
No,
Arma. There's a model already made, okay, by Walter Bislin. I posted it, okay. It's using the real measurements of the GPS positions. It's got the bridge. It's got the bridge. Hold on, man, because it has the bridge exactly the way it's oriented in the image. It's got those data points like it's oriented in the image, and it allows you to rotate it so that you can look at it on its side. Yeah, which is actually how you would determine the real size of a because there's no foreshortening if you're looking at it orthographically. So it's all right there, man.
Yeah, I've seen it before, but I feel like flat earthers have seen it too, and they just want to ignore it. And it's like, but that's why I brought up the fan example though, because I've done it in 3D before, but apparently 3D isn't enough. So I bring up the physical fan, show this foreshortening effect, and then somehow when I try to complete the circle of the fan, somehow that's not analogous whatever to what SE's trying to do. When I'm completing the circle of the bridge or whatever, like how is that, or the circle of the Earth, like how is that not analogous? It's like this is fucking weird, man. Like, how are the flat earthers getting away with this shit?
Getting away with what exactly?
SC is saying, complete the circle of the Earth, all right, in the picture. He's having me literally draw the circle of the Earth, all right? And then I said, you get roughly around, and this is just a rough number, roughly around 50 miles. And he said, oh, this is, and then apparently this is, ludicrous or some shit. But I do it with the fan. Somehow, suddenly I can't do that with the fan. It doesn't. Like, no, that's not allowed. Why is that not allowed? Why am I not allowed to complete the circle of the fan?
You're allowed to do whatever you want, but it's not the same condition.
You're making SE's argument for him anyway.
Okay.
Because one, like I said, it's not analogous. If you don't want to accept that, that's your business, right?
Well, I said it is, so we can just
the fact that you can't do it with the fan example just goes to prove the whole point that SE brought up in the first place, does it not?
But no one ever completes the circle, though. No, I don't even. SE's the one that's saying complete the circle. No one says complete the circle. That's on him. He's the one bringing that up. Who says complete the circle? No one ever does that. That's silly.
Does your Earth not have to circle around back on itself?
It does, yes, but perspective is going to warp this circle to the point where you can't just draw a circle from the bridge and expect to actually get the circumference of the Earth. It's going to be warped because you're dealing with perspective.
So then that goes back to SE's earlier point as well, of that this is just an optical effect, or however he phrased it. But so again, you're still standing on nothing.
Okay, let's say it is an optical effect. All right, on a ball we expect to see that still, all right, and that would be the drop, or the hump, the 90-foot hump. That we still visually see that. We still can measure it, even if it's an optical effect. We still, it's expected. All right. So where do we go from here?
Double speak, man. Do you not hear yourself?
Okay. All I'm saying is that this is what we expect to see on a ball. All right. Does anyone disagree with that? That's my whole thing. That's my end goal on this. I'm trying to convince you guys that this works visually on a ball. All right. Does anyone disagree with that?
Are you talking about the Soundly picture?
Okay, hold on. I got two people with this. Who is who right now? Who's the other guy? I'm sorry. You guys have similar, accents. I do apologize.
He's Elisha and I'm Crypto.
Elijah, right. Okay, yeah, you got. Okay, my bad. Right, you're right. Okay, my bad. Okay, he kind of snuck in like randomly, so I kind of confused him with you. But now I could distinguish the two. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, we basically like to hide behind furniture and then leap out at you when you least expect it. But basically. Are you saying that the Soundly picture is the curvature that you'd expect to see?
Visually, yes. That's what we expect to see on a ball, yes. For the most part, anyway. Assuming that there isn't like a little bit of refraction or something. For the most part, that's, more or less what we expect to see, yeah.
Okay, then what we've been saying the whole time is that you need to complete the circle is actually correct according to your position.
No, it isn't. That's why I brought up the fan. You can't complete the circle on the fan. It doesn't work like that. You guys even hear your argument right now?
You're trapped in a loop of denial right
Okay, hold
now,
on. Let's write this down, right? Because I swear to God, you guys have like short attention spans right now. Because I feel like we don't even understand what's going on. No, let's write this down. Let's write this down.
You're making the argument up. You've made the
Who's this? Who is this? Who's saying breathe?
Me. I'm so moderating you.
I'm gonna drop kick you.
The logical
I'm not having it right now.
The logical necessity of your argument is what you're not happy with. That's not my problem.
All right, then let's write this down and let's see if this makes sense. Because I swear to God, we're not having like nothing's flowing right now. Okay, I swear nothing's flowing right now. So let's real fast. Let me screen share this. Let's figure this shit out. All right. Sorry to one person that's I'm gonna drop kick you. It was in the spur of the moment. All right. I don't mean it. All right. Anyway, let me see. Let me change screens. Let me go to Notepad. All right. So all right. So here is my argument. All right. Let me zoom in. My argument is this. Soundly
a blank page.
Bridge. No, hold on. Soundly. That's funny. But no. Soundly bridge pick is what we expect to see on a globe. Now, hold on, let me zoom out a little bit. So let me put my argument.
Right, okay.
Now, your guys' argument is...
well, I've made one. I've just addressed your argument.
Hold on, your guys' argument is, if that is the Earth curvature, we should be able to draw or to complete the circle circumference of the Earth. All right. Is that what you guys are saying? That we should be able to draw it out basically and see like, the circumference of the circle of the Earth? Is that what you guys are saying? Yes, no, maybe so.
Crypto dropped off.
Yeah, exactly. You know why? Because you guys are fucking realizing now that when I actually fucking write this shit out, you're gonna notice the fucking hole.
You child, calm down.
All right, so what is your argument, right? Is this your argument?
We don't have the argument. We're holding your argument up to its own scrutiny.
You're a fucking troll right now, right? Once I started writing this down, you guys started backing out.
Coming out of my mouth instead of whatever's falling out of your ears. All we're doing is holding your argument to the test.
Argument. But all right, okay, so here's my argument once again. Soundly's bridge pick.
Just complete the circle, and then what's your response?
Yeah, so hold on. So that's your guys' argument. Complete the circle.
What's your response? No, that's our comment. What's your response?
My response is...
That's not how you do it.
Yeah, that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it.
Then it goes back to your argument and raises the floor.
What is my argument?
This is what we would expect to see. Yet when you complete the circle, that's not how we do it.
No, okay.
Flaw.
No,
it's
okay.
Flawed. Flawed. Do you understand?
No, it's not flawed. So here you go. So that's not how I do it. And then, okay, your argument or your guys' argument, right, is... Okay, your guys' argument is that it's flawed. This is flawed because it should apparently, be a circle, whatever, because it should be. My argument now is, check this out, right? My argument now is my argument. Oh, hold on. My fan fucking bends, all right, at an extreme rate. Hold on, due to perspective. Hold on, perspective. Hold on,
it's a red herring.
Shortening. No, how is it a red herring? How is it?
I wouldn't waste time with the fan, Armin.
Why not?
Already rejected, Armin.
So what do I do now? I can't bring up the 3D model. I'm pretty sure it's not going to accept that.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the 3D model either. Then they're not going to. I mean, it's provided they have a 3D model. You can see that if you rotate it and complete the circle is correct. But just that's it. You can't look at something that's rotated and talk about completing that circle like it represents anything. It doesn't. It's not even a circle. If you rotate a circle, if you rotate a manhole cover sideways, it's not going to appear as a circle to you at all.
Yeah, it's true.
So you have to be viewing it sideways to even for it to be representative of the circle.
Well, that's actually kind of a good point too. Actually, yeah, it would be like an oval. But although granted, in this scenario though, it's less of a oval and more of like a weird like oval with the flat top because of how like we're close to the surface and whatnot. But that's a good point though. Yes. But anyway, let me complete this. So my argument, my fan fucking bends at an extreme rate due to perspective foreshortening. Let me put like a little diagonal line. What's that called again? They go foreshortening, right? Then they say, okay, your argument, not yours, Kosher, the other guy, is I deny your fucking fan argument. Then my argument, my response is, why the fuck do you deny it? Then their argument, is it your argument or your response? Let's do your response. Response is
Yeah, you're complicating
because
life. Just provide something
because
real.
not all right. So you see this right now? What's going on here?
Stop living in the digital world. Provide something real.
Why isn't my fan argument sufficient? Why is that not allowed?
No, it shows the flaw in your original point.
No, it isn't.
No,
My original argument is Sally's bridge pick is what we expect to see on a globe, right? Now, fine. Let's say that this is my argument or some shit, right? Then let's actually in fact let's change this now, right? My fucking pick of my fan's cover is exactly what we expect to see on a fucking fan cover's surface. The amount of curve is correct. Sorry. So now check this out, right? If we put the fan in instead of the Earth curve, your guys' argument would have to be, if that is the fan's curvature, right? The fan's curvature, we should be able to see the complete circle circumference of the Earth, right? You see how this is working now? Not the Earth, of the fan, right? And then I say that's not how you do it, right? Because I literally showed this, all right, in my GIMP, which is like wannabe Photoshop kind of. So maybe I'll fast go back to that, all right? And this is how you do logic, guys, all right? Or at least my attempt at it anyway, all right? And I try to complete it, and then bam! Do you see now why this logically doesn't make any sense? I literally wrote it out for you.
Yeah, your argument logically doesn't make any sense. I see that. I've seen that from the very beginning.
Okay, hold on. You never even explained why it doesn't make sense. I literally showed you why. Hold on. Oop, my bad. That was an accident. No one's what's up?
This is OnlyFans?
What are you talking? Okay, that's fine. Took me a second. No, listen, all right, new guy or whatever. I don't know if you're a new guy now, but I was talking about the fan cover thing, right? Because that's really round. When you bring the camera up to it, right, it curves just like the picture of the Soundly bridge. Hold on, Coach. All right, give me a second. And when you bring the camera up to it, it curves just like that bridge, really drastically, right? My whole argument was that if we're gonna complete the circle of the bridge or the Earth, whatever, in that picture, right, then I should be able to do the exact same with my fan. All right, I logically showed you right here. I replaced my argument with the fan now. All right. If you're gonna make the argument about if you're gonna make the argument about the Earth, then you should be able to make you should be making the same argument with the fucking fan. All right, but you guys aren't, though, because you guys are realizing that if you do that, you fucking lose. All right, you freaking trolls.
No, we're just waiting for the penny to drop. But
Penny, that's perfect. No, bring up Penny. Penny's perfect, Arma. Penny's perfect because
well, how?
Arma, I like what you're doing with the keeping note. Actually, I was working on an app that would do that. The argument, the structure, the contents of the argument that's taking place. But let's put that aside for a second, because the contents of this argument is going the wrong direction. But he brought up a penny, just because of the penny. Let's go with the penny, okay?
Okay,
Penny's
real.
Right. The data's real.
My fan cover is real too, but go on.
Okay, I know. But
the penny has to drop first before he realizes,
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna keep and open the window real fast.
The bridge was taken by Soundly. It's a picture taken by Soundly, and the simulation was made by Walter Bislin using the data that Jesse Klosowski got from driving along the bridge. So the data is real and the picture is real, and what's happening in the picture is not a representation of the circle of the Earth, because you're viewing it at an angle. So if you took a penny and you viewed it at that same angle, just like Arma said, it would look like an oval. And if you took only the top section, like you drew a line at the very top of the penny, the curve at the top of the penny, and you represented that in an image, it would look like a very steep curve compared to the actual curve of the penny. And if you completed that circle that it appears in that image, you would end up with a very small circle that's not representative of the actual size of the penny.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's obviously not the correct way of doing it. You have to, if you take Walter Bislin's simulation of the real data and you rotate it like you can in that simulation, you can rotate it like you're viewing it at 90 degrees, and you can complete that circle, and it actually is the size of the Earth.
Yeah. So what say you, Elijah?
Yeah, where's the curve?
No. What Kosher just said. What say you? What do you say about that? Like,
I just said, where's the curve? Show it to me.
How is that relevant to what he was just talking about?
You asked me why I say it, and I'm saying it.
Okay, no. Well,
so
how about this?
Understand.
All right. Well,
provide something tangible. Stop drawing pictures on the internet.
Well, I don't know. The Stanley picture does a pretty cool curving thing, but anyone who says you need to draw the circle from that is silly because literally what Kosher just said. All right, we wouldn't be able to complete the circle because we're actually dealing in this example an oval. All right, very very slim oval. So we would not get the correct size of the Earth with that. So we're gonna end the argument there because it's not going anywhere. And I felt like I personally argued logically. If anyone has any, things they want to point out, like, oh, you failed here, I'm open to that. All right. Because I could be wrong. All right. That's very important when it comes to arguing. But anyway, let's end it there. Yes, Elijah, if you want to go on with another topic.
When have you ever admitted to being wrong?
Plenty of times. I meant I was wrong in Tartaria. I was literally like, I was arguing. Like, it took me an hour though, but I was arguing with what's his name?
So the Earth isn't a globe, yes?
No, it was no. Hold on, that doesn't even work like that. All right, I was arguing about centrifugal.
So you can't admit it. Stop pretending.
Okay, well, first off, I have to be convinced for me to make that argument, like, or to say that I'm wrong, whatever. For me to be wrong, the Earth actually needs to be flat, all right, and I need to be convinced of that in order for me to actually, admit that I'm wrong, right? I can't admit that I'm wrong if I don't think I'm wrong, or if I'm not actually wrong, I mean, well, it's not true actually. I could admit I'm wrong and not actually be wrong, and I just think I'm wrong. But that's besides the point, though. I've done it before. I've admitted I was wrong for plenty of arguments, all right? So
why can't you admit it with the Earth then?
Because first off, I don't even think the Earth is flat. First off, second off, yeah. In order for me to admit that I'm wrong, I have to think I'm wrong. So I don't think I'm wrong.
So did I hear correctly what you and Kosho? Because I left. Are you now admitting that that's just merely a visual effect?
No. What
there's an actual curve there.
It is a curve there, but the thing is, the curve that we're looking at here, you couldn't complete the circle because it would actually be more of an oval shape. That's the simplest way we could put it, because we're looking at it from like a weird angle, so it wouldn't be the circle we'd be completing. We'd be completing an oval. That's the most simplest way to put it.
Fair enough. But you said it would have a rough circumference of 50 miles.
If I did a circle, and I try to fit a circle in there, which is not even a circle, but if I try to fit a circle, then it would be like 50 miles or some shit. But if we're doing like a weird oval shape, then it would be the exact size the Earth is.
What do you mean? How? What do you mean an oval shape? How do you deduce an oval shape? And how do you make it 24,000 roughly miles? How do you do that? You just will it into...
No. So Kosha brought up the penny or even quarter. It doesn't matter what it is. You bring up a coin, right? And if you tilt that coin, right, if you angle it, right, obviously it looks slimmer and slimmer, right? Because you're angling it. You're tilting it. You guys understand how a fucking tilted fucking coin looks, right? So anyway,
what's the baseline measurement to determine whether the observations line up?
What do you mean?
The baseline measurement of the Earth. What is that? How is that determined?
Wait, what?
The baseline measurement of the Earth to determine circumference and radius. How was that done?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you don't understand the English?
I understand English, but I don't know what you mean by that. Like the baseline, like what?
The baseline.
The baseline, yes.
The first fundamental measurement from which all other observations and confirmations go to.
I don't know how they got the baseline measurements of Earth or whatever. Assuming I'm understanding.
Why on earth do you believe it if you don't even know how it was measured?
Because I'm convinced. All right, I never said I. That's why I said.
Yeah, but why? I'm asking. Why are you convinced?
Because there's a fucking moon in the sky that looks like a fucking sphere, for fuck's sake.
Yo, so we're talking about a measurement for an actual thing that you're actually standing on and living on a daily basis, and your conviction is because of the moon?
Because I just told you.
What's wrong with you?
No, because I just told you. There was...
Tell me where the logic is in that.
No, I literally just told you.
No, hold on. Erase
isn't,
everything.
because I wasn't addressing
no,
that.
listen.
There is no
Erase
logic because I wasn't addressing that. I wasn't addressing that.
Listen.
I was.
Listen. Calm down.
Oh my fucking
Erase
goodness.
everything that you just did in the text, right? And explain to me, or save it if you want. But
That's
first,
fine.
and then
I remember it anyway.
and then
so I could-
articulate to me the logic of your conviction from this from
There isn't.
from your hold
Because
on.
I just
Your conviction out of your own mouth that you're living on a ball is because of the moon or some such.
Okay.
That was the flippant remark that you gave me.
yeah, because I just told
show
you.
me the logic in that.
Okay, so the logic in terms of your question being like the measurements and all that, yeah, there was no measurements involved in my answer because I was totally ignoring that. I was just saying the thing that convinces me that the Earth is round, all right, is that we have a giant fucking okay. Unless you're arguing about that, if you're arguing about how the moon proves the curvature of the Earth, then there's a whole there's context obviously that's important.
I'm just asking you why. You gave me the why, and now I'm asking you to show me where the logic is.
Oh, okay, so
why you believe what you believe.
Okay, so yeah, so a giant rock ball in the sky, right? It's not falling down, right? So something's going on with that, right? It's also a giant rock ball, all right? So how is it a ball, right? Maybe gravity, right? There's also other balls in the sky, right? Okay, that's lining up with the fucking story that they're giving us, right? True or not? Okay, I don't care.
Incoherent and illogical. You understand this, yes?
I'm just saying I'm convinced. I never said it. I'm 100% fact with that. I'm just saying I'm convinced.
You're perfectly within your rights to be convinced, but do you understand that what you're convinced by is incoherent and illogical, yes?
It says you. I mean,
no. Says you. I'm holding your own words to account. You talked about logic this whole time.
Okay. How about this? Okay. How about this then? How about this?
The fundamental position is illogical.
Okay. How about this?
It's a belief-based system on some very arbitrary ideas.
How about this? The majority of people on the planet, all right, from my understanding anyway, believe that it's a fucking ball. All right. I know that's not logical per se, but it is.
Yeah, you can keep stacking
up.
You can keep stacking up this illogical position.
It is
that's,
human nature. It is. Hold on.
That's
it is
fine,
human nature,
but it
though,
doesn't
right?
help you, does it?
Look, all I'm saying is that I have no reason to believe that it is flat from what I've seen. All right. From all the arguments that I've seen from flat earthers, all right, that they keep getting shit wrong and whatnot, to the fact that I have no reason to believe that people aren't going up at this space. I should believe what I believe. That may make makes sense to me. Like why did okay? And even if
but it doesn't actually make sense.
Even if it is illogical for why I believe the Earth is round, who gives a fuck? I mean, is this about me or is this about fucking discussions about the Earth? All right, because I'm pretty sure it's about discussions about the Earth.
What do you mean? Who gives a monkeys? Right? Surely, if you're gonna stick to a position so vehemently, there would have to be some logic at the basis of it.
Yes, there's a physical rock ball in the sky. All right,
Show me how this physical rock ball in the sky was measured to determine that it is a physical rock ball in the sky.
I don't know the exact ways they do it though, but
so
all I'm saying is that it looks like a rock ball.
Position is a belief-based illogical position. Yes,
I wouldn't say illogical. It's pretty logical. It looks like a rock ball. Whenever I have never been deceived like that, where it's like, oh. And I've never been deceived to where I'm like, oh, it's this, it's
circular reasoning and fallacious. And I know I'm interrupting you, but you're talking too much and you're not making any sense.
What is it? You and the other fucking guy, Crypto, always with this circular, always calling out these fucking bullshits. What is it? Like,
can you show a rock in nature that
reflects?
Can you show a rock in nature that reflects something like the rock does that you believe in, and it's shaped like that rock? Like, is there any reference point? So you can really be sure that it's a rock.
Sure, I mean,
any rock.
Rock. It has the texture for the most part. I mean, you could argue it really doesn't because it's craters, and rocks don't only have craters; they have bumps and whatnot. But it convincingly looks like a rock. All right, whether it is or not, it looks like a rock. Even if it isn't a rock, it's it's pretty much we know it's.
So what can I compare it with? What can I compare it with?
A rock.
I don't know, but here's another thing.
Rock?
It's the rock, man. I don't know, but look, the thing is though, right? For me, it's convincingly a solid object. All right, whether it's a rock or not, it's.
Have you ever seen the other side of the moon?
No. Yeah. Well, I mean, not in terms of
you don't even know if it's a complete ball, right?
In terms of me on the Earth, in terms of pictures online that I've seen, pictures online, sure, but I mean
So you have pictures. You've seen pictures online.
What?
But you haven't seen the real other side of the moon. It's always just one face that you see, right?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, kind of. I mean, you
do
see,
me a favor?
You see the general one face. Sure, there's a little bit of that wobble, whatever you want to fucking call it, where you kind of see bits and pieces of Yeah, whatever that is, right? But like, for the most part, though, we could say effectively we see the one face. All right, effectively. It's not really, but I'll
No,
say
you just see
effectively.
one
All right.
face. You haven't seen the back of it.
Look, I'm not. Why are we having this fucking comment for? Why we got like 2 bajillion people coming at me and shit? It's like,
No, I'm not coming at you. I'm just trying to like challenge your rock
Armand,
theory. You know, like if you really want to make sure that's a rock, then you should at least have like seen more of it, right?
I just said it looks like. I never. At the end of the day, I
Yeah.
just told you it's a belief. All right.
Can you do me a
okay.
favor?
What's up?
Well, that's okay, man.
Can you start with it? It is a globe as the first sentence, and then work your way down and backwards to how you came to that conclusion.
What, on my
And write
notepad?
write all of this out so that people can see it and so that you can review it later.
Well, I'm not humoring this. Fuck you. All right, get the fuck out of here. I'm not.
Okay, because you realized the flaw.
No, because why am I fucking doing this for? It's stupid. I already
asked you
told
to
you
do
it's a
me a
belief.
favor.
I never
You
said
don't
it was
have to.
100%.
I asked you to do me a favor. You're not obliged to.
Yeah.
But why would you not do it? Why would you not do this exercise?
Because I'm gonna be honest with you.
To scrutinize your own position.
Because I'm gonna be
Is
honest.
that not a logical? Is that not a logical activity?
No, because I'm already busy right now with other stuff. I just kind of took my time.
Wait, are you're busy enough to be able to have a conversation and be overly frustrated right now?
Can I just finish my sentence? So, listen, I'm already kind of busy, whatever. I just mainly, came here to kind of just, show my little pictures with, the fucking fan and whatnot, the curvature, because I was really excited for that. I'm not excited to explain why I believe the globe, whatever. That's not really exciting to me. I like the maths. That's fun. That's like problem solving going on. This is just, I'm fucking writing down, like, okay,
so
why I
don't you
believe it.
solve the problem of why there's no logic to your fundamental position?
I don't care. There is logic, though. Just because something isn't concrete doesn't mean it isn't like logical, right? It's logical to believe the Earth is a ball because literally there is a lot of evidence
because
for
it's not concrete. It's illogical because it's illogical because it's
Okay,
founded on
okay,
assumptions
okay.
and circular reasoning, right?
So then everything
why
is
it's
illogical
illogical.
then because you can't prove anything. All right, I'm like a philosopher in that. All right, I literally can't. All right, you could be deceived every step of the way. All right, so everything is illogical because you can never really prove anything concrete. All right, that's a stupid argument.
I never made that argument. You made that argument.
You just said if something it's not logical because it's not concrete. Did you not just say that?
No, I said your position and context, right? Context of the conversation that we're having.
Okay, well,
because you're saying it's. You made one retort about concrete. I said that's not why it's not logical.
Oh, my bad.
It's
my
not
bad.
logical because, and
My
then
bad.
I articulated it.
Fair enough. My bad. Okay.
But
well,
didn't you just Arman? Didn't you just also acknowledge that it's not concrete, just like 1 minute ago?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying it's not concrete for like me personally. Like obviously I can't like really truly prove something unless I like experience it for the most part. You know what I'm saying? So in that regard,
But
yeah, I guess it's not concrete. But what I'm trying to get at is I think why I believe the globe is logical because there is a ton of evidence for it. All right, I never said
that's a contradiction.
But why don't you write that down? Write down the logic backwards from your conclusion, which is Earth is globe, and then work your way back down to the fundamentals.
Because
if you can't, you don't have to do this for me or for the live stream's benefit. But if you can't do that for yourself and scrutinize your own position, then you're not using critical thinking at all.
Why me though? You ask why?
No,
why
anybody. But you're the one that I'm having the conversation with right now. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm not interested. This isn't fun. I like
you don't
doing
have
the maths.
to. You
maths
don't
is
have
fun.
to do it. You don't have to do it now. You don't have to do it at all. But
you would at
least be able to acknowledge that it is a lack of critical thinking to not do that.
I do it all the time in my head. Whenever I'm like thinking like, okay, that flat earther made a decent argument. Let me think about this, whatever. And I'm like, okay, well, there's still a lot of holes in the flat earth argument, whatever. Or the globe earth is very, very, strong, with this arguments and whatnot, whatever. Like I do this all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like I do consider some arguments on the flat earth side, whatever. I don't think they're the earth is flat or anything though, but yeah, I'm always checking that. I'm always thinking, okay, do I actually, know this, or should I really believe the globe earth? I'm doing it all the time. So why should I write it down for? I do it in these debates all the time.
Because when I asked you, maybe because you're just frustrated and you've had enough of the day, but when I asked you, you just gave me a whole bunch of nonsense that it's like I would be more convinced that I'm going to win the lottery without putting a ticket in than that the earth is a globe based on what you said. That's how much of a weak and ridiculous position you presented when I held you to scrutiny.
Okay.
And this is no like slight on you or anything. It's just if that's where you're gonna stand, that's a really bad place to stand. And you should maybe re-evaluate your position.
All right. Well, like
You
I
don't
said,
have to do it with an audience, but I think it would be a wise decision to re-evaluate.
Just trust me.
Thoroughly.
Trust me. I do it all the time. I do it thoroughly all the time. I
yeah,
always
but-
philosophize, thinking
but I
like,
don't-
what is what what I can prove, what I can't, whatever. I mean, and I do this with everything. I do this, like,
Okay,
all these
yet
debates.
you
Every time I do
yet
these
you
debates, I
still
always
have
do
a-
it.
Yet you still have a position that, when asked, is presented as very illogical.
That is, okay,
That's a
says
problem.
you, I guess.
That's
I
a
don't know,
problem.
man.
No, that's
So-
objective, and that's a problem.
But yeah, so you philosophize, and then you program on the blender.
Who the fuck said that?
He's a sophist.
Who the fuck said that?
He likes to soph.
You philosophs.
Say that again. Hold on. I want to see your name glow up.
Softly, catching
You're
up.
talking about philosophing.
Oh, there you go. Is it snacks?
You're doing philosophy, and then you're like, I'll apply this philosophy to a spatial coordinate system.
No. I'm just saying in terms of like what I can like prove and what I can't prove and shit like that. And then I try to think of, Descartes, yeah. And then but I also try to like think, okay, well, assuming I can know stuff, whatever. Then
What is Descartes? What is Descartes' Cartesian like questions?
much
Like,
easier.
doesn't he question whether or not like everything could be lying to him?
Yeah, there's that whole thing. Yeah.
Do you question whether or not you could be being lied to if you're using a Cartesian coordinate system? It's part of your philosophy.
Okay, you trolling right now? I feel like you're trolling.
Trying to do a little bit of both here.
Okay. I don't know,
It's
man.
substantive trolling though, but it's a good question.
Set yourself free.
I don't know, man. Maybe I don't know.
The presupposition of being in Cartesian philosophy, if you're doing any kind of philosophy, do you not consider Descartes as a matter of like bedrock for yourself? And if so, like what do you conclude from his writings and his philosophical conjectures upon the nature of knowing stuff? What do you think? Is that less trolly? I think you prefer it the other way. It was funnier, but okay.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Just I want to do some maths right now.
You're gonna go do math.
No, maths, not meth. I want to do some maths.
Starting to make sense.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But
So what kind of math are you doing? What are you talking about?
I don't know actually, but I mean, just anything that I know how to do, which is which is basically just like end of high school kind of math. Unfortunately,
Like, who wakes up and says, "I want to do math"? I mean, that's
Me?
just burning calories.
A nerd.
no, that's not. Well, okay,
Like,
I
how
guess a
could you
nerd,
better
but
use your calories though?
I guess, but
Give us your best formula for Tis Globe, Arma.
I don't know.
Then he's not a nerd.
It depends.
Cosine of your latitude.
Cosine. Ooh.
Cosine of latitude. That's your best formula for Tis Globe. Times 69.0909 times 360, and that will give you the
Bananas.
distance around each latitude at any latitude.
Okay, we got Kosho's best. How about you, Arma?
I don't know, man. I don't really. I mean, I'm talking about like just like,
You said you want to do math. You said you're dreaming of math.
Yeah,
Here's
but
your opportunity.
I don't know any formulas like that though. I just kind of do them, and then like I don't know. For example, if you're like, oh hey, like how much drop or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know. It's just it really depends on the situation, Yeah.
Yeah, situationally he knows it. Situationally he's aware. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a situational thing, You just like
Sometimes you don't know it. Sometimes you're like, fucking now's the time to know that shit.
Yeah, exactly. I like working at it on the spot,
Oh,
That's how I do it.
Are you familiar with all of the ways that this stuff connects, or do you just like need it and then quickly utilize it and then call it a day? Like,
Well, yeah. I mean, like for example, there's the whole, like we see, like for example, the Soundly Bridge, where it drops off really fast, whatever. And that at first that seems like, yeah, that shouldn't work on the ball, but then you start actually, looking, at the how spheres work and whatnot. The Earth predicts that there'd be roughly, obviously this is not exact, but roughly 8 inches per mile squared, drop, whatever, right? At that level with the planet or something. I don't fucking know, but yeah, that's right. Right. So what we see with the bridge is expected. We expect that drop, right? But we also expect things to tilt 1 degree every 69 miles. All right. So we don't expect anything on that bridge to actually tilt away a visual amount, because it's not 69 miles.
What if you were Descartes and Soundly was like a deity trying to fuck with you? So he like put some kind of crazy ass
There you
picture
go.
and like,
Yeah.
told you how to do something, right?
Yep.
Does your Descartes, does your core philosophy here, does that measure up against?
Yeah, I couldn't trust anything. Yeah.
Concept that you realize that it can't be curving.
Yeah, in that scenario, yeah. I mean, I could not technically Soundly, yeah, he'd be deceiving me or whatever. But like I said, I mean, that's assuming everything is a deception. I don't know that though. I'm gonna be lying in the middle. I'm in sort of limbo where things could be, but I don't really have any evidence for that. So let me just work with the world.
Well, person isn't doing it. Then is it possible that the artifacts that are found in there are what cause you to believe that the image is depicting something that it isn't? It's sort of eliminating what I don't know. I not to harp on the Cartesian shit, but right. Isn't it sort of like removing those layers of what is obscuring you from knowing something, right? Not just like, yeah, Soundly made a picture, and so therefore that's proof of a ball.
But I didn't say it was proof. I didn't say it was proof. What are you signing about? I never said it was proof. I was literally just saying, because some flat earthers were saying, "Oh, that can't work on a ball." All I'm saying is that if it was a ball, that's what we would see. All right, why can't you guys get this to your heads? All right.
Why would that be what we see?
That's what the ball predicts.
The Pontchartrain Bridge is what we. That's what we should see. We should see Earth curve.
Yeah, that's how much we should see. That's what a sphere that size would give us.
I feel like that's what. I feel like I'm doing drugs here, but I am. So it's like,
yeah. So
no, I'm not. It's
you're kind of limbo right now, whether or not
like, what are you? You're? Because we can't observe like a curvature from.
It's dialetheism, bro. They believe both. He believes both, depending on the situation. That's what it boils down to.
What are you talking about?
You believe there's actual curve there where you need it, but not actual curve when you want to measure it.
It's something that's probably going on with the type. I don't know do you know what type of lens was being used?
It's not the lens. The lens can't do that. That's perspective.
This lens for the fact of flat Earth, really, this picture and the camera associated with it might as well be the fucking moon photograph.
But that's it. But are you saying the lens is causing that distortion or some shit? Because that's not. That's all foreshortening. If I'm correct, that really shouldn't be anything lens.
Yeah, it could be foreshortening. And so, what is does that cause like compression in the photo, like for its the field?
It's kind of like, you ever see that effect where you have like a camera like up close to someone's face, and then you bring it really far away. Like up close, the face is like really warped, but from far away, the face almost appears like flatter. It's like kind of like that, where basically, depending on if you run the numbers and whatnot, it kind of makes sense, whatever. But like, yeah, it's just basically taking the fucking, visually, it just looks kind of like, it almost looks compressed. Basically, the sort of it.
I mean, and you got Rakia like telling you that that picture ain't really depicting reality as he knows it, and he's experienced it there. So like, well, right, that what holds more value to you? You know what I mean? That picture or the testimonial of somebody who's been there.
I'm not. Okay, I feel like once again you're missing the context. I'm not.
I mean, you know what? It's just about primacy of knowledge.
Yeah. Okay, but
that's really it.
Okay, but you're missing the context here. I'm not saying this is proof of the globe. I'm literally just saying this is what we would expect to see if the globe was, the globe. If the Earth was the globe. Like,
SC, Your Honor.
you guys are being so combative for no reason.
What's going on, guys? You're still arguing this?
What are
I
we
know.
arguing actually?
I'm arguing for the last fucking time, right? That if the Earth was a ball, this is what we expect to see. That is it. Why is this such a fucking, argument? It shouldn't be. I'm not saying this is proof of the globe. I'm just saying this is what we expect to see. I'm trying
Wait,
to
when
think
did we? 1 second. I'm just a bit. Wait. When did we start talking about fairy tales?
Oh my goodness. Anyway, I'm taking such a neutral stance. It's not even funny. Like, you guys just want to make this like, oh man, he's saying this is Earth curve, like, for sure. I never said that.
Wait, the Earth curves?
So now you're not sure that it's curving?
No, I never said that. I'm literally saying that if the Earth curved, all right, if the Earth was a ball, this is what we expect to see. Why am I fucking repeating myself a bajillion times?
If Patrick lives under a rock, we expect to see him.
Yeah, Jesus is
like-
right. Like, what the fuck?
Get off your lawn right now, old man. Sorry. What the fuck? Like, would it be necessary for like one dude to possibly fake a bridge photo or like engineer a photo? Let's look. Why or what would stop sound a lot less?
He's not faking it. It appears that way many days.
Hold on. Also, no, it's not fake because there's unless he's faking a whole video, because there's also a video where there's actually, I don't know if it's him or not, but there's a whole video where there's like cars going down that bridge, whatever. And unless he's faking that entire fucking video, I mean, I don't know.
No, he's not faking it. He's just taking a video of what it appears like that day. The bridge isn't that steep. It just appears on that day with all the compression to be that steep. Y'all just buy it as Earth curve, and I think it's funny.
I'm not saying it's,
Well, if I was to take an extreme position, extreme photo, and then declare it to the exemplar of like normal, like that's what Soundly did, though.
Yeah, like I can post a video that looks like concave Earth and say Earth is concave because of this picture. It's not. It's just appears that way on that day. I'll post one right now.
All right. I'm not denying. I feel like you guys keep missing my point.
You expect us to believe that you don't believe the Earth is curving?
No, I believe the Earth is curving, but I'm not saying this is proof of it. I'm just saying that this is what we expect to see if the Earth was curving. Like,
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's way drastic.
Oh, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm fucking done with this. If you guys aren't fucking listening to me after this fucking amount of time, all right? I'm done, all right?
You cussing doesn't make you any stronger. You're just proving a mirage.
I know.
And you want to hear it.
Hold on.
It's half joke, but it's for real. I'm done with this stuff. You guys don't want to listen to it. I'm not done with this.
Don't escape yet, man.
What?
Don't escape yet.
I'm not escaping. I'll be here, but I'm done arguing this stuff. You guys don't want to listen.
He's in the escape. He's in the ejector seat.
Arma, have you been to the bridge? Have you actually gone to this bridge and done your own observations?
Wait, who is this?
Redford Bear. Doesn't matter. It's a question.
Wait, are you the person a long time ago that was all like?
You breathe because you were getting so excited. Yes, that's
well,
right.
No,
you were getting
hold on.
excited.
Okay, but how? I mean, like a long time ago. I mean, like a few months ago.
Oh, what about me?
A few months ago, you were like saying something about like God or something. I forgot. Was that you?
I have no idea. You'd have to be more.
Okay, maybe it's not you. Whatever. Anyway, go on. What were we saying?
Have you been to the bridge that you're talking about? Have you?
No, I haven't.
Like done observations. Okay, so is that possible for you to go to this bridge?
I think it's way too far. I'm pretty sure that's not like here. I'm in New Jersey. Is that even like where is that?
New Orleans.
Yeah, I don't know where. I'm pretty sure that's not anywhere near. Well, actually, hold on. I'm not really.
If you can get to the Mississippi River, you could just get on a raft and float down, and you'll make it to it.
Mississippi.
MISSISSIPPI. No, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't. But why do you ask though? I'm confused. Why are you asking this?
Well, why not? I mean, you're arguing this, right? And I think did Rakia say he's been there? I can't remember.
Yes.
Somebody has, right?
I'm pretty sure he has.
He's measured.
Okay. Yeah, he's measured it. Okay, I don't know. It's just your arguments just very like, oh well, we would expect to see the curvature, but I'm not saying there's curvature. Like it's very interesting. So I would just say like go check it out yourself. Like go do your own experiments, right? Stop watching videos and go do your own experiments and then come back with the argument.
Okay, so Red Ford Bear. Can I just okay, whatever. Red Bear Ford. All right,
It
listen.
doesn't
All right,
matter about my name, but like
all
it's
right,
not
person. All right. I don't think you've heard my argument. All right. I'm not saying that no, I'm not doing this. Nope, no, I'm not. Nope.
Actually, I have heard your argument. I've been sitting here for a
What is my
while.
argument then? What's my argument?
You
I don't
don't
think-
even want to talk about it anymore, Arma. So
See, you don't know my argument. All right, get out of here. You guys are freaking.
His argument's like it could be flat. I don't know if it's a ball.
Yeah, like, and it's you don't even know, and then you're saying staring at the moon makes the Earth a ball. It's just interesting.
I'm not saying. No, I'm not. I'm not.
But it's my argument, right? I've watched what is it, The Grinch, right? I live in Canada. We have snow. I see a snowflake. Does that mean we live on a snowflake? Because Whoville occurs on a snowflake. Like it's just very weird arguments. But then when you're talking, you're saying, "Oh, I want to do math," and we're saying, "Okay, provide the math," but then you don't want to do that. So
Yeah, but
just curious, like of where you're going with this. You don't want to tell us exactly. You don't want to go into details about a lot of stuff. What do you want to talk about, Arma?
Anything but this, because this is stupid now.
Actually, I got a quick question for him before we go off of this
What's up,
topic.
man?
If I could.
Oh, please continue.
Yeah. So, Arma, would it be an equally valid statement for you to be able to say when Rakia shows you a picture of it concaving, if the Earth was concave, this is what we'd expect? Would that be an equally valid comment to be making?
I guess if the maths, check out, then sure.
Because that's ultimately what you're saying, right? Like, here you have a bridge that some days it shows flat, from my understanding. Some days it looks overly humped, and other days it looks concave. So if you're saying, oh, if the Earth was a ball, this is what we'd expect, should we not be able to make the same argument and say, well, if the Earth was concave, this is what we'd expect, and we should use this picture to kind of support that?
Yeah, only if that's actually what we expect to see on a concave Earth. Like if we worked like
Well, we can make the math fit, right?
fair enough then, yeah.
Yeah, so why aren't you making that argument then? Why don't you take Rakia's pictures
Because that's
and run with them and go every place and say, hey, if the Earth was concave, here's the math. I did it in Blender all by my lonesome, and this is what we'd expect.
Okay, so I guess there was a little bit of context missing. The reason why I'm making this argument about this is what we expect to see on a ball is because people were saying
so now
that,
you are making an argument all of a sudden, considering you just completely for the last 10 minutes were saying you weren't making an argument, but now you admit to making some kind of argument. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, well, I don't know about that. Okay, the whole thing.
I don't know about that now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so basically, someone had said that this picture, right, this bridge curving the way it does not work on a ball Earth, right? And I was all like, well, because I've actually, looked into it for the most part, I've actually seen this effect and whatnot. I was all like, no, that's wrong, because that's just what I do. I like to jump in when I see like an argument that's not correct, So that's the reason why I'm making this. I wouldn't say argument really, but that's the reason why I'm saying. Well, I guess it is an argument technically because I am saying that this is how a thing is.
After all this time saying you weren't making an argument.
Well, no, that's not true. No, I did say I was making an argument because
I didn't mean to take away from your argument by saying that. Go
no,
ahead.
it was an argument because I did say, do you even know my argument? I've been saying that for the longest time, so maybe I misspoke that one time saying that I wasn't making an argument, but I definitely was making an argument this entire time because I did say this entire time.
Oh, don't worry, we're all aware that you have been.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Don't worry.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, that's right. All right. So listen. All right. So, all right. So yeah. My whole thing is that anyone who's saying that doesn't work, they're wrong. That's it. That's all I was saying. All right. If they were
well, I think in order to be consistent, you should take Rakia's picture and make that same argument that if we do certain math for a specific concavity of the Earth, well, this would also work as well. This is
No. Hold on. For me,
somewhat
to, hold
proof
on.
or evidence of it.
Hold on. For me to be consistent, right? They would have to hold on. For me to be consistent, it would have to work like this, right? Someone would have to say, "Hey, this picture doesn't work on a concave Earth," and then I would be like, I look at it, and I'd be like, "Hey, no, that's technically wrong because if the Earth was shaped this way, it would work." And then I would make the argument that I only make the argument because I see someone making a false argument. All right, so that's
Ultimately, what I'm trying to tell you is all this is just all bullshit. Like, who fucking cares about a picture? Clearly, it doesn't make any argument. It's just a fucking picture on a certain day.
yeah, I
Like,
know.
to sit there and say this is what it would look like if the Earth was curved is a ridiculous thing to say, dude.
No, it's not.
Why would you make
I
that
must be
argument?
having a stroke right now because I feel
not
like
a stupid thing to say.
nothing's making sense right now. I literally just said I made my argument because someone else said that this doesn't work on the ball, and I'm saying yes, it does work on a ball because it obviously does, and then therefore I made my whole argument. If someone said now a picture, right, that looks like a concave Earth, right, concave Earth, whatever, if they said that doesn't work on a concave Earth, and I worked out the math and I'm like, oh yeah, that does work, on a concave Earth. Then I make the concave Earth argument, but that never came up though. This fucking argument came up, and that's why I'm arguing it right now. I'm only arguing it because people are making stupid arguments.
Yeah, like yourself. You mean?
I'm gonna drop kick every single person in this fucking chat. I'm gonna just fucking jump up, feet out. You guys are gonna fly to the fucking moon. All right.
Arma.
That's right.
That's enough, Arma.
Get you, man.
Oh my god.
Can't threaten
This is what the model does to an otherwise
I'll drop
quiet
kick. I'll drop
person.
kick all of you guys. All right.
And then listen to the
He's trying
rage.
to
And
like
this
talk
guy's
over
very
it. It's
calm,
not right.
very polite, but he's flipping out. Yeah, because the globe and reality have clashed.
What?
This is what happens.
Hold on, no. I zoned out there for a second. What was that?
Yeah, it's your existential cognitive ailing, right, SC?
Exactly. ECV.
Yeah. He's
Exactly.
going out because he's going through cognitive dissonance right
No, 'cause
now.
I
He's
was-
trying to make the two worlds collide together. And
No, because I was just finishing drop kicking everyone. All right. No, what happened? What are you talking about?
Oh man, I love listening to you talk because you're so funny.
Thank you.
Like
Anyway,
you
what were you
legit
saying
can
though?
go on tour with this shit sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, but what were we saying though?
He's a globe earth comedian.
That's right.
Yeah. That you're going. What I was saying is that you're experiencing cognitive dissonance right now, and you just need to work through it more.
All
That's
right,
what
you
I was
say
saying.
that. I don't think so, but if you say so. No, that's right. I don't think so.
Well, that's what cognitive dissonance is. You don't.
That's
think
true.
So?
That is true. That is true. Yep. In fact,
So there you go.
yeah. But every time I go into these debates, though, I always have that in mind. There's always a small possibility I could be wrong. All right, that's how you're supposed to fucking do it. All right, that's how you're supposed to do it.
Oh, so now it is a debate.
Okay, in these discussions, all right, that's how you're supposed to do it. If you discuss anything, you always be like, well, I could be wrong, so we just hold off on what I'm going to say, just in case, or really like, be like, it's probably this, it may not be this, but it's probably, but there's a small chance I'm wrong, always
What do you
gotta do it
think?
like that.
What do you think the percentages are like?
For the globe
95% you're wrong, 5% you're right.
No, no, because at that point I wouldn't be convinced that if it was flipped like that, then I'd probably be like, okay, I am probably like trying to hold on to the, what I'm saying, like, but no, it's naturally it would be leaning towards, I'm right. That's otherwise why would I be arguing something? If I was like 5% convinced I was right, then I wouldn't argue it. I'd be like, okay, I'm not touching that. No way. No, I'm not.
You want me to tell you why you'd be arguing it?
No, I know. I mean, I kind of already know what the answer is going to be. It's something about, because some bullshit about,
Isn't it your whole reason to be here is to have an argument? And you've told me that over like 20 times.
But to argue a point that I believe in, though, I'm not going to just argue and like, oh, just for for shits and giggles. I need to believe in the argument. Otherwise, I'm not arguing it.
What? You've kind of flip-flopped on your beliefs today. You've agreed that it's a mirage for sure. Exactly. On what surface it's occurring on, you're confused about.
So Arma, could I give you my impression of your argument? If Earth is a sphere at this radius, a 28-mile-long bridge should appear to be curved. That photo appears to be curved, So that would be evidence of curvature, right?
You up to the very end. Yeah, pretty much the entire thing except for the end, because I'm not saying that this is proving curvature or whatever, but yeah, this bridge though
Well,
is.
that's it. I mean, I don't see what the confusion is about it.
Well, like I pointed out, if the Earth is concave at a certain rate, though, I never even looked at the picture that IKEA posted, but I'm understanding that it's concave. Then the bridge would look like the concave picture. Big deal. That's what I'm saying. It seems like a waste of time.
I haven't seen the concave image. Which one is that, Arkia?
Either have I, because I didn't look, but I heard that he posted one.
It's not a waste of time, though. I'm going to repeat myself one last time, all right? I brought it up, all right, because someone
Well,
said...
if the bridge can look both concave and convex and flat at different times of day, then I do believe it's kind of a waste of time to use that as somehow.
What are y'all
evidence.
talking about?
Okay, hold on.
Y'all agree it's concave. It appears to rise
hold on.
Rise towards eye level when it's supposed to be going down from your eye level in all directions. So you say it's concave every day.
Yeah, hold on. So real fast, I think I need to pull out the notepad, all right, again, because apparently we can't fucking follow, okay, through with these fucking discussions, all right? So
I think everybody's following fine. Personally.
No. I got it up.
Labeling people as not following. Like,
okay, hold on. I got it up now, all right? So here we go. I'm gonna write this out now, all right? I'm gonna write this out, and we'll just do this very logically, write out what we're doing. So here we go. A flat earther, right? So we'll say flat earther. I'm gonna have him say, because this is his argument, right? Flat earther argument. Soundly bridge does not work. Oh, the Soundly bridge should not curve that drastic. All right, all right, my argument. No, that bridge curves exactly how we expect it to curve.
except for when it's flat.
Hold on, wait. I'm just saying in that particular fucking image. All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves now. Okay, so anyway, what's Egypt? Is that your name, Egypt man? So Egypt, I think it's Egypt, right? I think you're Egypt. I don't know, man. Look, just tell me if I'm wrong. All right, I don't know.
So talking to when you say Egypt, me, God scalpel. If you're talking about me,
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
God scalpel.
No big deal. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not good with names. Okay, God scalpel. Okay, God scalpel. It's not God scalpel. God scalpel. Why don't you make? So this is your argument. Why don't you make the argument for a picture that shows concave, like Earth thing?
And to be fair, I didn't
thing.
look. I just heard it was posted. So
my argument.
I should look.
I would, if someone made the claim that the bridge or whatever didn't. Oh wait, hold on. Is there a comma there? I don't know. It didn't. No, it's not a comma. Didn't work on that picture. All right. So you see this here. The only reason why I was making my argument is because someone said it didn't work. Therefore, I made my argument. All right. It's not a waste of time because they started the argument and I was gonna fucking finish it. All right. That's why I made the argument. I didn't just bring it up out of nowhere. All right. If I brought it up out of nowhere, then yeah, it'd be a fucking waste of time. All right. But someone literally said it didn't work.
Have you looked at all the pictures that Rakia's posted, like in the last 10 minutes of that bridge?
Yes, I have.
So you've seen them all?
Yes.
How they're all show kind of different view of the way the bridge looks?
Hold on. Well, yeah, okay, hold on. He's showing. There's a picture of a question mark. What is he pointing at? Is it like an island? Like, what is that? What am I looking at?
Oh, I don't know what that one is.
It's like it's like something miraging. I don't know what that is though. It looks like maybe an island that's miraging upwards or refracting. I don't know. Something's happening there. I don't fucking know.
Okay, well,
yeah, we have this one just towards the end. I'm not really sure what's going on there, except for like a mirage, I guess. But why are you bringing this up though? Why? Why is this
because it shows all different types of looks, man. Like you're just picking the one that fits in your belief. That's all. That's my only point about what you're saying. Well, I believe this, so if we look at this bridge on the right angle on the right day, it supports what I believe.
You know what?
Like I spent a while in religion, and I know a lot of religious people that do that same type of tactic all the time.
Does anyone like on the globe Earth side? Does anyone know what my argument is? Like, I've said it 1,000 times. I'm not arguing that this is fucking globe.
Very clearly, somebody else, everyone else on the other side is saying that picture is bending too much. It's not a globe. Earlier they said if it was a globe, it'd be a radius of 50 miles, this and that.
Yeah.
You're just displaying how that's not true. That bridge, that observation of that bridge, would be what you would observe on the globe of the size we say it is.
Thank you.
Except for all the times that it doesn't. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
That's not a response to what he said.
Yeah.
That doesn't address. I mean, he's
my
pointing out.
response is why. Yeah. That's fine. I get what he's saying. I'm just saying
Doesn't
that.
sound like it.
Yeah. So yeah, I do actually get exactly what he's saying. But what I'm saying is, you're picking this one time to make that when the majority of times maybe it doesn't make that point. So why are you clinging to that point?
Because he's addressing a specific point.
It is irrelevant.
No. He's addressing a specific claim about this specific observation. Why would he talk about other observations if he's addressing a specific point?
Yeah, and
based
my
on
new
this
point
observation?
is,
That doesn't make any
why
sense.
would you
can't
ignore
say,
all the other observations?
you can't.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't say you get what he's saying, and then your response is why you're picking this one. Then you don't get what he's saying. You can't say both.
Yeah, I do get what he's saying, you fucking doorhead. And I'm saying, why is he using just that one?
Because I'm not making an argument. I'm making a counter argument. Someone made it.
I'm not making an argument. I'm making a counter argument. No, that's me that's making the counter argument to the shit that you're saying.
Yes. Okay. Yes, sure. A counter argument is still technically an argument, but the point of me saying that is I'm not really making any claims. Really, I'm literally just not necessarily presenting.
Yeah, you are actually. You're saying if the Earth was a globe, this picture would somehow or another lead evidence to it.
Forget about it. Like, can we just drop this and just?
But Arma,
I'm wasting my life right now on this. Seriously.
Well, I mean, we all are, I guess, if that's.
Yeah, we really are. Yeah.
But you know what, Arma? At the same time, this is why I said, why don't you go there? Because you're cherry picking from one video, right? You have Rakia that's taking pictures, giving you different angles. He's been there, he's observed it, right? But you're just dismissing everything that he's saying.
Fair
so
enough.
that's why, right? Okay.
Yeah. Fair. All right. Thank you. Right. I will do that. One of these days, I will drive down there and I will do that. All right. I appreciate it, guys.
I can't wait. I would really like to see what you come up with. Perfect.
All right.
Well, you could probably save the environment by just doing what Kosho said, just jump in the Mississippi River and eventually you'll make your way there. That way you don't have to put all the carbon in the air and kill the planet.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, there you go.
Mark, maybe I could bike there, I don't know. Get some exercises too,
Electric car, maybe use an electric car that gets charged up with petroleum.
True.
Do
that is true. Yeah.
I would say.
That's good. That's a good point. All right. But now that it's gone quiet for approximately 3 seconds, let's talk about orbits. All right, that sounds like a good topic, right? A very good topic. Yeah, orbits.
No, it's imaginary. Let's talk about reality.
Oh, okay.
I like orbit.
Who said that? Kosho?
I don't know actually.
Who said they like orbits?
An object falling around another object.
Yeah, I got that to work actually recently.
In Blender?
No. I actually programmed it recently because Bacon was making an argument.
Programmed it.
Yeah, because Bacon was making an argument about how things can accelerate towards something, and I literally followed those steps. I followed those steps in this program. I was, whatever, and I actually got the thing to fall around because it's accelerating towards the object. And so if you do that, the math checks out, and I got shit orbit. I actually even got a moon orbiting around my Earth, which is orbiting around a sun and shit. It was actually doing the fucking spiral shit.
I programmed Narnia last month, man. It all worked so perfect.
Did you apply masses and inertia too?
I mean, kind of. I mean, a very half-assed version of it though. I'm pretty sure it's not the actual. It's not like the legitimate math for it, how you get But like
In my
How
program,
do
the
you do it?
invisible cloak works really good in my program. The orc, you can't
Hold on.
see the guy at all, man. Honest, it's true. I programmed it.
No,
It
okay,
works
but this
fucking awesome.
no, but hold on. I get what you're getting at, but God's Apple, but this is like using like the actual, like for the most part anyway, for the orbital stuff is like it's just using like the acceleration. Like it's not me like tweaking it per se, you know, to get it to work. It's me just literally doing the math. It's having the thing
Yeah,
accelerate
that's what I
towards.
did. I did the math in the program when I
All right.
programmed it.
But anyway, yes, but
He-
yeah,
He's,
Cloak
he's
is
applying basic.
the
He's applying basic Newtonian laws, basic laws of motion. That's all.
yeah,
yeah. I used the cloak law. Big deal. You
Basic.
never heard of it?
it's very cool though.
It's pretty basic law.
But yeah, for the mass though, like I said, I did a very very basic version of it though, so don't judge it. But basically, I did I pretty much gave each object like its own, you know, variable called mass, just as a very simple version of it, right? I just threw arbitrary
Wow.
numbers in, and then what
My
I do is
cloak wasn't even quilted, dude,
hold
and it
on,
still worked in the program.
let me finish. Hold on. So I think then for the gravity towards the object, right, is I have it as the mass, and then I put what is it? I think I did divided by, and then like the square of like the
This
something, yeah, the distance, whatever, and then yeah, that's very like basic
whatever.
version of it. But
Yeah. Well, how did you make for the lighter objects to accelerate less? Like, did you use their mass, like split the acceleration, everything based on the masses? Like, what did you do, or you didn't know that?
well, I mean,
Like when the moon was orbiting the Earth, was the
yeah.
Earth like in the center, or what was
Well,
it? Or what were they both orbiting the center of mass? What did happen?
Oh, okay. So, okay, I will admit I didn't do that. I did. I think I did at one point have the Earth also orbit the moon, but then I got rid of that. But I'm gonna throw that back in though. But I did have it like that at one point, and they were doing this weird like little dance kind of thing, which was really cool. But I know the sun though that I programmed has that though. So the sun actually does do a slight dance. It's very very slight, but it is sort of like, you know, moving in you know, itself as well. But yeah, as of right now though, I had it where, yeah, the moon was orbiting the Earth. The moon's also being pulled by the sun too though, but obviously, you know, it's closer to the Earth in my model, whatever. So it is, you know, orbiting closely, whatever. And like I could show you if you want though, but like, you know, it's like I said, it's nothing impressive. But I'm just really proud of it though, because I literally just followed your basic, you know, whatever, and fucking got it working. Like that's cool to me.
That
You know what I'm
makes
saying?
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fucking neat. You guys want to see it though? You guys want to see me orbit the fucking moon around the Earth? That's
Yeah,
orbiting
if
around-
you
Yeah,
put three
yeah,
bodies there,
please.
people are gonna start claiming you solved the three body problem.
Right. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, no, that's obviously that's not how it works, whatever. But I was thinking that though when I was doing that, I was like, that's people are gonna think
It
some stupid
is.
shit like that.
Yeah, I
You
wanna
can solve
I
three body
wanna
systems
That
using
works.
just what you described.
I wanna
Yeah.
see you orbiting
You
the
guys are
moon,
fucking
dude.
awesome. Bacon, did you just say you can solve the three body problem that can't be solved?
No, I say you can solve three body systems. So the three body problem is a specific problem. It's doing what Arma did, but using a closed form solution. What Arma did is a iterative solution. It's still a solution, but the problem is not just any solution, but specifically a closed form one.
I see.
So, for example, if instead of breaking down your simulation into steps, if you had a single formula that for any time t, let's say, tells exactly what's the position of each bodies, that would be a solution. You can do that for two bodies, you can't do that for three, but you can do what you did, which is break down into steps and do it iteratively.
Huh?
That sounds like you got the right guys on the job anyhow. I'm sure you guys will come up with a solution.
No, there's it's proven not to be solvable.
Damn. That's crazy.
Until Irma solves it.
Oh, he solved an n-body system, not with a closed form solution, which is what's unsolvable. Wait, do you want to show it, Arma?
Yeah, all right, yeah. I was just making sure, you know, someone was actually on board with it. Okay, me real fast, pull it up.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I'm like, now granted, I do have to kind of, because I'm not like the best at this, so I do have to kind of maybe like tweak the Earth a little bit. Like I'll nudge it a little bit, get it at the right speed to do its little shit. But you'll see, it's fucking cool.
Yeah.
And I also have it where because as of right now I have it where the moon, like I kind of hard coded like most of the like okay, not hard coded, but basically I have it where Earth, has a specific thing for the sun, and then same thing for the moon, whatever. But they're just like the one objects. But as of right now, I coded it where the moons, if I throw in more than one moon, then they'll orbit each other too, because I have it where they actually like there's a whole like thing where it like checks through like the list of moons. And then
if you want it, I can. I mean, you can easily turn that into a generic in-body system. And you just put like there's a body here, body there, and body there. These are their masses and velocities, and show me what happens. And you're gonna get like just what, like you can put the sun, the moon, and the Earth in their current positions with their current velocities and see they following just what we observed them doing.
All right, maybe I can try that. Yeah. All right, real fast. Let me see. Is this? I'll make sure. Okay, this is not. I have to kind of tweak that a little bit. Oh, okay. The moon's okay, and it's just okay. So don't worry about that right now. Anyway, so we got that. Okay, so here's my little thingy so far. All right. It's very, let me tweak it though, because right now I've been kind of messing around with the variables recently, and I think I have the sun's gravity a little bit stronger than usual, so I do have to kind of tweak it a little bit. So I'm pushing the Earth around right now to get like a proper orbit. So give me a second.
Oh, you're playing with the Earth.
Yeah, I'm playing with it right now. Yeah, it's not just doing that by itself.
Okay, now it makes sense. I was like, dude,
wait a minute, whoa.
That
right,
does not look right.
Yeah, let me real fast. I'm gonna try to give it hold on, let me try to get it a bigger orbit. I'm gonna use, let me see. Hold on. Okay. I have a speed up option. I even have like a true speed right here too, which does it tells me like the speed of it and shit. But let me real fast. Is this gonna orbit it back around? I'm hoping this orbits back around. Okay, I might have hit escape velocity. Okay, I think I hit escape velocity. Give me a second. Sorry, give me just 2 seconds. I need to tweak this a little bit. Nope, that's not.
Or maybe you just created a huge elliptic orbit that takes thousands of years.
Yeah, but we don't got thousands of years away. I want to real fast. Yeah, I'm just trying to, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. Give me a second. I have to kind of.
Oh, look at that Earth go.
Hold on. Is this good? Okay, I think that was elliptical. I think. Let's just. But it's off screen though. Fuck.
Wow.
All right, you guys give me a bit. All right, give me a bit. Oh, okay. I think that's good. That one's good. I think that looks like it. That's pretty curved. So I'm assuming it's gonna come back. Anyway, we try to throw in the moon real fast. All right, so we throw in the moon.
It is so amazing.
Come on, please orbit. Please orbit. Yes. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. Check this out. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
It's doing this little corkscrew looking thing. Look at that. Isn't that cool or what?
Yeah.
And the true speed right here is once it starts going up again. That'll pretty much be when we're going back around or whatever. But that takes a bit though, so just give it a little bit.
This is a real good interpretation of reality you got going on here.
Hold on,
This
just
is
give it
amazing. I appreciate this.
I'm proud of it. All right, I'm just I don't know. This is pretty cool. All right.
Yes, it's very cool. It reminds me of a snack machine.
Etch-a-sketch.
Do you know when you get a snack on a snack machine and that spiral is going to start giving you the snack?
Snack machine. You're saying snacks. I thought you said snake at first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you're talking. Yeah, snack machine. Yeah.
Reminds me of my wine bottle opener, the automatic wine. Press a button, out comes the cork.
Okay, I think it's time to
me of Etch-a-Sketch.
I really like this imagery. It almost looks more.
This is a big ass orbit.
It just looks better than actually what NASA gives us.
Here we go. It's coming back around now. Okay, here we go. This is, and I think this is like 20 times speed. I think so. Like I have like 2 speeds. I have the space key that gives you like I think like 10 times speed or 5 times speed. This one's even faster. So this is a slow ass orbit.
It shows real time.
Oh, real time is this. This is like barely moving.
That doesn't look like real time to me.
No, well, I mean, yeah, it's not real time according to like real life. It's just real time for my program. Like,
yeah, I get it.
Well, yeah.
So it's fake real time. The whole system is in fake real time. Even wow.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no real time actually. Like, you have to decide how much any increment is on your simulation's worth. Like, how much that represents. Does that represent a second, a minute, a tenth of a second?
Right. Like scale.
Yep.
I got you, Bacon. I got
Yeah,
you.
this is it's coming back around, but we're not gonna wait for that because I'm pretty sure this is gonna take as long as it just did to get over here because that's kind of how it kind of works.
Do
So
you have
That's
some
the
more
key.
of this? This is amazing.
here, I'll just have fun with it by throwing other little moons. Come on, well, let's have this one orbit. Yeah, this is another thing I figured out. Yeah, I had like a little. Okay, come back, come back, please. Oh, it's going
Wow!
away. Come back.
Holy
Back.
fuck.
I don't know. It might come back, but I actually had it where another thing was orbiting these guys. It was really cool, but it was.
Hey, you might make one like remove the other, and both of them shoot off into space, depending on how you throw it. Like one can accelerate the other away from the orbit.
Yeah, hold on. Look at that. They're orbiting. Look at that. Look how cool that is. That's fucking neat.
This is the fantasy
Oh,
world.
that one. Okay, that one
for these
died. All
guys
right.
right here. Look at
Yeah,
this.
Video
very
games.
scary.
Video games, man. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh no!
Are you running? Are you running one iteration
Wow!
per frame?
Dude, this is crazy.
I might have to check that. I
Can
think
you
it's
get a comet? Can you get a comet to go through there and come by the Earth once every 20 years?
I have a question.
Here, I'm
Are
crazy.
those?
Hold on.
That was a question. No, Bacon, what was wrong with my question?
Holy
crazy.
God of Mother of God! Look at this, man.
I'm
amazing.
having
This
fun.
is
I don't claim that this is. I'm pretty sure this is like inaccurate in a few ways, but I'm just still.
Can you guys
happy
throw
that
that?
it-
Can you guys throw Haley's comet in there? I'd like to see
maybe.
Haley's comet in there.
Can you
That'd
throw
be
the
cool.
ISS in there?
Oh,
And
I
Haley's
think you
comet.
just answered my question. I was gonna ask if there's interaction between the moons, not just between the moons and the Earth, but one just shoot the other one to space. So yeah.
Yeah.
This is so amazing.
Oh, here we go. Oh, and yeah, I think the sun's
The
also
sun-
moving. Yeah, the sun was right
The
there.
sun
And
rejected.
They almost ran her right into the
planets.
sun.
Slap in 6 more planets. Let's see what happens.
I want to see Haley's comet in there too.
Oh no!
And Elon Musk's
They're
car.
going crazy. These
Put
motherfuckers.
Elon Musk's car in there, Haley's planet, and all the rest of the planets. Or Haley's comet, sorry, and all the rest of the planets. And the moons, the Jupiter moons too. Throw them in there while you're at it.
I want to see your code.
Yeah, it's not the best, but it gets the job done though. So yeah,
And put in the 20,000 satellites while you're at it. Let's have some fun.
Okay, I've kind of fucked that one up.
You realize the fantasy you live in now? Yeah.
I like this, man. This is evidence
crazy
that I
shit.
haven't been presented yet, but this is just
Yeah, I like it. Like it's not perfect, but it's cool.
So
Like,
this
come
is
on.
what you spend your spare. You say you're wasting your time on Discord, and that could very well be true. But this, on the other hand, making blue balls go around yellow balls is definitely not a waste of time.
No, it's not because it's
For
coding. I
sure.
mean, it's learning. I'm doing.
Mhm.
I don't think it's a waste. It's
He's
definitely-
practicing logical reasoning, because when you're coding, it requires.
Come on, he's practicing. He doesn't logical reason. Come on, man.
There's no collisions.
Yeah, I
with these-
mean, what do you think? What do you think coding is? It's literally solving logical problems. That's all it is.
That
And
was-
you have to practice it if you want to be good at it.
That's
And
right.
for example, in order to get something like this done, you have to solve some logical issues
Right.
that you're gonna
Can,
face.
can you get Haley's
that-
comet in there for me? I'd like to see that
I mean,
come around every
I-
15, 20 years,
Yeah,
whatever.
I do have to try that, but unfortunately, my thing doesn't have it where I can adjust the speed of the moons. They have a set speed, unfortunately. I either have still or moving down, and that's it. The moving down one is if, like, for example, I want to get it to orbit around the sun because I need some kind of momentum. Otherwise, they just kind of fly right into the sun. But yeah, if I do the still one, they just go straight into the sun, and that one kind of got lucky. I guess maybe the Earth's pull. And that, there's also a weird thing too where I have them where for whatever reason I have them when they collide, they just kind of stay still. That's just me being stupid. Don't worry about that. But yeah, I don't know. That's all I wanted to show. Wait, what?
Why does that happen?
Because I was trying to like do a thing. I wanted to like create like a black hole. I wanted them to all the kind of like just like stop in one place. I wanted to do something stupid though, but it just didn't work out. So I was like, whatever. Like I was doing like a really like stupid like solution for it just because I was like lazy and I didn't want to whatever. But I wanted them to kind of like get stuck in one place so then they can just attract even more shits and just like and go crazy. But it didn't pan out right. But anyway, that's all I wanted to show though. But it's fun though. It's good fun.
Looks good, man. Looks good.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your success.
Where are you on the iterations?
Oh, the iteration thingy. Hold on.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that somewhere in that code it's kind of fucked because I mean I was looking through it like I had kind of like a hard time like getting it to work just because it was like a new thing that I've never really tried before. And you know whenever that happens it's always like kind of messy. But I basically just had it where I found out like the amount of moons, right? So if there's like the like 10 like oh yeah, so because in this program you can like get like there's a function that says like the number of instances for the moons, whatever, right? So I get that number and then I write a for loop, whatever, and then the for loop has that number, the
That
amount of
looks
moons.
like a engineer's code.
What this?
It's not a compliment though.
It's not a compliment though. That's a bad thing because it's like all messy and shit, right?
No, it's because of the indentations. Like the indentations are like the things inside the if are into the same column as the if, which doesn't help you understanding what's inside what,
Yeah, it's true. Well, I mean, I don't know if like this kind of answers that, whatever, but like I usually like, do a lot more, like what do you call it? Like commenting, but I don't know. I got kind of lazy here, but yeah, usually I'll be like, okay, this checks, count how many, moons.
Is there a mod here for DMOC? He was muted maybe yesterday or earlier. Needs to be unmuted.
He has been muted for,
Is he muted for days, or is it just muted and he needs to be unmuted now?
at least a day, I think. I think he's been muted for at least a day.
Well, he needs to be unmuted if there's a mod here.
That is true. But yeah. I don't know. It's not, this, like I said, this isn't really impressive code.
Mods.
What? Got movement right here. I even actually separated. I got gravity, speed, and then we got acceleration right here. This is the acceleration.
Well, as you said, it gets the job done. That's usually what matters.
Yeah. So
nice.
It's fun.
I think
it's
I can unmute DMOC.
Why there's
Take a
sine and
look.
cosine?
I was kind of sine and cosine because I was trying to get the because remember the acceleration thing.
There,
Basically,
you're unmuted, DMOC.
Basically, I'm trying to figure out like okay the direction of the body, right, the sun, whatever, right, and then using.
So you're working with the magnitude of the speed.
Magnitude? What you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm asking because you're. I mean, you usually use sine and cosine in simulations like that to decompose the vectors into the major axis in x, y.
Oh, okay.
But,
So I have
go
the
ahead.
I have the horizontal speed and the vertical speed, right? Because I was thinking about like okay, so if you're only like vectors and shit whatnot, I was thinking okay, so like you can think of it as like you're having a horizontal speed and you can think of it as having a vertical speed, right? So I was all like okay, let's take the
okay, I get it. You're dealing with with the angles.
Yeah.
You don't need that.
Really?
Yeah, I'll show you later. I mean, I don't want to. I don't think a lot of people want to see this. But if some other time you want to
definitely
see how to do that, okay, sure.
Yeah, let me know because I mean, like, I actually had help by what's his name? There was another guy, Coffee, I think. He actually helped me out with like the one thing. It was for the gravity, though. Like the whole, like I said before, like the whole square distance thing. Because before I just had like a really basic thing. It was just like I think it was just like divided by like distance, and that's it. Because I was just because I didn't want to like, and I know it's a simple thing, but I just didn't really like I just wanted to get like
it was the inverse linear law. It's how gravity would work in a two-dimensional world.
Oh.
Because like the thing about the inverse square law, like if you think about sound, for example, when you emit a sound wave, it goes in all directions.
Yeah.
So it expands like a sphere around the point of emission, right?
Oh.
So that sphere, the sound is spread on the surface of that sphere. So the bigger that sphere, the more surface area it has. But that same amount of energy is spread around that bigger area. So it's going to drop with the surface area of that sphere.
Oh.
And the surface area of the sphere follows a square law. So if you double the radius of the sphere, the surface quadruples. That's why the amount, the strength of the sound or the amount of energy drops by the square of the distance because of this three-dimensional space.
So I accidentally, I mean, obviously, once again, it's an accident, but I accidentally did like the 2D version of it. That's kind of funny though. Okay, that's cool. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean, you can still use the inverse square law in the 2D, and then things can work very similar to how they work in 3D. It's just one less dimension, but that's not very realistic to what gravity would work in a two-dimensional universe, because you don't have that sphere of, the field doesn't expand in 3 dimensions. If it only expands in 2 dimensions, then it drops by the inverse linear function, not the inverse square function.
Wow, you guys hear that? I never knew about that ish. I mean, I kind of did because I saw the images where it's like, you got like the square and it's like the 4 squares and 9 squares. So I kind of like had like but all right, that actually explains it. That's pretty cool. Look at that. Interesting.
Yeah, and the same thing goes for like electrostatic fields. As you play with a charged particle, the interaction with the electrostatic field is expanding in 3 directions. So you get the inverse square law for electrostatic fields too. But you don't get with the electromagnetic fields, because we have like positive and negative charges. So now you have like another issue making it weaker, and you get like the inverse cubic law. That's much more complicated.
Interesting. Look at that.
Yeah.
I learned something. That's pretty fucking neat. Yeah, and I guess that would also explain, why also like, the inverse square law also applies for like, like the sunlight or whatever, that whole argument. Not sunlight, but like the whole point source kind of thing. That's okay. It's pretty interesting. I think it's a point source. I don't know. I mean, that's what I've heard. Is like the point source thing or whatever. And like, because like there's a whole argument about the moon and whatnot. Like, on the flat side, where it's like, if the astronauts were on that moon, whatever, it should be blinding bright or some shit because of the inverse square law, whatever.
Yeah, I know. I understand, but like there's a. I mean, the fact that it's a reflection kind of changes a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, if the moon was a perfect mirror, and you went from the Earth to the moon, you just travel a very small percentage of the whole path of light, so that wouldn't make like any difference, almost any difference to how bright the moon looks. You're basically just looking at the sun.
Right.
Oh
geez, yeah, holy shit.
But it's not a perfect mirror, so it's more complicated. I don't know how it works then, but there's something there you have to take into account. I just don't know how.
Well, hold on though. If it was a perfect
The
mirror,
argument-
though, well, you first go, Joe.
No, so the argument they make is about the amount of lumens that you receive of the moon from here on Earth, from the moon, and how much that would increase when you got closer and closer to the moon.
You can't just use the inverse square law using the distance between you and the moon, right?
Yeah, of course. Especially when you get there, you're talking about the energy. Like the inverse square law is describing the entire, all the energy that we're receiving from the moon. And if you're on the moon, you're not at all seeing you're not getting all that energy. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, as you get closer, you see less and less of the moon too. But there should be some relationship between the amount of energy and the luminescence, right? There should be a conversion between them. So 2 factors there to take into account that I don't see anyone taking into account. I don't know how to though, but I don't see anyone else doing it.
We have 23 people here. How is no flat earther speaking up right now? Come on, guys. We brought up a new topic. Anyone on?
I just so I have no idea what you're talking about yet.
What do you want to talk about, dude?
Anything, man.
No, that's not true.
Okay, that's true. Actually, you're right. You're right.
The Earth is clearly not a spinning sphere because there would be centrifugal force at the equator because it spins on an axis, and there would be less or more gravity at the north or south poles or at the equator, and there's none.
You're reading that off.
What do you mean there's none? I measured that myself. What do you mean there's none? You know that's measurable, right?
What?
The centrifugal force. Like I'm not sure if everyone that tries it gets the same thing, but when I did it, I got the difference in centrifugal force.
Okay.
No, that's not true.
You're going to confuse the audience now with that. I do have a question everybody can try to be honest on. Ready? It's yes or
I
no.
was answering her point.
I
Are you
don't
gonna
really
bring
care
something else
at this
before
point.
we?
I'm just going to answer the question because it kind of
Oh,
trumps
you should
all
care.
of
If
these.
Now
there's a conversation,
let Bacon answer her point, man. Come on.
Jesus
I mean, if
Christ.
there's conversation
Let's
going on,
have a
just
long-winded nothing response. Let's hear it. Go ahead, Bacon.
Who is this?
what do you
Who
mean?
is this?
I just said I
Who's
measured it.
this
That's
dickhead?
Glad flow
Glat
or
Flobe's the
something.
dickhead. What do you want to do about it?
What's your name? Say what?
Glat Flobe, Sensei
Sensei
Glat.
Sensei. I'll call you Sensei
Yeah.
Glat. All right. That's
Great.
what I'm gonna do.
Tell me
That's
whatever the fuck you want. Find the Earth curvature, bud.
No,
Bud
it's
Wow.
easy enough to address her question directly. So, and I think
Yeah, I
Bacon
did.
has
I
an
Anything
answer.
about the Earth.
Well, he said.
It's
She
gonna
said.
prove,
She said
it's going to prove
there's no.
Bacon's bias.
Oh my god.
So what do we need to hear it for?
She said there's no centrifugal force.
Didn't you ask for
I
flat?
said I
Nobody
measured
cares,
it myself.
dude. Nobody
Oh,
cares.
you
Sensei
no,
Glat.
you don't care. We're talking, dude.
Yeah, that's right, Sensei Glat. Why don't you be nice, man? Come on.
I'm just, man, this is so ridiculous. We have to sit here and listen to y'all drone on about something
Now
that
you
will not prove anything to anyone.
You just don't like
Okay,
the answer to the question.
Dude, I'm not going to
just-
sit through all this boring nonsense. Where's the curvature?
What boring nonsense? If this is boring, then what the fuck is exciting for you? I mean, this is what we do.
We're trying to answer.
Bacon-
Where's the thing?
Centrifugal force. You
Yeah,
think
Bacon,
anybody
please
wants to
answer.
sit around
Go
and
ahead.
listen to that?
Go ahead, Bacon.
Right. So cars.
Anybody wants to fucking listen to this?
One thing you can do. Oh, it doesn't matter if you want to or not. I'm speaking. You gotta let me finish.
That's
If you wanna test it, you can buy a pocket scale. I bought one for like around $10 that has a 0.1 gram precision. You get something that is very close to the maximum amount of weight it can measure, and then you wait somewhere far from the equator, and then whenever you go closer to the equator, you measure that same thing on that same scale, and you're not gonna get the same value, and you can do the same thing when you get back, and you get your original value. And
How can you
when I do
justify
that,
the centrifugal force reading?
sorry.
How can you justify that it's a centrifugal force reading and not interference from the amount of electromagnetic field that there is?
Well, you can say there's a different cause, but you can't then say there's no centrifugal force, because when you find a force, you say, well, I'm not sure that's centrifugal. You might say, well, I'm not sure if that force is centrifugal, but you can't just then assert that there is no centrifugal force, right?
That is correct.
Well, no, I think that we'd have to be careful about assuming that it's centrifugal force and not freaking wind, because any kind of
no.
physical
There was no wind. It
movement
was
creates centrifugal force.
no.
So-
I
Think
so
about
the-
it is
measuring this.
when you predict the result and the results match your prediction, that has validity.
No, it does. When you
I
prove your
predict-
assumption,
I
Of
predicted
course,
the
of
result,
course.
and I made a video left lane. Now, does that result have validity when I predicted what was going to happen? When something's out of
No.
your view on a sphere, you won't see the top.
Ridiculous statement.
And I made a video left lane. Now, are you going to hold to that?
Yeah,
Well,
just
I
because
would
you
like for
predict the
Bacon to be able to
result
finish.
doesn't. Yeah.
I said, are you going to hold to your claim?
To
Stop
point
it
out
from
that actually-
spinning and see if the weight changes still. Then you would prove it. Until you do that, you're just assuming. And when left lane speaks up, I know he's going to say something like that. That's why I pop up and pay attention. It's not proven centrifugal force because you didn't stop the movement. It could be any number of effects that affect the weight of the
Yeah, no
object
one's
once
saying
you move
it can
it.
only be.
As
that's
I'm
not an
interrupted
argument.
by the guy who's making the original claim, backed up by left lane.
Just wrap it up.
I don't know if I did
Since you're
something
muted,
wrong
I'll assume you're done.
in the conversation, but I will say that I didn't actually finish my point at any point, which is a common thing in these groups. I think it's like maybe everybody else has this as well. Like, I'm not sure. Like, I often get cut off before. I was gonna actually explain the fact that with centrifugal force, just like on a carousel or something, that as you get further out from the center of the movement, it increases. So the force of centrifugal, like the centrifugal force, increases as you go outward from the inside or the internal aspect of the movement. Now, the thing is, it doesn't matter if we go deeper into the ground or up on top of a mountain, there is still no measurable centrifugal force change. And there would be. There would have to be. We're apparently spinning 650 miles per hour. I mean, we get measurable centrifugal force at less than like 5 miles an hour, less than 1 mile an hour, and you get measurable centrifugal force. So, the idea that we're spinning is completely proven false with that. That's how science works. That's how it works. Like, the end. You can't even.
Right.
It's like what you would be doing is you'd be saying, well, we do spin, but there's no measurable centrifugal force. That would be how they measure the that's how they measure the spin in the first place, would be centrifugal force. That's the only way to measure that, would be spinning. So if you can't measure that we're spinning, then they're fucking lying. And that's me ending my point.
Right. So the speed alone doesn't tell you how much centrifugal force you should expect. If you're going 1,000 meters per second on a straight line, there's 0 centrifugal force. Depending on how tight right. If you make a curved path, now there is some centrifugal force, and how much centrifugal force it has depends on how much it's curving. So
You're just saying stuff.
raw value.
That doesn't make any sense. We're only reason to believe in the God is because of the science you've been given, and now you're going
let
to
you finish your 2 minutes point.
false.
Okay. Well, you
Doesn't
see,
make
I'm
any
just saying
sense.
stuff, so I think I lost you in somewhere there. Can you help me
Because
out
I'm
where
saying
you?
we're told specifically that we're spinning at 1650 miles per hour, so that has to be taken into account. If you're going to believe we're on a spinning ball and it evolved from a monkey, then let's actually okay, obviously believe the things you've been told. So let's
I
go
didn't
with
say
the
you
thing.
shouldn't take that into account.
Well, it's like 1650 miles per hour is a lot faster
1650.
than 1650 meters per hour, which I think is what you said.
Oh, maybe you're right. Hold on, let me check.
Well, I'm completely sure you missed my point. Do you remember what my point was, or what you think my response was? Because I'm not sure. I don't think you get it.
I think
I
you were
can try to.
retorting. Yeah, please do. I'm sorry. I hear a response and I hear things that poke out from the response, and I instantly am like,
Right, that's fine. That's fine.
it's not
I mean,
very fair of
actually,
me.
that's
Yeah, I
better to
apologize.
stop whenever. No. I mean, I think it's even better to stop whenever that happens instead of me go on if I already lost you in your argument.
Yeah, I appreciate
But
that.
for example, if you have a merry-go-round of a 2 meter radius, and you're spinning around it at, I don't know, 2 meters per second, that gives you 1 centrifugal force. If you're also at 2 meters per second around another merry-go-round, but it's a bigger merry-go-round, so the radius is bigger, it's twice as big radius, you don't get the same centrifugal force. Even if you're going as fast as the smaller one, you get a weaker centrifugal force. So the speed alone, I didn't say you don't have to take into account. Of course you have, but that alone doesn't tell you how much centrifugal force you should feel or you should measure. Do you understand that?
That's a weird way to ask that. Do I understand that? I don't know. I don't necessarily want to agree with that. I'd have to I can't just agree with that.
Well, I mean, two merry-go-rounds,
Are you
and both
saying
of them.
you're saying two objects, one larger, one smaller, have different measurable centrifugal forces? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if
Okay.
you're
So that
at
has
one
to allow-
speed. Sorry.
Okay. So if you're going at the same speed, well, the only reason that they have different forces though is because one object that is larger means the outside edge is further away from the center. I'm pretty sure I described this earlier.
Right. Okay. So now,
So there's
if we
a
have two,
factual reason why that's happening.
right, but
Like
if you have two merry-go-rounds of the same size, but that rotating different speeds, you also don't get the same centrifugal force. So again, not just saying how far you are from the center changes it, doesn't tell you how much it changes it, because it also matters how fast it's spinning, right?
Okay, but I think we could both agree that centrifugal force should be measurable.
That we can only agree on that once we get a prediction. Like once we agree on this is how much we should measure it. So if the centrifugal force is this much, this is how much we should measure it. So how much do you think we should measure? How much centrifugal force do you think we should measure at the equator compared to the poles?
Nothing. Zero. It's not moving.
Okay, no,
No,
but I mean,
if
like,
obviously
How
on
much
on
should
our
be
assumption,
bigger? There should be a 1650 mile per hour difference.
but that's there's
That is the literal speed. That is the
yeah, but you
literal
notice
speed. Now you
centrifugal
hop
force
on.
isn't the speed, right?
Do you know that centrifugal force is completely linked to gravity in this theory too? The reason
I
that
counter
the reason
gravity kind of.
they changed this. They changed this when the FE movement started. They first said that the opposing force to gravity was centrifugal force. That's what they first said. Now I dare you. You won't, but I dare you. I hope you do. Look up the opposing force to gravity, because last time I checked, it wasn't centrifugal force anymore. It was you. And guess what your value is? 0.
hmm.
I think you're going away
It's
from
just,
the
it's
point.
just well, no, because it all
I'm
links
asking.
together, because this is zero science. It all links together, because the only reason you believe that you're spinning around when you're literally still right now as we're speaking is because some rich pedophile billionaire told you are. That's it.
Oh,
It's the only reason
what's
you
the P
believe
word?
I just
you're
told you I measured the centrifugal
Left
force
lane,
myself.
I asked you a question. Now that there's a little second of silence, I made a hypothesis, a prediction that once something's out of your view on a ball, when you go up in the air, you can't see the roof of it. Now, my prediction is correct. Now, are you going to defend me every time I come on here, just like you do Bacon and every other Glober, with the prediction that's not correct, that they can't demonstrate? I can demonstrate mine. I had the video in the text. Watch the video, Left Lane. I want to see if you're not a liar. I want to see if you step up to your claim. You defend the person whose prediction is correct, right? So now
Yeah,
left lane will be
I'm not going to interrupt.
I'm not done. I'm not
You're
done.
interrupting the
Left lane will
conversation,
be
Demont.
defending me. No, you are, with ignorance, with your saying stuff and not doing it. Left lane will be defending me after he watches my video and my prediction is correct. Right? That's all I want to make sure that everybody writes this down. So when I come on here, left lane will have to defend me, because Earth is not a globe and my prediction was correct. Just like he said he has to defend anybody else who has a correct prediction. Right, left laner? We're friends now, buddy.
Why'd you go left?
Thanks, pal. As long as you're not a liar and you stick to your word, we're good.
What happened?
Shut up, bacon of nothing. Or Arma, I mean, I'm sorry.
People
Bacon
often
enough.
Apologies accepted.
Chucky Brad Boy or whatever, whatever that is. He put in the text, okay, that many forces oppose gravity. Okay, look, there isn't even any proof for gravity for starters. But if we're gonna go into the 3 major proofs used, it would be zero gravity, which is actually an airplane creating free fall, which is a form of acceleration. It's got nothing to do with gravity. We've got 0 G's, which is moving all resistance, which is all matter and particles out of the air, and then going, they didn't resist each other. It's like, that's obviously nothing to do with gravity too. That's the fact that there's no density beneath anything to create resistance. And I can't remember the third one right now, but the point is that they're all to do with other forces. So you're like, oh, he's like, oh, many forces oppose gravity. It's like many forces are gravity. Gravity doesn't exist. So, like, your statement is assumptive, and your statement is force fed to you by a crazy, psychotic, deceptive system that taught you that you're a spinning space monkey ball. Like, it's like, are you kidding me? Use some discernment, dude. Many forces oppose gravity. Is your evidence for it? That doesn't make any sense. There are many forces at play, none are gravity.
Exactly.
You
Every
can also
action.
question this, because gravity should be called electromagnetism, right? It's something that attracts or repulses gravity, right? You have
I'm down.
zero gravity, whatever, which means you float or you get drawn in. This is
Do
magnetism.
you want to engage?
Okay?
Do you want to engage on some of the thing? Any other things you're saying,
They
or do you
call
just want to say them?
gravity because they don't want you to realize that you're in an electromagnetic world, because then you'll prove that you're not freaking floating around nothingness. It's all designed. So no, instead of saying electromagnetism, they call it gravity, and then every freaking proof of gravity is actually another force.
Right.
I dare
Any
you to find
action.
proof of gravity that isn't another force. In fact, I've never had anyone do it. But please, this is a literal challenge for you. Find me proof of gravity that is not another force.
Can't
You are
happen.
lied to about everything, and then you go, well, of course they tell me exactly why I'm here for and what I'm doing. What's their theory about why you're here? Oh, nothing. You're a speck of space dust. You actually have absolutely no purpose. Please get in line and blasters. Are you fucking kidding me? You're not gonna go, huh, that's questionable, because I feel like I might be here for a reason since I've realized all these lies. No, 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 no. You're just a spinning space monkey ball and you're going absolutely no purpose. There might be an agenda there, huh?
A super monkey ball.
Yeah, come on, Bacon. What do you got to say to all that?
Yeah, what do you say about monkey ball? Sega's monkey ball.
No, stick to the magnetism and how you would never be off balance with a magnet holding you where you're at as another magnet yourself. And stick to the question she asked. What do you have for gravity, right?
No, but
That's
specifically
not another force.
the monkey ball
What do
part.
you calculate that you call gravity that's not another force you're initiating to gravity? Is what she asked you. Stick to the program.
Well,
I don't even know
also,
what's
like,
going
we're
on
not
now.
even at war with each other. We're with the people who put us
Right.
into fucking crazy school of lies. You
Well,
know,
you're at
I've
war
been
with
there.
these group
I was
of
there.
guys in here that won't answer your question
No,
about
he's
the
gotta
force.
show
They
showing
can,
it
and they're
easy,
gonna act
so
like
he's
they
gotta
don't
do it.
understand anything now. After you
Yeah,
laid out a whole to play of what you were talking about, and then the main part is electromagnetism and not the force of gravity. Now Bacon is gonna keep laughing and go and
No,
keep
that's
breathing
me.
funny.
I'm laughing. I'm Arma, man. What are you talking about?
Arma, I'm sorry, Bacon. God dang it, I'm sorry. Well, listen, you shouldn't keep saying
Apologies
Bacon's
accepted
name all the
again.
time. Listen, he
It
says
makes
he
sense.
learns all of his stuff off you, Bacon. I'm sorry. That's where I get it from. Anyway, Arma, stop laughing at people when they're being serious and you're not.
My bad. I'm
That's
sorry.
sad.
Sorry.
So answer her
Oh, stop
question.
being funny.
Yo.
No, the truth is funny. I'll never stop being funny. But what we need, right, is the truth, a funny truth that's not wrong about her question. Her question about gravity. Do you guys remember that? 3
Well,
seconds
no,
ago?
they're not wrong, though. We've got to stipulate
can't
that.
answer
They
her
are
question.
not wrong. They
Just
didn't
let them
even
answer
create
your
this
question.
theory.
Hang on, just give them time. I can't answer your question. Every time I think of something, it's another force, right? Can anyone else answer her question?
It's a good question. It's really a good question,
Just give them
regardless whether they
time.
started it.
Silence
It's a
is
good
okay.
question.
Can
There's
we
a lot of
repeat the
big time
question?
callers here. Arma, Left Lane, Bacon. One of y'all should have an answer for her, right?
I mean, we
Well, both
do.
getting
I mean,
answers.
you,
Yeah.
you literally you just said, hold on. So I don't know. Like, okay, if I say things fall, are you guys gonna say fucking relative density or like?
That's not the
No, we
question.
asked you
What was
what's
the question?
causing it. What forces
Oh,
do
I
you
don't know.
see
Then, I don't know.
that aren't gravity? We want to see when you see gravity and not the forces of something else. Is the question. I know it's hard for you guys to comprehend
Honestly, I
anything.
think
Yeah,
so.
that's
too.
condescending.
I'm not really
Wait,
sure what
why
the question
say that?
is.
Say that. They didn't even create this goddamn psychotic theory. It's not even their fault. And actually, as an intellectual, it's really hard
Well,
to
they're holding
go,
it up.
I'm wrong. Right? I remember that moment.
They're trying to rebuild the brick
Mark.
wall.
Well, I'd spent my whole life trying to be intelligent and knowledgeable. When I found out I was wrong, it was devastating.
Oh shit,
I
Kosho's here too. Let him answer.
Well, no, I mean honestly, I'm taking it back myself, and
Yeah, I think I'm
I
I'm a
think
flat
y'all
earther
met
now.
y'all's
Yeah.
match. This lady has destroyed y'all with one question.
Yeah,
It's
I think
weird.
I got to be a flat earther now. I think I'm convinced now. Let me.
Yeah,
You know?
you're just a joker, dude. You're just here to argue. We know you.
No, I'm not. No,
You're
no.
nothing. Nothing. Do you
You're
hear this
nothing.
lady? Yeah, you're
Got
That's a
no
bit
nothing.
harsh.
talent.
That's a bit harsh, but no, I'm not joking. No, I really think that was impressive, and I'm got a lot to think about.
So no one has an answer. Anyone?
Cars, you're not a Kiwi, are you?
No one's got an answer for you.
Kiwi
Sorry.
or-
Dude. Maybe come back tomorrow, or stay here today, but come back tomorrow and ask the same thing. Maybe there'll be some smart Globers here that can answer your question.
Whoa.
Because if the globe is so easily proven, that question should be answered like zippity zap doodah, right? Post
Maybe
it.
maybe I'll come back tomorrow and we'll have some smart flat earthers to talk to. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah, good one, bro. That's really
That's right,
original.
yep,
Can you? That's
that's
you
right, yep.
deviating from her question, right? That's
The
you
thing is-
deviating. You can't answer her question.
What is
But
her
she was
question? I
being-
don't even know what
when
she's
these
You
asking.
don't even know
Yeah,
what the
she was
question
being-
is now.
Yeah, I
She
don't know
was
what the.
being,
You're
she was
More
being
obfuscate.
kind. She was being kind just a second ago, but she got interrupted. She was trying to say that it's not our fault, right? You were saying, Carter's
Yeah.
not our fault that
Yes, it is. When you realize what you're lying about right now, and you still keep doing it for the past 10 years, when we're pointing out to you that it's a lie, and you keep trying to reify a lie that you can't demonstrate. How do you reify physics you can't do in physics, and you can't physics? And you guys still keep standing behind the story. Something's going on.
Well,
So
will you
no,
forgive
you
me?
didn't. No, hold on. No, you didn't make it up. I agree. But you're pushing the fucking cart. So when the dead guy lets the cart go, leave it where it's at. Stop pushing it along.
Can't answer a simple lady's question about the glow. I mean, about gravity. Should be
will you
so
forgive
easily
me?
answered.
Will you forgive me, Rakia and Democ, if I admit that I've been wrong?
No, we just want to. If you are you saying you can't answer a question?
Can you tell us whether or not you're full of
Okay,
excuses?
that's one down.
True or
Anybody
false?
else?
True or
I'm still
false? You're
not.
full of excuses.
I'm still not sure what her question exactly is.
Well, that's two down then. If he can't even follow what the question is, no need
I
to
have
repeat
so
it
many
6
more
times.
questions about that. if
A
that's
simple
relevant.
lady's question, ma'am. Do you mind me asking what you do for a living? Are you an astrophysicist?
Wow, thank you. No, I definitely don't seek approval for my knowledge.
So, are you just just a normal person out in the day asking questions?
Do I sound like the normal person?
Yeah, you sound very normal to me, like an everyday lady that's asking a very simple question to the guys who claim to know everything, or can at least look it up and 5 minutes later become an expert. Cannot answer your simple question.
Nah, I'm not an everyday woman. No, I test and experiment with stuff too, so I don't just talk shit out my ass.
Nice.
Wow.
That's not what I meant though. Like just the normal everyday.
I'm not normal. No, I'm not normal every day either. I get arrested a lot and things, and I've had my computer stolen.
That
I've been
sounds
raided.
pretty normal.
Yeah, that's normal.
That
I'm saying
sounds
you're not an
super normal.
astrophysicist. You're not like this PhD guru scientist, right?
No, of course not. Everybody has access to knowledge.
There you go. But they can't answer your simple question, right?
Well, no one no one could answer that because they're not taught that answer on purpose. When we're taught
I agree
gravity,
with
we're
you.
taught very specifically careful things because if they teach us something too close to the truth, these kids actually know something's up. Like I've met quite a few adults who said as children they couldn't believe it, and actually when I never learned about gravity and stuff. I didn't. I've drowned it out. I think there's something in not. Maybe it's not everyone, maybe it is everyone, and they just stump it out of us where we go, this doesn't sound right. I remember as a kid standing outside trying to work out how I was upside down for ages. I mean, I'm sure I was out there
Exactly.
for hours. Like, what the
I thought
fuck is
everybody
this?
had it figured out, right?
Play Mario
Someone else had
Galaxy.
already figured it
We'll
out.
figure it out. Play Mario Galaxy.
Arma definitely doesn't have it figured out, so we can X him out. He's already Kosho doesn't know. Is there anybody else that might know? Since a child, she and I and DMOC have had questions about this. It's a very simple question that's mainstream science about gravity. You're big G.
I just
And
want
it's
to
not
say
the
I
first
like.
time. It's
I
not
just
the
want
first time this question's been asked. It's been asked for 10 years now.
I just want to say I like Arma's answer. Go to a video game. That seems to be where he spends all his time these days, on the computer, making shit up. Oh, look what I did on the computer. The blue dot goes around the.
Yeah, you're
Sounds
saying that
great.
because you're jealous, man. You know you fucking liked it. You thought
I
that was
can
pretty fucking
fucking
cool.
program a 5-axis CNC machine. You think I'm concerned about your fucking programming a blue
Let him go
ball
to his
around the
computer
Then
and
you should
give
think
us
it's
the
cool
call.
then. You should think it's
Yeah,
cool.
hang on
No, I think
before we
it's
argue
stupid.
about Arma's. Yeah, exactly.
I used to do RUN and LAM and all that stuff when I was in second and third grade on the computer and program all kind of pretty shit on the screen, Arma.
That's
What's your
awesome. Can we
point?
go to our supercomputers and get the calls of gravity, please?
That's
Anybody?
what they do. That's why he wants you to go to a video game. Well, if you
Can't get the
figure out what
calls.
it feels
No
like,
one has
look at
got the
video game.
calls for gravity. Not one
Wait,
person.
wait, hold on, Godscapel, you can actually program?
You guys are going.
Yeah, I
forward,
can
man.
actually. G code.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Now, can your program mimic reality? Can you go in a lab or go outside and mimic what is on your program outside? If you can't, the program is useless for reality. Arma.
I'm gonna try to bring this back to the conversation that was happening.
And it's such a huge
Reality?
problem.
Yeah. So you said something about electricity, and I've always heard, I've heard from Electric Universe people and stuff, and Ken Wheeler and stuff like that. Is that what you're saying that that gravity is? Is that where I should look? But I'm trying to figure out
I
what
see
causes
that.
it.
Yeah, I was actually pointing out that they're clearly hiding something, because if they were telling the truth, gravity should be called electromagnetism.
And we wouldn't still be asking what gravity is. Know what I mean?
Right, because they can prove electromagnetism as well.
Okay.
But electromagnetism still works under the format of density, among other things.
Well, we know it can affect weight, right? That's one thing
Right,
we
it
do
can,
know.
it can levitate. Yes, Hutchinson effect and what have you. So
Hmm.
we know that it. Yeah. Point being, electromagnetism can be generated. We can actually measure that. Okay, but like we can't actually create gravity. Now, if there's not a force on Earth that we can't create. Okay, so keep that in mind too. Funny how we can create every force on Earth, but apparently this one that's literally permeating the entire Earth, we can't make that.
Yeah, I
Not
didn't
just
know
the
that.
Earth, the universe. Everything that exists is existing because of gravity and is in motion and orbiting because of gravity. But no one knows what it is or can recreate it. And when you put those motions into a supercomputer, they don't work. Unprogrammable.
I don't think they're realizing the gravity of this.
Yeah, the gravity of the situation is very serious.
That's a good one. Let's keep in
I think
mind that they've
pretty
changed
funny
what
that
gravity is a couple of
the woman
times.
who was speaking said
Oh yeah.
that
You know
you would
what
expect.
gravity means in etymology? Gravity. Ity means deity, which means the great one, the God, the creator. Okay? Anything that says
God, yes.
it means God.
Oh.
Now, grav actually comes from the word grave, which means dead. They are literally saying dead God.
Yes. Dead God holds you down. Exactly.
Holy crap.
You
Isn't
just
that
First
convinced me.
time
funny?
I've ever heard that.
Well, why don't you learn? You should have
Sounds
brought
like
it up to
that.
us. You're the one that loves the
I've never
word so
heard that,
much.
Left Lane. I've never heard you tell anybody that, Left Lane.
Right. You should have
I've
brought that up
Never
to
heard
us
it.
years ago, Left Lane. No, you should have brought it up. Not heard it. You should have researched it.
years. I've heard
Your
your voice for
God.
years comment on everything that ballers say, but I've never heard you say that.
No, I wouldn't say something that I've never heard of for sure.
You wouldn't say the actual etymology of the meaning of the term and the thesaurus and the glossary and the dictionary of what the fucking word is.
Is your sentence going to
Great
end?
itty, dead God.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You
It
don't
seems
know.
like we're off track. We need to focus.
Seems like we're all off track,
Let's
man.
let this
We're
lady.
off the
Let's let
globe.
this.
We're off the globe. We're off track, man.
No, let's let the
Not
lady
you,
speak more.
Dimok,
She's
the other
bringing.
That
lady.
was a cool moment. I literally figured that out as we were talking. Okay? Like, I'd actually already know what those things mean from other reasons. Like, I've been researching for years. So I actually literally figured that out right now.
None
We
of
know.
these
We
guys
mess with
could
them
do
all the
that.
time. We mess with them all the time about words. They act like they don't understand anything.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Keep
no.
going.
So I only just realized that myself. Just also saying.
Well, thanks for being so kind about it.
We've told them gravity was their god for a long time. They just didn't believe us.
Oh yeah, but now we have proof.
Big G.
Wait,
Big
what is
G,
density?
right?
What does density stand for? What's the etymology of that?
Your God.
It has
It's
itty
the
in it
other
too, right?
part of your God. Your God comes
The
in
weight of
sections.
God. Density is the weight of God. Because what else creates weight but a program that is reliable, dependable, stable, doesn't change? There's this program that runs everything. It runs up, down. It runs left, right. It runs hot, cold. It runs wind. It runs water. It runs fire. Okay, like blah blah blah. But there's a completely clear program that's running. It's measurable. It's
that's what it stands for?
That's a good answer, wasn't it? Wow, soak that in for a little bit.
Wait, is that the
Your
etymology?
question was what is density, and did you hear what she said, Arma?
No, but I mean, like, is that the how do you pronounce that word? Etymology. What is it called? Etymology.
Pay attention to the conversation, Arma.
Yeah, is that the etymology of that word? Is that the etymology? For
Oh,
density?
now you're figuring stuff out.
No, that's really what. So hold on. So itty, dense. So what is dense again? Dense is what? The weight.
Yes, it is. It's the weight of God. Okay. Now,
where'd you?
get this. So itty means God. I
Yeah.
said this before. In the previous word, we were talking about gravity, and it had itty in it, and that means itty means God. Okay, we separate. We
death
were
of
taught
God.
syllables for a reason. The reason we were taught syllables is because actually words are other words mixed together. They are actually miniature sentences within each word.
Right, and they're hypnotizing you too, because when you don't know
They
the
are.
subliminal meaning and then you get the word presented to you, now you're hypnotized through subliminality. And now that you don't know that dead God means your gravity, so the death of God means holding stuff in space-time. Okay, guys?
Hold on, but where'd you get Den
Stop.
says wait though?
Stop.
Where
Understand this.
but where did she
Dead
get Den says
God
wait though?
means your gravity, because you guys don't believe in God. Remember, you
D-Mock
believe in
won't
a
shut
Big
up.
Bang. I know, because you don't get it. You believe in a Big Bang. That's not God. So to kill God or God's death, that's your beginning of gravity, correct?
I'm talking about density
The end of God, the end of the religion, is the beginning of your religion, right? So your God, gravity, kills the other God, God, right? This is what we're pointing out to you, and you don't seem to get it here. Your science killed
rules for
religion.
everybody, okay?
Your science killed religious God and made a Big Bang gravity God. Do you understand, Arma?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, man?
I said it to you. Read the etymology of those words.
I'm walking you.
Those words have etymology. Read up on them.
Guys, I mean, is it possible if we just do like a regular conversation sort of thing? Like
Regular.
Yeah, if you guys ever be regular and
In
stop
this
laughing
server,
and joking
I
and
don't think
stuttering.
so.
You're gonna have to
We got
remute D-Mock.
Stuttering Bob, we
That's what you
got
have to do.
Backup Joe, and we got fucking who knows what's it. We got the Three Stooges here of the globe. Coach
D-Mock,
Joe, Left Lane, and Arma.
D-Mock, this lady doesn't come very often. Can we give her some time?
Yeah, she's killing them. So let her continue to do that.
Thank you. Okay, can I continue off from density?
Please.
Yes.
Okay, so dense, he was asking what it means. Dense is the weight, and it's a measurable weight. So itty comes into it because itty means God, and it was programmed.
Where'd
So
you get
that's
that
why
though?
it,
Where'd you get the dense
where did I get-
being weight?
It's common sense, man.
No,
that's
okay.
just what we know dense to mean. But also, I was also thinking, like, funnily enough, I'm supposed to find out about words. This is just part of my destiny or something. Anyway, my parents used to call me dense as a kid. Like, I was super smart though. Like, you don't know this shit without being smart, okay? But they were like projecting their inner stupid because they're like retards who watch TV all the time, and I'm like this kid who's like dumb. You know what I mean? Like, I'm literally like doing dumb shit. So they would name call me and things. And I would get called dense. I'm like thinking this is interesting because I'm kind of like the weight of God to a lot of people in what I say.
Okay, but come on, I mean, but does it really? I mean, like, okay, like if we're gonna do the etymology of words and whatnot, right? Like, where does
Words
what?
matter because words sound can break wine glasses. So words create or destroy. So words absolutely.
Your words certainly have weight. Isn't that right, Arma?
I think so too, Coach. I think Pete Shea would really maybe could learn something for her.
Yeah, Pete Shea can learn a lot.
Why are y'all mocking this lady? I expected
I'm
it
not
from
mocking
Arma.
anybody.
I'm not. I'm just.
Arma's
I'm not mocking her. I'm saying Pete Shea
and
would
laughing
really.
in the background.
Yeah,
And
I
then you
don't
guys
think
decide to
Arma's
be
earned
funny.
the right to mock any lady, and for you to say that Pete Shea can learn something from her, I think is a dig at her.
I'm
not. You don't.
I think you guys could learn something from Pete Shea.
I don't know why people
Saying, man,
misunderstand me
nobody's
so
mocking
much.
anybody.
Hold on, I'm not mocking.
Yeah, you guys are.
I'm
That's
just
all
trying
you
to
do.
find.
You're just laughing.
No, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying
You
to
don't
get.
know what you don't know what
All
you're
right,
doing.
Rakia, just cut the crap.
Don't tell me
Nobody's mocking
anything. You
anybody.
tell
Yeah.
Arma not to do that to that lady. How about that?
Hold
So
on.
they're
First
with
off,
the
stop
combo
white
again.
knighting. But second off,
Yeah,
Yeah, because
the
Arma's
combo
sitting here
left
laughing
when
and
Left
joking
Lane
while
come on
somebody's
and
trying
said,
to
"I
talk.
think Pete Shea can learn
Alright.
something from this lady."
We got moderation in the room now, guys. Let's be respectful to the newcomers, guys. Come on.
Yeah, let's give the newcomer room to breathe. You know, room to
Thank
talk.
you.
Correct.
Go ahead, ma'am. What's your name?
Ma'am, she's not old, dude. She's younger. Let's call her
lady.
Miss.
What do you Miss? Okay, Miss. What's your name?
What? I don't go by titles. Don't you know about the law fraud?
I love
I'm
it.
not catty. Fuck that.
Do you not
Yeah,
identify?
and don't assume her pronouns. Oops, I said her. Anyhow.
Yeah, Jeremy's not cultured, so.
He's asking what your Discord name is.
Why did you just say whoops her? Like I am a woman.
No, I was being sarcastic because people say you don't want to.
What do you go
Don't
by
assume
on
people's
Discord?
pronouns.
Yeah, some
What do
of
you
us
go
are
by?
driving, so we don't know. We can't look your name up.
Yeah, they just can't see what the name you go by is.
Cars.
Yeah, your handle.
Cars.
You know what's
What
funny?
is it
Actually,
again?
this is actually kind of
Is that a
it's
Jojo?
kind of
Cars?
funny. There's another person in here, and I think he's also a Kiwi. And his name's Carlos. There's Cars and Carlos, the Kiwis.
Ah.
KKK.
We'll go back to the
There's another
conversation.
guy.
They can also
And
be called.
Kosho is a K.
Yeah, but they
Maybe
can be
Carl,
spelled. How do you know it's not?
Carlos,
She doesn't spell it with a C.
Carl's
Because I didn't
OS.
realize that I'm
Carl's
using you guys
operating.
as triggers for myself. And so you're purposely changing the topic.
No,
Don't
go ahead,
get me
go
started
ahead,
with
Cars.
cat with a C.
No, yeah,
Yeah, but
hold on.
Kosho's spelled with a K.
You guys, we got to try to go one at a time. It's been pretty hard to follow with everyone talking at once. But yeah, go ahead, Cars. Continue.
What we were talking about,
density.
well, actual forces that prove gravity and they don't exist. And then we were talking about how it should be called electromagnetism. And then we got into the words, and that was really just a side note I wanted to make. But words are very interesting and definitely spells matter, right? But back to the forces. If there was centrifugal force happening, it would be measurable inside the atmosphere. Because when they get outside of the atmosphere, I would say, meaning the spin would be happening outside the atmosphere. We have this contained atmosphere, and it's probably held in by the Van Allen belt, arguably. Okay, Van Allen belt being that radiation belt they talk about. Now, outside of that Van Allen radiation belt would be a large amount of force, because that would be all the centrifugal force, all the spinning, all the moving around the sun, all at once. Now, keep in mind that the only reason you believe any of this is because they claim to put speed out there. But we're talking 1.8 million miles of speed. A sudden vacuum enters into the mix, and we've also got radiation to levels that melt any kind of steel on Earth that we would use. Any kind of metal, any kind of substance on Earth would be melted, as how high that radiation heat is. So the fact that they've even left the atmosphere is a lie. It's actually physically impossible based on the numbers that they give, which means they're lying, which is the whole point of conversations like this, is because they're lying about evidence.
Yeah, I never knew half of that stuff.
You know resistance exists and
Oh, that's
temperature. Impedance on the air, the faster you go, the more you get hot, just like holding a brake on your car. You know that stuff, Kosho. Don't lie.
Well, I guess I never thought about it then.
All right, Kosho, do you have a response?
I mean, I'm sort of taking it all in.
I like this person. It's like my 11 vectors in 1.5 million miles an hour. It's exactly right. It's nonsense. They're trying to tell us that right now, as we're sitting in our chair, we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour at about 11 different vectors. Yeah.
I've heard you say that so many times,
well
and I've
done,
never digested it. But yeah,
while we're in
air, so you stumped Kosho.
You stumped me too, honestly.
Arma's stumped.
That's not saying much.
Well, who said that? Whoa. Who? With me doesn't say what?
When are you not
sorry?
Arma?
Did I say that out loud? I didn't mean to say that out loud. My bad.
Hey guys,
What?
the
So they have to
nonsense
say that-
cosmology was just displayed to you in very eloquent detail. What say you?
Ooh, well, see, what say you is fucking so I like that. What say you?
So, Kosho, why aren't you saying that your theories of bending and warping of space-time are counteracting the centrifugal forces and therefore canceling it out, other than the little bit of Coriolis and the little bit of weight change at latitude and the pendulum drift? Why aren't you? You're just stumped. You can't.
Yeah, he's stumped. I am too. We're all stumped.
Not just. I mean,
I got interrupted. I've got to so I got interrupted for a moment. Did I obviously I missed something, I'm guessing?
Well, no, they were asking us what our responses were to what you said, but I mean, it's not that I'm stumped so much as it's never been put that way to me before. So I really do. I want to kind of digest.
Yes, it has.
What do you mean it hasn't? I just
He's always
explained to
been
you
so aggressive.
the 11 different vectors, 1.5. I've been telling you guys this for years.
Yeah, I know, but
Way to go, Cars.
I've never stopped.
And you know the rocket equation's
What do you
not
mean?
true. We've broken down every single part of every single part. You're
Why
just
do
listening.
Jews think people are goyim? Like, why on earth? What, like, is it just because they get given this book and they get like brainwashed into thinking people that they brainwashed, that they fucking put into a subservient position, are dumb when they made them dumb?
Nah, their model. It's their model dictates, Carl. It's their model.
Model
They have to
citizens.
say these crazy things. They have to.
Why? Why would they have to? Like, it's actually mental. Like, it's got no logical reason except to just
Right.
be.
That's why we're here.
Well, let's not get it
Well,
twisted.
welcome
all right?
to the jungle, as they say.
You know where you are.
Yeah.
You're in the jungle. You're
Well,
gonna
in my
die.
opinion, I've come to the conclusion that Jews, and wow, this is getting rough, but I mean that Jews are literally maybe incapable of actually taking care of themselves, and thus have to enslave other people.
That makes sense.
That maybe they're actually not able to survive, like without being fuckwits, and so like they have to like be piece of shits to like survive.
Yeah, maybe
Just a
they're little
theory.
sissy simps.
I mean, that's logical. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
That's
they're
why you
also
use the penny.
Jews are the most heavily circumcised population out of everyone, which means every male is genitally mutilated upon entry. And if you've ever sat down and watched a circumcision video, and you should, because this is depraved and people should know what's actually going on, these
Yeah,
little
you
boys feel every single thing. There's no anesthetic. And in fact, in Jewish culture, they bite it off.
Oh my
They
God.
bite it off and they suck on the blood
That
for
is-
adrenochrome, which I'm sure you know about.
Oof. This.
These are like
wow.
2015 arguments that you're addressing right now.
This is
I've
from
never
the
done
Bible.
that.
This is
that
old
was
shit.
actually that was actually Kosho's job before he came here.
Well, this is old stuff way back when from like when the Giants took the whatever, and the dudes wanted to marry the guy's daughter, and he said you have to bring me 200 Palestinian foreskin or 400 before you can take my daughter's hand in marriage.
King David.
And the Palestinians were the giant dudes who took the fucking Ark of the Covenant. They were big. So how do you tell 200? How do you tell 200 Palestinians from another?
I think you're thinking
Pretty
of
weird, right? Just weird, right?
Yeah,
There's a
but
lot of
tying
directions.
cosmology with circumcision, like, I mean, that's a little bit of a stretch there.
It's
Well,
funny though.
there's a lot of
No,
there's a
that's
lot
the
of
story.
directions.
Well,
Hold
what's the
on,
etymology of circumcision? Yeah, what is that? What is the
Hold
etymology
on,
for
guys.
that?
We got to try to go one at a time. There's a lot of directions this could go. I want to ask Cars though, like, what do you think the Earth is, Cars, at this moment? Like, what is your thought on what the Earth is? Cars, are you there?
Cricket sounds.
Maybe
If you're
she's
talking,
not.
we can't hear you, Cars.
Cars.
She did say someone stole her computer, so I don't know. Maybe.
Look right now.
Oh, maybe she stepped away from it. Well, I was just wondering what her what her thoughts were on it.
I can't hold this back any longer. Boobies.
What?
I don't know. It's just a thing. Sorry. You wouldn't understand, Arma.
I think you're being funny, you know that?
You'll get it one day.
A good point was brought up. You know, their cosmology is ridiculous. The velocity and the motions. Yeah, that. I mean,
Essie, how come you never expressed it the way she did, though, man? I would have actually. It would have been understandable.
And
you know? I never.
All right, then Steel Man and Kosho. What?
Yeah.
Steel Man.
Because anything she would have said, Kosha would have said, yeah. That was terrific. That was fabulous.
I heard this from that.
Yeah. Kosho's already broken up with his girlfriend. He's already single. So.
He's fishing already. Yeah.
So what she expressed is
Kosho just became single in the last 20 minutes.
Be warned, Cars. Be warned.
What she said was, people are claiming to go to space, but they forget that if we leave the atmosphere and go past the Kármán line, we're not protected any longer from these. She said 1 million miles per hour speeds. These temperatures that are in the Kármán line that are, I forgot how hot she said it was, but it's hotter than steel can withstand. So that's got to be pretty hot. But yeah, I mean, I just never thought of it like that. And so yeah, kudos to her. But I see you.
Maybe you're upset. Maybe you were like actually listening this time.
I was listening. That's true. I usually do listen, but I guess I'm so convinced that you're wrong that I guess I don't listen to what you were saying and take it in, right? But
that's my point. Yes.
Yeah, you have a preloaded thing that you're ready to say and respond with, and you know you need to be on point to say that thing. So maybe sometimes you're not actually fully receiving what's being said.
Yeah, well, I'll accept that. Yeah.
Yeah, and when he hears what he perceives a hot woman, ding, his ears open automatically.
I mean, I don't really see
I don't
gender.
like I'm not hostile like you guys. You guys are speaking so hostile and you're attacking them. I think that's the reason why people from both sexes are more able to hear what I've got to say about this stuff.
Wait till you
Because I'm
stick around a bit longer.
Well, Cars,
You'll see who the hostile ones are.
Well, Cars, I had asked you a question a moment ago. Maybe you'd stepped away, but I was just asking because yeah, like what are your current thoughts on what the Earth is? Like, do you have a conclusion on it, or you just it's not a globe, or like what do you currently think the Earth is in your perspective?
it's a carefully designed, basically like a matrix, like a computer program. It does have a designer. There are certain forces at play that can't be switched off no matter what a human does. But when you have a good soul, you're afforded some extra powers that other general human beings don't get to have. That's what is happening here. But because we can influence this computer program, it has turned into this evil monstrosity that we're currently living in right now.
Who's the programmer, if I may ask?
Good question.
In my opinion, my experience of that is an intellectual energy force that can be both masculine and feminine, depending on the need required in the moment. Much like you need a seed, but you also need a flower, kind of thing.
Like a sentient being, or a supernatural being, or a mechanical, electrical being? Like, what do you envision?
It's electrical. We're electrical though too.
Cool. Okay.
Well, like your body just does what it does automatically, right? Until you create an electrical impulse, which is your soul makes a choice to do something different. So your body will just rest your arm or whatever until you make an electrical impulse to change that.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
like,
makes well, we are electrical, that's for sure. That's guaranteed.
macro. As you can somewhat change the design of yourself, this is all micro macro stuff. You can design things. You can create technology. You can influence other human beings and their choices. It's like, why on earth are people so arrogant as to not think that there's a force above them when they're so mediocre and small most of the time?
No, I agree with that.
I agree. Yeah. But my question is, because some people see it spiritual, some see it like me, I don't know, a creator, but you're saying this is like an electrical. Is this an intelligent force, or how do you envision it?
Yeah, it's electrical, but it's programmed with solid states.
Yeah, but who's the programmer? You keep saying it's programmed, right? I get that.
Yeah.
Dude,
but
there's some
who
nerd
or
like
what?
armbar.
Yeah.
There's some nerd like armbar behind a desk somewhere.
That's like the Bible, whatever. You want a name. You want to hear a name like God or something. But the real creator doesn't need a name. It doesn't have an arrogant sense of ego that it has to be called any kind of particular thing. Like, just like a father can be called father and they don't have a problem with it, but they can also be called their name or their nickname. Or if you lose your sense of ego, you don't need an attachment to a name. And that's why the Bible is filled with such arrogance. Because even in the creation of it, you can hear the arrogance in name and Lord and Master. It's like,
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not judging. I'm just asking because I never heard of an electrical entity.
You decide that.
That's interesting.
What electric eel?
Yeah. What I'm saying is I can't give you a name because you decide the name.
But did you say?
Yeah, fair
did you
enough.
say,
Fair
did
enough.
you say his name earlier was Eddie?
Ity. ITY.
Oh, I see.
Deity.
Okay, I got you.
Deity. Yeah.
No, D
Basically
is
L.
deity.
Right.
Actually, it's
Right.
the opposite of God again. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I told
L
you.
is God. L is electricity too. L electricity. Same shit.
Okay.
You can call the god Hertz.
Hurts.
That's probably why there's a Noel at Christmas, huh? No God at Christmas.
Or
Well, well, I think SE needs to start saying that this electric being or L is narcissistic. So why don't you tell her about this narcissistic being that created everything, SE?
I didn't say that, bro. Why are you putting me on the chair?
Because when we start talking about Christianity, you say this God has to be narcissistic. Well, this God that she's talking about created the world, so that means that God has to be narcissistic too.
Oh no, I said he's not. My opinion is. Oh, you're going. I see. You're going to my lion and the wildebeest thing. Yeah, and I say that God is not benevolent. The God in the Bible. I see what you're saying. Yeah, fair enough.
Everything
So that
and
means this
everybody
God.
is narcissistic.
Well, that means this God that she's describing is the same way because it's the God that brought this
I don't
world
know
into
her
being.
God. I don't know her God.
Not denying it.
Well,
Not denying it. Every single person, every single child, every newborn baby. The truth is, every single thing on earth is narcissistic. It's just why are you narcissistic is the problem. I'm narcissistic because I have pride in the things that I have chosen in my life. That is something that is told throughout every spiritual text to be a good thing, to have pride, otherwise you'll get shat on. However, most people have narcissistic tendencies over things they haven't even fucking done. They believe they're a way that they aren't. They believe they do things that they don't.
Well, let's not hang on. Let's take this a little slower. It says be prideful, but not in excess. Like pride can ruin you also, so you have to be careful. Pride is one of the things, the rise and fall of man.
Who
it's
determines
a deadly sin.
Well, you're judged on that. How prideful you are, how arrogant you are, how truthful you are, how dishonest you are. What we're judged on.
I like what you said
Right.
though.
But who is judging? It's not the Jew that judges. It's
I
the
don't think
creator.
it's a who. Yeah, I agree. But we are judged on that. You have to be careful. You can't just be overly prideful about everything. But you need to be prideful about what you believe in, where you put your faith, what you accomplish, how you treat your family and friends. You should be very prideful about that. There's certain things that you should show and acknowledge the pride that you have, and then there's certain things that you should never be prideful. It's that way with everything, good and bad, love and hate, boastfulness, pridefulness, everything brings you closer to the Creator. That's the whole point of this whole where we live and why we're even here, is to gain that relationship, choose to want to be with the Creator, give it knowledge and glory to that Creator. That's it, period. If you do something that's negative to that, and you do something that's positive to that, those are every man is going to do that. But the negative things you should acknowledge and ask for forgiveness, and the positive things you should tell people and show people how to do those same things. Also, show them that you try and all the negative that you do, you ask for forgiveness for that. That's what we're supposed to do to every human being around us.
I like that.
That's why I can't tell Kosho or SC. I'll use SC because he'll understand. Everybody will understand it. I can't tell him what God to glorify. That's up to him. But I can tell him that you are created, and that's where you're trying to glorify the Creator, because there's always someone above you. There's people smarter than me. There's people smarter than them. There's people smart. We're programmed that way. How we handle that situation is what gives glory to the ultimate creator.
Okay,
I
the
promise
credit
you.
is really cheeky though. I hope I don't like like it's weird, and I think I'm gonna have to jump off
Nice
because
talking to you.
I've
But
got to
of course, something the Most High wouldn't be easily thought of or explained by humans, right? Because we're beneath them. We're a lower entity. We can't fully understand. That's why he said the sky is mine, right? It shows my
no, my
handiwork. You will never figure it all
great.
out, but the earth you can have dominion over and figure things out. But make sure you give glory to who created that earth.
Cara,
So
it was
not
good to
sure.
have you. Cara, it was good to have you. Come back soon. Good talk.
Hold on
I
before
can't
she
leave it.
leaves. Hold on. Why are you leaving, Cars? Is it something we said, or you got something to do?
Jesus, man, don't look
No,
so eager.
a woman come and asked me to go have a coffee with her, so I'm going to go do that because
Oh,
that sounds
cheers,
like.
cheers. I hope you
Nice.
come back.
Enjoy your
Cheers.
day.
But I have to add, like you just said you just made all these claims about the creator and and it's like no one's better than anyone anyway. Like in the sense that a newborn baby isn't less than someone just because it's prideful and it has like it cries because it wants shit and all that. Like that it doesn't work like that. The creator doesn't think like that. The
I'm
thing
sorry,
is what
I
you're
didn't say better.
told.
So some are smarter, some are less smart. How we use those things, how we handle those situations is giving glory to the Creator.
Right, and sometimes arrogance or pride or these shitty qualities are brought forward through God on purpose.
I
Someone
agree.
else grow.
Challenge,
So
but
it's
if
like you
that
can't
gets
just
in the way, of giving glory, then that's the issue. That's the problem. It should never get in the way of moving forward with your relationship with the Creator.
right.
Yeah, but yeah, you
Anyway,
said a lot of good stuff, Cars, and
thanks.
we look forward to hearing from you again. Otherwise, we're gonna have to listen to these guys.
Okay, I'm back. I think I
Okay.
fixed my mic. But yes, Cars, you did pretty good.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye bye.
Okay, so I figured out the problem with my mic. So I
Yo, I figured out the problem with my shit too. How do I sound? Because I'm in the worst room in the building right now.
sound pretty good.
Sound really
Nice.
good.
Nice.
No, you don't. You never sound good, dude. I'm just messing with you.
I sound.
You
People
guys sound
say I
like you're
sound
holding
just like
hands.
you. People say I sound just like you,
Yeah, so
Kojo.
you gotta watch out, Kosho. Yeah, it might be, you could be fucking
Well,
yourself over by saying that.
Pete's here, so maybe he'll say some fucking sweet things to you again, Jeremy. Like how what do you say? You're cute and smart and funny and dumb shit like that. Anyways, and SC, you don't have to sound so eager, man. You just all look eager, SC. And I don't agree with that shit you say with the 11 fucking vectors, SC. Just so you know.
Eager? What do you mean eager? I've always said that shit.
Yeah, you gotta
Like,
clean
oh,
the
why
mic
isn't even? Is what I said?
before you interact.
Did I do something wrong, Kosho?
No, I'm just making it clear that I don't agree with your 11 vectors.
That's right.
But you agree with Cars, though.
She said it differently, so.
You hear
got
that,
boobs,
guys?
bro.
It's too funny, man. If I say it, it's wrong. If a blonde babe that he considered that Cars is says it, well, it's got to be
I
right.
never said anything
Yeah.
like that about her, man. I
What the
didn't
fuck is wrong with you guys?
Yeah,
Yo, I'm gonna start giving like Shines, Blaze, this car woman. I'm gonna start giving them all my arguments. Have a good night.
Yeah, that's it. You got it.
Oh wait, never mind.
He finally got it. He finally
No,
got
I
it.
realized. No, okay. No, I just.
We'll tell you one day when you grow up, Arma.
He's stupid. Dumb. All right.
No, but yeah, Jeremy, I wouldn't do that, man. You don't want to sabotage anybody.
But it's nice to hear from more women because for some reason, people listen when a woman speaks. And that's a good thing.
Yep.
That's correct. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
It's like they're almost nervous.
It's fucking insane, you know? It's fucking insane. All right, enough of this bullshit though. That's dumb. Anyway, no. Anyway, let's yeah. Let's talk about
So talk about what that woman said.
I don't know.
All these different
Centrifugal
velocity,
force.
all these different speeds,
Yeah, she brought-
pressures, radiations.
The first
Talk
thing
about that.
the first thing she brought up was the centrifugal force.
Lagrange.
And Bacon was in the middle. I think he might have left a long time ago. Got discouraged, but he was
Yeah.
telling her how he measured it himself. That's what it is.
How does Lagrange come into centrifugal or centripetal force?
You talking about the Lagrange points?
Yeah.
I'm glad that you're
Yeah.
you're really enamored with it. But yeah. So what do you call it? Lagrange points are like locations that are being affected gravitationally by both the Earth and the Sun, for example, such that those are like convenient locations where it will basically orbit the Sun and the Earth at the same time. So it will orbit the Earth from these locations. Kind of keeps it like a stationary.
So you mean it going two directions at one time, or better yet, a billion directions? Because everything that's around it's pulling on it equally, right? According to its mass.
According to its mass and
Yeah, but D-Monk, get this. It's orbiting nothing. That's the takeaway here.
Oh, that's not true. It's orbiting the Sun.
Yes, it is.
It's orbiting the Sun indeed.
The orbit makes it orbit nothing.
Well, hold on, isn't it? Because like the thing is accelerating towards the thing, but it ends up.
No, it's not accelerating. It's sitting there.
No, we're not doing this fucking argument again, all right? But
it's sitting there while it's moving both ways, Arma, while it's moving every way, right? So if you got 4 trees around you in the earth and you jump up, the trees are pulling on you and the earth is too, right? Especially in space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so everything's pulling on you like a tug of war.
Yeah, but hold on, Coach, real fast. I got a question. So this,
but everything's pulling the other way too.
Okay, yeah. So the
so it's the great tug of war from nowhere to somewhere to nowhere, from gravity to get to a Lagrange.
What is it? The Lagrange?
Lagrange points. Yeah.
Yeah. So how does that work?
Lagrangian.
LeBron James. Oh, wait, well, how does that work though? How does that work? How does the Lagrange point, like, how does that help me out with that? Because I don't really know what that kind of
picture. Look, I'll explain to you. Picture nothing, and then picture something orbiting it.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, like, okay, so like, what's the math behind that? Is it just like is it like a math thingy where it's like they're accelerating towards each other, and then somehow like, you do the math, and it's like that point that's like orbiting around nothing, whatever. That's like where the math
It's the same thing you guys were trying to say when you were saying when something's falling around the earth, you say it's falling closer, but it stays where it's at. So if I keep it at 50 foot away from me at all times and it stays exactly at 50 foot, you guys still think it's falling closer to a circle somehow. So it's the same idea of something moving all directions, but not moving anywhere while it's moving all directions.
Check it out, Arma. I forget where the easiest one is. The one on. So imagine the speed that the Earth is traveling around the Sun, right? Like the orbits are all based on the distance. So if you're closer than the Earth is, then your speed is going to be faster. If you're even closer, it's even faster, and it's always the same. Anything orbiting at the same distance is going to travel the same speed. So the Lagrange point closer to the Sun would be an object orbiting the Sun, and you would imagine it'd be going faster than the Earth, and so it wouldn't stay in the same position relative to the Earth. However, because of the Earth, it's also being pulled towards the Earth. So it's orbiting the Sun at a speed faster than the Earth is, and then the Earth is pulling on it, such that it's traveling slower, and there's a sweet spot where that will keep it appearing to be stationary in reference to the Earth, like where the
how many sweet spots? Explain to him and people that don't know, how many of those sweet spots are there?
There's 4 or 5. I forget. It's 5, definitely 5 because there's alpha.
5 magic spots between 2 rotating bodies where magic occurs in their fantasy.
It's not magic. I mean, I literally.
Oh yeah, it most certainly is magic. Yeah, because it doesn't happen, doesn't exist.
Okay.
Yeah, it only happens in space. Everything happens in space, and it's just magic.
Lagrange points, yeah, certainly, yeah. around the Earth.
Can't
Yeah, no,
orbit
Lagrange
nothing.
points, orbits, the way that you guys define orbits only happen in space. Like everything is just space physics.
Okay.
Nothing can be proven here.
You
It
mean
all happens
okay,
out there in
well,
fantasy land. Yeah.
it's an objective. Like, can you demonstrate to me in a lab something free falling around an object, changing angular direction and maintaining orbit? No.
Yep. I mean, this has been said before. Any intercontinental ballistic missile is based on these same principles, and anything that's made to travel far enough is displaying these principles. So otherwise,
Yeah, for sure.
they wouldn't need to shoot it so high, right?
No, not right. So, just the fact that you say that missiles free fall around a ball in space, changing direction, doesn't make it so. And I specifically said in a lab, and the answer is no. The answer is
Why would you
no.
need it in a
And then,
lab?
but basically, what you guys do is if you can understand the principle and how it's explained, and you can look at the math, you think that makes it real. But of course, you could explain principles with math and all kinds of things that are not real. So.
Yeah, that's true. But we can see these things, and they were first. This whole idea of orbits was first described because of observations of seeing things. But if that weren't the case, I'd agree with you. But again, with
No one denies that orbits exist.
with any kind of missile, if you were to want to shoot something across the Earth and you shot it horizontally, you would know it would hit the ground too early. And the only reason it's not hitting the ground is because you shoot it high enough.
Yeah, you do that. We would do that with a flat Earth too.
How?
Why do you think that we shoot bullets higher?
So that they can miss the Earth, not hit the ground.
Okay. So whenever I aim my rifle a little higher because it's a long shot, is it because I'm attaining orbit?
No, so it depends on how far away the person is, but eventually there's going to be a distance where, there's an angle that's going to be counterproductive to what you're trying to do. I forget if it's like 42 degrees or whatever. So if you
so we shoot things higher
than that,
because they drop. Yeah, not complicated. We shoot things higher because they drop. Also, I never said orbits didn't exist, right? Which is the subtle straw man you slid in. We saw things moving. We didn't just make it up. Yeah, you actually did make up the mechanism for orbital mechanics. You guys can't even make it mathematically work all at the same time to this day. Oh, yeah, we can. We can break it up in two bodies, and that counts as a three body. No, you can't even make it mathematically work. And my point is, I was just adding on to what Dimmock said. It's just objective. You guys claim tons of physics that can only be verified in space. All kinds of stuff. Like when it comes to all kinds of like verify your claims about gravity. Oh, well, we're on the Earth. We can't. We can't do it on the Earth because we're on the Earth. Okay, verify that something can free fall while simultaneously changing angular direction and maintaining perpetual orbit. Oh, well, you have to be in space for that. The moon. Okay, so that's the point. You guys claim anomalous physics. Same with the Lagrange point. Everything is just out in space. I promise. Look at the map.
I just think it's funny how average Joe Schmoes, we got a janitor, a dishwasher, a window installer, just average Joe Schmoes, just destroying these college, quote unquote, educated people on their own fucking model, day in and day out. Like you guys should be ashamed of yourselves, man. You guys should just literally be mopping the floor. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves, dude.
Yeah, we're proud of those jobs, man. Those are
Jeremy,
good jobs too. Don't
mops the
downgrade their
floors.
jobs.
Mops the floors in real life and on Discord, son.
Yeah. However, what you're stating about it needing to be done in a lab is not necessary, and I'm unclear. I haven't storm energy yet, but I'm unclear of whether or not you don't believe in orbits or you do. But you're saying they're demonstratable. They're demonstratable, but they're not not able to be done in a lab, which I don't understand why that's an issue.
Hey, when you say you're unsure if I believe in orbits or not, but I just specifically said that I'm not denying orbits 3 times, which part of me saying I'm not denying that orbits exist was confusing to you to the extent that you're not sure if I'm denying they exist?
Okay, well, what are you denying then?
You didn't answer my question.
No,
Which part was
I'm utterly confused because you're disagreeing with what's being said here, but I don't know what you're disagreeing with if you agree that orbits exist.
Yeah, so it's your inability to understand the distinction between a verifiable method or mechanism of orbit, and then the difference between what that is and what you claim. I guess you think all orbits are the same or something. I don't know, but they're not. You claim an anomalous type of physics that only applies to your model in space for orbits. I can show you magnetic levitation or quantum locking maintaining an orbit. No problem. Electromagnetic orbits, no problem. Super easy, verifiable, do them on all kinds of scales. Definitely a real thing. Physics makes sense. Physics doesn't contradict itself. Not anomalous physics. Doesn't change angular direction. Doesn't claim angular direction change while simultaneously in free fall. Doesn't make that contradictory, stupid, fake physics claim. Is everything that I'm talking about is real. So basically, what it came down to is Kosho is the arbiter of what is acceptable. I don't know why you think it needs to be done in the lab, but that doesn't need to be done. Okay, well, that's what your argument was it doesn't need to be done because Kosho says so. Then demonstrating physics in a lab isn't necessary. I can just make up equations that don't even work. The equations don't even work. All you have is an equation, and the equation doesn't work.
What are you going to do, Kosho, about that?
I mean, Merle
It's like
told you
this
guys
condescending straw man thing. My bad, Jim.
Merle told these guys they're not going to get away with this. But yeah, what are you on about the Mercury thing again?
No, just in general. Just the way they claim orbits work is they follow a geodesic path in free fall while changing angular direction.
Bro, they told me you could free fall. They told me you could free fall while you're getting higher in elevation 2 days ago. That was a doozy. Yeah, no, that's a good one. No, change in direction while you're free falling.
Yeah, it's literally impossible according to all physics known to man. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So if you're going to make a claim and like contradictory to like all physics in the world that can be verified, you need more than an equation that doesn't work.
I mean, that's like a lot of faith, man, these guys have in order to support their beliefs. I mean, these guys might even be more faithful than Christians to a large degree.
Oh, yeah.
They live in the holodeck, bro. Star Trek holodeck, that's where they live.
You know what me and Gio were talking about last night, too? The most ironic part of the typical behavior we encounter from the other side, if you will, is in their own paradigm, science has always been wrong. Every single time consensus of science thought they had the right answer, someone came and challenged it. And then people, like they do in here, that don't fully understand it, mock it, ridicule it. Anyone that dares question it. How dare you question this? You're a science denier. They mock them, they ridicule them, they insult them. They act like they know for a fact that their science is true. All the consensus knows the answer, blah, 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 blah. And then they're wrong every time. It gets changed every single time. Even in their own paradigm.
They've literally been wrong. They've never been right about none of this science throughout all of history, and they think now they just live in the time where they happen to get it right.
Yeah,
but we've always been wrong.
Yeah. This is the crazy part.
That's
exactly.
just how science
Everything was
works.
wrong.
It just changes on a whim.
So whenever they say science denier and they claim they know things are definitive science, then they are contradicting their own little get out of jail for free card. That's the funny part. Like if you look at their paradigm, Einstein, for example, perfect example. Einstein came, challenged Newtonian physics, challenged ether, challenged an absolute framework, an absolute reference frame of the ether. And he was mocked and ridiculed. They thought he was crazy. He got laughed out of the first Royal Society proposal that he did. He got laughed at, right?
Bro,
People were like, they
1,000
would have made
something papers were written when he came up with his theory. 1,000 papers were written against him by
Yeah,
his peers that his theories are crazy, lunacy. Yeah.
Yeah, like even in their paradigm where they now think Einstein's correct, though, right? Like they would have made fun of Einstein, and that's my point. If someone had said, "Light's actually a particle and a wave," back then they would have made fun of them. We know light's a wave. You're an idiot. Now they believe for sure it's a particle and a wave, and anyone that dares question it's an idiot. So, and the reason that people do this is because it's the safest bet. Because science is always reluctant to change because of pride and ego, and people professional duration of time they put into it. So it's a safe bet that if they defend evolution and the Big Bang and abiogenesis and relativity and heliocentric model, the misunderstanding of quantum, that it'll probably remain as the current misunderstanding for most of their life. So they'll get to play in a safe area where they just regurgitate the consensus and they can feel comfortable about being in the majority for most of their life. That's why people always do it.
Yeah,
And
it's
every single time
generational, bro.
it, right?
Once that generation of professors and that goes, then the next thing happens. That's what I think. It's at least 30 years that it takes for one crazy idea to morph into another one.
Yeah, well, you have the famous quote, right? It's very difficult to get someone to understand something when their profession relies upon them not understanding it. So that's why people are reluctant to change. And then you have it trickle down to the people in this room, the anti-flat earthers, that just regurgitate it. It's so weird. How do you guys not see that? That in your own paradigm, it's always been wrong. So why are you so sure it's not wrong now?
See, the problem is these guys are not dumb. A lot of them are intelligent, educated. And it's one thing if you don't know, you haven't been told, like, or I don't want to say told like as if we know, but take water or a straight line or cosmology, right? It's one thing not knowing and just going along. But if somebody tells you and puts like an idea in your mind and you don't even question it at all, that's...
What are you getting at, SE? Are these guys like paid shills, like intentionally deceiving, or are these guys just smart but yet unknowing of what it is they're choosing to believe in?
Good question, bro. I think we have a mixture of both. Like Arma, take Arma, for example. He's a young guy. I think he believes what he's saying. Then take Kosho, for example. I like Kosho, don't get me wrong. See, Kosho, there's no way he can believe in this stuff, right? Because he's just too smart.
I disagree. Kosho 100% believes in emotional devotion to emotional devotion to religion can render an intelligent person stupid.
All right, so here it goes. You don't think dinosaurs are real, but you think dragons are real. And you just keep your name out of my mouth. My name out of your mouth. And SC,
Wow,
that's nice of you that you like me. But what's it? You come in and you turn the whole place toxic. I gotta leave just to fucking clear my head, and then come back, and then you say some dumb shit, dude. Why don't you guys just talk about the subject, right? Why you guys gotta talk about people?
Bye.
I mean, to be fair, Coach
He's
was
right.
not
He's
wrong.
right,
You are
though. He's
pretty
right.
toxic. Was it?
That was bad on our part. He's right.
Well,
All
I
I did
mean,
was
do we
say
not
that it was
have?
anomalous physics. And no, I'm going to correct this. I said it was anomalous physics, and then Kosho, being the little bitch that he wanted to act like, came in and started backhanding me, talking about, oh, you just think that, I guess you just think that orbits don't exist. We saw them. That's how we know they exist. He did all these subtle straw man and insults as if I'm just retarded. He started. All I did was say it was anomalous physics that can't be verified. Didn't say his name. Don't care about him. Could care less about him. He did it. He started the toxicity. Because you got to take these little gamma male backhanded insults and slights at me, and then I come back at you. That's what actually happened. Now
I don't know about slights at you, dude. You literally were arguing about orbits. All I did was carefully assume that what you were arguing with was orbits. Okay, so if I said something, it wasn't like, "Oh, you're so stupid, you don't believe in orbits." I said, "We know orbits exist." That's not a slight at you, dude.
I
Just
didn't say
fucking
orbits
grow
didn't
up,
exist.
man.
No, okay. Well, listen carefully. Pull your crayons out, okay? What you did, because you're very
Here it is
tactical
again.
with how you do it. We are very tactical with how you do it, okay? You say, we didn't just make up orbits. We see them. And then you continually said that I basically denied the existence of orbits because I guess I'm just so stupid. I think orbits don't exist. I corrected you 3 times, and you just kept saying it in this condescending little sarcastic tone, talking about how I think that orbits don't exist. Even though you were correct, it's your approach to just, and you always do this at the end of, you're like, yeah. At the end of everything you're saying, when you're being like that, you go, yeah. So you do this little like condescending backhand nonsense, and then someone checks you, and then you're a victim. But you're not smooth. I see right through with what you do. You might trick other people.
Okay, but to be fair though, you are like toxic, like on average. Like that's
Arma, we
your
don't want your
default state.
feelings. Come on, Arma. We don't
Arma,
need
you
that.
never say anything of any coherence or competence ever. So
Who,
okay,
me?
yeah,
Yeah, bro.
dude.
What do you bring to the
Really?
table,
You
Arma?
don't hold on.
Other than devil's advocacy.
I mean, okay, that's kind of a decent point, but I mean, I do say coherent things, though. I mean, what you know, what makes you say that?
Whoa. So
Stuttering that.
Hey,
Okay, first
Arma,
off, stuttering doesn't.
Can you admit that Kosho started the one that was like he was doing it first?
I don't really remember too much of that convo, honestly.
Right. That's convenient, isn't it?
But you're usually the one to start like shit, man.
Yeah. I'm the one that starts it. All I did was respond to Dimmock and said, yeah, they just claim anomalous physics. Then Kosho came in to personally act like I personally don't understand that orbits exist, and then got corrected 3 times. So you must have just completely missed that part, I guess.
What?
Arma.
I said you're joking, right? You think Witset's the one who starts the most stuff in here?
Yeah, usually. I'm not being honest, because like I mean, because sometimes I'll just be like talking whatever, and he come out over like, oh yeah, blah blah. I'm like, dude, chill out. I wasn't even talking to you. Like he just like starts shit for no fucking reason. Like he was trying to flex on me. He one time literally had his girlfriend like talk to me or whatever. He's like, oh, women want this. Like that's just random toxicity. Like why are you doing that for?
Dude, you're
Like,
such a little dude.
no,
you're
you're being toxic, man. Like I'm a man, and you're like, oh, you got your girlfriend to talk to me. Like,
Arma,
yeah, I am a
we're
man.
not-
You're
we're
treating me
not
like
in
I'm a kid,
control of
though. Like
your
that's
feelings,
fucking
Arma.
rude, man.
You need to control your
hold
own
on.
feelings.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
You don't realize
please.
it, but you're
We
a
have
fucking
an actual.
asshole,
Hey,
man.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Just let me get this out. First of all, I just want to say, Witset's wife will beat you in an arm wrestling match, Arma. Second of all, do we have an actual topic to talk about? Like, let's get on to something real here, please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, I guess.
Although I'm going to correct what you just said. So what actually happened was I tried to level with you as like someone that is actually trying to give you good advice and said you need to stop watching so much porn because you're soft. Okay? And I didn't even tell you that. I didn't even say you were soft. I didn't insult you at all. I tried to help you. I said I think you're a good intended person, but you need to stop playing video games nonstop and watching so much porn.
I don't
Okay?
play video games like that.
Hey,
Wait,
stop,
so
man.
why are you assuming that he's playing games and watching porn? And what does that have to do with anything that we?
He told me that, and that's
No,
how
I
the
didn't say-
conversation started.
No.
He's
Hold on,
lying
no.
about what happened. He's
No,
saying
no, I'll tell you what.
stuck my wife on the mic
Hold
and
on, I'll
started
tell you what
talking.
happened. All right, I said like something happened, but I said basically like I think he said, "Oh, do you watch porn or some shit?" And I said, "Well, who doesn't?" Right? And I was like, and then basically it got to this whole thing where I was just like, dude, I just like the average person, whatever. Like you pretty much asked me first if I remember correctly. Like I never like I didn't put it out. Well, I know I didn't put it out there. I don't fucking put that out there. I
Oh,
don't
you want me
do
to say
that.
what actually happened? So we were having a conversation about what porn does to the brain, and then you jumped in to talk about how everyone watches porn, and then I like big broke you to tell you it was bad. No, that is what happened, and all I
jumped
did was
in?
tell you it was bad. All I did was yes.
I'm pretty sure you asked me. I'm pretty sure he asked me.
He was literally trying to talk to you man to man and give you good advice. He was taking interest into you and trying to help you out for the future. That's what happened. You can say he's toxic if you want, but that's what happened.
I literally just said you should just consider cutting back and replacing it with working out or something because you'll feel better, blah, blah, blah. That's what happened. And now you're telling the story that I just personally pulled you out of the crowd, started attacking you, told my wife to come on the mic and ridicule you to be toxic. None of that happened.
Hold on. Okay, first off, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong. I could have sworn you kind of asked me like, "Oh, do you do this? Do you watch porn or whatever?" Like this kind of like, like out of nowhere. Because like once again, maybe it was genuine. Maybe you are being genuine, but it doesn't come off that way. It just came off as you're just trying to flex on me. Like, oh, like that doesn't really, like doesn't really.
I didn't try
right.
to flex on you at all. I said that I'm older than you, and when I was your age, I was doing probably worse things than you. So everything you're saying is a misrepresentation. And we were just talking about what the science behind it corroding your brain, and then you jumped in to basically say it wasn't that bad. So then
Are you sure about that? I don't remember it being that way.
I directly asked you if you watched porn after that.
I don't know.
I would be more concerned about that guy that owns your soul or whatever, Arma, than Witsit.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Weren't you the kid that had like some seal broken or something? And you don't remember that whole story you told us?
A seal broke. What the fuck are you talking? What?
Pretty sure that was you, Arma.
A seal, what seal? What are you? What are you talking?
You saved a bunch of people from some hurricane because of some fucking weirdo chomo dude that
Wait,
fucking.
What are you referencing?
Some old story, dude, from FED that you came in telling us, dude, back in the day.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure it was you, Arma.
Look,
we're surfing buddies and the CIA, you know.
Okay, I don't know, but anyway, if you
I'm
were
just so
being
confused. Arma's the one that just brought up this story, and then somehow I'm the one that's just bringing it up randomly, and it has nothing to do with it. He's the one that brought it up.
I brought it up because I thought, look, to be honest, I really thought that was your intentions. If that wasn't, then my bad. But it really did seem that way. But
I literally opened up to you about my personal life and the mistakes I used to make, and how you could learn from my mistakes. You don't have to go through it. And somehow that's me flexing on you.
Okay, yeah. So maybe I, but it still felt like like why are you doing? Like I get that. Like I know you're trying to like help me out, whatever. But it just comes off as like, because you think you're at like I don't know. I don't want you pitying me. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
Maybe it felt like that from your point of view. I don't know, but from the outside point of view, everything Wit's saying is 100% what happened. He said a couple times, "I'm older than you, and I wish I had someone tell me at that age about this stuff."
All right.
Yeah, we might have to get you age verified, Arma. You seem like you might not be mature enough for the server.
Okay, whatever.
And then, just to clarify, the only reason my wife came on there was I was like, you can ask my wife, you can hear my wife's perspective, because I was telling you that I used to think it was cool to just hook up with random girls, and I would watch porn, and I became desensitized and blah blah blah, and I was like, just desensitized to toxicity, and degeneracy, and that's what porn does. And then I told you that what a strong, valuable woman actually wants is a strong man that doesn't do those things. Okay. And then I just told my wife to give you her input, so you would hear it from a woman.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But it really does, like, from like any other. I guess without context, then fine. Yeah, sure. But it really does seem like almost like a flex. But my bad. If it was genuine, then my bad. But still, I mean, sometimes I'll.
Let's just move on. Let's move on now. Listen, Witsit found some neat shit of what they do to the observed angles column in the spherical excess thing.
Like what
they're manipulating the angles, right?
Yeah, they apply a preliminary reduction before they apply the additional correction. So the observed angle before it's recorded has a preliminary reduction.
You have a
and
page number for this.
a base net adjustment. They have a base net adjustment and a preliminary reduction.
This is all before they write it in the observed angles column. Do you have a page on where they say that?
Page 18 and 19.
And page 18 and 19. Oh, right off the rip. All right.
Yeah, like towards the bottom of 18, top of 19, it says a concise summary of the steps that we take go as follows. And number one is a base net adjustment. Then it explains the preliminary reduction. And then, it literally specifically says before additional corrections are applied to the measurements.
So you said a reduction, they make the angle smaller?
No. That's not what it means.
Make it bigger?
That's not what it means.
What does it mean?
Okay, they reduced the
what
data
does it
set.
mean?
They reduced the data sets to the predetermined window of acceptance. They have a window of what the accepted values will be, and then they have a preliminary reduction. So they reduce the values down to what's within that window. This is after they make a horizontal reduction to sea level, which is where everything's horizontal. They establish local level, then they get line of sight measurements, and then they change it to be on a globe. So they change it, and of course, on a globe, the higher you go from sea level, the angle changes. The angle's not going to be the same up higher off the globe than on the globe, right? So they make that adjustment of a sphere, a spherical assumption, to the actual observed
My
location.
wife is abusing me.
Yikes. Are you okay, man? Do you want to, I know a hotline.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah, so this is, he might have been hot miking. This is Sensei Glatt was probably hot miking. Well, dude, that's incredibly convoluted. That if this is their, spherical excess masterpiece, as they claimed, asserted as.
Yeah, it also says that
That
says that the terminal stations differ 180 degrees. So terminal station just meaning like where the station like stops, right? The end of the station. That all the different terminal station points differ 180 degrees. It's hilarious. And if you even look at their chart, if you look at their illustration, it's just
aren't they saying
look
if,
at their illustration, it's just oh my god.
okay?
Hold on,
That's
Chucky,
because
just
if you're looking
hold
due
on, dude. He
east
was
from one station. All right. Well, you know what?
I don't know, Chucky, you're breaking up or delayed or something. But Witsa, just finish what you were saying, and then Chucky, if you come back, you can go next.
If you look at their illustration of the triangles, they're all normal plane triangles. And then they reduce them to the sphere. You can just look at their own illustration and see that it's normal plane triangles that differ 180 degrees.
No, I don't think they can look at that. I think that would affect their paradigm to a degree. They just got to turn the other way.
They pull the illustration up. That's what's so funny. Like McToon pulls the illustration up to explain it. Like those are all normal plane triangles, man. What are you doing? So yeah, it's super convoluted. But what they're trying to tell us is that they just go out there, they take a measurement, they write it down, they take a raw average. Dude, you don't take raw averages in surveys. Okay, that's not how science or measurements work. If I take 4 tests, I said this earlier. If I take 4 tests and I make 3 100s, and then I skip the 4th test day and I make a 0, then my average is 75. But that 75 isn't an accurate representation of my competence, right? So they use weighted means. They don't just take raw averages.
Yeah, I mean, a really good example of that in the real world would be like average wage or average income. If you include the top 1% of earners, it massively skews the average because they're making millions a year, where the average person isn't. So that if you see an average earnings of like, I don't know, the US or whatever being like $150,000, well, half of that is your billionaires. And so that's not the real average for anyone who's going to be reading that and actually trying to interpret it properly.
Yeah, exactly. Also, they take they use
I didn't do it. I swear it was Donkey.
Oh, they use the least squared method, and they apply weights to the different things. And so what they found in the document is where it says that they apply equal weights to observations, and they think that was like a slam dunk. But I also got to the bottom of that. So when they take the observations, they just apply equal weights because there are minor differences to each one based on where you are and stuff. But that it would be really complicated computation. Oh my gosh!
Yo, throw him in the hot mic room. What's his name? Who's doing it?
I don't know who that was. It sounded like Arma, but I don't know. He's muted.
How did that sound like? Oh my god!
Were you unmuting?
Arma, what's your screen name?
What? It's art. It's oh my. It's,
all right. Well, you were hot micing, I think. So just mute yourself.
What's going on with you, Arma?
Well, I wasn't hot. What? Okay, hold on. I was not hot micing first off.
Sounded like you were watching. Sounded like you were watching porn in the background. All right, sorry.
Not to mention.
I couldn't resist that joke.
Donkey. All right, come on. Let's go ahead. Finish. What were you saying? What's it?
They use the least squared method. I don't remember where I was, I'll be honest.
How about this? In geodetic surveying, like when you debated the main surveyor, he used to mean a weighted average, right? Do they have
yeah.
any example? Do they have any example of geodetic surveyors using a regular average like this is claimed, or
No, that doesn't exist. That would be ignorant to do that. So
why the fuck are they saying they're doing it here?
Because it just makes stuff up to go against flat Earth. That's literally why. That's why when you look up spherical excess or you look up this PDF, McToon's website's the first Google result. This is just an anti-flat Earth thing. This is not real. If you talk to the people that did this, they would laugh at you. They would laugh at an anti-flat Earther. So anyway, but what I was saying was, in part of the document, it talks about how they apply equal weights to observation. So, for one, that obviously refutes the claim that they just take raw averages, or they would have no weights to apply. It's a weighted equation, right? It's a weighted mean. So when they use the word mean, which is what Kosho screenshot, where it says the word mean, it's a weighted mean, right? But anyway, so they think, oh, well, it applies equal weights. So then that's not like skewing the data, right? Which they don't understand. They're contradicting their own claim that it's just an average if they're applying any weights at all. But it says that they apply equal weights to observations, meaning like the minutia from each location would be such heavy computation that it's easier to just ignore that. Because what they do is they apply the weight to the overall data set, right? They apply the weight to the overall data set, and they do a preliminary reduction to the overall data set. So to go to each individual observation based on different locations and temperatures and altitudes and distances and applying all these different weights with all these different variables would be really, really complicated computation. So they say, well, we can just ignore some of these variables for simplicity. And then they apply a preliminary reduction to the data set, and then they get their observed angle. And then they apply additional corrections after that.
Okay, so is Kosho? Yeah, is Kosho still in here? Because he's been telling me for weeks. A lot of these guys have been telling me for weeks that this is just a regular average. They took some angle measurements, divided it by just a regular old fashioned average. Because they've been arguing that this average is a measurement, but if it's a mean, that makes it way worse. Weighted. I mean, if it's weighted, yeah.
Yeah. And also something else, if you heard, I think it was Doofus yesterday, whenever we were bringing up the horizontal reduction at sea level section, he's like, yeah, but if you look at the example they used right here, it was like 0.09 arc seconds, right? It's not a lot. It's barely anything. Well, first of all, that means they are making a spherical correction before they record the observed data column. But secondly, when you change when you make that correction, that horizontal reduction, it's compounding over distance. If you have 3 points and you change, if you have 3 points and you change them, well, the distance between those points are going to change relative to distance, right? Like the angular difference is going to change relative to distance. They have to take the horizontal and change it to a sphere.
Write down all the stuff they're doing before they do this, before the observed angle, because they've been letting this bullshit fly on us for way too long now. When do they add the refraction? Is that before the observed angle or after?
That's a good question. I don't know. There's obviously refraction for the zenith, and then there's lateral refraction for the azimuth.
Which they told me for years, no refraction. You don't have to worry about refraction. This is left to right. I can't tell you how many times I got told that. I could throw up right now.
Yeah. But the thing is, the reason that their story keeps changing is because they're all just repeating the current scripts that they've heard, like MC Tune, FTFE, Larry GPS set. So as they change it, then it has to change.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just make a list of all the stuff they do before the observed angle even comes. Because I'm not the corrections with the corrected angles, that's fucking ridiculous. But the observed angles, we need to know what they do before that.
Yeah, another big part of this is they say they use the Clark method. Well, I can't drop it right now, I'm driving, but if you go look at it's literally cited in that PDF, Clark's document, right, for his Clark's ellipsoid model that they're referencing in the Clark method that they're using, which is used at the onset right? That from the beginning they use the Clark method. Anyway, if you go read it, he specifically says, yeah, we have to assume the ellipsoid. And then he proceeds to, at the beginning of the document, he proceeds to tell you why he thinks that that assumption is justified. And he says the typical, like Glober nonsense. He says you can look at a boat with a telescope at the surface and at the mountain. So he says go to the top of a mountain, look at a boat with a telescope. And then a few minutes later, go look at the boat from the surface level. And you'll be able to get the radius value that way. And that's how we know the Earth's an ellipsoid. So therefore, our assumption, when we go into our survey and we assume a sphere, that's justified. That's what he says.
Is that applied before the observed angle, though?
Yes.
Or is that after?
Yes. Oh, it's both, right? Like the Clark method details the whole process. So the real silver bullet is going to be when I have time to look through the Clark's document, the Clark ellipsoid model document, where he lays out the whole process. Because that's what they said. They used that method, the Clark method. I asked McToon, what's the Clark method? And he had no idea. I'm like, okay.
I'm really interested in when they added the refraction. If they added the refraction before or after the observed angles. That'd be interesting to find out. Yeah, we need people on this.
They would
I got
have to
no
do it
time, man.
before. They would have to do it before. They would definitely apply the lateral refraction correction before the observed angle column. They would have to, right? Because they would have to because you end up getting one angle, which means you have to use all the other angles. Well, if you're just like, they all have different refraction conditions, right? So if you just averaged them all out and then just applied some arbitrary refraction correction, that wouldn't work. You have to apply it
bro.
to individual measurements.
That shit would never work if you did some arbitrary refraction correction. You're right.
Which
you
is
guys
actually
are
kind of
you guys
arbitrary.
fucked up on this. What's up?
Yeah. No, sorry, go ahead.
They tried doing some 7/6R shit. Yeah, it would never work.
Yeah.
Which way do you even do it? To the left or the right?
Exactly. Like it's for each individual place, but it is actually somewhat arbitrary anyway, from my understanding. They just take like coefficients based on temperature and they kind of guess. They guess based on like what they expect and then what they see, and they're like, oh, it must have refracted this much.
Dude, do you know how many thermistors or temperature thermometers you'd have to have? You'd have to have one on the left and one on the right of this observation. Every time you observe it, you would need a thermometer on the left and the right. They're doing this in between mountain peaks. So it's not like you could just walk over and put a thermometer on the ground.
Well, wait, according to the Globers, they would have had to record the temperature from everywhere between us and them in between. Right.
Yeah,
Every
and on
time
the
we
left
test
and
the
the
globe.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
The whole optical corridor, yes. Yes.
Yep. So when we test the globe, we need all this stuff they say is impossible to get. But whenever they think it proves the globe, they don't need to do any of it.
But even with this, you need more than the optical corridor because you need to know if it's going left or right. So you need to know which way the density gradient is happening. Like just the optical corridor alone, I don't think would even be enough for this.
Well, something else the document says is that just like the observer error of deviation left and right is something that cannot be eliminated.
Yeah, because I was asking Kosho before. No one seems to know. Like, Kosho said they're targeting a reflection of a mirror. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. He didn't sound too sure about it. So, whatever they're looking through, whatever thing they're doing has crosshairs on it, or at least it's got to have crosshairs. So there's a thickness of a line. So whatever you're targeting, is it bigger than the line? Is it smaller than the line? Is it the same size as the line? Like, how do you know you're really like squared up on that thing? There's like wiggle room.
It also says that they just fill in the data when they can't make the direct observation.
That's fucking science, bro. Don't be a science denier with this.
Yeah, I'm just getting started, like getting to the bottom of it. It's like 900 pages and I got a lot of other stuff to do. But it's like I think they can kind of feel that they were going to get to the bottom of it. That's why MC Toon, MC Toon started screaming and cussing. The last time I talked to him, he just started screaming and cussing and wouldn't let me talk.
Yeah, what's the page number where they say that if they can't make the observation, they just fill it out? What do they do? What
I
page is
couldn't
that?
tell you.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm driving. Sorry.
we gotta
It
start clipping and shit. You
details
gotta
that
make a
some of them.
PowerPoint.
That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna make a PowerPoint where it's literally got bullet points explaining each thing they do before the observed angle column.
Yeah, like cite all the pages in it. Don't add no extra fluff bullshit. Just straight with the info. Straight to the info. Don't
Yep. Now, I forgot what it's called. Like they use the least squared method with the linear regression or something. I don't remember.
Well, when there's a tool and somebody says least, I'm automatically thinking that's the smallest increment you can measure in, right? Like if you had a ruler with 12 inches marks on it, and 1 inch, and that was all you had, 1 inch would be your least value for that tool, right?
Just like I have 1 bar. All right. You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so I think this is just like a typical method used to acquire means. It's kind of like a bell curve type of thing. So I don't. It's like you. I don't even remember exactly how. I think it's called least because they minimize the sum of the squares. I don't remember.
I saw one of the tools they claim to have used. Dude, this thing looks so rickety, bro. Like I don't know. I think they were just making. They said they made it the tool especially for this. I don't know. Dude, we don't know how many increments it can how many with the increments where it can measure. It can measure to the arc seconds. That was pretty good for back then. That would have actually been great for back then. Were they measuring to the half an arc second? Like you're talking about a lot of lines on a circle when you start breaking it up into even arc seconds.
Yeah, from like 182 miles away.
That's why I was saying your crosshair size. You have crosshairs in front of you, and that's going to take up an amount of space of the stuff you're looking at. So like a little teeny tiny crosshair could cover up the Empire State Building if you get far enough away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like just like a few key words. If you run across them trying to actually defend it, which I don't hear anyone talking right now for whatever reason, but you can just ask them, what's the preliminary reduction? And what does it mean when it says that the terminal stations differ 180 degrees? And also just ask them, well, why are all the triangles in the illustration plane triangles? How do you get a spherical excess out of plane triangles? The answer is they reduce it to the ellipsoid model. They have a reduction window. So yeah, apparently the part that's given them, they've been able to kind of get away with it to some extent, is because it uses the Clark method, and they just cite Clark's document, right? Because this is not like a training manual, This is just like they went and did it. They assumed the sphere. They're just trying to refine the model, and they refer to previous methods like the Clark method, which Clark is a surveyor from like London or something. And so they just referred to his method. They're like, just so you know, we use this method. And no one's went and looked back at that and figured out what they're doing. So then what they've done is not go look at that and just made up what they do. Made it up. That's why the first question I asked, because I didn't know anything about this. I realized that they were lying when they couldn't answer simple questions. I'm like, cite where it says they just take a raw average. Crickets, never answered, don't think it's in there, that we just know that's what they do. Blah, blah, blah. So.
Yeah, that raw average is now come to realize that that's brutal that I even let him get away with that. I thought I had won because I had him arguing an average was a measurement. So I was like, oh, I obviously won this. But it's even worse for him now with all this, with everything they've been saying turning out to be not true. This makes it worse.
Yep.
Because it's a mess. It's a mess. Yeah, it's a mess right now, like Gio's been saying. This is ridiculous.
So it started with Mattoon saying that the corrected column was just them taking the observed raw angles and averaging them out. And that's what the correction column was. Now that's changed to, no, they average it out to get the observed angle column. Right now it said it's a raw average. That will soon change. They've been saying that all the raw data is there for us to look at. Why don't the flat earthers just go look at the raw data and check the math themselves? And then we found out the raw data is not there. Now they claim it's in the field notes and we don't have it. So every narrative they've said about this thing, they've had to walk it back.
Yeah, I've known the raw data wasn't there for like 2 years now.
They still say it though, because it's like it sounds good, you know, like the raw data. It has the raw data in it. They're not hiding anything. They put all the
Like
raw data there.
If you have an average, do you have the raw data? Is that what you think raw data means?
Yeah.
So Witsit, I mean, you're not telling me that Globe Zealots lied.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't actually put intention on a lot of them. They just repeat. But yeah, it was a lie that was repeated. Yeah.
I think you have to give them. I agree with you to a certain extent on that statement. I think you have to give some culpability to people if they just blindly parrot something without double checking or giving due diligence to the statement they're making. And I'm sure we're all guilty of it, but I think they don't bother checking it because they already quote unquote know that we're stupid, so they don't need to bother.
Yeah, especially after corrected, like once it's brought to their attention, they keep doing it, then that would be really, really close to just lying.
Yeah.
I just want to know what the preliminary reduction is. They didn't do anything to the angles. Why are they do a base net adjustment, preliminary reduction to the actual data, to the observation, and they do a horizontal reduction at sea level, all before the observed angle column.
You know what's weird? I remember the least square method from school, and it was a way to, like, if you have like a set of plots, like whether it's coordinates that refer to like financial outcomes or something, what it does is it takes the plotted points and it imposes a curve on them. I'm wondering if they took the least square method, took the measured angles, and used this to turn them into a curve. Because it literally imposes a curve on the data points, which would be really
I
funny.
it's like a bell curve to get an average, right? But they use like a linear regression least squared method.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That imposes like a curve on the graph, like when you're plotting the y and x axis with like independent and dependent like points. So I don't know, like it sounds silly, but I wonder if that is how they got the curve in there. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, for sure that like the absolute like lethal death blow is in Clark's documents, I would guess, for sure. Right? It's like where he's going to detail his methodology because they said that they used that. They don't go in like excruciating detail as to the method. Page 18 and 19 gives like a brief summary because they just reference the Clark method. So they're like, well, you know, this is for scholars and other surveyors. They're going to know what the Clark method is. Like, here's the citation. Just go, you know, here's the source. Go read it to know what we did, basically. They've never read that. None of the anti-flat earthers have ever read that, but they swear up and down they know exactly what they did, even though it wasn't put in the document. It's so weird. But MC2, and this is going to be really embarrassing for him. It's been on his website for 5 years or whatever, and he's been screaming at people about it. It's his #1 globe proof. And he's still going down swinging that the correction column is just taking the average. He's like days later, he's still saying that. Refuses to walk it back. So this is going to get really embarrassing for him, I would imagine. I tried to get him to give me his word and to agree to do a debate live in front of thousands of people on MDD where we can go through the survey. And he refuses to accept the offer.
Pretty crazy because he's always willing to jump in a call with you, right?
Yeah. But this is like his baby, you know, like this scares him. That's why, like I said, I've never even heard of MC Toon cuss. And he jumped in Blue Marble Science's server because they were all talking reckless about me and saying I was scared to jump in there or whatever. And when he ended up coming in, he just started screaming, shut up, bitch, over and over and over and over. Like, he was freaking out, dude. Regis, you were in there, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's such a way to just avoid the actual discussion, you know, just take it into the dumpster, take it to the dumpster fire, the chaos, just try to trigger emotions. Those tactics are all tactics to actually avoid the discussion, the possible truth being revealed, possible concessions that would have to happen. That's why they don't let that stuff happen in like court cases. You know, they're not going to let a guy just sit up on the witness stand just screaming insults, and that's why they don't let that happen, because it starts to sway the emotions, and it sways the jury and all of that. That's so yeah, those kinds of tactics are employed when, for a lot of different reasons, I think. But yeah, one of the reasons could be to avoid it or just take it into the drama category, and then that way that you don't have to actually address the actual topic.
Yeah, because you could tell I wasn't going to let the question go. I just kept on asking him over and over about the correction column. So he like got really triggered, dude, because like he was just repeating the script but not answering the question. So I would just respond with the question over and over, and yeah, he just freaked out.
Yeah, he really did. I don't know how he's ever going to address it, really. He's going to have to keep just avoiding it, in my opinion.
No, it is intense for him to be confronted with this because, like you said, dude, this has been like one of his main things. I mean, for years, he's been debating people. And, I mean, I'm just thinking, I mean, I don't really watch his channel, but I've seen things here and there. But I'm just saying he always tries to get these debates on his channel. And then this is one of his top things, for years and years that he brings up and tries to make it sound like it's so solid. And he's just, ponying the other person. So, yeah, this has been like one of his #1 go-to, what he thinks is some kind of slam dunk. Here's spherical excess. We measured the Earth, a globe. I mean, isn't this like amongst his top 3, probably, the things he says? So to confront him on this is like right getting to the core of the root of it.
Yeah, exactly. This is like his baby. Like when you ask for physical measurement of curvature, this is his answer every time. And what he was saying, something else he's had to walk back is all of them equal greater than 180. Every single one of them. Right? And then we went and looked at them, and it's like, no, these are less than 180, and these are right at 180, so that's not true. And then he's like, oh, well, that's before the correction. I was like, oh, I thought your whole argument was that before the corrections, they show spherical x. Well, those are the smaller triangles, and those are within the error of margin. But then what else he would say was they would have to equal exactly 180 to be on a flat Earth. But then he turns around for that same triangle and invokes error margin.
Yeah, I remember you had the debate with Main Surveyor a while ago that was kind of similar to this, and I remember they were talking about is it parallel zenith angles? If I got the terminology right, or like diverging zenith angles, whatever that. I can't remember the exact terminology with it, but I just remember thinking like they would actually have to know what the cause of quote unquote gravity was in order to then even in the ballpark to understand what's going on. But they just assert that they know that's the case, and therefore this divergence equals globe. I just remember watching it thinking, wow, you've made about 4 assumptions, and you're just okay with all of them. Am I coming through? Hello.
Yes, you came through.
Sorry.
As long as you're good with the assumptions, you can accept the argument. That's the
It wasn't even wild. That's the thing. It wasn't even wild. I just remember watching it thinking, fuck me, that's like there's more assumptions than actual facts in the method. It was weird. Anyway.
Yeah, it's like if assumptions were landmines and there's a landmine like every square foot and you're trying to get through a field. I don't know why I thought of that analogy, but it's just like the assumption explosions that start going off once you start dissecting some of these assertions and arguments. And they try to often gloss over that and kind of either pretend like it's not there, or just pretend like it's a reasonable assumption to make, and somehow that, is like beckoning to the idea of some reasonability or something. But when you really use logic and clarity of thought, that assumption can't just be overlooked unless you just want to be based in belief or not have a solid string of logic.
Yeah, and then they'll say something like, well, all of these different things that we think prove the globe all come together to prove the globe. But then you think, well, if they've all been doctored by people who already believe that thing, then of course they're all going to quote unquote prove a globe, because you've effectively cherry picked and then you've manipulated anything that didn't fit. I mean, let's just say that they did the same method that Main Surveyor was talking about, and they didn't get the result they were expecting. Well, they would just discard the result. They would just say, oh, this obviously wasn't a proper measurement, or it was done incorrectly, or they would come up with a number of different reasons why this doesn't count, but everything that does conform to the worldview does count.
Yeah, I mean, the word preliminary reduction speaks for itself, right? I mean, yeah, like they're going to try to say that that's done after. It's called a preliminary reduction, right? So,
yeah. Yeah, the clues in the words.
yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, the amount of stuff they had to do, this actually turns out that it's like flat earth evidence, because they had to doctor it so much. And there's actually in page 19, it says, if it says something to the effect of, because the spheroid doesn't match the actual Earth. Like we have to make these changes because the sphere really doesn't match the actual Earth.
Right. So we're making the maths the Earth because it's because it does.
Yep.
Well, that actually taps into like the roots of geodetic surveying, which is a lot of where they use certain plane survey data, and then they basically need to calculate, especially when you get into longer distances, they need to calculate those plane surveyed regions and areas into a model that they're essentially given. And that has to do with like the governmental and, the property lines. And when you get into like the, in some cases where it's like government land, but also a lot of these regulatory agencies that are, part of who are behind the property lines and the taxes, property taxes, all those components that have to be calculated in. So these geodetic surveyors are, using calculations to fit them into, the ellipsoid, the geoid, these models, the WGS 84, so they can get paid at the end of the day. And they're fitting them into that structure rather than actually measuring it and, placing it within some kind of globe system. Like getting the plane survey sections to fit into the models that they're given rather than actually measuring it as a sphere and then placing it, within an actual spherical Earth coordinate system.
So to be clear, you think they get paid to make it fit, not to actually measure?
I'm talking about one aspect of it. I wouldn't just necessarily summarize it in those simple words. I was referring to a particular aspect of, yes, where they use all kinds of corrections and calculations to get the geodetic surveys to fit into a model that they have to fit it into, essentially. Like I said, based on property lines and various components about the way that the land ownership is orchestrated right now.
I mean, that's point blank what it says, right? And what you do is to get your elevation, you take a sea level, like assumed horizontal, adjacent to the landmass, and then you measure a distance above that, and then you change it. So you have to treat like it's horizontal to get the height, to actually get the elevation, and then you change it to a sphere. You have to change it mathematically. You have to compute it and change it into a sphere. You have to do stuff like this the whole time. You have to treat everything like a flat Earth and then change it all to a sphere. Your actual measurements are, if you use line of sight to get a triangle, that's a 180-degree plane triangle. If you use line of sight for 3 positions to get a triangle, that means it equals 180 degrees. They also, what also never made sense to me, and India was pointing this out to me, it just doesn't make sense that they claim, of course, when you have your plumb lines, they're not parallel, they're tilted away from each other, right? So then if you're trying to draw a line from one plumb to the next, well, it's not a straight line, it's a curved line. But they're taking a horizontal line of sight measurement. But you can't, if you establish a local and then use a horizontal line of sight measurement, but on the globe, it's supposed to be that the plumb lines are tilted away from each other. And to see the other location, it wouldn't be line of sight. It wouldn't be horizontal. It would be curved. So how does that even work? You see what I'm saying? If you put 2 sticks in the ground on a flat Earth and draw a line between them, that makes sense. If you put 2 sticks in the ground on a globe Earth, they're going to be tilted away from each other, right? To the left and to the right, you'll have the sticks tilting away from each other. If you draw a line between those, it's going to be a curve. So if you go out in real life and you establish a local level and then you use horizontal line of sight, how does that work?
It's from your horizontal.
What?
Which is a different horizontal than the other 2 stations.
Okay, so then you couldn't use a straight line to the other station then?
Yes, you can, because did they not use towers?
No, you couldn't, because they'd be tilted away from each other. Is that the tactic? Just like, is the tactic always like when it gets to that point, just don't respond and then it'll just go away or something?
Well, I think he dropped out of the VC, but he came back. Maybe he's got connection issues. I don't know, Chuck, if you heard his response, but
How can it be a horizontal line from station to station if they're tilted away from each other?
also that distance would be different if you're measuring from the bottom of it to the top of it, depending on how tall the plumb is.
Correct.
But I hear what
The
you're
ang-
saying as well. Yeah, if they're angling off, then yeah, that's going to be a curve. So
Yeah.
that
Also, the angles vary with distance necessarily.
And like, say you have different elevations for the stations, right? Like when you tilt down that angle line of sight, it's going to be different if where you're observing is on a sphere or on a plane. The sphere is going to be tilted away from you. The angle of tilt will be relative to your elevation and distance on the sphere. So the line between the two will be curved. It'll be slightly curved.
Yeah, so getting a line of sight reading has to then assume that you're it's like a periscope line that you're seeing or something. Like it's a periscope that's perfectly warping and bending it. And then how do you then accounting for that? Yeah, it ends up being very convoluted.
All right. So they have to claim that then because they think light travels, right? All this stuff. So then the light's not travel. The light has to be traveling in a curved line.
You need straight lines for triangles, right? Line of sight, that kills their whole story.
That's correct.
You can't have a curved line of sight triangle. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's all you have to say. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to take the plane triangle with line of sight and you have to transform it into a spherical triangle with computation.
Right there, that just kills their whole argument. Straight line triangles. This line of sight. That's it. It's over.
It's so funny, dude, because the document literally says that the terminal stations differ 180 degrees. And if you go look at their picture, it's a bunch of straight, flat, plain triangles.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a meme on that. I already made a meme on that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Chucky. Yeah, you dropped out before, but yeah, you're all right now.
Okay. So I already answered that question in text when you cut me off. So instead of moaning, I just answered it. Did you read it, Whitsit, or are you still driving?
I'm driving and no one cut you off.
Okay. So before. When they were talking about that 180 degree difference, are they not talking about so when you're looking east, that's 90 degrees, and looking west is 270? Is that not what they were talking about?
No, it says the terminal stations of the three observation locations differ 180 degrees.
Is that not what they were talking about, the direction?
I don't know. I don't think so, no.
You don't
Are
think
you
so,
making
or
that
for
up?
sure they're
Are
not?
you making that up, or did you read it?
I'm asking you a question. Is that what they're talking about?
I just said, I don't think so. I just answered your question. Then I said, did you read it, or are you just making it up?
I'm asking a question is what I'm doing. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, I answered your question. Do you know what answers are?
What are the questions,
Yeah.
Chuck?
You did a great job. I watched your video with the cops in South Dakota. You were fantastic.
Wow, there you go. Just
Dude,
bring up
Chucky,
your
you don't
personal
seem to be
attacks.
wanting to have an authentic conversation, man. You're asking something and then just trying to do personal attacks. Come on, dude.
No, I said he was fantastic. What do you mean I was a personal attack?
All right, this is very
Jeff is a
disingenuous in just the actual approach here. Do you want to actually? Yeah, hang on. You asked him a question. He answered your question.
Yes.
And then you
No.
just started totally derailing into some other event that had nothing to do with the topic. Do you want to try to actually stay on the topic?
Yeah, let's talk about disingenuous. I asked a question and he accused me of making something up.
What?
That's
No,
what the
I
question
said,
is.
did you read that, or did you make
And
it
I
up?
answered you.
So
I
didn't
said no.
accuse
I
you of
asked a
anything.
question.
I didn't accuse you of anything.
Okay, good. Good. I
Yeah.
did not read it.
Oh,
No,
I-
I'm asking you if that's what it was, and you don't know.
I
should
told you.
probably
I told you. I should know, even though it's the globe's claim it proves the globe. Yeah, I know more about it than you do, but you think it proves the globe. I get it. Okay, so it's talking about triangulation with three terminal stations and that the angles to each terminal station to make the triangle differ 180 degrees.
No, they said. I thought they said between each two terminals.
Oh, so you did read it?
No, you said that. I listened to what you said. I don't interrupt people.
I never
listen.
said.
You just
I
said
never
they
said.
said. So yeah, you weren't.
I never
referencing
said
them, you were
two. I never
referencing
said
they.
two ever. I never ever said two.
So they said the
Ever.
difference between terminals is 180 degrees.
It says that the terminal. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm driving. I said I don't think so. I don't remember. So if you don't know either, then one of us are going to have to go read it, or we just don't know the. So stop acting like you know the answer. You just admitted you don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer. That's why I asked you the question. I'm trying to stop you from looking stupid when you go on MC2.
Your best representation of it again, Austin.
I am picking up my son from his curling banquet, so I'm going to have to drop out.
All right,
but
bye.
I will listen later. Bye. Wow.
Well, that was an extremely valuable contribution. Thank you.
It's always this antagonism, isn't it? There's no spirit of cooperation, of course, and that's
Peter.
not allowed. It's not meant to be that way. It gets a bit frustrating, of course.
Well, some people, there's variation.
But I'm just curious if I'm about to meet Kai's family. We're like chilling at Wolf's Great Lodge or whatever it's called for like 2 days. But like, if anyone has if any baller tries to defend it, if like we can get to the end of what the preliminary reduction is, that would be great. I don't see how that could possibly not mean beforehand when it's called the preliminary reduction. And then there's the first step is a base net adjustment, and then a preliminary reduction. So,
Yeah,
and
why
then,
are they doing that before the conclusion?
Exactly, or even before the observed angle column, and then they apply it, because then it says after that we apply a correction, right? So that's the correction column. So you can't claim that it is the correction column. It literally says they do the correction column after they do the preliminary reduction, which of course means in preparation of something beforehand.
Bring it
Yeah, I
closer
mean,
to
this is geodetic surveying. Yeah, they're taking the plane survey data and basically twisting it, modifying it, doing all kinds of adjustments and processes to then come to their sort of conclusion, which isn't even based upon like a direct measurement of Earth at those long distances. It's based upon planar survey data that they then end up contorting and twisting and fitting into various calculations for them to get paid or publish their paper or whatever it is that they're getting paid for.
There's a portion of it that talks about plane triangles, how their measurements are plane triangles, and then they basically they show the equation to turn it into a spherical triangle, and they say for the bigger triangles they have to use the radius of the spheroid model to transform from the plane.
I just
triangle.
copied that, bro. I just made a meme on that. Page 51. What Whitsitt is talking about right now. Page 51. Check it out.
And then Kosho jumped in and said, what it's actually saying is that they're turning it into a plane triangle from the observed spherical triangle. It literally says for the bigger triangles, they have to apply the R value. And he said that they're turning it into a plane triangle.
Just a complete reversal of what it actually says.
Mind just painting a picture for me, either Essie or Whitsitt, just basically on this one. When they talk about these triangles, I have in my head a long, clear, as flat stretch as you can, and 3 points, equidistant, or sorry, not equidistant, no matter what distance they are, at their known locations, but the height that you're measuring at is equi height, you know what I mean? So this is giving us a plane triangle. Is it something along those lines, or is it, you know what I mean? I don't know the paper you're talking about. So just a picture to paint for me would give a better.
It doesn't have to be at the same elevation either, But yeah, it's not equidistant and it's not the same elevation usually, but it doesn't matter. If you make any triangle with line of sight, and you get 3 points, right? You get your angle, of course, having 2 lines meet. That gives you an angle. So you have line of sight measurements where you draw lines to make the triangle. When you have those 3 observations that are line of sight, no matter if it's different elevations or equidistant or not. It's all the internal angles are always going to equal 180.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. So then they take them, they plot them all out, and then they reduce them and transform them into a sphere.
Now the thing is, though, so here we go. I don't want to get too deeply into this, but I've spoken many times with Larry Schubel and all the rest of them about this. But imagine it was a setup where you were on some plane or something as best you could, and you had three equipoints, so three mountains. So we're doing the same thing, but we have three mountain tops, and they're exactly the same height. Your instruments are set exactly the same level, right? Larry will maintain to me that that straight line will be a curve. No, what will he maintain to me? You can't draw a straight line on a flat surface because you're drawing that straight line over a curved earth. So that curve has to be taken into consideration. If you're drawing a straight line along similar lines, if Larry is correct, then you're drawing a straight line from one point to a point of different location, altitude-wise, then that curve would also have to be taken into consideration because it's still part of the same sort of system. Do you know what I mean? I don't mean to. Okay, I'm just thinking about this again. You don't have to bear with me. I'll just bow out for a minute, just as I get it pictured more clearly in my brain, because it's all so absolutely confusing, and it's purposefully so, right? Purposefully so.
You're right. It is a straight line. However, the assumption is the reason we're getting this spherical excess is because the bases of those measurements are not on the same plane. But it is a straight line.
That's not what it says. It says they are on the same plane and they had to apply a preliminary reduction.
Okay, that's wonderful. They're on a straight. They are on a. What you do is at each location you set up your level, your horizontal at that location. Now the reduction. I don't know what the reduction is, and I don't know whether you know it either. The methodology of that reduction.
Well, you guys think there was no reduction, though.
Is the reduction? Let me ask this: is the reduction where they get rid of the high and low measurements, where they remove the outliers?
Good. Well, if you have a reduction, you have to determine a window, which means you would have to use the reference spheroid model. And you guys told me that there was nothing. You guys told me there was nothing done to the observed angles at all, and then I went and read it. It says preliminary reduction.
Right, but I'm not sure what that do they describe what the preliminary reduction is? Is it removing the high and low measurements? In other words, the outliers?
Well, how would you determine what's too high or too low?
You just take the highest measurement and the lowest measurement, throw them away.
Well, we're not playing the game anymore where the Globers just make up what they do because every single time you guys have done
I'm asking you've been through this. I wondered if you knew.
Well, I haven't fully been through it. I found that today. Okay. It says preliminary reduction. It says that step one, first of all, it says refer to the Clark model and the Clark method. We use the Clark method. When you go to the Clark method, he says you have to assume the ellipsoid at the beginning, make these corrections, and then he tries to justify why it's okay to assume an ellipsoid by looking at a boat on the water. Okay. Then it breaks it down. It says step one is you make a base net adjustment. And then it explains that you make a preliminary reduction, and then afterwards you apply a correction. So this whole narrative of just raw angles that are not messed with no computation, it specifically says they apply spherical computation and preliminary reductions using the Clark method.
Can you show us how that affects the outcome or anything? I hadn't seen anybody do any math on this stuff.
There's a bunch of assumptions as to what those reductions are.
Well, you said that it didn't exist just yesterday. Just yesterday, you guys were arguing for 2 hours that nothing was done to it. So I don't think I'm going to just take your word for it now, because for a week straight now, every anti-flat earther told me that nothing at all was done to the observed angles.
If that's true, I don't think you should even continue
you're
the
assuming you're saying that
somebody
these things
apologizes or fesses up. If it was one of these men here swearing up and down to believe them there was no reduction, I think they should apologize or at least say, hey, I was wrong, but maybe we could, continue
one thing
on.
we can't talk about, I'm about to have to leave, but one thing we can talk about, Doofus, yesterday when we brought up the horizontal reduction at sea level, and you were like, but the example they gave is so small, it's just so minor, it doesn't matter. Remember that? You remember that? 0.009 arc seconds or whatever. Okay.
Was that Moyoc or Doofus? This is Moyoc.
Oh, is this Moyoc? Oh, my bad. Sorry, I get you guys mixed up for some reason.
Yeah, because we sound totally different.
Moyoc
Totally
is a
different
doofus,
positions.
but okay.
Hey, that was toxic. You should warn him. Because you're going to get me mad, and then I'm going to respond in kind.
Why would you get?
Go ahead.
I don't know what you're talking about. Did you want to? What was the thing?
Oh, so he just called me a doofus.
No, dude.
You don't hear
talking-
things? Are your ears broken?
Moyoc. He's talking about the guy named Doofus Manfred, bro. What is going on with
Yes,
you?
he's calling me a doofus. The word doofus is a pejorative. The fact that doofus.
All right, we're not letting that happen. Dude, he's talking about the dude who has a name called Doofus Manfred. I don't know what you're spiraling
He
about.
was joking, right?
Theo, just so you know, I think he snuck it in there right quick. He said Moyoc is doofus. I think he was in the background.
Is a doofus. I said Moyoc is a doofus. That's why it's easy to get the
Yeah.
two confused. So that's
Pay attention to what's being said.
Whoa, easy. I'm just letting Gio know because it was in the background, kind of.
All right, so you're saying then. All right, then you're saying Pete said that. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Pete said
Listen.
that.
All right.
Yeah, relax, Moyak. Not everybody heard it.
It was a genuine mistake, man. I don't know why. I said I don't know why I get you guys mixed up, but sometimes just with audio, I get you guys mixed up.
No, it's not.
No, it wasn't you that did the pejorative. It was Pete that said the pejorative, and I said it was Pete that said the pejorative. And then you went on to talk about how it was Whitsitt just using his name. No, I can tell the difference.
Okay.
It's okay, man. It was confusion. Like, relax, man. It's straightened out.
I'm the one who received the warning.
Anyway, page
and I
18
respond
and
to toxic behavior.
All right, I gotta go, but I love you guys. Page 18,
Hey,
19, preliminary reduction.
So sensitive.
Now, Doofus, do you have any idea what this reduction is? Have you actually looked into the reduction?
Now I'm confused.
Are you still here, Doofus?
He's not in here.
Oh, okay. I thought we were.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
know
it
what
sounds
the
like there's
reduction
more.
is.
Yeah, it sounds like there's more to get to the bottom of. But I mean that's the thing. I mean, I'm not trying to call, but the thing is that certain globe Earth proponents have been pushing this as if it's all just solid. Here it is, measurement of the Earth, bang bang, done and done. And as it's being dug into in this
It
level
is solid.
of
It is
detail,
done and done. The
Why are
problem
you
is that there are
interrupting?
some things that we don't know about it.
I don't know why you're interrupting.
I waited for. I heard a moment of pause. I'm sorry.
There was absolutely no pause. I was just trying to.
Okay,
speak.
I heard it.
Anyways, what I was saying is that getting to into the details and nitty gritty of this, there's a tremendous amount of missing holes and adjustments and that need to be gotten to the bottom of. That clearly that this is not a very solid foundation so far as it's been dug into.
Are you done now?
Moyak, you all right, buddy? Jeez, awfully
He was done
sensitive
now.
today, man.
He's
Yeah, but you
obviously
know what
done.
you're
He stopped
doing,
talking.
man.
Let's all
Like,
relax.
I'm still
what in the
waiting.
world?
I'm not allowed to
Yes,
step
he's
in until
done.
it's-
Go
the
ahead,
floor is clear.
Moyak.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, so yeah, it's a tried and true method. I don't know. We all apparently don't know it to its nth degree, but it is all out there to be researched. So we've got to go find out what this method that is being talked about, whether it's just simple removing of the outlier measurements, which are just simply taking the biggest, smallest, and getting rid of it. That would be a reduction. I don't know if that's what's being done. They do talk about it as if you're in the industry, you should know. The whatever. But
The
to
thing
assert
is-
that it's the curvature, that this actually introduces curvature is, without knowing what that method does, is kind of a bold assertion.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, I'm not trying to like pit sides against sides or anything like that. However, if somebody is going to assert, hey, the Earth is a globe and this is the measurement for it, this is it, and they're going to use it as their debate documentation or whatever it may be, I would think that they would have gone through it in a fine tooth comb and in detail, and that they would be able to essentially do a presentation on it to that level and be like, yep, here's what they did, here's the correction, here's this, here's that, and lay it all out. But it seems like some individuals have been kind of promoting this as if it's done and done, but then now that it's being dug into, there's a whole bunch of questions that are unanswered. Like people don't know what's going on with this, with that, many components of it. Now, I'm not saying what the conclusion is yet, and I personally haven't even gone through the document myself in detail. I've been kind of listening, and I have looked at it because it's been around for years, but I also haven't dug into it as much as some of these guys like Stark Otter and Kosho and Witsit and you guys that have been looking into it more details. So, but it just sounds like, I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to pit any side against side, but it just sounds like the globe earthers there's like a lot of question marks that they're like, well, we don't really know what's going on with this, so it perhaps was not as solid as they might have thought it was, or at least they didn't have as solid of a grasp on it as, proving or indicating what they previously thought it was by just maybe the assumptions they were going off.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I take, from the field notes side of things, where they take the 70 measurements and reduce them down to one measurement that is the measurement. I don't know how that goes through. I think Larry has described it on several occasions, but I don't personally follow it that closely. Say whether I agree with the method or not.
It's not the measurement. An average is a compilation of measurements. It's not just a single. There is no single measurement. You don't have a single measurement of this.
Right. What Larry described to me the other day, at least one part of what he described was, the little wheel that they use for determining azimuth. They start off with it at 0. They take a measurement. They roll that wheel over to 45 degrees. They take a measurement. That's to take out potential idiosyncrasies with that, with the graduations on that wheel. Scribing errors, as they call it. So you go through, you take a measurement in all of those positions. Then I don't know if they go through and do it again to make sure that there wasn't user error. Now you got yourself, in that case, you'd have 8 measurements right there. Now you got to take those 8 measurements and you average those together to help randomize error. I think that the proof, though, is in the pudding. If it's true that when you go back and you have somebody else go through and take the measurement, they get the same results. That kind of proves that the methodology works.
Yeah, but just based on the idea of measurement averages, just going off of that without giving the actual measurements, just imagine if we did a big measurement, on 2,000 square acres, and we set up a big, triangle, whatever it may be. We're doing a measurement, and if we were to do that, and when I say we, I mean stationary, planar Earth, etc. If we were to do that, and we came and we said, hey, we're not really going to get. We took
down here.
We took.
Hold on.
You're hot, Mike and Jeremy. We took 100 measurements. But we're not going to give you what the 100 measurements were. We're just going to give you this average. Trust us, it's the average. You have to admit, anyone would be like, that's a problem.
I agree to a certain extent, except for the fact that there is a product generated from this methodology. Geodesy, determining the height of mountains, carrying the sea level measurement 1,000 miles inland, and getting the accuracy of a mountain to a couple of feet. That process is I'm amazed at the precision yielded from that to get it within 1,000, let alone within a couple of. Me personally, I think about myself doing this measurement, and I think, holy shit! I really doubt I could get that within 1,000 feet, the peak of that mountain, carrying that measurement across the. and yet they do that. They get the accuracy out of it.
Sorry, I don't know if that was directed towards me. I was sort of sidetracked.
No, it was.
Well, it was okay. Would you mind repeating? Because yeah, it was about the
Oh.
averages and not actually giving the measurements.
Oh, yeah,
and,
yeah.
Sorry.
I'm astounded at the accuracy of the process. That no matter how you slice it, when they go and they take a measurement across the nation and they go to a mountain and they find out that mountain is within a couple of feet, from this arc of the parallel that they did, you find that these points were carrying sea level from the ocean all the way to the middle of the country, and you get an accurate sea level measurement. That astounds me as far as how precise each one of those measurements was, that to eliminate the potential measurement errors along the way. The process seems very, very sound.
Okay, so instead of I'm not trying to call you out for this, but I'm just saying. So you didn't necessarily respond to the average thing. You're more kind of saying, and I don't say this in a negative way, but like you're basically appealing to the methods of geodetic surveying that you have an idea that they're accurate. Therefore, you're kind of thinking that this one with the averages would be a similar level of accuracy because you believe or trust in that the other ones are accurate in that sense, right?
Mostly. What we see there is the process, including the average, yields a superior product, an astoundingly superior. So I'm saying that their method, including the averaging, is a very solid method.
Okay, so you're not really talking about these guys in particular per se and their document. You're just talking about some of these methods in general, the field of geodetic surveying and the techniques employed in general.
No, I'm talking about these arc of the parallel transferred sea level measurements to the middle of the country with astounding accuracy. That particular measurement, you go back and look at these points and you say, how tall is that point? You go back and you verify it with GPS, with whatever method you want to use, try and reproduce it. You end up with the same result.
What are you talking about specifically with sea level and carrying it across the country?
Okay, when they start out these measurements, usually start them from a benchmark, and they carry that benchmark across the country. So they find sea level, and then they, through painstaking measurement, are able to transfer that measurement across the country over terrain, through weather conditions, all the way across the country until they can get its next benchmark and the next benchmark and the next benchmark. And they keep on getting accurate answers. The process seems bulletproof.
All right, but like the stations that were elevated, they had to do like a reduction down to sea level and ignore the fact that they were high. It seemed like it was more about measuring like the azimuth angles and whatnot of the triangles.
How did they reduce it to sea level? They had to know where sea level. You just again try and think of going through the process yourself. I mean, that's what I did, and like I said, it astounds me that they're able to, with the precision of a couple arc seconds, adding up to errors as you go along. A couple of arc seconds across 1,000 miles is going to be a fucking huge problem, and they don't carry these. They don't make errors like that. The process eliminates
that station, as given in the abstract, still need a small correction to reduce them to what they would have been had the object observed upon been at the sea level. The altitude of the observing station and the distance between them does not enter into the case. The reduction is due to the circumstance that, in general, the verticals at the two stations are not in the same vertical plane. The correction is given by this formula, which this formula includes an R value.
Yeah, but it says
I'd have to see the formula and also the significant value it yields. Like we also have to remember that, like when they talk about refraction, pretty much everybody knows does not shift things a whole lot left and right. So I also would find it very difficult for even a correction on that. I don't know how they do that, because it also seems transient. It can go left or right. So I don't know how they deal with it.
How do they know which side to adjust for? With the sideways refraction.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But at mountaintops, it's also extremely reduced. So I don't know, again, how much impact it has. I typically don't see any left to right refraction to speak of. It's so transient that it's you just sort of pick the guy in the middle and you get the answer.
Yeah, but the
Okay, so are
Go
these?
ahead, man. Yeah.
Well, okay, I've been told for years that there is no refraction with this. I'm glad we found out that there is. So, how exactly is that factored in before the observed angle, Kosho, or after?
Well, Kosho's a changed man. So after cars earlier, he's this is a new. You're looking at a new man right here. So let's do it.
Kosho, are you willing to step over to this side, dude? If she's willing to,
put out.
back up.
Yeah, I'd be flat earther if it wasn't for the company. Yeah, I used to have this guy, this teacher. He said,
Hold on, man.
if you look around and you see 4 assholes, you're the 5th one.
All right. Well, I did derail. So Jeremy did ask you a question, I think.
I know. Well, to answer his question, I mean, if somebody told you explicitly there's never refraction left to right, that'd be silly. If someone told you that they're not going to affect observations and images because there's no consistent atmospheric gradient left to right, they'd be correct. So if people are saying that there's no refraction left to right, I mean that's just an absolute statement. It's silly. And I think that these people doing the survey were trying to get it perfect, and so they were accounting for every single thing that could possibly be, giving them errors.
Okay, so is this refraction? All right, cool. But is this refraction calculation, is it added before or after they write it in the observed angle column?
After.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How do you know that? Hold on, man. How do you know that?
Do it.
All right, what page is it on?
I'll get to it in 1 second. I just want to say that this horizontal, what was it? The adjustment that's made for directions if they're above sea level. This wasn't done to any of the triangles or any of the base nets that were east of Kansas. They only started doing this from Kansas west.
Kosho, that makes no sense, dude. That the refraction would be corrected after the fact. They would have done it with their original measurements, and you know it.
Really? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense.
So
Why would they put
it makes sense for them
angles in an observed angle column without making sure that they accounted for refraction so that they were getting the right angle?
Yeah, that goes into their where they apply the weights of their correction. That's one of the parameters.
in the base net adjustments, it's all part of it, and that is before the correction column, which is the spherical excess corrections.
But the base net adjustments are where they're noting their directions are from. Like they're just it's not an actual. It's not a correction. It's an adjustment that
exactly.
Yeah, but the adjustment it's just
before the triangulation. It literally says it. It's before triangulation.
I know it says it, and I'm telling you when they say adjustment, they just mean where their zero is and where their angle where their angle is being measured from. They're not saying that it's just like a correction being made. They're just saying that this is the zero that we're using, and this is what we're claiming this angle is from.
Sounds like you're siding with me now.
With you? I mean, if that's what you're saying, then we're on the same side. I mean, I've made a GIF. I made a meme about that.
I'm saying that the refraction and all those different adjustments that they're making is part of the base set stuff. Part of the adjustments that are made from the field computations before they incorporate them into the triangulation, before the weighted mean.
No, they put that in the corrections. They have a bunch of parameters where the corrections are, and that's one of the determinations. It's added to the correction table.
The problem with this PDF is they're using corrections and adjustments for both before and after, so it's kind of hard to follow. But I've looked it up pretty well, this PDF up and down, and from everything I can say, it's before. From everything I see.
Okay, from that stamp for you, I don't know your name, but you seem to have looked into it. What is the significance of these adjustments? Like, how if I eliminated all of the adjustments, what would they change the significant number?
Sorry, you broke up a little there. What'd you say at the end?
If you eliminated all of these corrections, just went with the raw numbers, how much of a difference?
I don't know. We don't have the raw numbers, which is a problem. But there's a bunch of things.
The process should tell you how much the adjustment. Are they capable of making the Earth flat?
Written down, but they don't have the original observed angles anywhere, like the original.
Right, but you can
raw
tell the significance of those formulas, like if you do the corrections as
it's
stated.
Dense math,
Okay.
It's super dense. It's crazy. They have to use approximations for a lot of the stuff. So there's a lot of things, and the problem is they don't use the same adjustments / corrections for the entire country. So they'll use some west of some area. They'll use different ones. Like they have a closing triangle approximation that they use, and they used it everywhere except like the big triangles, because in the big triangles they used the correction that Kosha was and me were talking about, the sea level adjustment one.
That was all west of Kansas.
Yeah, so they have like a bunch of, and that's how they justify it. They say that they're okay using it just for one portion because of the way that the closing triangle error approximation panned out. So I don't know exactly what it means. I just know that it's related to it, and that it shows that there were a lot of different things that were accounted for and adjusted for in some of these space sets, but not in all of them, which is weird.
Okay, very quickly. Hold on. Just give me a second so I can look this over 1 second. But I think most of the refraction they talk about is about the heights of the locations.
Why is that? Why is the height even an issue?
Why is the height recorded?
No, why is the height?
The whole section in there is about the heights.
Refraction.
Kosha.
Why is the height? Hold on a second. Why is the height? You realize the triangles they're measuring. Why would height be an issue?
Because some of them were taken from like high base sets, like high stations. So there was less refraction up there. I think that's what Coach was talking about. There was lateral refraction.
No, but they spent. There's a whole section where they're measuring the heights. They spent like there's a whole section out of the 7 sections. One there's about.
Bro, we're just worried about the angle measurement.
I know, but we're talking about
we're just worried about the angle measurement.
We're talking about the refraction. I'm just letting you
know.
Yeah,
there was refraction in the left to right angle measurements. Yes. Was there not?
Yeah, the refraction, all the refraction that I see, the corrections are talking about for the heights measurements. Okay, there's something that it says something about refraction, talking about and the part where it's talking about angles, but I need to read it to see what exactly it's saying.
Well, a minute ago you sounded pretty confident that this was added after the observed angle.
Yeah,
are you sure?
They are after that. They're not. They are added after the observed angle, and all the parameters for the corrections are introduced after the observed angle. Okay.
Yeah, the observed angle is just the angle you measure. You record that for posterity.
Are these observed angles?
Are these computations though?
Real quick, are these observed angles? This is just a regular average. It's not weighted or anything, right?
Oh yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to read this.
They're weighted.
Because they've been telling me it was just a regular average. Now it's weighted.
Yeah, and it's a weighted mean. So it's like they took the median. They threw out the outliers, and then they took the median. Is what they did.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, where were their outliers? Where did they have the outliers at? That's arbitrary, is it not?
Yeah, we don't
usually it's the biggest and the smallest error.
So just the top one and the bottom one they throw out?
The most negative and the most positive.
That's how weighted average.
They had a threshold
averages go.
They had a threshold of acceptable measurements, so we don't know how many were thrown out. There were parameters that they used. So if it was
maybe not just the top one and the bottom one. All right.
Correct. But since we don't have field notes, we can't tell exactly. We can't tell what the raw angles were.
Yeah, that's I've been saying that for a long time now, a long time.
You've been
We need
hanging
that. We need those
hoping
actual
that,
measures.
hoping that'll help you.
Well, I'm hoping it'll help sort this out because we want. I mean, we
Yeah,
want
I just
these
want to figure it
measurements.
out too.
Yeah, we want
I
these
don't care if it all
measurements.
checks out. Honestly, I don't care if it all checks out. I just want to know what the hell they did because it's bonkers right now.
Well, I actually hope it is a globe. I hope we
That's your wish.
all wrong. It's all wrong, and it actually is a globe.
Merry
Well, the
Christmas.
24-hour sun in the 24 hours. Hey, Jeremy, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica does that for you. You're
Oh boy,
No, it doesn't.
Moyak,
We got
you
enough
know,
problems
almost
without
every one of
the
those
globe.
videos have already been shown to be fake. We haven't even gotten to like
Actually,
two of
I
them.
haven't seen one that's been shown to be fake.
Well, we can easily prove it if anyone wants to do it. It is blatant. They repeat the cloud coverage in one of them. It's so blatant.
Hey,
It's
Jeremy,
disgusting.
if it was a
The
globe,
other one,
Jeremy,
the sun.
stop believing in the moon landings were faked.
Well, what about the
No, I would
14?
still know
What about
them.
the 14-day one? 14 days of the
I would
moon or
still know
14
the
days of
moon
the sun?
landings.
You wouldn't do a Sean G in it then.
I don't think I saw that.
Even when
I never saw a
was
moon
a,
one.
even when I was a globe
But they're
believer, I
always
still
usually
knew
done by
them.
the same guy.
Am I roboting?
No, not anymore.
My bad, Jeremy. I think
Only-
I talked over you.
Only when you're talking.
No, you're not roboting right now, man.
But it seems like run out of bandwidth when he talks a lot.
Oh no, he was just making a joke that he hopes it's a globe. And I
Whatever,
said, if it
no,
was
go
a
ahead,
globe,
whoever that
would
was.
he go back to believing that the moon landings were real? He said, no chance. And I said, well, you
Straight,
wouldn't be.
man.
Well, I
you wouldn't be
knew
doing a
the
Sean G
moon
in it,
landings
that's
were
all.
fake. I knew the moon landings were fake when I was a glober. So, like I said, I've known this since the '90s. Pete, you're way late in the game.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you did revert to be a glober like Sean G, you'd go back to believing the moon landings were real. So yeah, I'm glad you're sticking to your guns.
That's
on that
ridiculous.
one. I'll find that with all the rest of the reconverted.
Anyways, whoever that was, go ahead. I don't want to.
It doesn't matter.
Whoever that was, go ahead before Pete starts taking over. Because you were doing good, so.
Oh, a man can't say a word now. That's great. Courtesy. No.
Who was talking before? What was your name? Regis? Was it Regis?
Regis
No
Moyak and Kosho.
So I mean, like just seeing, so like,
Yeah, I
like
was-
how is just seeing a sun like that proves a globe? Like it's not just that easy. Like there's a whole conception or behind what's going on and whatnot. So just seeing a sun, that's silly to say. Like, oh, just look at the sun, that
Well,
proves a globe. It's a concept
let's put
of other things too.
Let's put it this way: it debunks the flat Earth with the sun circling over the Earth on the tropics, or in between the tropics.
Yeah, right.
It
as long
absolutely
as,
destroys.
yeah, as long as the sun is XYZ, and as long as the atmosphere is XYZ, and as long as light travels in a way like XYZ. So all these other pre-assumptions, therefore, if the sun is seen there, it means something. So just seeing the sun on its own without all these other, I guess, all this other knowledge doesn't prove anything. Yeah.
Well, when you say XYZ, the sun is an object that circles over the an object, a light, whatever you want to, that circles over the tropics. Now, when you go down to Antarctica and South America, the sun, while on the tropics, supposed to be directly in front of you to the north, is appearing behind you to the south.
Yeah, I hear
Hey,
what
can
you're
we
saying.
carry on with this? Can we carry on with this spherical excess thing? No, I don't know. I didn't want to like derail the whole thing because Regis was doing good with it. So.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Regis. Yeah.
I was done. I was just saying what I know.
Oh.
I got to look into
Oh,
it more.
Jeremy's just trying to ruin the combo.
Oh no, I mean he's bringing it back.
Well,
You got
Yeah,
sidetracked.
I'm kidding.
You tried to
Yeah, but
derail. Bro.
the refraction. Yeah, as I said, the only section they talk about refraction is in the height section.
Yeah, it's not so like I mean I was hearing what Regis was saying, but like I'm under the understanding that a triangle is 180 degrees, and if there's excess, then it's not a triangle, and that's it. It's just another. You can start a new triangle, but it's not still the same triangle.
If it's over 180 degrees, it's not a triangle. You're right. It's a spherical triangle.
Yeah. However, if you let's say you have all these nets, these base nets, and they have all these locations where each location can see the other location. and you take two sets of measurements. One set of measurements that point your theodolite at the other station and measure the angle between those two. Between pointing at one station and pointing at the other station. And then you have another set of measurements that are doing the same thing, but you only take the horizontal component of that angle between those two stations. If it were a plane, then the triangles would all be triangles. Like both those sets of data would match each other. They would just be the same sets of data. And only in the case of a sphere would the second set of data actually have the excess.
Excess. Yo, don't get them to let you start saying words wrong. Someone did this to us the other day. It's excess.
In excess.
By the way, if you were to, you could do the same thing essentially on a pyramid. It wouldn't. It's not just spheres that this works. If I set up my theodolite 90 degrees to the surface of the pyramid, and I took those measurements, then I would get a pyramidal triangle. If it was a square and I went onto the flats of the square, I would get a square triangle. I don't know what you call it, but
what are you
it
talking
would
about?
indicate the shape you were on. It would indicate, okay, you're on a pyramid. Take your angle, you set your theodolite up perpendicular to each surface that you're taking the measurement from, and you measure 3 points from, and you will find out that those points will not match a normal triangle.
Anyone else?
Because the plane of measurement is different.
I hope someone else is following you, Brad. Whereabouts in the pyramid are you? At the very top, at the apex?
No, I said, okay, I didn't say where. I'm on the side of the pyramid.
What would be
one of the sides?
No, that's sorry. I thought I didn't really hear the whole thing. I was going to ask, what would be the consequence of I don't know, I guess a triangulation on the surface, right? With different elevations, so you're not able to get your elevation correct. What would be the consequence then? So if I'm 2 feet high, right, and then I'm not, and the other guy at point B is 5 feet high, but he thinks he's 2 feet high, right? He's just a little off, or maybe he's not.
I don't know.
He's 5 foot high.
I don't know, because as I understand it, essentially not trying to get into the minutia of measurement, where they're living in the minutia of measurement, so they're trying to count for every single thing, but the height is very insignificant in a measurement like this, because you're following a great circle round. I could measure a star above the point, or I could measure a point on the ground. It really, as long as they're in the same azimuth, there's no difference between.
What do you mean you're following a great circular route? Have you assumed that you're on a sphere to begin with? Isn't this what the whole point is?
Yeah, it is the whole point. But
okay, so Kosho, you can't find refraction mentions anywhere else in that whole document.
No, it's in the document. There's 72 mentions, and they're all in the height section. There's a section later where there's a part later where they talk about so there's a part in the beginning where they talk about all the errors and how they're calculated, the average error, and they say they just bring in that lateral refraction could be a part of what creates that error as well. And then later on at the end, it also says the same thing basically. Those are the 2 times it notes it outside of the heights, but only in the section when they're measuring heights do they talk about refraction, measuring the refraction. But
in this observed angle column, in this observed angle column, this is just they took measurements, then they did an average of those measurements. It wasn't weighted or anything.
Yeah, it wasn't weighted. There's a part. There's a part where he talks about the corrections, the corrections from sea level or whatever. I think in that part it does say that they do they do adjust for that in some locations, but not all, and it's not nowhere east of Kansas.
Also, they do
so
use
everywhere east of Kansas. Go ahead, Regis. Go ahead.
I was going to say they do definitely use weighted equations. They just use equal weight for most of them. But it says later that they use weighted equations, and they can't deny that it adds accuracy. They say it's not needed, but they use it because it adds accuracy. All right,
yeah, and then it's in the corrections.
It's not in the corrections. It's in the section with the baselines and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
but when
I can't remember if it's section 1 or what.
there's somebody that calculates the data, like there's a computes the data. I mean, and that's not the data that's observed. That's all those computations are done after they have the observed data.
They're literally called field computations.
Where would you see that?
It's all over, but it specifically mentions it on page. Let me look. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yo, could we just ask Chat GPT these questions? Like, wouldn't this be easier?
No.
Or how's that bot coming, Coach? You got that bot going?
I'm not.
It's funny you mentioned that, Jeremy. I did ask, and we had a very interesting conversation.
Can you just throw this question?
Flat.
Can you just throw this question at Chat GPT? Like, how are the observed angles calculated, or whatever? Or like, you know, is there any adjustments made before? Like, what? I don't know. Chat GPT ain't even gonna know that shit.
Oh, it knows a lot about it, actually.
I'm sure people have been grilling it. Yeah. Well, throw this at it if you got it up.
Jeremy, do you know if anyone has actually tried to make a flat Earth map and present it to the AI with all the information, letting them know the deception, I guess, inputting whatever you need to, and sort of treating it as a mystery, and you're looking for the AI's best representation? That would be interesting. I don't know the capabilities of it, but I wonder, has anyone that sort of intention?
I don't think you just put a picture of a map into AI and have it do something.
No, dude. I literally just. Sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
That is it.
I literally just answered the question about this, and it gets it wrong. Like this is the problem with using this and trusting it, like it's giving information and using that information, in an argument is it says things that are fundamentally wrong. So there's not. I mean, I just asked it like I just as we said. It said how exactly were the observed angles established, and it says that. The observed angles between survey points were measured using a technique called astronomical observations. That's just not true. Those are different. Those are applied to the data at the end, but the data that's observed is from station to station. It's from what do you call it? It's at station. What do you call it? Station adjustments, or whatever. Or net adjustments. Or station adjustments.
In the transcontinental triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel Survey projects, the corrections to the measured angles in the raw data were made by assuming a spheroid, which is a mathematical representation of Earth's shape. Initially, the surveyors assumed that the Earth was a perfect sphere and used spherical trigonometry to calculate the angles between the triangulation points. However, when they compared their measurements to the theoretical values based on the spherical model, they found discrepancies. These discrepancies were attributed to the fact that Earth is not a perfect sphere, but rather an oblate spheroid, which is flattened at the poles, blah, blah, blah. To correct for this, the surveyors used the spheroid model to model Earth's shape and made adjustments to the measured angles based on the difference between the spherical and spheroidal values. The corrections include a correction for the spherical excess, which is the difference between the sum of the angles in the spherical triangle and the sum of the angles in a triangle on the surface of an oblate spheroid.
You know how oblate it is, actually. I worked it out. So it's 20 miles over 25,000 miles, which is 2,500, which is roughly
Let Kosho respond.
1 millimeter per mile.
Let Kosho respond to that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is that's an example of something that's getting wrong. It just mixed up parts of the story and conflated them as they were the same. They didn't find that the spherical there was different from a sphere, to a spheroid or whatever during this survey. That's the reason why they did the survey, is to accurately give the exact data that represents what the Earth's actually doing instead of the models, the ideal models that they were using before that.
Okay, did they ever just leave you said they were targeting a mirror. Did they ever just leave the crosshairs on the mirror and without touching the instrument make measurements at different time increments?
I have no idea. I imagine that would not be the way I would do it. I think they reset the instruments every time.
Yeah, but wouldn't you want to check just to make sure to see if it is moving left or right a little bit? Because we're only dealing with a little bit of. Somebody said earlier, one of your guys, I think it was Moyak, maybe. It'd be off just a little tiny bit, but these measurements you guys are making is just a little tiny bit.
Yeah, well, it says
Arc
that they
seconds.
in this it doesn't say that they're checking for lateral refraction that way. They're accounting for it in the random errors, like in the errors. It'll already have been included because any error is included. Like anything that's causing the error is included, but they're not specifically measuring the lateral refraction and then adding that in for the error. At least it doesn't.
Yeah,
seem
when I
to
look
be.
at lateral refraction that I've seen in real life, when I'm looking through a telescope, essentially, I see things that momentarily wiggle left, momentarily wiggle right. I would think that that's where averaging would be a beautiful to get rid of, because there's no prevailing condition that makes it go left or right. So it's just a matter of what do you call it? I get the word chance.
Well, unless you constantly have a different pressure area on the left or right side of the measurement you're making, and now you got this fucked up gradient that's always pushing shit to this one side or something.
Oh, so Jeremy, 1 second.
What possible condition could cause that?
Oh,
I don't know. You could have a valley. You could have a valley with all kinds of greenery on it, and then you might have have it be a rocky mountain right next to it, and now you got some kind of different temperature or pressure kind of thing going on. More humidity, more or less humidity.
1 second.
Humidity is the least.
Does that sound like
but yeah, that's I like it.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. All right, here we go. Let's go.
Now, I think it's more interesting to consider the need for the oblate sphericity, and to what degree. And remember this: in terms of the Earth and the dimensions that they give, I think it's something like 25. Let's just say 25,000 around the equator. I think it's something like 25,020 from north to south. So as a percentage, that works out as 20 over 25,000, which is 1 over 2,500, which is roughly a millimeter a mile. Now, if they're saying by 3 points that they're measuring between getting the angles, which are already part of a sphere, so we imagine the spherical triangle, but now they have to distort it to accommodate for this greater oblate sphericity. I wonder what level of distortion is applied locally between the 3 points. That would be telling if anyone knows those figures. I think that's an interesting point, because indeed they had to incorporate this oblate sphericity, even though the Earth is smoother than rounder than a snooker ball. By many degrees.
Okay, at the 39th parallel, I would say there's almost no change in oblateness. It's going to be essentially the same. So it'll be less than because the oblateness happens as you go down towards the equator, not as you run along the line of latitude. So there will be essentially no change.
You're still talking about an oblate, so you're talking about 20,000, unless I'm incorrect, Moyak, 25,000 miles around one equatorial rim, horizontal if you want, and 25,020 miles around the greater north-south, or the opposing north-south rim. So that's not oblate. That's as spherical as you can hope to get. So that the fact that they have to incorporate the oblateness, I don't know what the distance between these stations were. Was it 100 miles on each side or something like that, or less? If it was less,
but it's not an equal number either. It's
but roughly,
it's chubbier on the south side. It's stuff like that. It's
roughly. Yeah,
it does have an impact, but it's in the flea fart category.
But okay, I just wonder to what degree they had to incorporate it to make the figures match, because it seems like over even 100 miles, it would be, you just use a perfectly spherical surface according to the dimensions given. Oh yeah, that's
there's another thing. Go ahead. I'll go next. Go ahead.
Okay, there's something that comes up frequently in the argument when we talk about the 8 inches per mile squared versus the real formula, which involves cosines and sines and all that shit. And it comes up to an absolute flea fart at the distances that most of us do with cameras and stuff, right?
There's another thing you guys got going on with this taking theodolite measurements at the top of mountains is plumb lines don't always point in the right direction when you guys start getting near mountains. You know, you can reference the Schehalian experiment for that. You know, so if you're off of plumb, this whole thing is based on verticals not being parallel, right? So
I don't know that
if you're
experiment. What is that?
You have to go and find out how much the Schehalian experiment changed things, see if that is a significant problem.
well, I mean, at a distance, being off of plumb a little bit like that would surely add up over distance, no?
It would, but they get accurate results.
Is that the experiment where the guy put a plumb bob deep in a hole or within a mountain and it seemed to diverge or whatnot?
No, it's done on the surface of Schehalian Mountain, which is, I believe it's a dome mountain, very uniform shape and density, to the best of our knowledge. And you're able to set up your gear on the side of it through, I believe, stellar observation. Comparing to stellar observations, you can see that there's a deviation caused
so you
by
get
that
a little.
mountain.
They
So you get a
claim
little
that they made
deviation.
adjustments for it.
So you get
in
a little
the
deviation. You're saying you get a little deviation, and it would throw you off a giant amount near the end, right?
No.
It may. That measurement, I think, is like at the extent of, you know, Schehalian. I don't remember what the number is, but it is a extremely small number, and it depends on whether that number could add up to the problem.
No, it would. Yeah, there's no way it would add up. You would just have
You're
errors. You would have errors if there was a slight error, which there wasn't, and your angle was your horizontal, your vertical was different.
Hold on. How do you know there wasn't? You just said
There
there
was.
wasn't.
How do I know there wasn't what? Because you're talking about the error from a mountain's mass changing the vertical of a theodolite.
Plumb bob. Yeah.
No, that's what
they
you
claim-
guys did with
they
the
claim that
Schehalian
there's
experiment. I
divergence.
didn't
I know,
make
but
that
we're
up.
talking about theodolites.
I didn't make that up.
I know you didn't make it
No matter
up.
what it is,
What
if
I'm
your
saying,
plumb
yeah, I
line's
know.
off,
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, dude. I'm saying that the amount it's not like you're gonna see this happen visually. You're talking about the
we could
amount that
be.
it would mess with the theodolite. It's not an issue, dude.
It's going to throw your plumb off.
Yeah, by how much?
I don't know. Some amount. This whole thing is based on plumb lines.
Okay, and also that's what they're measuring.
Being correct.
Like that's the purpose of what they're measuring the deviation of plumb lines. This is the
Yeah. So if they're
I mean, what you would-
deviating near a mountain, so if the plumb lines are deviating when they're near a mountain because of some phenomena.
Yeah, so that one station would have the deviation caused not only by the curvature of the Earth but also by that mountain.
Dude, there is no curvature of the Earth.
It's not.
Well,
come on.
Jeremy, be fair a little bit here. You know, basically what you're talking about is an anomalous situation that's not going to be consistent across your measurements. So it's going to be both in favor and not in favor of the globe.
Yes, there's
So-
one more way. It's one more way. I'll stop talking after this. It's one more way that your measurement can be wrong. Yes.
Yes.
We're pointing out all
But
the
it
flaws in it.
averages out to an accurate result. Essentially, we get accurate results. We get accurate. No, we
It
get
could be
accurate
inaccurate.
because the measurements give us correct altitude of mountain, correct latitudes and longitude. It comes up with a perfect or a damn near perfect result at the end. When all the corrections are added in, everything is done. It gives you a perfect, colloquially perfect result.
That's because you added in all the appropriate corrections.
Yep.
Right. Yep.
But the mountain one, that's not something you can even correct for, and that's going to appear as a random error, either in favor of and not in favor of the
Someone
globe.
cut what Maya
And it'll
just
be,
said out
I would
to
say,
the
exceptionally small. Like the deviation of from plumb being off by I don't know what the measurement, what the unit.
How do you know all this? How do you know this?
I'm trying to visualize what a measurement is and trying to deviate. What would happen if my transit was off by from vertical from a tenth of an arc second, a thousandth of an arc second?
You have to
I
imagine.
guess my question is:
Results.
have you ever done angle measurements over mountaintop to mountaintop? Is just kind of what I'm asking.
Have you?
If you're
No,
laying
I'm
tile,
asking. No, I have not. Have you?
Okay.
if you're laying tile and you're off by
Well,
go ahead.
hang on. I'm asking a very pointed question, and I got a question pointed back at me, and I answered it very quickly. Now I still have my question open. How do you know this if you haven't done it? Like, I don't get how you have all this knowledge.
I don't have knowledge. I'm trying to think through what the measurement involves.
Okay, so you're not teaching us. Thank you.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah,
So
great.
if
Your
you take these base,
+3 voice was not needed.
Okay, so if you're off a fraction of an arc second,
No, I was
and
just
then
making
you're
sure
doing
you
these
wasn't saying
measurements.
this as fact. It was just your opinion.
Hey, Jeremy, you're not allowed to talk. Go ahead, Rookie. Go ahead and overtalk Jeremy.
If you're doing these measurements, okay, let's say you're laying tile, and you're off by 1/10 of an arc second, and then you go for miles and miles. You're going to be off. You're going to be off a little bit at the end by a lot of tiles, probably.
Yep, you're right, because that error is compounded by all the other tiles that are dependent on it. In this case, if you've seen any of those pictures of those base nets are taken from those stations, or they're created by those stations, taking angles to all the other stations. So let's say there's a mountain that's fucking up one of those stations. Every station that's looking at that station is going to get the correct angle to that station as far as the vertical from their station. The only station that will have errored measurements is that one station that's close to the mountain, and in which case any triangle that includes that angle is going to be slightly, however much deviated from just only looking at the sphericity of the
Could be fractions. Could be fractions of an arc second.
It's not going to compound. It's not going to compound anywhere. It's not even going to fuck up the triangles that it's included in. It's only going to fuck up one angle of those triangles.
Sphericity of the sphericity.
Yes, it's going to mess up an angle. It could mess up an angle, and then your whole 180 thing could be all messed up, and this is just one more way.
Yeah.
This is just one more way.
Just one more way, it could all be fucked up. I got you.
Sure, you said sphericity, Kosher.
I might have. At least I don't have an Irish accent.
You're jealous.
And is this another opinion, or is this based on fact that you've done it and you know this for a fact? Like, I've never done it, so I'm not going to speak on it. But I know when I hear people speaking on it that shouldn't be.
I didn't know you were a virgin. Okay, well,
you've never done. I just want to make sure the audience understands. They can listen to you. That's fine.
That's
but
fine.
You've never done this, right?
Well, if I'm speaking to the audience now, I'll tell them I'm not the brightest person in the world, but I can count my shoes. No,
that's not what I asked.
I can count my shoes and tie my shoes. And what I also can do is I know. So I'm trying to reason with the people listening.
No, just answer my question.
I'm not going to be able to hear if you're talking over me. So what I'm saying is that
hear the answer to my question that I asked to you.
All right, relax.
Shut up, Rakia.
It doesn't take practical experience.
I'm just gonna tempt.
Yeah, hold on a second, guys. Well, let's ideally not have to mute anyone. Can we just reset? Let's let Rakia restate his question and then Kosho respond.
I know his question.
All right,
we'll
just let him. Let me say it again.
You want to know if I've ever done it?
He was the one fucking interrupted.
I'm not trying to interrupt, dude. You're weird. I went on mute.
Just go ahead, Rakia.
Yeah, I want to know if the people speaking on this topic, because I've never done it. That's why I'm not speaking on it. Are stating this as fact because they've done it, or they haven't done it. They're just stating what they think they know about it. I think that's important for the audience to know. Very simple.
I'm glad I get another chance to repeat myself too, because I might have said some words wrong. But I'm not the brightest man, okay? But I can count by twos and I can tie my shoes. And when I look at a measurement like this, I don't have to have done it practically to understand how laying tiles would, one tile would mess up all the rest of the tiles. That makes sense to me. This measurement,
I'm fine with that.
This measurement, the way it's, hold on, Ricky. This measurement, the way that it was done, it wasn't done in such a way that one station having, let's say it's not even a mountain. Let's say the theodolite was tilted, half a degree.
How are we going into something that's not even my question?
If this were the case,
why are you interrupting?
If this were the case,
I just want my question answered. I think the question is no, he hasn't done it. Is that the answer? Because I'll go on mute. Is that your answer, Kosho? No, you haven't done this? Because you can talk all day from then on. I just want my question answered.
Imagine, and you can tie your shoes.
You can tie your shoes and you can do all that. I understand. I can too. But I've never done this measurement. Have you?
No.
Just say if you're
Thank
not
you.
going to answer it or say yes or no, whatever. Just please,
Yeah,
so we can move
please.
on.
Don't want to know if you can tie your shoes. I want to know
Okay,
if
he's
you've
not gonna
ever
answer.
done this
Well,
measurement.
yeah, Kosho deafened and Moyak left in a huff. So we either need to continue the convo ourselves or change the topic or something. Yeah, or
No, it's a
I got
good
one
topic.
thing to add. I got one thing to add, if it's cool.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so the discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation and those determined astronomically may result from deflections of the plumb line or from the fact that geometrical figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different from those of actual Earth. Moreover, the deflections may be local, as when caused by mountains, valleys, etc., or they may extend over great areas where a change of density in the Earth's crust is the underlying cause.
Nice. Can I ask you a question, sir? I don't know you, right? I've heard you, but I don't know you. Have you ever done this measurement?
No, I have not.
See how easy that is, folks? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
No one here has done this. I mean, even the Larry GPS said, this would be tough to even recreate. But yeah, I mean, I like that. Moyak liked my idea of having the valley. I mean, they're admitting plumb lines could be off. I also like that. They weren't specifically talking about the Schehalian thing, though. Maybe they were. I don't know. I'd have to hear that again. But yeah, I like that. Moyak like my refraction thing. You get a little bit of refraction here and there because you're doing it over mountains. It's not gonna. I don't know, man. This is shaky at best. This is a very
Jeremy.
shaky measurement.
Jeremy, brilliant. Brilliant scenario. I know you like scenarios. Brilliant scenario just occurred to me along the lines of laying tiles. So we'll set the same scenario for the flat earther, the globe earther, and the concave earther, remember. So as you lay tiles along a horizontal pathway, the baller will tell you it adheres perfectly. There's an example of this on a straight track in France, right? So yeah, you're laying tiles. It doesn't matter what the dimensions are. But if you don't lay them it's about a 6 mile length straight track. Larry will tell you it curves at 8 inches per mile squared, right? Concave earther, whoever that is, Stephen Christ or All Glory to the Most High, will tell you that it curves the other way, 6 inches per mile square or whatever. The flat earth will tell you, no, it's straight all the way. So where we're laying our tiles, let's say they're a meter tile, they're about a half inch thick or whatever, and we're laying them absolutely horizontally. And they have to lay them, though, don't they? Necessarily with a different accommodation according to the model that they're talking about. So Kosho, brilliant question for Kosho there, because he said, yes, according to your scenario, if there was a discrepancy at the start, there would be a massive deviation at the finish. So thank you for that scenario. Brilliant. Very good.
Like, I'm not saying this is the end all be all argument for that thing, but it's just one more way their shit can be off.
Yeah. Cumulative, but now we have an actual racetrack which claims to be. James May drove the Bucati at 400 kilometers per hour down there. If you want to type that into YouTube quickly to find the track, but it's said to be perfectly level, perfectly flat. For 6 miles, right? And here's the thing, when I talked about this to Larry, he's saying that it's perfectly level. As we know, level is flat, but he's saying it's according to the curve of the earth, and that's why you can't see him at the end of the stretch, whereas there's different reasons going on for a flat earther. But a concaver then would have to give a different reason again. But now we have these tiles to set. If we want to have a complete flatness all the way, all we have to do, I think we have the easiest job as flat earthers, just go along level all the way, and then you're getting to your destination. The ball earther will have to take into accommodation that deviation along the path, you know what I mean? So they'd have to make an ever so slight deviation continuously in order to have this level end result achieved.
You think that the flat earthers got it easy, but the glober can just tell the customer that that it's the curve of the earth threw it all off. I mean, they got the easy
It's
out.
right there.
They'll tell the glober will tell them, look up at the sky while they rip them off.
It's over there. It's over there is all they got to say. We proved it. Yep.
some guy in a rag, in a towel.
Hey, Demok, yeah, no one saw ships before the Greeks sailing away over the horizon and consider the ball. Every other previous culture had us on a stationary and flat earth with old skylights encompassing around. Suddenly, some Greeks in a towel by
Well,
the beach.
was there Eratosthenes before 1492 or after? If he was before, we got a problem.
Definitely got a problem.
Yeah, big problem. Because if somebody like knew it was a globe and everything, how do you get lost where you can always come right back to your point you started from? There's no way you can get lost on a sphere.
Well, but obviously it's true. Obviously it's all true, Demok, because you wouldn't be where you are today unless it was true.
I'd like to talk about the elevation that they got from sea level of these mountaintops. Notice he didn't mention the center of the earth one time because they're horizontal measurements from a benchmark taken from a supposed benchmark for the sea level in that area. It's an average
From the
taken over
surface.
years and years and years, so that's fine. But it's a horizontal lines taking elevation changes. Has nothing to do with a sphere. Nothing.
Or
Not
a
one.
drop. Yep, no depth at all. It's going from a 0 point up and then back to the 0 point. You're never deviating from that 0 point. Therefore, no globe.
No change in elevation is what you're saying?
Right. There's no drop below water.
You have
Anywhere.
change in elevation. You have rise from sea level, and then once you
Right.
get on top of the mountain, you have drop towards sea level. It's based on horizontal lines, though, not based on a sphere.
Right. On a sphere, you'd have to have different amounts of sea level every foot, every second, every inch, every millimeter. It would be a different horizon. It would always move in a different level as you go forward. So the guy standing here to the guy standing there you have a million guys, each one of their feet tips would be the new level, the new
Just
line.
think about it. They set a benchmark that's 4 foot above the sea level on a building or on a bridge or wherever, and you go 10 miles from there down the coast. That sea level would be what? Lower?
Way lower.
Yeah,
Way
so then
away.
if you take the height to the mountain, how many feet would it be off from the two different sea levels? That's why it's a benchmark from the sea level, which is an average taken over years, and it's all the same in that region. There's no sphere, there's no drop, there's no nothing. It's horizontal lines taken to show the elevation to the top of that mountain.
Yeah, how can the mountain show its elevation if it's dropped? How did they point at the mountain and say, okay, this mountain's right here. This is a 4,000 foot tall mountain, for example, but it's dropping somewhere. But they still have the line right there in front of you that shows 4,000 where it's at. Clearly, it didn't drop, did it?
You have the Mile High City in Denver. It's a mile above the local sea level that they take the reading from. If you went 100 miles away from that reading on that sea level, would the Denver still be a mile high above that benchmark? No.
Oh,
It has nothing to do with the center of the earth. Nothing.
Discrepancy is, as Regis read out there, between astronomical results and ground-based results. So the oblate sphericity was taken into consideration and applied to the Earth, or at least to make the results gel. And as Moyak then said, that's what someone has to cut that out. Didn't the results match perfectly with expectations after all of these corrections? Yeah, of course they did. But the more interesting thing then it becomes, as flat earthers, as we know, the Earth's surface is stationary and flat. So look into the sky. What is the sky? If there's a barrier above us, is this oblate sphericity?
Well, the clouds are a certain height.
Beneath us, you know what I mean?
The clouds are usually a certain height to a certain height, right? They have like a mean line, right? They never deviate from that. It has to deviate. Stuff has to deviate. You can't go out straight from a curve and the curve still follow it and stay with it.
I've said it many times, Demok. I've said it many times. They've just done the great switcheroo. Everything is inverted. They made the Earth curved and they've the sky flat. And ultimately, it's vice versa. And that quote from Regis there just tells me that's exactly what they had to do then to make the two gel, is to incorporate this sphericity somewhere because it's part.
Yeah, but
we might call it the barrier. We don't know what the nature of the barrier
no depth.
is, but it seems to be.
You can't go below. Yeah, but the whole point is you can't go below zero. We could
bring
talk
up
about Narnia all
perspective all
day,
day
but you
long.
cannot go below zero. There
They
is no,
bring
there
up
Not
is no
Narnia.
perspective
around.
though, Demont.
Why do you say
Perspective
this
is
is
not a
Narnia? This is not Narnia.
spherical
This is
thing.
actually serious conversation because they have to take into consideration both the sky and the earth, Demok, and we're looking at
Oh,
things
right.
that are not
Perspective isn't
earth-based.
spherical. I'm sorry.
Right,
I'm
it's
not
not
saying
just
that.
a
I'm not
straight
making
line.
any
Right. Not at all.
conclusions. Not making any conclusions. It's just that the universe is much smaller than they
What do you
gave
mean?
it credit
That's a
for.
conclusion.
Yes, it is. We can see most of
The word
the whole
universe.
universe now, as we're in an enclosed system. We can see that everything is much more up close and personal.
Universe. Man, all I know is I'm on the earth and I got air around me. I don't know any crazy other shit. Listen, it's so simple.
1 second,
Is there
please.
depth?
Be careful of your
Is
language,
there
please,
depth
and
to be
maybe don't be so
demonstrated?
dismissive of
I
what I
can
have to
dig.
say here because we're talking about a particular
Okay.
example.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So you can dig 10 foot down but before the ocean, right? So I can dig 20 foot down. I can make a mine shaft right before the ocean in front of it, right? Going down miles. But then when I put my object over the ocean and go out anywhere, I can't find that drop anywhere. How does that even make sense? How can that possibly make sense to anyone? That I can dig a mile deep right before the ocean, but as soon as I get 1 inch above the water, I can't drop no further than that 1 inch without getting wet. And people believe they're on a globe. I don't understand. I just don't understand it.
I understand how people believe they're on a globe because I did it for 40 years. But it's because all my authorities that I trusted taught me that I was on a globe. I just
Yeah, I
never
said that
questioned
wrong.
it.
Yeah, I said that wrong. The ones in this situation after a couple of years of debate, how they believe it. I'm sorry. Not the newcomers. Yeah, I already know they believe it.
Everyone sees how I asked a different person in the same way. I asked the same exact question in a very polite way. Sir, have you ever done this test yourself? Just to clarify for the audience and myself before I go putting all my stake in, because it sounds like they know a lot, right? It sounds like they've done it all their lives daily. I just want the audience to know. I want myself to know. I wanted to know if that guy had actually done it. I would love to actually talk to one of these suckers that went up on a mountaintop and shot angle measurements and got sphere. Bring them on.
With
The
their
angle
straight
measurement
line.
over what distance?
With their straight line of sight to the object, in the picture they can be like, this object is 4,000 foot tall. I'm 2 foot tall. This is missing here. How do you have that height of foot? How can you mark 4,000 foot if 2,000 foot of it's missing? You would clearly put a line at the building and be like, this building is only 2,000 foot tall because 2,000 foot of it is missing. So it appears
Yeah,
to be
Rocky,
2,000 foot tall.
I was thinking about that earlier. Like, there's way more advanced theodolites today than there was back in the mid 1800s. So why can't they recreate this today? It should be standard. It should be basic. They should be able to recreate it with ease and have all the data, all the details, every single part of it documented.
I talked to Larry about recreating this because I thought this was like locked up for him before. I'm like, well, let's redo it just to make sure. And you got to get flown to the tops of these mountains. Like this would be like an endeavor you've never seen before. You know what I mean? This is a huge endeavor making those measurements.
Why are you doing it at the
just
top
for
of a
3
mountain?
even just if you just do one triangle, even just one triangle would be like a huge thing.
On this equipment and taking these angle measurements, like what they're talking about over short distances, is a pain in the ass. There ain't no way. I'll bet my left pinky toe they're getting accurate as that what they're saying. Bullshit. There's some pencil whipping fudge. I mean, whatever they're doing, they're not even coming up with globe every time. They're coming up with less than 180 sometimes. Hello.
Did you say pencil whipping?
Yeah, there's some pencil whipping going on there because
That's funny.
but they're not, like I said, they're not even coming up with the globe every time with their measurements. And now they're going to come up with the excuse that those measurements, those triangles are too small. Kiss my ass. You ain't never used these instruments. That don't make no sense. As soon as someone tells you, I can promise you this. I don't care if they're taking an angle measurement or horizontal baseline, if they're whatever they're using. If they're using an instrument created by man, there ain't no way it's getting more accurate looking through an optic over distance. Not one possible way.
And I agree.
By the way, these instruments were based on water. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, they're using the water to establish a horizontal plane, and then saying that the water or the horizontal plane bends. Yeah, kind of
Not
nuts.
what I meant basically. When Joe Blow Theodolite came up with, let's make an instrument that will recreate a horizontal line that we can take angle measurements from, right? Horizontal is basically zero. They're basing that on water. What they knew about water. They didn't just dream up this horizontal creating machine and say, well, let's just make something so we can prove the sphericity of things. No, they created machines to establish horizontal planes and then measure off of that. I mean, you got to go
Just
back.
like an artificial horizon, right? In your airplane, the artificial horizon.
Yeah, that's a horizontal plane. And people wonder why the drop of the horizon happens as you go up. Well, it reaches a certain point where the horizon doesn't appear at eye level or above or near
Follows
it
your
or whatever.
movement.
Yeah,
It
you go
reacts
up
to you.
higher.
You tilt, it tilts. You tilt, it tilts like a cup of water, right?
Well, the crosshair doesn't, like the plane, like the airplane will tell you which, like if you point down, it will tell you you're going down based on that horizontal plane.
Right, because an instrument's reacting on another yeah.
But I'm talking about the drop of the horizon. Like Zanuck is a big one on this. Look at that drop. Well, yeah, you went way
So when
up.
when they're sitting on the runway, it's even with their thing. When they go up, it'll appear to be going down. When they go back down and level out, or turn their thing from diagonally up to leave, or to get up, even if they don't got to go diagonal. Either way, it's just going to react to how they do. You know what I mean? Like a needle. That's all. Like a compass. When you turn left, it's going to go right. When you go right, it's going to go left. You understand? Yeah, to just react like that.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. If you lift that plane
Right.
up right there in that reference frame and you tilt it, you got the nose
Exactly.
and the wing on wires and you just move it, that is going to orientate to the plane's movement. Absolutely,
Right.
100%.
Not having anything to do with the curve at all, ever.
And if that plane doesn't deviate, if it gets up to altitude and never deviates, that instrument will never deviate one iota.
And the curve won't run from you. It won't get further away. It won't start getting closer to you. It's just going to stay out in front of you.
Maybe
Isn't
ask
that weird?
Zanuck if he noses his plane down to if he gets too high above that horizon. It starts to drop. Does he follow the horizon down?
How does it look when the Earth starts dropping away and the horizon just like starts dropping below you and you got to like catch up with it real quick? How does that even look on your horizon meter?
Well, the horizontal,
When that's all
like
that should exist.
your
You
indicator
should never
doesn't
be level. You should
Your
always be
indicator.
catching your horizon line. Sorry, Rocky. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I mean, I use these instruments, right? I'm not a pilot. I'll say it again, but I'm adjusting the altimeter, right? I'm the one in the co-pilot seat going, Roger that, right? Altimeter -1 degree. I mean, you know what I'm saying? When you fly even 50 miles, you're adjusting that altimeter. When you're using a heads-up display, it's just giving you the indication of horizontal from where you took off. When you nosed up to take off, it indicates that. When you nose back down to level out, it indicates. It tells you when you're level. That's the whole point of flying by instruments. If you don't trust that instrument, you won't know if you're upside down or not because your brain freaks out. When you can't tell, you don't have a reference, your brain gets confused. The only thing you can do is use an instrument. And if
So
you don't use it
what is
properly, you're going to crash.
what's the significance of this horizontal line dropping below eye level? I mean, does he make adjustments? Does he now change his altitude and nosedive his plane? What's the significance of this?
No, if the horizontal line is telling the plane that it's flying level and you're 10,000 feet above the ground and you don't have anything that's 10,000 feet above the ground in your path, you're not going to crash. You're going to be, when you fly an hour, you're still going to be 10,000 feet above the ground. Or if you're over water, but the elevation, the ground underneath you is changing. Maybe that's why you have to pay attention. If you have a 14,000 foot mountain in front of you and you're at 10,000 feet, you're going to crash into that mountain. I promise you, no matter what the horizon looks like, no matter what the mountain, what size it looks in the distance, if it looks below you, as you look out into the distance and way smaller, and you're at 10,000 feet and that mountain is 14,000 feet, guess what? I don't care what it looks like from 200 miles away. You're crashing into that mountain. That's the whole point. Of course, things look lower and higher and smaller and bigger and whatever. Sometimes you can't even see the mountain, right? I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know what the points are anymore.
That would probably be the days, the days when you can't see the mountain. That's probably the days that the horizon appears to drop below eye level, I'd imagine. It's when it's very foggy outside and you can't see that far.
Yeah, what they're calling the horizon, when you look at those pictures, when you're at 30,000 feet, they're calling the horizon the tops of clouds most of the time. They're thinking that's land. Even the pictures that they post of these mountains, I'm going, what's that right there? They're going, that's water. I'm like, no, that's those are trees. It just looks like water because it's blending into the distance.
Oh
They
yeah,
don't even know what they're looking at.
yeah, like I asked Zanuck, he was pretty clear about it. He says that that clouds, like when they seem to like get lower and lower to the surface of the ground, that's because they are actually like over the curve, and now that's the underside of the cloud. Because it's around the curve, so it's not just like converging down due to perspective. It's actually, if you drew a straight line to it, it's just over the curve and down.
Well, for years they told us that powered flight overcame gravity. But when you get in an airplane, powered flight, and get 10 feet above the water, they're saying that gravity, pressure, whatever, I mean, people answer it different ways. It's going to hold you at 10 feet above the water. No matter if you're powered or not, now it's other things other than being powered. Right? Powered flight used to be you're overcoming the effects of gravity, which would pull you around the ball, right? Keep you at the same elevation due to gravitational vector, blah, 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 in a cone or whatever they say. Basically, pressure is what they're coming down to, which, oh, by the way, that's basically what pressure, that's what gravity is. Electrical magnet, maybe some electrical effects and pressure. Pressure forced down onto a scale or forced up. You think a hot air balloon doesn't apply pressure on a scale that's above it? But that horizon indicator is just the orientation of your plane. It's not pointing to the horizon 200 miles away and saying that's exactly where the horizon is. You can be fooled by that. It's called an optical illusion. If it just happens on that day to be 2% or 4% below your crosshairs or whatever it may be, and that dictates a globe of this, well then, so be it. I mean, I think they've back engineered some of this. But on some days it's much high. It's above your crosshairs. Some days it's below it. George proved that at a short distance. Of course you're going to get dropped to the horizon. You can't see forever. So the horizon has a dictated distance, and then once you go high enough, you're going to reach that limit. It's going to be even with the horizon. Well, if you're at 13,000 feet when that happens, you're 13 feet above the land 200 miles away. You're actually more on a sphere. but the horizon appears right there at your eye level at the crosshair. Once you go to 30,000 feet, you've risen further above the horizon, and those optical effects put a gap there because you can't see forever.
Yeah,
So you
it's
see
just that
sky,
simple.
and
Yeah.
then yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
it's just an optical effect.
I mean, the horizon should never drop below eye level on a flat plane, as long as A, we can see forever, B, there's no atmosphere, C, how the light work, how light is travels or is perceived, and how much light there is, etc. I mean, it's just that simple.
But you can't see forever. You have a very limit. Some people are different, right? Some people have better eyesight. You use tools, they have limits. They have specific limits that they can see, and then it all just starts blending together. You can't, the human eye can't see distance very well. It's not programmed to do that. It's programmed to see up close to, I think, to protect and, hunt and gather and fight and do all that. Certain other animals can see a lot further, right? When you fish, the fish that live at the surface have smaller eyes than the fish that live down deep, 600 feet or 1,000. We call them big eye. They try and get as much light, as much information as they can. The human eye is terrible at seeing distance. Optical illusions over distance are very easy. Hell, 2 feet away, you can create an optical illusion to the human eye. The brain just doesn't work that way, but it works very well in determining motion up close and, approximate. Once you grow up and learn and you've measured, you can approximate distances if that's what you do for a while. But give the ordinary kid, ask him how many feet it is from here to there, he won't know. There's no computation in the brain that tells you distance like that. That's a learned skill. No one learns 200 miles or 300 miles from 30,000 feet. Your brain is full easily.
Yeah, so I don't know what Zanuck or whoever's point it is when they say the horizon drops below eye level. I mean, of course, because we can't see forever. There's atmosphere, and that changes, which changes the horizon. And it depends on where the light is, how light works. Like, are you looking east? Are you looking west? Are you looking north? It would be dependent on that as well. Where's the light coming from? How much light is there allowing you to see where the horizon is? Yeah.
Knowing everything we know, why wouldn't it drop from your eye level? The question is, on a globe, why would it ever rise up or appear to?
Yep.
Because how we see. Just apply that to a flat plane. Because if you don't measure a curved Earth, then you're on a flat plane. That's the same thing I give the concave earthers. I have pictures I can post right now that shows water rising above the object that I'm above. Right?
That's
I
the
can show a
concave Earth,
boat
I
that
think.
I'm above. Yeah, that's a concave Earth, but you still got to measure that water. It's just an optical illusion. I mean, the water does appear to rise up. It can't be a globe, right? Well, in that case, but it can be concave Earth. That's fine. It looks like it, right? It appears. But when you go to measure that water, it's not rising up. It's dead ass level. It's horizontal with if your feet are on the water or if you're 10 feet above. In the distance, it's still your eye level is still 10 feet above the water. Not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds stupid, right? But sometimes I'll say it sounds real dumb, but the Earth measures flat when you close your eyes, perfectly flat. Just close your eyes and walk it out. It's going to measure perfectly flat. It's all just how people are twisting what they see to actually be physical. Yeah.
Where I live, the water drains from north to south because the north is higher elevation than sea level. It drains that way. It all drains, and if you're on a point that's high and it drains towards the west for a little while and gets into the river and then drains south, that's just what it does. Water flows due to the slope that's created by the elevations of the land. But when the water settles and is not moving, not flowing, it creates a horizontal. That's what all man-made tools are based on that.
That's
Yeah,
why
no
they still
argument.
use water to get them level. Even those high-tech tools that you got to program and turn them on, put batteries in, they still use water to get them started, get them level.
Yep, and I got, I mean, a hardcore, hardcore globe guy will just, they don't like to use the water or the water level. They like to use plumb, which shows itself to be perpendicular to a water level always. So
Again, you can only show plumbs not being parallel the longer you measure. You got to measure a long way to prove the Earth's curving. But you can view it from ground level at Lake Pontchartrain. You can see a boat go over the curve. You just can't measure the son of a bitch. Crazy, ain't it? Might be optical. It might be looking through a medium that easily fools you when you go to distance. When you get close up, you get more accurate. Not according to them.
yeah,
Good
the
luck.
further away you get, the more accurate it is. Yeah. Everything's upside down. It's all backwards. Everything about this globe is just backwards from common sense. Yeah.
Well, that's what we're taught on occult is, right? The opposite.
Yeah,
Take
like
whatever. Yeah.
every single thing. Every up is down, down is up. Like gravity is down, but there's nothing that goes down. Everything goes up. Yeah.
Where you measure short distances to be accurate. No. You got to measure really far.
Really far. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad if you get to even the two people on different positions on the globe. They see the boats go down, right? Right. You draw a straight line between person A and person B. The water is obviously going up, a big hump of water. So the water is flowing uphill to remain level. That's ridiculous. What you have to do. Not down. Water doesn't flow down. It flows up now on a globe. Just to remain level, to remain at rest. Thanks, Chunky. I appreciate you letting me know. The straw man is getting beat up. Yeah, I mean it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to become, I guess you would call it a flat earther, right? But it's pretty easy to see that the Earth isn't a globe. People realize it in like 2 weeks. I mean, it takes like 2 weeks. There's this, I guess there's this football player. I think I was talking about it. He just came out and said, it took me 2 weeks to realize they've been lying to me for 22 years. What's his name? Let me see. Let me just type it in. Here it is. AJ Brown. This is like a couple weeks ago. It's just that easy. It's just the globe is just that dumb. Oh, here's another one actually. Now they're all pop. Darius Slay believes the Earth is flat. Okay. Another football player. I don't know when that happened. Oh, that looks like old news. 2018. Yeah.
What's up, guys? Did it go quiet? What's up, Dan?
Real quiet.
Oh, what's up? What's up, Harp?
I was going to have to learn to appreciate the silence there.
Yeah, I think everybody went over to that server that Jeremy hates. I'm not sure.
Which one? The one he hates or the one he hates version 2?
I don't know. Yeah, probably both. Actually, they're split down the middle right now.
Yeah, it's not very glorious over there. Not as glorious as Riggs thinks it is.
Nah, they're just like fucking around, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, well, they were getting into it with jet fuel earlier today, and I'm like, no, not jet fuel again.
Rehashing like the same old topics.
And then being mad about it, and people, getting polarized about it, and it's like, come on, it's.
Oh, I lost you.
Yeah, you're roboting, Dan. If you can hear us, or you cut out.
Yeah, Gio, you should talk to Jeremy, and have him, maybe you could forget. You could teach him to forgive Shane for whatever he did to him. There's no reason to hate him or dislike him.
Am I back? Am I still roboting?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you're back. Well, I mean, I can't speak for Jeremy, but I don't think he has any hate for anyone.
Yeah, I don't think I'd say hate. I don't know what other word to say.
Yeah, you're back, Dan. Yeah, you cut out.
I don't know what I was saying. Shane definitely wishes it was different between you and him, by the way. Or says that. So I hope you don't have any deep resentment.
I mean, I see a lot of like parallels between well, no, I won't say parallels, but a lot that Shane. That was one of the things he always said. He says he misses the most. He's like, I could learn so much from Gio. He knows so much about the medical stuff, and he's like, he's like kind of disappointed that he can't for whatever reason.
I mean, to be honest, the whole room, was. I mean, it was weird because Dovid hiding in the background, and pushing Shane out front. So I think that was why it was slightly creepy.
Well, yeah, as you see now, like Dovid's like taking front and center, like he's talking, that's cool. I mean, that's cool, Whatever. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want to be like the I don't know, like, hey, the server owner, I guess you call it, right? And you got to like dictate and run a show. It's a lot, So now, like he left him behind for whatever. I don't know if permanently, but for now, like kind of left him on his own. And there's Dovid like stepping up to the plate all the time. Probably doesn't want to. It's like a chore, probably, but he's stepping up pretty often.
I mean, it's also a fine line between silence, shit show, and then in between where people are narrating what's in front of them, like just talking nothing,
The best place. That's why this is such a valuable room, in my opinion, because it's really not a shit show. Like ever, almost never. Even when it's a lot of opinions or even like different facts flying around, it tries to. People seem to try to stay focused on actually proving a point, not just talking shit. Which is cool. It's definitely a structured room, which is great.
Yo, this will never go anywhere, no matter what. If it's a shit show, like no one will take this seriously.
Yeah, no doubt, man. This room has it has a prestige that doesn't even really need to be said. It's a good place. Yeah, I mean that's why I think they made the other room, because sometimes people just want to fuck around and just talk shit. Especially me, I like to just fuck around and talk shit about nothing. But that's probably why you would make another room so you can do that.
Gio, did we have all the big changes you were promising here? Did I miss it all?
Oh, you're talking about an update?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago you were saying it was all going to change, and I'm like, oh shit, I got to figure out what's going on.
No, it's not. No, it's not all. Not all going to change. We're just going to do a platform update and add some additional moderators, add some features, and just update a few things. Just kind of do a whole update. So yeah, no, it's still in the works. We had some heavy weather here, a lot of snow, so been kind of having to get through that. Like both northern and southern California at any altitudes got I don't know if I think it hit like national news, but yeah, just huge snowfalls. So that kind of I've just had to deal with all that as well. But yeah, no, we're gonna do the update for sure. I just think once we do it, it's gonna take a little bit extra work, So yeah, like especially changing up some of the moderation or adding moderators, things like that. So it's just gonna take a little bit of
Are you saying you haven't achieved your life goals because you had to shovel the driveway? Is that really what you just said?
That conversation got rough with everyone making suggestions. It was like, in the end, it was like, yeah, it's under control. Don't worry about it. There was just way too many choices as to how to handle moderation. And it's not that out of control that it needs, and that it needed rules, It was like more rules is all we were going to end up with. As opposed to, just behaving. I guess, years and years ago, there used to be Grateful Dead concerts and there'd be no cops or anything, for like 3 days. And it was just amazing that it could moderate itself, because we tend to think.
Yeah, no, I mean, ideally it should be able to be like that. Yeah, like especially with the Grateful Dead type crowd, everybody's in general, love and light and respect your neighbor and love everyone and take care of your fellow neighbor and all that. So yeah, with that kind of spirit, you can have that. And yeah, in certain communities like that, now it's not to say there's not still someone trying to rob someone or hurt someone, or there can still be that, and but yeah, with that general thing, I think with these discussions, yeah, it is it's definitely complicated in terms of like if you have absolutely no sort of guidelines or rules, as it were, it's just the shit show is just nonstop. It's just dumpster fire after dumpster fire, complete chaos. We can never get to the bottom of any truth, can never really get to the conclude, even into any conversation of actual detail or complexity, because it always just rails off into that. And once that sort of shit show thing happens, it's just the actual topic gets thrown to the side, and then all of a sudden now it's just these two people having it out with whatever insults and dramas they have. So, and it's a way that anyone can just like ripcord the conversation too, like if we're trying to get to something, like imagine if you were in a court case and you have like your witness and your jury. Imagine just if in the middle of it, they just were able to start a food fight. Like at any point you can just start throwing, tomatoes at each other. Like you would never get to the bottom of what happened, with whatever you're going to court for, because it just ended up with just tomatoes all over the walls and everyone's it's just like, so it is complicated. So if you don't have any kind of moderation, that's what it'll be. And we know that from many other platforms that have kind of had it that way. And I like the idea of just no rules. That's my spirit, is like, I don't want to call myself an anarchist or anything like that, because that has different meanings, but I love the idea of just live and let live, be and let be, think and let think, and not have to enforce things. However, there's things like, drunk driving. I think it's good that there's, police trying to stop drunk drivers, because drunk drivers are killing people. So on another hand, having certain rules or guidelines is actually good, as well. So I can see it both ways. But in terms of these conversations, yeah, it gets. It's like to have any level of possible productivity or value. It seems like the shit show has to not be a thing. Otherwise, that it just always seems to go that direction. By the way, no tanks. Yeah, it's not just shoveling snow. Like there was power's been out for weeks. It's been brutal, man. These areas in Southern California, they declared a national emergency. They were helicoptering food to people and stuff. I'm up in Northern California, but yeah, no, these are serious snow hits that take out the entire power grid for weeks at a time. It's intense.
It was just a little rain.
Come on, all you had to do was shovel your driveway.
And put up the convertible top.
The stress. I had to put up the convertible top.
Imagine the poor people who have the hard top. They got to assemble it.
The restaurants here have outdoor heaters on the patios, and they're on when it gets down to like 65, which for the East Coast, that's like still wearing shorts. And here we're using outdoor heaters.
Yeah, we got them in New York too. We got them in New York too. It gets cold outside. They got patio decks where you could drink and eat, and we're heating the outside. That's how lavish we have it here in America. We're just heating the outside.
Well, it's amazing how it stays in this little bubble area without like walls, right? The heat stays within that area. It doesn't like just kind of just go instantly to fill the available
Yeah, it
space.
does. That's what it does. It always goes to the cold. It doesn't stay in that area. It only stays there because the heat stays. They keep the heat on.
Yeah, but it's able to stay at all, like even for a little while outside. Pretty cool.
That's a good point, man.
It's funny how people will gravitate to that, like a campfire or a barrel full of burning. People gather around the fire naturally. Ah, shit, my phone's ringing.
Yeah, it reminds me of this joke that my brother used to tell. It's just like, it rings a little differently now, right? But he's some comedian. It wasn't really his joke. It's this comedian that he pulled up. He thought it was hilarious. He said, the comedian went on. He said, how we're definitely like colonized from outer space. He said, we come here to this planet. We start paving the roads, making the roads all flat. Start paving parking lots, making those all flat. They start taking the thermostat, changing the temperature, the heat, right? Just he starts making some joke about that just proves that we're not from here, right? We're trying to like retrofit it into this flat Earth. It rings a little differently now, but the comedian it was just a funny joke.
That's a Louis C.K. bit.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Yeah, I could probably like look it up then. I know his name. Yeah. Was that him? Yeah, this was like years ago. He was like showing it to me. So, check this out. It's funny.
Louis C.K., otherwise known as not Alex Jones.
I think you're thinking of what's his name?
Oh no, I said Louis C.K. No, yeah, I meant Bill Hicks. Did he say Louis C.K. or did he say Bill Hicks? Sorry.
They sound the same.
Yeah, no, yeah. For some reason, I
They could be a trifecta on some Obama, Will Smith, Obama shit.
Louis C.K.
Louis C.K. is hilarious. It's like it doesn't seem like he would be funny, but somehow he just is. Like his general, like when you first start hearing him, you're like, is this going to be funny? But then like his actual content is just hilarious, I find.
He's a rapist, right?
You mean the whole like masturbating in front of somebody thing?
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
But how do you let that happen? Like, how's the girl let that happen? Like, well, he was going for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I didn't know it was wrong until like a few months later. Like, what?
Well, no, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. I had a joke when I was talking about because there's definitely different severities of crimes. Like there was dudes who was molesting, who was diddling kids. Like what's his name? What's that actor's name from? Anyways, whatever their
Sure, we can
names are.
find another topic.
Well, forget about the diddling kids part, but there was people who did horrible stuff. Okay, and then there was people like what's his name? The guy we're talking about, Louis C.K., where all he just asked people permission to jerk off in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, they just say no. I mean, is there any like record of like the women who like, yeah, he asked me, I said no, and then it was over? Is that not that didn't happen?
I
think I heard him in one of his comedy bits talking about it, laughing about it. He said, something like, a lesson of advice, or some advice for you. If someone says no, ask them, "Are you sure?" Like he was trying to make it sound like whoever that was. There was some ambiguity, perhaps. I don't know.
Well, he stopped doing comedy after that happened, but he did a tour recently. I know because he was in Austin recently, so he's got a new special coming out. But he stopped for a while.
Yeah. I had a question, Kosho, for you in terms of the Earth. So you believe in a creator, right?
Sure. Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, so do you think the creator created everything? Like it's everything from dark to evil, lies, truth, deception, all of it is all part of it, or is all it?
I don't think so.
No?
I think like if it's like there's this program called John Conway's Game of Life, and he just writes this code, and then there's like crazy stuff comes from it, and all these different crazy things emerge, but the code is not directing it to do that. It's just a simple set of rules that, like I said, complexity will emerge, and I think that whatever this creator is, the rules of the universe are what's causing everything else to emerge. So I think the creator made those rules, the laws of physics, like we know them. But
Okay, so yeah, there's a different ideas of a creator. What that you're like that almost reminds me of like a video game where somebody created, let's say Mario Brothers. They made the rules. You jump here, you die, you do this, you get to pass the level or whatever, and then each individual person that plays it with their own uniqueness.
But I also think, I personally believe that this creator is also playing the avatars in the game. Like,
well, that's what I was saying. Because if you see it as like in a totality, then the creator would be in that viewpoint. Then it's not just it created something and that thing is just running its code. It would be that the creator is actually creating all of it, in every detail, and being the avatars, being the evil, the good, the dark, the light, and actually being all of it at that ultimate level.
It'll be like if the creator created the game or the program, and then different stuff emerged from the program and you can join. And one of those things that was emerged from it was a player, and then the creator who made the game can also play the game as a player now because there's players in the game. But yeah, so something along those lines.
Well, I guess all of that leads to my question for you, which was going to be, do you think that, I'll just say it, and then whether it fits into your way of answering it or however you think, but do you think the creator, I mean, I know what you think about what you said you think the Earth is and all that, and I think we've even talked about this before, but the idea that did the creator create a globe and then create people who don't think it's a globe or think it's a flat stationary plane, or did the creator create a flat stationary plane and then create a whole kind of mind program that is the globe?
No, like I said, I think whatever emerged, in spite of whatever. Like the creator made the rules, so let's say it's a globe. The flat earthers would it just be a product of, the original creation. There's a natural result of, a random happenstance of original creation. Same thing if it was the other way around. In my opinion, I don't think it was purposely that they were purposely placed. I don't think anything's purposely done. I think the only influence the creator has after the initial creation is through people like us who can actually manipulate the world. We can manipulate the world with our actions.
Other than that, I don't think that the creator has like a directed influence.
So I did.
So
an
you
interview.
think this is simulate? Go ahead.
No, you go.
So you think this is a simulation with the code?
I mean, I say the word code, but you know, this code is just the laws of physics as we're learning them. I don't know if I would call it a simulation, but
You don't think he did the abiogenesis thing wasn't him?
no, I think abiogenesis is an emergence of the original set of rules. Like I mean, that's what people like Jace would tell you, that the physics and chemistry as we know it, abiogenesis emerges from that.
Yeah, but in your mind, the creator did all this, and he didn't know he was going to play one of the characters later, or I mean, if you knew you were going to, I don't know.
No, he
It's
probably
weird.
if he exists, if he can be a part of anything that's in the creation, then before there was ever any life forms, like as we know them, there was still things like stars. And so he probably was like, dude, this is awesome, like living like the star. But the stars they have these crazy lives, but they're not influenceable outside of the laws of physics. So they have they have a huge effect. They have a life and a death and all that kind of stuff, but they can't directly they can't add any direction or influence outside of the laws of physics. Whereas like simple life forms, yeah, that would have been the first time this creator would have been able to join an
So you
avatar.
think this is a simulation? Is it just simulation simulation thing?
I wouldn't say simulation, but I mean that's already has connotations. But it's similar to that. Yeah. I mean,
Well, there's some religions that kind of describe it the way Kosho is, that like, you know, the God that they believe in created everything, but now it's just kind of sitting back, not sitting back perhaps, but like letting it play out, and then, you know, evil has emerged from that, because some people think, you know, the evil is not part of the creator, not part of God, that it's like separate, that evil is like an aberration or something that kind of emerged, you know, after it created the rules, kind of thing.
Like it's an emergent property of life.
So then from that perspective, if the creator created a stationary plane, from that perspective, the globe would just be like some kind of, you know, a kind of deceptive aberration that whoever concocted it and is pushing it, and that's not, and that the creator didn't create the whole globe idea. It's possible in that way, in your mind.
Well, let me just say, if the earth is flat, then my opinions about the creator would be far from wrong, because my whole idea about anything would be wrong. But yeah, exactly. It would be a creation of man. You know, some man made up the globe and is lying about it.
I think the creator actually did this on purpose, because we do this on purpose, where we make it look like we'll do it to animals in a zoo, right? We'll make it look like the animals got tons of room to move around, and we'll have these manufactured barriers or, you know, negative reinforcements that we have a lot of, so that the animal thinks it's in this, you know, open or it's not caged in. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but that's not what negative reinforcement means. But yeah, I know what you mean.
What's a negative reinforcement mean?
A negative reinforcement is when you take something away.
A spanking.
No, well, not really. It's like what do you say? Like, let me make sure.
When you take something away, yeah, you're just making definition. Don't make up definitions for this, please.
No, my girlfriend's telling me. Hold on.
What happened to you and Carr? Oh, I'm telling Carr about this, bro. Like,
So
you know,
I did this
the
interview
thing to go ahead, Dan.
Oh, you go.
No, I'm good.
I did this interview with some guy yesterday, and he was like, he started out with philosophy, and then it went straight to the mechanics of the universe. And by the time he was giving me shit, it was like really weird. He's like, well, if everything up there is moving in the sky, basically, he goes, why aren't we moving? And it was like a stumbling point for me and him. He was like, well, if everything's moving, why aren't we moving? And I kept saying to him, what would make you think you should be moving? You know, what would make you go outdoors and think I should be floating around? You know, it was really a weird place for there to be a stumbling point. And
yeah, that is kind of interesting because we usually would consider it like if either the sky is moving or the Earth is moving. You know, now in the heliocentric model, they kind of do say both are. You know, the stars they're just moving a lot slower. But yeah, it's that is interesting to think that if someone, you know, just if the sky is moving, that they might also logically say, well, then if the sky is moving, then we would have to be moving, rather than the sky moving and we're not moving.
yeah,
Perhaps.
he didn't grasp it. I couldn't explain to him like that's home. That's, you know, and then every time I mentioned the Bible and the creator, he goes, well, I don't want to go there. And it was like, okay, good. And then he kept saying, well, how could gravity be wrong? And I kept telling him that it wasn't wrong, that it was two theories and that there were other theories. And by the time I showed him the density and buoyancy chart, you know, and talked about relative density, I had to go then and tell him about the potential electric field causing what we call a gravitational effect, and there could easily be a field that we haven't discovered yet. And then when I told him about what the Flat Earth Society says, that blew his mind. And then I had to explain to him that there was a Flat Earth Society and it wasn't us, and he was just bent over by that. He's like, what do you mean? You know, it'd be like saying there's no Washington, D.C. for the United States or something. He looked at that as our thing, you know? And so it was really weird for him to see me discredit it and discount it. He was like tripping on that. And it's just really weird, like that story, you know, that we all go through, is we're expected to know how the whole fucking universe works. You know, that's different than having reasonable doubt of the globe theory. It's a big stretch to say suddenly I understand how everything works. So I just had to pound him that, you know, he was brought up with theories and they're not matters of fact, you know, and we got along and everything, but I think we'd have to start over on Flat Earth 101 because he didn't know anything about it and couldn't picture it. He couldn't really picture an ice plane. And I wasn't using any videos or any other tools, you know? So it was really weird starting with someone who came literally with no bias, just wanted to know about it. It was pretty cool. But I do think that he missed a lot of I don't even know how to explain it to someone.
You know what you should do right now, Dan, is you should like you should open your wallet, get the newest Flatlanders episode, and stream it right here in Geos.
I don't know if it came out, and the next one, the number 4, is going to suck. It's just going to be fucking Bob and Jaron talking about their stupid gyro things in the movie.
That's not what. Why is that stupid? No, this is about not their old test. It's about new tests with the gyro.
No, it's about the old one. So
So you did see it?
No, I just know that was Shelley's whole. I saw the trailer, and Shelley's whole purpose of making this was to debunk Behind the Curve. She was so mad at Behind the Curve.
But you know what would really debunk Behind the Curve is Bob's more recent tests with the gyro after he learned how to use it properly at different latitudes and elevations. It's almost like it's almost like somebody said earlier, right? Like maybe it was me or somebody else, but you know, with a local sun, right? It should be pretty easy to backward engineer how far away it is by just raising an altitude and seeing how long a day is, if it's a physical object.
It's just one of many things we have to reformulate to understand again. You know, we got to suspend the sun. We got to change speeds of the sun. We got to accept something happening with the southern stars. You know, I mean, we have a lot of work to do. I mean, more than I can handle, personally.
Well, this guy that we can't speak of when Jeremy's around, he has this presentation on the Southern Stars, which is really just like a hack of P-Brain, right? But of them being like some kind of a crepuscular, anti-crepuscular, just observation that you can't see star trails, right, unless you like time lapse, right? So you're not seeing star trails, but it's just some kind of like crepuscular, anti-crepuscular perspective on the stars, which seems to match up pretty well. Also, he takes a lot of the in his presentation, takes a lot of the northern. I guess you could say northern stars, right? Constellations, flips them backwards, inside out, and you can find them at a much dimmer, they look much dimmer in the south, but the same exact constellation flipped and dimmer.
Somebody saw that? Who saw that?
Yeah. I don't know if there's Jeremy in here. He's on mute. He might not be right. This guy named Shane. He has like a little presentation on it.
Well, he's throwing it out there as a theory.
Yeah, just a theory. But yeah, somebody's got to put some real work into it for sure. Yeah, he's just using like stellarium, right? Like nobody, even like Bacon, he'll use the stellarium or whatever, right? But he's never verified that that's where these things are. It just that's what it says. That's where it says they are, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm in this interview and the guy's hassling me about how the universe works. And I had to stop him at some point. I'm like, dude, you can't expect me to know how the entire universe works. And I fell short of explaining superconductive magnetism to him. I could tell he was drawing blanks when I was saying that I felt the sun might have been suspended, in a superfluid, and that everything's cold, and he was like getting lost. I could tell.
Yeah, like people in the real world, like outside of this Discord and other Discords, they don't talk about shit like that, and they don't care about shit like that. It's just like, well, why is the boat going away? Like they want real things that you can touch.
Have you heard them explain the sun and why there's no heat in space is because the particles are too thin, right? I guess, or whatever. It can't transfer well. No good conductor for heat. But yet radiation gets through and then gets in our atmosphere and trapped as heat. And I'm like, what? Like, what the fuck is radiation then? And why doesn't it radiate heat until it I guess, hits something? And same bullshit about the stars. Oh, you can't see them until it hits the atmosphere. And it's like, what? What?
Yeah.
What?
Well, I mean, even I was just asking them about this to somebody the other day, just having this argument, so the globe argues, right, that we can't see without atmosphere. Like everything has that atmosphere. The stars have an atmosphere, the planets have an atmosphere, right? But everything in between is black, right? It's just that simple. I mean, that's what they're saying. They're saying all these things have an atmosphere, and that's the only reason we can see them.
When I had to explain to him space-time, I mean, I can't even do it with a straight face. I don't know how Einstein did it with a straight face.
He's just reading a script.
It's just so wild. It's like, see, space is nothing, and time is man-made, so I'll just hyphenate them, and I'll say it's in a fabric. Because amongst the nothing, there's a fabric. It's like... It's so silly. And
it can't be nothing because then gravity wouldn't work.
This guy I was talking to yesterday couldn't believe that there was no experiment showing mass attracting mass.
Yeah, they say you flat Earth people or an electric universe people, you're crazy. You think everything's magnetism. Now watch me take these two highly magnetic lead balls and show you how mass attracts mass.
Then I told him that there might, the ISS might be up in a like an atmosphere of itself, like an ether, and spinning in this toroidal field. And he was just looking at me, drawing blanks. And then when he heard me enough, he finally went like, "Okay, so what's powering that? What's making that rotate?" And when I
Right.
just tried to tell him about the dynamo of his model, it didn't. He wouldn't just. He saw that as functional, with the ball of the Earth. So he didn't see how we could have any kind of field around us, because he kept going, "What's generating it? What's generating it?" And I didn't really have an answer. I had to
Yeah,
tell him.
that's where you eventually get into the ether. Yeah, I mean that's the reason the ether gets I guess brought up is because of what is all this the mechanism of the sun and the stars. That's the reason the ether is needed, I guess you could say. Right, because you need to have some kind of mechanism, right? But I just take it down to as simple as like like what is powering the sun? I don't know, but everything here on Earth and every example I've ever seen is a cycle of one thing, right? Generating whatever it generates, right? Like so, like a tree generates like leaves, bark, whatever, flowers if it wants, right? Right, and they fall to the ground, right? And then that powers what falls from the tree powers like the soil. Now it's got nutrients, right? And then the little worms, they're in the ground, and they eat that nutrients from the dirt, but then they generate a waste, right? So everything I see is in a cycle. What's powering the sun? Most likely the earth, the people on the earth, whatever we exhale, inhale, right? The plants, most likely. It all goes up. Like everything, nothing goes down. Gravity doesn't. Nothing goes down. Everything goes up to the sky, to the sun. So what's powering it? What mechanism? Most likely us.
Well, I think about when people bring that up, like, how is the sun and sky, how is it moving above a stationary type Earth? But then I also think about like, well, like in our brains, like we have all these neurons, dopamine and all these different neurons and different neurochemicals that are moving around in our brain. So what's powering that? Why do we have the electrical impulses and everything in our brain that are moving exactly the way they are? And I don't think even science has a complete answer for it. How the brain works, why it does what it does. Yeah, there's an electrical component to it, but I would say there's an electrical component to the Earth as well and the sky as well. So,
Well, the simple answer was somebody would give is say, well, the heart, it pumps, right? Like it pumps. It's a pump.
It's an engine, yeah.
But I think science has recently found that the heart is not a pump.
But isn't there more to like the way neurons, receptors and the whole complexity of the brain is more than just a pump pumping things? Like there's like a guided process, or there's some sort of like intelligent flow and motion going on, that is beyond just a simple pump thing. Because if you just pumped water through tubes or whatever, it's not going to necessarily do all the complexity of what our brain does.
No, but it might be the power source for the electricity elsewhere.
Yeah.
Interesting.
When somebody says, well, what's powering the sun to move around in the sky, you say, well, what's powering the human body?
It's just the more you really look at our world, the less we really know about it. It's just, it's blowing my mind, really. Like, I don't know how many people believe, in the Bible and that the Earth is 6,000 years old, but it certainly goes against all of their science. So they're in contradictory state already with everyone stating different beliefs, I think it's this and I think it's that. And we clearly don't know, but we get brought up when they bring us up in school, they teach us like they know stuff.
Well, yeah, the way you were saying that he was asking for like a complete replacement, I think we've all run into that at some point. Bringing these things up to people where they just, it's like in our school system, we were taught this whole, like a whole narrative and a whole regimen. You had history class and science class and Earth as a globe and all the rest of it. So it's like it was a whole program. We had to take tests very rigorously. And when you have that kind of feeling that there's this authority, like, oh, they made the test and they have the right answers. I have to get the right answers by memorizing it, learning the information, and then repeating that and putting it on the test so that I can get a grade, and then they accept me and the authority gives me a good grade or whatever, and then I can get a job, just the way that whole system is set up. And so if someone comes and says, well, actually the Earth's not a globe, that whole thing, if something like that is false, then, or you make that declaration or claim to someone or assertion, then they're going to, then in some cases they might think, oh my gosh, well then if you know that that's false, well then now you're my new potential authority. So now you have to answer all the same questions that they answered. But the fact that they thought those those things were answers in the first place, may not have even been the case. So then it's like misplaced authority perhaps. And then now they're assuming that someone saying something different has to then replace the entire model with some other set of, which, I mean, on one level is understandable. They're going to want answers to things. How do eclipses work? And I mean, that does make sense, but I'm just saying it is a big expectation, to put on someone.
Yeah, that you know how the entire universe works. Yeah. It's a lot to ask. I mean, so the question is, do we have reasonable doubt? Would that fly in a court of law? Could we get the globe thrown out in a court of law? Maybe. Is there a court of law? No. So can we live with reasonable doubt? It's not good enough for us. It hasn't worked yet. So it would be nice. I mean, they've got me down to the point where I'm standing under a plumb bob and I can't say I'm on level ground, right? I mean, they won't give me 1 inch of level. So it's kind of bullshit what Bob and Bob the Science Guy and Ruhif are doing, because they're really just trying to narrow it down to mathematics. They're saying it's all about math, and we're going, man, what about outdoors? What happens when you go outside? When I said that the Earth was in lockstep with the atmosphere to this guy, he was blown away. He's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, you would be in motion. The sky around you has to be at the speed you're going, or and when I explained how it's either friction or drag that's causing the air to move with us. And as you go higher, it either experiences more drag or has to speed up to keep up with us. And nobody knows. I mean, nobody even knows what you're talking about when you say that. Like.
Yeah, that shit, that's what I've said it 1,000 times before. Like, that shit does not resonate with normal people. This place makes you worse at convincing people on where they live or don't live. Yeah. Like, these discussions don't make you better, right? It makes us worse, right? Like, what, you probably remember, like, you think it's right in the beginning, you were able to convince all sorts of people because you talked about real shit, like things that were like tangible and touch and like that made sense on their level. It's like you're not on their level anymore, but as a result, you can't relate either, right? Because you're not on their level. You're back to like the shit that like blew their mind back then was like, well, yeah, but like when I'm in a car, right, throwing a ball up and down like I'm on the Earth, take the roof off. Oh yeah, what the fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to. If you're still out there hitting the streets like I've seen you do, just gotta like get back to your roots, kind of thing.
I mean, here's what's blowing me away this week. I've done all this laser shit on the West Coast, and I've been having a hard time hitting a center point to prove that I'm not arcing with my light. There's no arc shape to my light. And they've been talking about Pontchartrain again, and the power lines right there are so. I don't know why somebody hasn't hit them with a laser. All you got to do is level a laser and compare it to the objects that are out on the water out there. So I'm really kind of blown away by that. That in everything they did out there, nobody's ever taken a laser to the power lines at Pontchartrain.
Well, why would the power lines be straight? What are you saying? They would be
That's a good
straight?
point.
Well, they use these against us a lot, the power lines, and they tell us, oh shit, I must have uploaded it wrong. Hang on. Looking for, like, in other words, there's cars on the bridge, so you can't really shoot anything at the bridge, but we've got these set of power lines right there that we could just put a laser on a pylon and see how many pylons it continues to stay straight. Shit, I can't find the image of it. I only have a PDF. Here we go. Like, I think that's the same area. So it's going to be over 20 miles. And if we put a laser across that, we'll be able to measure at some point their prediction of the bending of light and why.
The towers or the actual like wire line?
No, the base. In other words, put a laser down on the base of that first tower. And
Oh,
point
okay. I
it.
thought you were saying the power lines. I'm like, they're definitely going to sag, right? Like the.
Yeah, no, but I mean, those towers are going to be on the water. So the question is, are they of equal level as we go across? I'm sure my light is, but they're going to say it's not. And when they do, we have to ask them, their prediction on that. In other words, what is their prediction on the bending of light, and why is it suddenly matching the curvature of the Earth everywhere we check? Bullshit. It's not. And we've done it at different temperatures with different light sources, day and night.
Well, one thing they say is you can't leave the light on too long; it'll heat up. So it's like you got to do little flash pulses or something like that.
Yeah. So I mean, I know we're paralleling the Earth when we shoot lasers and mirrors, and I'm sure, and I haven't phrased it right, I'm sure that when you look at the background, in the stuff that I've done at Salton Sea, for instance, the shoreline says a lot. Like, it's really there. So they can talk about the light bending, but is the laser light bending is the same as all the ambient light around us? They're full of shit. No matter how we slice it, they're full of shit. Because the different light sources under different conditions could clearly should bend differently. Yeah, there's a good picture of them. Right there. So if we just shot on top of one of those, it should stay on the top, stay on the top, stay on the top, and never be shining up into the apparatus.
That's assuming that these people, whoever these people are that put these in the water in the ground, I mean that they did everything perfect. I mean,
it's just
how did they get the water? How did they get the water to stay still when they were putting each one in? Or whatever they did.
It's just really weird that when asked about flat Earth, the first thing I said were the properties of water, and it fell on deaf ears. I don't know why it doesn't mean more to people. That there just isn't curvy water.
If Bev lets you, I don't know if he lets you back in his room, you can go over a demonstration with him and then to somebody else.
What makes you think I'm banned at Bev's?
I don't know. I'm banned there. Anybody with like an opinion usually gets banned. But you can go over like a demonstration with him, and then you can present that demonstration to others.
These guys aren't even giving us an inch, though. They're looking under the plumb bob, and they're going, "Yeah, it's flat and level right there." but you don't get an inch in any direction. And it's like, what? You know, it's like they won't even give me any space.
I'm looking at all these pictures, and it looks like the water's coming up. It doesn't look like it's going down. No, we're flat. It looks like it's rising.
Yeah.
Looks like the water's rising and the towers are lowering or something into it.
So I'm thinking, like, man, I can't believe somebody hasn't thought to shoot down these towers with a laser. Now, you can get in some trouble. You know, it's not like you can run lasers a lot without getting in trouble. But if you stay right on those towers, I'm sure there's no homes or anything on either side. You're not pointing it in the air or anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, what would you do first? Like, I mean, would you go to each little tower with a boat and like measure the water, the surface of the water?
Oh,
like,
no, hell
to the tower?
No, I just want to work their formulas on the bending of light, and why, when we work with a different light frequency like a laser, would it bend as the air does? I mean, first of all, the shoreline's in the distance there. So they're full of crap. You know, nothing's out of sight here. The shoreline is back there.
I do see it on the left side of it, yeah.
So I don't know why I'm listening to them talk about the properties of the laser bending when you can fucking see, you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, is there a person that, like, a random person, would you walk up to a random person and would they make that argument to you that, well, the light's bending,
It's an explanation. They go, well, I'm having line of sight further than the math. They're going, well, it must be bending, because it's the only explanation they have.
Yeah, well, then you would just ask them. Then what do you use? What did you think what do you think we use then to measure a globe if this is all bending? If the light's bending,
and then
right?
they have us believing, and then this conversation about a distant sunset looming upward hundreds and hundreds of feet, and the city's looming upward, and it's like, are you fucking out of your mind? You know, it's like the sun should have set 3 miles away. And you're telling me at 50 miles away, I'm seeing it set?
Are you saying that because if the Earth is a globe, a 6-foot tall observer should have looking out at the horizon should have objects in the distance obstructed at 3 miles. Therefore, where we see the sun setting is 3 miles when it's on 0 degrees from us.
Yet we see distant sunsets all the time.
It can't be further than 3 miles when it's at 0.
Well, they're giving us stories about it.
That would be like that when the sun is half, cut in half, right? That would be 0 right there. That has to be 3 miles away on a globe. Has to be.
It's just so insane the way they're pushing it, and it's just. It was weird. I could not convince this guy in the interview that we were stationary. Like, he wouldn't grasp stationary. It was weird. And he goes, I go, look at the mayhem that you'd have around you with the oceans and water at all these speeds, because he was aware of the sun not being stationary. You know, he was aware of all the motions. He did a video about that.
I don't know. The sun is stationary. Well, I mean, reference to what, the galaxies, the Milky Way or something.
Yeah.
That's what he was aware that the sun does what in reference to the Earth, or in reference to.
Well, that the solar system that we're taught in school is stationary. The solar system, when we look at it, is traveling, in the Milky Way.
And he was okay with the traveling through the Milky Way.
I'm not sure if he was okay with anything, really, and tell you the truth, I'm closer to Kosho. It's like, if we can't figure this out, the whole thing could be a construct that we're perceiving. I'm just, it's hard to imagine the diversity of life and the complexity of the place we're in being false in any way. I don't care what you believe. You really, it's hard to discredit where you've been coming from. Real hard. So I think globers are just globe culture. They're brought up in it. It's not like they think about it.
Well, but there's certain narratives though that can be pushed that are false. Whether it comes to a lot of different things, like with health or foods or certain effects of GMOs or all kinds of different things that they can push as a certain idea and get a whole bunch of people believing in it. That's just completely false. So if the globe is that, then it's just a massive propaganda campaign, basically, but it's a little bit more complex than that. Like there's more to it than just that, but it's just like this whole worldview, like just torquing someone's worldview into something false in this case.
Programming, space program, TV program. I mean, we've been programmed, literally.
Yeah, like we were talking last night. It's kind of a dramatic example, but let's say there's a tribe in the Amazon jungle or something, and let's just say they've never been contacted by the Western world. So they have their spiritual beliefs, their cosmologies. They're not going to think they're on a spinning ball in a vacuum or anything. They're going to have their cosmology and so on. That is, something like the Earth would be a plane of existence of some sort, and it would be a surface that they're on, and etc. And let's say they've never even heard of a globe idea. But if you were to then go in there, and of course this has happened in a sense in the modern world, but if you were to then go in there, the banking cartels or whatever, and just rape and pillage their land, destroy their culture, cause famine, whatever it may be. And then if you were to then start educating those children in your indoctrination system, how many generations would it take, or how many years would it take until you would get those children believing in something totally different and, believing it's a globe and then even defending the globe at some point, so it's like, I think we can never really put it past how severe that process I just said can be, and how they can, just potentially with various narratives and, with that type of thing in mind, just to be able to completely reshape and restructure. And, it's kind of connected to the divide and conquer and sort of genocide and the world wars, and you kind of look at some of these components to where, especially once they got that picture of the globe thing after, the moon landing, it's that was kind of sealed the deal of the rest of their agenda. So yeah, I think we can never put it past the potential for that kind of process to take hold.
I guess they got away with it with Christianity, though, marching around the globe, forcing people to believe something that they hadn't believed before.
Yeah, the Catholic Church and all the holy wars, and yeah, exactly. There's that as well.
That was a pretty big job. Convince people to be afraid of something in a book, tell it governs them. But people do want to follow something. They do want to believe in something badly,
What do you want to believe in?
I believe in balance. So that might make me more Buddhist, I guess, although I don't know anything about the religion. But I think that the balance of energy between the yin and the yang is what we call love energy. And it comes from a harmonic balance. So whether it's hot or cold, plus or minus, black or white, good or evil, I still think it can be in equilibrium, and that's where our strength comes from. And that's why young children that aren't affected yet, you see all the love in them usually. There's a sort of an innate power to love that is sort of, balance, respect. It's just respect. You don't have to, love someone that much to love them. You just have to be present and be aware. And I had a girlfriend that had this thing on the wall, and it said, "All I know of love is all there is," and there was butterflies on it, and it was in handwriting, and I used to think blah 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 blah, but I realized what it's saying is you only have yourself to give. So by calling that love, it's maybe cheating, but you're either on or you're off, and that's why you're so liked here, actually, Kosho, because you're on, you share, you're willing to share. And that's a form of respect that causes balance and what I'm calling love. And it becomes very powerful. And I don't know if they're hiding God, but, love is pretty out of the picture these days, or at least in my life it is. And I thought Flat Earth was going to be my family. I thought I found family, and unfortunately I put too much importance in those words, and it's not there. It's not there. So I wanted to believe that I had people out there that I could talk to, and I'm probably mistaken. It's probably much more of a personal journey. I'm just incredibly codependent. I want to be a part of something. I want to be a sheep in the back of my mind, right?
Well, anything that has to do with the spiritual war is a personal journey, and the treatment is misdiagnosed.
And the diagnosis is mistreated.
In Western medicine, man, it just deals with the symptoms. It doesn't deal with the cause of anything. It's really
What can deal with your mind other than you?
okay. Great question, Dan. Okay, here's what's wrong, as far as I can tell. Early computers had memory mapping problems, so they couldn't figure out how to tell itself it was done with a certain task, and the memory, it couldn't make the memory available again, and eventually it crashed, and once it restarted it was fine. And I think that we're suffering from the same thing, where we really get everything up into our RAM and we don't clear it out, and we don't really know how to say I'm done with that. For instance, we tend to maintain the fears we had when we were children. I'm afraid of the dark, I'm afraid of dogs, I'm afraid of spiders. Whatever you were afraid of when you were little, you kind of carry it with you a lot. Not, I don't know if everyone does. Maybe some people get over certain things, but it seems like in terms of our psychoanalysis of ourselves, we tend to carry our crap around. We don't clear it out very well. So our minds are full of I don't want to say useless shit, but we're distracted so heavily our minds aren't available. I think we're that distracted, by everything from entertainment to sports to sex. That's without hunger and war, real issues I'll probably never have to go through, that have been prevalent throughout history. The anxieties that we have can really only come at a time when you're not like fighting a war. Even philosophy and and the Greeks and all that. You can only do that when you got food on the table and nobody trying to take it from you. So it seems like at the same time science went into kind of a stall pattern that we see around the early 1900s, it seems like psychiatry definitely did. They're definitely just looking to do chemical lobotomies now, and they're not really treating. I mean, what do you expect if we're led with lies about religion, and we're expected to believe? I mean, I'm not saying we're expected to believe religion, but it's certainly prevalent in our societies what the people around us are believing in and fighting in. And I would love to believe in something, but I'm not fond of the word because it just shows bias. That faith is a predetermined bias. The light
You go
must be
slick
true.
James on. You go slick
Yeah.
James on him and say you don't have no beliefs.
Where's he been?
I don't know.
What happened to Elijah?
Elijah's around, both of them.
I'm sure he's somewhere trying to get his point in a conversation.
Is he still on FED? The way you said that, Dan, made me think maybe if he was not.
I don't know. I just
On the
haven't
same
seen him
show.
anywhere else. He's pretty wise. He's pretty cool to listen to.
I saw him in here. I saw him in here a few weeks ago. I think he came in a couple times, but yeah, I haven't seen him in a little bit. In here, at least.
I've seen him in here probably within the week.
Oh, okay.
He's just less frequent.
It's we still Lemon Bird's the one who's been away for quite a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah, I've been worried about Lemon.
And Bandsaw.
Oh yeah.
But
Well, Bandsaw does that sometimes. He just kind of disappears.
yeah, and Bandsaw told me he was going to do that when he did, or that he had to take care of some things. So, but it has been a bit longer than I was thinking.
Well, last time was what, like a year almost?
Yeah, he did that. I think that was when we were hanging out at Brandon's server, where he just like left one day and he was gone for it was 10 months or it was a while, and he didn't respond to anyone. Then when he came back, it's just like, hey guys, like all was good. So yeah,
just pieced out.
Did anyone ever talk to Brandon again? Somebody must talk to him.
I've talked to Brandon a couple times.
Really? How'd that go?
I heard him in jams one day. No, he said he's good.
Did he say
I told him
anything
to
about-
pop over here. I ain't seen him. What's that?
Did he say anything about why he kind of has been away or anything like that?
No, I didn't even ask him.
Yeah, he said something about that fucking Geo guy stole all my members and started his own server.
He didn't say anything about that.
No, I'm sure he was a relief actually, because I think he was just tired of the shit.
Yeah, he was getting buried from all sides. He was getting buried.
You're roboting, Jeremy.
We were still going. We were still all going over there for the show.
Yeah, that's the thing. We all started hanging out there because, for a lot of reasons. Some of these other servers, a lot of us weren't going to anymore for various reasons. And so, yeah, it was kind of, and then once Ranty gave that server to Brandon, we were hanging out there, and then we were hanging out in the after show a lot. But the thing is, Brandon never really hung out with us in the after show. He usually would do a show, and then he maybe only hung out with us a couple times in the after show.
Yeah, he only recorded us.
What?
Yeah, he just left the computer there and recorded us for a whole day straight after the show. That's all he did.
Yeah, I do think he would. Yeah, he said he recorded all.
He said, "Yeah, I'm gonna be recording, but I'm gonna leave my computer here. So you guys have fun."
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the time came for this server to be launched, so I launched it, so people were hanging out here. But the thing is, we still all went. I mean, even I went over there for a show and everything. We all went over there for a show, so it's not like we. So I mean, he still had whatever 30 people in the room or whatever it was during a show, but so it didn't seem like it was that was why he stopped doing the show or anything.
He was getting heat from all sides.
I think his contract was up.
You're the biggest conspirator.
Oh yeah, type in Brandon Toy into Google and let me know what you find. Actually,
Perhaps-
go ahead and
Regs,
say it out loud for us.
Perhaps it was transferred to someone. Uh-huh.
Their name is Giovanni.
Yeah, it ain't me.
Well, nobody has the last name Toy, right?
Well, maybe you should use quotation marks.
Well, I'm just saying that. I don't know. You know how I feel about this kind of stuff. If I communicate
Well,
with
why
someone,
don't you just look at the information and stop having your feelings?
I think he was on Alex Jones' show at one point.
Yeah, he worked for like a defense contractor company, and then like he wrote this letter and resigned. You know, kind of like I lay down my arms. You know, I've seen this corruption, that kind of thing. And then apparently, do I have the story right? And then that's why he got on Alex Jones somehow.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the cover, right? Hey, look at me. I'm so innocent. I'm a whistleblower, and now I'm on Alex Jones.
there might be meds for you, Riggs.
I mean, Brandon's pretty down to earth, dude. I will say that.
Totally.
Oh, he was just doing his job. He's a happy guy.
Yeah, maybe laughs a lot. Tries to be friendly with everyone. I don't know. I thought Brandon was very down to earth.
Yeah, I don't think he was here to slander us or misrepresent us. I think they were clearly here just to mine us for information and our best arguments.
I'm gonna find whatever medication works for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it sucks when all my theories come true, right? Then you, or you just medicate me.
let's just say, right? Mark Sargent, right?
Well, let's not bring that one up. That one's already dead. It's dead. You're kicking bones and ash.
I'm just saying that the positive outweighs the negative.
The positive outweighs the negative.
Yeah, the effort that he's put towards flat Earth.
Okay,
versus,
go ahead and stream the Australian commercial for us, please.
Remind me what that one was. I kind of know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I would like to know what it is, Dan. You should stream it for us, and then say what you were saying while it's playing. The positive outweighs the bad, right? Go ahead and show the commercial. Are your feelings getting in the way?
I'm just saying that flat earthers being represented on a TV commercial is a good thing.
If it's you.
No, not that's
no, man. No, you have a good heart. If it's you, that's a good thing. But if it's him, it's a hit piece.
What did he do in that commercial? Because I remember that one. I remember when I saw it thinking, oh, wow, that's kind of a different approach that he took there. But what did he, I forget what he did in that one now. I'm just not remembering.
He stabbed a globe while downplaying our intelligence in some way.
Yeah.
Because the theme was even a flat earther could do it. Kind of like we had the Geico cavemen. Even a caveman could do it.
Right.
They had cavemen on that, and they had supermodels and other people, rappers, and people that were essentially pigeonholed as being empty heads. I guess. And the theme was, this product is so easy, you'll be able to figure it out because all these other dumb shits did. And one of them being Mark Sargent. So, were we portrayed badly, or were we mentioned at all? You know the story of the Simpsons and Flanders, and the Christians were writing horrible letters saying that they were making fun of Christians, and about 5 years later, they changed their mind, and they said, we noticed when we looked around at the rest of TV, they weren't even there at all. They weren't even represented. So it turns out that they were happy with the way Flanders was represented. Even though they make fun of him on the show, he was represented well. And people are going to make fun of flat earthers. They don't understand their own system. They believe in theories, and they believe in the people that tell them about them.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax, Dan.
Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to say the smartest thing I could think of.
It seems like NASA's done its job. That's all I can say is they get enough airtime and they've done their job, and people love space.
Well, that's what I often think about, like the whole talk about agents, that whole thing. But I just often think that like what NASA's already doing is doing way more damage, than one possible agent,
It's
right
brain
now.
damage.
Mm-hmm.
They're offering people brain damage in the form of like imaginatory everything. Imaginatory science, imaginatory places.
Yeah. I mean, the concern of like an actual like agent or someone who is involved in whatever family line or whatever thing's going on in these communities, the problem with it is, could they have some sway that would either throw us off base or cause some dramas or make people look bad at trying to get the truth out? Like that would obviously be the concern. But at the same time, if we're thinking for ourselves, making our own choices, who we interact with, and coming to our own conclusions, then they can't really even control us on that level either. Even if there is some agent doing whatever they're doing.
I mean, Bob, the science guy, indirectly is an agent anyway.
Well, then there's like that Agent Smith idea. Yeah, someone who might not be some paid secret society family line person, but who's just playing a role of trying to cause, disruptions or dramas or negative press or whatever it may be. Trying to label everybody as science deniers or whatever. Yeah, like the stuff he does.
Yeah, that's an agent. Like a controlled op thing it would be kind of dangerous for us, though. I mean, Riggs told us who to look out for. Or anyone that came up off Mark Sargent, somebody we didn't know 6 months ago. Now he's getting a lot of attention. 6 months, a year ago or something. Remember that, Riggs? You told us exactly what to look out for. So just watch out for that stuff. We should be good.
That was kind of broken up for me.
Yeah, you broke up a little, Jeremy, but I think most of what you said came through.
All I know is that on paper, when people attack me, they tell me I'm one of them. And then I go to them and they tell me I'm one of the other. And I go to them and they tell me I'm one of the other. And then I think, well, I should just be a Jew, right? Aren't they the chosen people? And then I go to the Jews and I go, well, I don't feel Jewish enough. And they go, well, if your mother was a Jew, you're a Jew. And I'm like, oh my God, if you knew my mother. My mom was married like 8 times. Just the person of the least faith of anyone I've ever met, And it's just weird.
But she was Jewish, right?
I guess so.
Damn it.
Yeah, I guess that makes me a Jew. So
damn, dude, you are super shill.
Yeah. So I'm eating. Do I need to make? I need to know what signs to make so I can eat babies in Hollywood, right?
Damn.
I don't know what secret signs to flash to who.
We were kind of doing that experiment the other day where we were just asking people like, "Are you an agent?" and then just seeing how they responded and like judging, like on how they responded. That was That was kind of fun.
It's just on paper, I'm definitely one of them. You know, it's like I've been on this, I've been on that, and I don't.
Do people call you that? I mean, you have been on you've been on certain publications and so on. Yeah.
Full on. I've been called a shill, and there's whole channels dedicated to me. They
That's
make
true.
videos about me. And
You are very overrepresented in this community.
yeah. It's just I wish I had more faith in the community. I really do.
What about this idea?
You're
What
not the
about
only one, Dan.
Yeah, but what about the idea that having like a flat planar stationary Earth, it's like we're all like on an actual equal level playing field in a sense. Like we're on the plane, we're all on the stage in a sense. Like from that perspective, like no one's really above anyone else. Like symbolically, we're kind of all, and so in that sense, like certainly there are, you could call communities, people of all of us discussing it, but is it like, do we have to even be a thing, or can we just be humans that are all dealing with the humans, you know, like, because if it just is what Earth is, and there's like a certain universalness to that, universality, if that's a word, to where, you know what I mean? Like we're actually just dealing with humans rather than like a community that we have to build some kind of army, you know, around. I don't know if that made sense, but
no, it did make a lot of sense. And I don't know if it's ego or what, that, you know, or just our desire to be in a herd that makes us want to cause that, and then makes us want to call someone a leader, and then the people that didn't get their person to be the leader spend all the time bitching about the leader. It's definitely the way things work. I mean, we're ignoring politics. I mean, I entered this because I couldn't deal with politics. This was going to be the only way I was ever going to speak to people about what's wrong. And it's definitely about right and wrong. It's not about flat earth. But I don't think we can run from the words right now, because people are interested in why we go against the grain. They want to know what, you know, a lot of people think it's cool. Or even if they think it's stupid, it's polarized either way. We get people that want to know what's up. Well, who are not what we think, but why and how. Because what we think isn't important. Everyone thinks shit. But they want to know how we're functioning outside of the grain, you know, against the grain. And to be honest, I'm not. It's broken me. Flat Earth has broken me. So it's hard for me to support it and go, yeah, you should just, you know, when they say we're crazy, it's because we don't do what everyone else does. It'd be a lot easier just to go, you know, I'm just going to do what everyone else does and be broken like a wild horse.
I think your outlook is just broken. Like
It
you're
is, though.
blaming flat Earth for your personal condition. It sounds like you had these codependent issues before flat Earth. So just stop passing the buck and take responsibility.
Well, you're right. At the same time, what flat earthers have in common is that we got out of the herd. We weren't, you know, we aren't normal. You know, we got out to the point where we see our own stuff and learned our own stuff. And where most people want to stay in the school or the herd for safety, we've adapted to not being safe. It's not, you know, we live in a place that isn't that safe. You know, it would be easier to join the pack again, you know, and flip flop, but I can't do it. And the point is, though, is that the words flat Earth aren't worth running from if we expect to get people to come around and be interested. If that's my mistake for wanting to people to come around, it's a big mistake. Yeah. So, you know, why share anything with anyone? if it has no reward. In this case, I just wish there was.
Well, if it's a spiritual war, you're going to get spiritual rewards. Okay, so you do things that are right because they're the right things to do, but where does that reward you? So you're just, once again, man, you need to reevaluate how your moral and reward system function so that your expectations aren't in the wrong place.
What you just said reminded me of that like play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I was thinking the way you said it,
The cadence.
play spiritual wars, win spiritual rewards. Just the way you said that. It's funny. Well, the thing with this, okay, so from the perspective that there is,
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying, listen back to the live stream to what I said word for word and like think about what that means. So sorry to interrupt.
I mean, but is it only spiritual? Or is it also physical? I mean, what I was going to say is like, okay, so the idea that there's a group, some group, whether they're even human or not, is a whole question. Whether the Illuminati's, Jesuits, Freemasons, whatever it may be, secret societies or families, let's just say, just call them a group, whatever they are. So if you have that, and then they seem to have control over the Federal Reserve and the big pharma, the big oil, all the corporations, the media, like we're in this kind of bind, as humans, basically, coming from that perspective, that being the case. And so then the globe deception and all of these components. And the fact that they control the Federal Reserve means they basically control the world. I mean, they can do all kinds of corruption with that much money, with politics, with science. So it's like they have this control in a sense that I think they've stolen it through genocide and God knows what. But the point is, if it's in that situation, then the fact that like the rest of humanity, as it were, are not even very fully aware of what's going on. So now there's like criminals running about, and then everybody, a lot of people are buying it and going along with it, which then allows them to continue doing it because people believe it. So from that perspective, it could be argued the perspective that we as humanity, we the people that are not part of that whatever group, need to in some way come together, wake up, become aware of what's going on to stand up against it. And I don't mean in any violence or anything, but in some way kind of, figure this out to where we could like get our sovereignty back. So from that perspective, is that kind of in a sense, Dan, like in terms of your thoughts, like in terms of if we could come together and work together, that we could accomplish something like that? Like, is that hinting at that? Or
I mean, particularly as Americans, because we have a charter we could live by. We could be interested in our own constitution. We could, dispel the myth of pure democracy and get involved in, even smaller levels, local levels. But being aware of our rights is our only chance now, and
yeah,
we live in a country that has it on paper. We should be able to enforce it. And I think it's our laziness, or basically the fear since Kennedy was killed, of speaking out. I'm pretty
Now
sure.
you know why they did it.
Because he spoke out.
They didn't have to kill him to get that point across. They had to list all of their agencies and then kill the guy who mentioned them, or at least mock kill him. See how it worked? There's no ramifications,
Bro, they
no
killed Kennedy
repercussions.
because he was going to get rid of the Central Reserve.
Well, that's a
Think so?
narrative. Is that, how do you know you're not just believing in part of the psyop, Jeremy, if you think that?
Well, the guy did.
I mean, that's just what I think personally. I mean, his plans were to shut down the Central Reserve system.
Yeah, and then they pretended to kill that character.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Jeremy. But no, I mean, I heard part of what you said, though.
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying, and I wasn't trying to call you out that you're just believing in some psyop. All I was saying is yeah, you're still. How does Discord show someone muted and talking?
Dude, I don't know. Discord and the internet have been total ass like all day today. I don't know if there's some kind of broken pipe somewhere or what's going on. I think hey Dan.
Yeah.
I think Geo might be keen on my idea about JFK.
Well, you and I, we've talked about the JFK thing before. I don't know exactly where you stand on it now, but I don't know if you have a new idea about it. But yeah, it's taken me years to come to my conclusion on it. I mean, back in the day, I obviously researched it quite a bit and saw a lot of what's out there on it. But I really came together for me in the last couple of years, especially in terms of my understanding of it.
I don't know much about it except something that came to me recently. Is that when we hear about Cuba and Russians' influence on Cuba, I think that is the cover story. I think the real thing with Cuba has to do with the mob and the gambling that was going there. And that just hit me like a shot. It was like they talked a lot about Cuba back then, but I think the real war wasn't against the Russians. I think it was against the mob. Who runs
You're saying an actual mob that's not the, for lack of a better term, Illuminati, whatever term you want to use, like someone different, opposing them kind of thing, maybe, or?
Yeah, local thugs do, what do you call it? They get in business contracts that becomes what we call organized crime. It doesn't mean, and that's the way things really work. And that's how the Masons and the Elks and the Moose and everything communicate. That's how they give each other contracts. They keep it in house, and that's just organized crime, and by moving off the coast of the US and doing it overseas, there was no Vegas yet. So the mob was having a good time with Cuba, so I just think that's interesting to note because we never thought about who really runs gambling and how that would have been a big influence financially. And go ahead.
Yeah. No, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, so I'm just, when I never really realized that when I looked at the pressures upon this guy, and they were from everywhere, obviously, Kennedy. And he decided he'd try and be the president, is all it looks like to me.
You were saying maybe he was involved in a lot of different, kind of avenues that could have gotten him into. Well, the thing is, there's two entire different layers of conspiracy with it. One is that he was actually shot and killed, and that there's a conspiracy that they did that, whether it's like the mob, all the ideas of who pulled it off. But then a whole nother layer is that the whole thing's a psyop, and that he wasn't shot and killed at all. The whole thing was more of a media psyop. That was, the death of the king. Similar to the way they do 9/11, moon landing, something that was more controlled, more of like a planned, rollout type thing that had some psyop purposes to it. That was like the young president at the time, and all the young kids were so excited. Oh, we finally have a president that's like young and attractive. And there was like a whole kind of celebrity thing with him. And then, those speeches where he was kind of trying to call out conspiracy and whatnot. There's a lot of potentials, from that perspective, that it was actually a hoax or a stage type event, so that's like a whole nother level of conspiracy, to where it's like, okay, he wasn't actually, there wasn't actually a conspiracy to kill him. The whole thing was actually just a psyop type media hoax, essentially.
Well, so he's denouncing secret societies while basically being in one from his family. And, like anybody who has secrets, anything that perhaps they should be protecting, due to oath or whatever, it would be a great motive to dissuade someone from speaking out. If You know, one of their own got shot in the head because he was trying to topple them. It's a great way to keep secrets when you're trying to fake a moon landing.
Yeah, I thought about the psyop component too. Like they even that kind of programming just to people as well, like kind of giving this message, like, "Hey, look what happens if you speak out against this. Like, we can kill the actual president. If we can kill the president, guess what we can do to you? You know, that kind of idea."
It worked. That's what I mean. It's trickled down today. People don't want to get involved in anything.
Well, yeah, it's like if a president can just get shot in broad daylight, no problem. Then yeah, it kind of does send a
Sets
message.
the tone.
Yeah. And then what came in after that? Yeah, the sort of rollout of the moon landing and everything else.
And before that, I mean, this whole idea of, war really never stopped, the Korean War and right into the Vietnam War. And it's like, war is the American way. They just don't depict it that way to us. They have us looking like we're defending freedom all the time. And if you look at where all the bases are now, they're all around oil, and it's disgusting when you think about, the Bush family being totally oil. And we've been duped. That was what, 16 years of power in that family. And it's oil interest, and it's not even hidden, it's not even a secret. So it shows you what they did when they got a hold of our government. They're able to manipulate whatever the fuck they want. And I don't know, I think that the states are going to be broken up. I think that's the only answer. And that's what they did with Russia.
With different like smart city sectors.
No, each state. You'll have states will have their rights to behave the way they want, and there won't be federal debt or federal wars because they don't need it anymore. We need to take care of the United States. We don't need to run around the world pretending to be the policeman. It seems obvious, and of course I'm ignorant, but so the question would be, if you had the chance to manipulate the world, would you? The answer is probably yes. Would you want to be declared the king? Probably not. Kissinger was interesting, how he sometimes represented our government and sometimes didn't. And that was one of the bridges when it started happening, is that people that weren't government were making negotiative plans overseas because business took over and the lawyers obviously took over. And I think the United States is just... What do you got?
My bad. Go ahead. I was just going to say that's an interesting way to put Kissinger as interesting.
Yeah. But it crossed over, it crossed over where the relationships with companies were stronger than your relationships with countries. And when they started, I don't know how bad it is, but it seems like the British were doing it before the US, just go somewhere and take the resources. So that way of life is I'm supposed to think that benefited me. I have white privilege anyway. Why don't I just get in line and go hang out with the sheep? And they're right. I should. So I must be some kind of malcontent. And I think that's what made me a flat earther. I hope that doesn't prove to make me delusional to the point where I won't listen to other theories, and other things. But when we talk about deep psyops, and you're talking about a psychological level that they could get to you through movies and films and stuff already. Otherwise, people aren't smart enough to get psyops. If they're that deep, they're not going to get them. Even the people that you think are higher up that might read into Kennedy's death as a message to them, it's just that's the way real business is done, you know.
Well, but I think their psyops are decodable, though. I mean, they're not beyond being able to decode, especially if there's deception involved. Then truth can always be pulled out from that.
Yeah, but we think justice comes with truth, and
I think it does ultimately. On the higher levels, it does.
Yeah, on the higher levels, it does. Yeah,
and over time. Like in my viewpoint, I mean, I know there's a lot of different viewpoints on where the world could be headed. From the idea that there is like an NWO, Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, some group like that. There's obviously one idea like, okay, well, if they've already got this going on, then who knows what's coming? It could get really bad. You know, they could roll out who knows what level of additional control and social credit system, and God only knows what they could do, 1984 kind of thing. But then there's the idea of could we actually wake up in time or have enough awareness and push back to some extent? And yeah, I'm not talking about violence. I'm just saying push back in some way. And then there's the idea of like, okay, well then the truth sets us free. So is it a process of coming to truth? And I even think like, you know, even if it's only 5 or 10 people talking, I do think that can like ring within the ether. Like, you know, I don't think you have to have hundreds of thousands of people necessarily to even start, you know, activating energies like that. But sorry, I'll try not to be too long-winded, but I'm just saying the other side of it is, yeah, the idea that truth does have an ability to set us free and has like a certain like natural law of justice to it. Meaning if there is like deception, criminals, etc., they might get away with it for a while or even quite a while, but at some point that will come to an end. You know, and I was thinking like the Federal Reserve was established, you know, about 100 years ago. So it's like we're 2 world wars and several other wars, a moon landing and a whole bunch of other political deceptions and all medical deception, all of it, you know, at this point. And then I do think that December 21st, 2012 potentially was like the end of, so that's basically like almost exactly 100 years from when the Federal Reserve was established. So is that actually the end of a cycle and that we're in a process right now, even though it doesn't seem like there is some mass awakening necessarily happening, but I do think that it is continually happening. And it does seem to be continually, you know, even just the pandemic thing, a lot of people are thinking, you know, at least having more questions now. And it's kind of like that, you know, what are the 100th monkey effect or the butterfly effect where, you know, it can be like the dam breaking, you know, right when the dam breaks, there's only a little bit of water, but then eventually it all starts flowing.
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, like, do you hold the perspective that the truth could set us free and that the truth has like a organic, natural justice to it that, you know, where the deceptions and the corruption will crumble in its own time and the truth will come through in that sense?
The generation that formed and completed World War II and their immediate offspring are a dying breed. So I think something to our advantage would be that there isn't one group. There's several groups vying for power, and they've realized that the people.
What is that sound?
Yeah, Dan, you got a little something going on in your mic, like a rattling. Really? Yeah, a crackle rattling thing.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's one group in power, and I think, you know, as long as the media is owned, I don't see where we're going to speak ever. If we're not going to do politics or media, we're not going to get anywhere. It's interesting that I'm always thinking we need to get people, and you're saying, well, that's kind of a dumb habit of yours, and you're right.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
Well,
or maybe talking about Riggs. Did Riggs say that? I don't know. I didn't say that.
So I'm
So what do you mean by get people? You mean get people on board or get people to work together? You mean
to be part of something? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's awesome. And I agree with you. I think it's very challenging to accomplish that. You're right, but I think there's a lot of reasons for it.
Okay, here's what I think.
I would love to see more of that as well. Yeah, and it's hard. It's hard not to be a bit saddened by the fact that it isn't happening more. You know, that we're not all together right now. Like, you know, whether you want to call it a truth community or just humanity in general, that we're not all like totally, at least to some extent, working together. You know, when you talk about flat Earth in general, like that terminology and all of the kind of splitting and fracturing, and so I feel your pain in that, or I can't say your pain. I don't want to speak for you, but yeah, just the level of challenge that comes with that. And I think there's a lot of reasons: emotional, financial. You know, we're all living our lives and trying to deal with our own lives. You know, so there's that too. And there's not necessarily tons of funding currently to be able just to get a whole group together, you know, where you can pay everyone 80 grand a year to do all this stuff, you know, that we need to do.
I mean, let's say we call it a peace movement like the 60s. Is that crazy? You know, I mean, like, is that too much to ask that we put an end to war, you know, and colonialism and what have we done with the global economy now? And how dependent are we really? It's not like we couldn't make shit here, you know? And we've learned to throw so much shit away that we're not using resources here very well in the United States.
Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of questions of what happened in the 60s with the whole kind of rebellious hippie movement, all of that went on. I mean, people have different viewpoints on it. Some people say it was like, oh, it's all planned by Tavistock and the CIA. Now, I don't doubt that they had their hands in it to some extent, but there's also the idea that, like, after World War II, there was this kind of free energy. Well, I'm not saying electrical free energy. I'm just saying there was kind of more this, you know, this kind of new world thing. And, you know, JFK being that young president, they had all the young people were kind of swooning and were excited, feeling like finally the government might be for us and there's a new beginning kind of thing. And then boom, the JFK assassination event thing. And then there was even more of a revolt. And then, of course, a lot of these, you know, people use the term psychedelic, these psychedelic, you know, mushrooms and LSD and, you know, which were sort of separated from the Western world, you know, like people, you know, even though the Mexicans and people were still in Mexico and the different shamans, they were using mushrooms and have since the beginning of time. But the Western sort of world, you know, the 1950s world didn't really have that awareness. And so that was then kind of brought in. So there was this whole, and I mean, I tend to think that there was actually a real revolution going on. Like, it was real. And even my mom that was like, you know, in college at the time, even she told me, she's like, oh yeah, you know, people on the streets and people were, you know, love, not war. And I mean, I tend to think that there was something real about that. And I think it was
real.
Shut down. Yeah.
I think the motivation was real. I think that the motivation was intentionally started though. And I think that it was also manipulated and steered in the midst of the real, you know, kind of outbreak of it. So like they had their grubby little hands in starting it and controlling it.
Yeah, they probably got a controlled opposition in there, and
named Jeremy.
Let all those people astray.
One Jeremy that's super flat Earth, the other Jeremy is super, you know, Glober. Makes sense. It's very Masonic. Good job, Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy. They put a guy in here that robots all the time. I mean, yeah.
Yep.
Your controlled op agenda is just to get everyone so frustrated hearing the robot that we're just like, give up. Yeah, well, they shut it down. I mean, whatever was happening in the 60s, I mean, not only did they make all those psychedelics illegal, severely illegal, you know, Schedule I kind of thing, they shut down all research and everything involved in that, which was opening people's minds, and people were being freed from the sort of shackles of, programming. So they did that, and then it seems like, well, the moon landing thing was a big one that they did as well, kind of at the end of the 60s, and then in the 70s they brought in all the hard drugs. So it seems like they went on a whole war on drugs thing, but on a conspiratorial level, did they actually finance and fund the bringing in of not the mind expanding type things like mushrooms that don't have side effects and expand your mind to be free thinking and all that, but instead brought in heroin and cocaine and speed and all that, and just flooded all of the kind of social systems with those drugs. And then you go into the 70s, and then by the 80s people were just zonked out, like they just killed that whole revolution thing. And then the kind of the Cold Wars and everything else that came into the 80s, 90s, and then you got sort of the Bill Clinton years or whatever. Anyway, so yeah, it does seem like there was a serious.
You've seen Newsbenders?
Yeah, that's cool.
They talk about how they created LSD just to fuck up the whole movement and just laugh at them, because they would make a joke out of themselves.
Wait, say it again. Say it again. Is that a movie or does it?
Newsbenders is 28 minute. It's kind of just all honest and true. I don't know if I call it a movie.
It was a TV show, almost like The Twilight Zone. It was like that era. It was black and white, and I think it was black and white. But it's
No.
like they're pressuring this guy to come onto the side of the government.
Yeah, and they do it with coercion. They say, "Hey, we have this device inside of you that we can hear everything you're thinking, and if you don't comply or you don't take this offer, then it explodes in your body, and you die from you suddenly just die." So yeah, it's a great job. It pays well. You can join us, or you're dead.
Yeah, it's pretty much how they roll. But yeah, well, you mentioned the LSD. I mean, I know a lot of the history of it and have my thoughts on it, whether we want to discuss it or not. But yeah, that is how that played into everything, and the different thoughts on that and what role that seemed to play.
Yeah, so in Newsbenders, they talk about how they plan history far in advance, and they plan the news far in advance. Excuse me, and then they made this move to disperse LSD out into these hippie movements so that they could not be taken seriously. Honestly, I can't think of one thing in that whole video that's not 100%.
That sounds kind of like if somebody were like, if we took us out of the shit show and then somebody came back in and put us back in the shit show so no one could take us seriously, right? Something like that.
Good Lord. Jeremy, let's let it go, man. Let it go.
Welcome to the show.
You know what? How about this? Let's have a Jeremy versus Shane debate on this channel.
Why?
I don't know. I'm just trying to come
what?
up with something.
About what?
I don't know. I don't know.